Those shots came from over by the fountain.
Come on.
Wait, look, that man running out of the park. Pam, you and Ellen stay here. I'm going to follow that guy.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Murder for Sale. On a February night such as this, the fog steals up the East River from the bay. The Williamsburg Bridge is an island in the mist. And the dark waters below the bridge are cold and moody. A reflection of the eyes of the tall, prosperous, middle-aged man who stands at the rail, unaware of the woman approaching him.
Got a cigarette?
What?
I asked if you had a cigarette.
No.
Okay, so I'll smoke one of my own. Stinking night, ain't it? Look, honey, don't do it.
Do what?
What you're trying to make up your mind to do? What you was thinking about back in Dutchess?
Dutchess?
Yeah, the bar that you was just in. I saw you, staring into your drink the same way you're looking down at the river.
Would you mind leaving me alone, miss?
Just call me Lucille. You know, I had a hunch you was headed for the bridge when you left Dutchess.
Very intuitive of you.
Yeah.
Now, will you please go away?
What is it, honey? Is it poor health, money, a woman? Gotta be one of the three, but you don't look sick. And the role you flashed in Dutchess didn't come from a county relief check, so...
So it must be a woman.
Yeah.
A shrewd deduction.
Yeah. Yeah, but it ain't worth it. You know, that river's wet and cold, and when you're dead a long, long time. Here. Have one of my smokes, honey.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Dame must be quite a dame, huh? Your wife? Mm-hmm. Your wife. And another guy, I bet.
Would you please let me...
And so you're going to make him feel real bad, like a couple of heels by taking a brody into the river. Well, that's okay, except they'll get over feeling bad, but you won't get over being dead. So, from your angle, it don't add.
Have you ever been in love? You said your name's Lucille. Lucille what?
I'll just leave it at that, huh? I'll call you Mr. Smith. So you're Mr. Smith and I'm Lucille. I'm cold, I'm broke, and I'm thirsty.
Could I buy you a drink?
Oh, anything but water, honey. I hate water. Rust pipes. It drowns people.
Jerry, it's after 9. Let's get out of here.
Okay, darling.
I hate these cocktail parties.
So do I. Come on, let's go.
Who are you looking for?
Well, I thought Charles and Ellen would be here.
The Prescotts?
Yeah, I wanted to see Charlie on a business thing.
Jerry!
Huh?
Jerry! How are you? I haven't seen you for months.
Mark!
How's the publishing
Oh,
business?
fine. How's the stock market?
Oh, up and down.
Mark, I'd like you to meet my wife.
So this is Pam. I've heard a lot about you from Ellen, Mrs. Prescott.
Pam, this is Mark Willard.
How do you do?
You two aren't leaving, are you?
Afraid so, Mark. I was hoping Charlie and Ellen Prescott would show up, but...
Oh, Jerry, there's Ellen coming in now.
Yeah, but Charlie doesn't seem to be with her.
Excuse me, will you, Jerry?
Well, sure,
Nice to
Mark.
meet you, Mr. Willard.
Ellen? Ellen?
Oh, Mark, you were able to make it.
Yeah. Charles isn't with you.
No.
Keep your coat on.
Mark, where are you taking me?
Out on the balcony. What a jam. Ellen.
No, Mark. Please, somebody might see us.
I wish somebody would.
Mark.
Some fat-mouthed gossip who'd go running to Charles. Apparently that's the only way he's going to find out about us.
Mark, will you...
Or have you told him?
You know I haven't.
I know you've promised to. Last week and the week before that and a couple of months before that. Ellen, how long is this going to go on?
Mark, why must you always make a crisis of every time we see one another?
I don't. I merely want to know what you're going to do about telling Charles you want a divorce.
Well, it's so hard.
Is it any easier than this? Look, Ellen, if you don't tell him, I will.
No, please. Mark, give me a little more time.
How much more?
A week.
Ellen.
A week, Mark, please. I promise you. A week from today, you'll have your answer.
Another round here, Dutch.
Okay.
So, go on, Mr. Smith.
And that's it?
After 10 years, your wife's in love with another guy, huh?
Yes.
Is she younger than you?
Almost 20 years younger.
Oh.
Here, your drinks.
Yeah, thanks, Dutch.
Take it out of this.
Sure.
Put something in the jukebox, huh, Dutch?
Okay.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just wondering why I've told you all this.
Honey, you're in the kind of mood where you talk to a lamppost if it stands still and listens. And so just because you lose your wife, you want to step off the middle of a bridge. Look, like I said, You can make your wife and her chum feel like, well, something you wouldn't scrape off the sidewalk. And you can be the greatest guy in the cemetery. You take a Brody and your wife's a jerk, her boyfriend's a dog. Everybody feels sorry for poor old Smith. Everybody has a good ball. So what do you get except a good funeral? Listen, you say your wife doesn't know that you know anything about this guy, right?
Yes.
Doesn't even suspect? Nobody does?
No?
Then you wouldn't be suspected if something happened to the guy.
Happened to him? What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
Are you suggesting
I'm suggesting a funeral for him instead of you. Okay, so that doesn't make your wife love you again. Maybe it doesn't even keep her from leaving you. But if you can't have her, why should she get what she wants?
No.
It's better than a river, honey.
I'm not a murderer.
I know you're not, honey. But I got a gentleman friend who is.
What?
If you got $1,000, my friend's got a gun.
You're not serious.
Oh?
You can't be.
Oh, stop looking like you forgot to take your hat off in church. I make a federal case out of something so simple.
Simple?
Yeah, simple. Just like of yours, ain't it?
No.
Well, then what were you doing out there on the bridge? Enjoying the view of Flatbush in the fog or just enjoying feeling sorry for yourself? Guys like you make me sick. You got as much backbone as Dutch's bar towel. Hey, Dutch, set me up one at the bar, will you?
Wait.
Well,
Nothing.
look, Mr. Smith, I'm not trying to sell you anything. You got a problem. I told you how you could solve it. You don't like it my way, okay, have it yours. No skin off my nose. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me.
It's awfully nice of you to drive me home.
Not at all, Ellen.
I'm sorry Charlie couldn't make the party.
Yes, it was too bad.
By the way, I didn't know Charlie and you were acquainted with Mark Willard.
Mark? Oh, yes. Yes, we met him last summer in Southampton.
Oh, Mark's a nice fellow.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Oh, here we are, Jerry.
Right.
Well, thanks again for the lift.
Okay, Ellen.
We'll have to get together real soon, Ellen.
Yes. Good night.
Say hello to Charlie for us.
Ellen?
Oh, Charles, you're home.
I just got in a few minutes ago. Did you go to the Lindell's party?
Yes, I'm sorry you couldn't make it. I called your office about 9, but there wasn't any answer.
I felt like getting a little fresh air. I went for a walk.
Is anything wrong, Charles?
Wrong? Well, no, darling. Not with me. But you look terribly tired.
I am. I think I'll go straight up to bed if you don't mind.
Of course not. I'm going to read for a while. Good night, Ellen.
Charles?
Yes?
Charles, I'd like to go away.
Away? Where?
Well, I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I just want to get away.
Alone?
Yes.
A little sudden, isn't it?
Oh, yes, I suppose it is, but
How long would you be gone?
a week.
All right, darling. We'll talk about it some more in the morning, and I'll have the office make the necessary arrangements.
Thank you, Charles. You're awfully sweet to me.
It's not hard, Ellen. Loving you as much as I do. Good night.
Good night, Charles.
Ellen,
Yes?
was Mark Willard at the party?
Why, yes, he was. Why do you ask?
Just wondered. He's handling a little stock transaction for me. I thought he might have mentioned how he was making out on it.
Well, no, he didn't say anything about it.
Well, I'd better call him in the morning in case he's going out of town.
Good night, Charles.
Hello?
Is this Duchess Heaven?
Yeah?
Is Lucille there?
You want to talk to her?
No, just tell her Mr. Smith called. Ask her to wait for me there. I'll be in to see her within an hour.
Give me a couple of nickels, Dutch.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Has your friend showed yet?
No.
Said he'd be here in an hour.
He'll be here.
I don't want him to see me.
I know.
So?
Oh, so go sit in the last booth. I'll steer the guy into the next one. He won't see you, but you'll be able to hear us.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey, you're late.
Sorry?
What made you change your mind?
Never mind. Let's get this over with.
Sure. Let's take this booth here. Oh, here we are.
You said your friend would work for $1,000.
That's right.
There's 1,000 in this envelope.
Okay.
Don't you want to count it?
I trust you, honey. Well, let's set up.
The man who's been seeing my wife has made...
Let's keep it sort of impersonal, huh? Just tell me where he'll be and when.
Do you know Simmons Park?
You mean the little park across from the cathedral up on Maynard Drive?
Yes, there's a fountain in the center of the park. He'll be there at 9 o'clock tomorrow evening.
You're sure?
He'll be there at 9 sharp.
And you?
Spending the evening with several friends miles from Simmons Park. Is there anything else you need to know?
That's all. Good night, Mr. Smith.
Not good night. Goodbye.
Sure. Been nice knowing you. Did you hear?
A cinch.
Jerry, the alarm clock. Turn it off.
No, Pam, it isn't the alarm clock. It's the doorbell.
Oh, must be someone at the door.
Sounds logical.
Put on your robe and slippers, dear.
Yeah, coming. Yeah, now what do you think? Ellen.
Jerry, may I talk to you?
Oh, sure. Come on in.
Thanks.
Pam, it's Ellen Prescott.
Ellen?
Come into the living room, Ellen.
I'm sorry to barge in at this hour of the morning, Jerry. It must be about 5, isn't it?
Yeah, 5:30.
Ellen, darling, what is it? Is something the matter?
I'm not sure.
Oh, what is it, Ellen?
I've been up all night trying to find Charles. He was home when I came in last night. I went directly upstairs, and a few minutes later, I heard him leave the house.
And you haven't seen him or heard from him since?
No.
Do you have any idea where he was going?
None. He didn't say anything to me about going out. Something's happened to him. I know it has.
Now, take it easy,
If
Ellen.
anything had happened to him, if he'd been in an accident or if he'd been taken to a hospital, you'd surely have been notified by this time.
Oh, Pam, you don't understand. If something's happened, it wasn't an accident.
Huh?
What do you mean, Ellen?
I don't know how to tell you. I've been such a fool.
Ellen.
Come on, tell us about it, Ellen.
I believe Charles knows I've been seeing another man.
Oh, Ellen, no.
I thought Charles knew nothing about Mark.
Mark Willard?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Mark wants me to divorce Charles and marry him. But last night after the cocktail party, I don't know what happened, but I decided to tell Mark I still love Charles, and I'm not going to divorce him.
Ellen, what did you mean when you said that if something had happened to Charles, it wasn't an accident?
I'm afraid he might.
Kill himself?
Jerry.
Sorry, but that's what she means. And this is no time to be delicate, though my guess is that Charles isn't stupid enough to do anything like that.
Well, then where could he be?
Pam, get Ellen to bed. Make her get some sleep. I'm going out.
Where?
To find Charles.
I don't understand, Charles. What is it you want to see me about?
That stock deal we were discussing a couple of weeks ago, I want to talk to you about it again.
At 9 o'clock in the middle of Simmons Park?
There's someone I want you to meet, Mark. A man I think you can do some good with in a business way. He lives near the park, and I thought we could meet there and go on together.
Well, all right, Charles. Simmons Park, 9 o'clock.
Sharp.
Sharp.
Charles.
Jerry. Well, this is
When the devil did you get home?
Why? What's wrong?
I've been looking all over town for you since 5:30 this morning, and before that, Ellen had spent half the night doing the same thing.
Something the matter?
Oh, no, not a thing, except that no one has heard from you for over 18 hours. And Ellen is at our apartment out of her mind, worrying about you.
I'm sorry. I should have told her I had to run down to Philadelphia this morning.
Now, look, Charlie, let's stop kidding.
Kidding? Oh, about what?
Philadelphia, and whether Ellen would worry and about Mark Willard.
Mark Willard?
You know that Ellen's been seeing him, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. But something I know you don't know is that Ellen is still in love with you.
In love with me?
Yes.
Jerry, if this is some sort of a joke.
It's no joke. If you think it is, call Ellen at my place and let her tell you herself.
But Jerry, look, I have to make a phone call.
All right, I'll wait for you.
No, please don't.
Charlie,
Listen,
what
Jerry, go on home and tell Ellen you saw me and not to worry, and I'll be there shortly.
But don't
please.
Okay.
Thanks.
See you in a little while, huh?
Yes.
Willard and Company.
Mr. Willard, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Willard isn't in.
Not in?
He left for the day.
Well, why can't I reach him? This is Charles Prescott.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Willard didn't say where he could be reached.
But it's urgent. You must have some idea where I can get in touch with him. You must.
I'm sorry, Mr. Prescott, but all Mr. Willard said when he left was that he was going out for cocktails and dinner before keeping a 9 o'clock appointment.
Sure, I know Lucille. Say, you're the guy that was in here with her last night, ain't you?
Yes, can you tell me how I can get in touch with her?
Well, she usually comes in here about 9:30.
I have to get in touch with her immediately. Do you know where she lives?
No.
You're lying.
Now, just a minute, mister. No guy's gonna call me a liar.
Please. I'm sorry, I apologize, but I have to find Lucille.
What you do, slip your Mickey and take you for that roll you was flashing last night?
No.
Then what's your beef?
I've
Look,
got to-
who picks up who or what in here and what happens after they leave is none of my business. So?
Listen to me, please. Listen. It's worth $50 to me if you can give me any idea where I can find Lucille.
50.
Here.
Oh, that Lucille must have more on the ball than I figured. Okay, mister, I got a phone number. That's all, and that's on the level. Just a phone number.
All right, give it to me.
Yeah, let's see now. I had it written down right here.
Will you hurry up?
I'm looking. Hold your horse. Here. Pennsylvania 60599.
Pennsylvania 60599.
Hello?
Lucille?
That's right. Who's this, honey?
Mr. Smith.
Smith?
The man you met on the bridge last night.
Bridge? What bridge?
What's the matter with you? This is the man with whom you made certain arrangements.
What is this, a gag?
Listen to me. It's after 8. We haven't much time. Those arrangements must be canceled. You must get in touch with your friend and tell him not to keep the appointment in Simmons Park.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't meet any man on the bridge, and I didn't make any arrangements. And I never knew anybody named Smith.
Will you listen to... Hello?
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Jerry, darling, where have you been?
No, ask me where I haven't been. It'd be easier to answer.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw Charles at his house, but he practically showed me the door. And
What?
Let me finish. After I left, I waited in the car. In a few minutes, he came out and took a taxi to a dive called Duchess on the Lower East Side. Then he left there, went to Mark Willard's apartment, and after that, he went to practically every restaurant and cocktail lounge in town.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. I lost him. And I gather you or Ellen haven't heard from him.
No, but Mark Willard called Ellen here and said he had an appointment with Charles at 9 in Simmons Park.
Simmons Park? Well, why the devil are they meeting there?
I don't know. Neither does Mark Willard. All he said was that Charles insisted on it.
What time is it now?
It's about 8:35.
Look, you and Ellen take a taxi and meet me at the Maynard Drive entrance to the park. If the three of us hurry, we can just about make it by 9.
In the name of heaven, driver, can't you go any faster?
I'm doing the best I can, Mac.
But it's only a couple of minutes to 9, and
Relax, Mac. It's a couple of minutes to 9 twice a day.
But you don't understand. This is a matter of life or death.
Yeah, sure, Mac. It always is.
It is if I'm not at Simmons Park by 9.
But you're there, Mac. Right now. There we are. Hey, listen, 9 on the nose. Hey, Mac. Hey, what about my fare?
Mark! Look out! Oh!
Jerry, here we are.
Pam, Ellen, come on.
Have you seen Charles?
Yeah, he just jumped out of a cab and ran into the park.
Jerry!
Oh, those were gunshots.
Oh,
Come on.
What in the world is happening?
I don't know, but hold it.
What?
Look over there, that man running out of the park.
Well, he must have been over by the fountain, too.
Yeah, Pam, you and Ellen go on to Charles and Mark. I'm going to grab the car and try to follow that man.
Jerry, darling, be careful.
Come on, Pam.
Charles!
Charles!
Ellen, Pam, what are you doing here?
Never mind that now. Go call an ambulance.
No, don't bother.
Go on, Mark.
Yes.
Charles, who was it? What happened?
That is meant for Mark.
Mark.
Jerry told me you weren't going to leave me.
Never, darling. I'll never leave you, darling.
Thank you.
Charles?
Charles! Ellen, he's dead.
And then just as I drew a bead in that guy standing by the fountain, some joker runs into the park yelling, Mark, look out.
Go on.
Well, the guy at the fountain moved just as I let it blast, and the jerk that yelled at him ran into the 3 slugs.
Was the guy you shot the guy was in here talking to me last
I tell
night?
you, I don't know who he was. It was dark. Didn't even see him till after I started blasting.
What? Must have been. Why, the stupid jerk. What was he doing there?
I don't know, and I didn't wait around to ask.
Well, you sure messed this up.
I messed it.
Yeah.
You're the one who made the deal. You're the one who said it was solid.
All right.
Besides, what difference does it make? In fact, it works out better this way. We get the dough, and the only guy could hook us up with the caper I'm going to be talking.
Yeah, that's right. I hadn't thought of that.
So cheer up. You say we blow this joint, huh?
Where you want to go?
What do you think? Come on.
Night, Dutch.
Yeah.
Stinking night.
Me, I like the fog.
Oh, you would. My place?
Your place.
Sorry, but it's going to be my place.
That's the man, officer.
Well, my old friend Spade Loomis. This'll be a pleasure. Spade's worn these cuffs so often I'm thinking of having a monogram with these initials. Come along, Spade. We'll take you down.
rotten copper. Look out, Murdoch! Are you okay, Murdoch?
Fit as a fiddle, Mr. North.
Spade! Oh, Spade!
I'm afraid he can't hear you.
Like you said yourself, lady, it's a stinking night.
Well, it certainly didn't take that Lucille woman long to break down once they got her down to headquarters, did it?
Nope.
Tired?
At 4 o'clock in the morning, what do you think?
We'll be home soon.
Yeah. Oh, here we are, driver. Pull up in front of that tavern. Here you are. Keep the change. Oh, I wish the police would have let me drive our car instead of riding in the squad car. We'd have been home by this time.
Stop grumbling, sleepyhead.
I'm telling you, if I'm not home and in bed within 15 minutes, I'm dead.
Well, you will be. And instead of grousing so much, you should be thankful that nothing happened to you in that gunfight between Officer Murdoch and that Loomis man.
Here's the car. Come on out. Oh, no.
What?
Look at that tire.
Flat.
What did you say about nothing happening to me in that gunfight?
Well, what has a gunfight to do with it?
Look at the way the tires ripped. One of the bullets hit it.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
We'd like to introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. North. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this new series of programs, which each week at this time will present America's most attractive young couple, Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Peggy Conklin in the role she created on the Broadway stage, with Carl Eastman as Mr. North. In the neighborhood where Pam and Jerry North live, they're known as that delightful, though slightly delirious duo. To Mr. Robinson, the grocer, there's no customer whom he'd rather wait on than Pamela North, even though she occasionally pays her bill with an unsigned check. Over at the Dodson Publishing Company, Jerry North, rising young editor, not only discusses Eugene O'Neill with the president, but also Dick Tracy with the office boys. In short, Pam and Jerry will often amuse you, sometimes confuse you, but will certainly never bore you. As our story opens, it's early Sunday morning. So now, let's meet Mr. and Mrs. North.
Jerry, dear. Jerry, wake up.
What's the matter? What time is it?
It's 8:30. You've already slept 12 hours. You want to spend the whole day in bed?
Yeah.
Oh, Jerry, please wake up. You're spoiling all my plans.
Plans? What plans?
For the picnic, dear. You know, the picnic.
Oh, yes, dear. We'll talk about it in the morning. Good night, dear.
Jerry, come on now and get up. Get up.
Pam, don't pull the covers off. I'm cold.
But it's warm, dear, for the picnic. It's a beautiful day out.
How can I tell? Pull the shades up.
Darling, the shades are up.
Oh, Pam, go to bed. It's a horrible day. The worst day of the year.
But it's going to be nice. I can tell.
All right. Give me the phone.
What are you going to do?
Hello, operator. Give me the Weather Bureau.
Isn't that silly, Jerry? I just finished telling
Hello,
you
Weather Bureau. What are you planning for today? Cloudy, followed by rain, and colder? Would you recommend a picnic? You wouldn't? Thanks very much.
Jerry, that's perfectly ridiculous. You know they have a little man down there with rheumatism. And every time it hurts him, they say it's going to rain. Now hurry and take your shower, dear. I've got your gray suit all laid out in the dressing room.
Darling, I'm not going to wear my best suit to a picnic, especially a rainy picnic. I'll just get my brown tweed, huh?
Oh, not that old, ugly brown tweed.
You don't seem to understand. The material was woven by hand. That suit comes from London.
Yes, but we don't have as many fogs over here, dear, and people will see you in it. Now hurry, Jerry, come on.
By the way, Dr. Livingston, who's making this trip with us?
Well, I haven't invited anyone yet, but I thought I'd call Herb and Kate, and the Flemings, and Charlie and Jean, and, oh, yes, darling, that French fellow, Pierre Dubois. He's charming.
Charming. Well, that settles it. Count me out.
No, dear, it's so silly of you to get angry every time Pierre kisses my hand.
Well, I don't mind him kissing your hand, but I do get so when he starts biting your nails.
Jerry, you do love me, don't you?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, say you do.
All right, I love you.
And I love you, too. Now put on your gray suit, dear.
I'm telling you right now, if Pierre Dubois
I'm
goes...
only inviting him for your sake. He can gather wood and make the fire. And besides, he knows all about the birds and the flowers.
Really? Do you think his mother should have told him? Ma'am, how do you expect me to wash my face if your stockings are in the sink?
Well, take a hot tub, dear. Go soak yourself.
I can't. Your girdle's in there.
Just a minute, Jerry. Hello? Mr. Moscone, this is Mrs. North.
Who are you talking to, dear?
Mr. Moscone, the butcher. Hello, Mr. Moscone. I wonder whether you'd do me a big favor. Could you come over here right away?
Pam, it's Sunday.
I know, Jerry, I know. What's that? You will come over? Oh, Mr. Moscone, you're the nicest butcher. Oh, yes, you are. Bye.
I think that's an imposition, Pam. Why should he come over here on Sunday?
Well, that's all right, Jerry. He won't mind. I know.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, you know?
Well, I've done some favors for him.
Now, what kind of favors can you do for a butcher besides buying meatballs from him?
Oh, dear, you say such amusing things. But you'll feel better when you get out in the hot sun. Incidentally, while you were having coffee, I made the calls, and everybody will meet here in a few hours, about noon.
Oh, there's the doorbell, Pam. You'll have to answer it. I'm not dressed.
It couldn't be Mr. Moscone. Are you expecting anyone?
Now, you know I'm not. I don't understand why I can't sleep on Sunday morning. Other men do.
You really think I should answer it, Jerry? After all, it's so early, and people shouldn't come calling.
Well, I guess nobody's home, Ellen. That's funny. This is the 21st, isn't it?
Yes, Harold. Are you sure this is the right address?
It says North on the bell here.
Well, maybe you misunderstood the invitation. Just when is brunch served?
Brunch is a combination of breakfast and lunch, I think. And I distinctly remember, just as we were leaving Charlie Henry's the other night, Mrs. North said, come early, because Mr. North doesn't like to sleep late on Sunday morning.
Well, I'll ring once more and see what happens.
Oh,
good morning.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Oh, good morning, Ellen and Harold. How nice of you to drop by. Won't you come in? Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, it's rather drizzly out. Our raincoats are a little damp. Well, here, let me have them. We'll hang them right here in the hall. Oh, fine. That's it. Now, come right in here in the living room. Just make yourself comfortable for a while. My, what a lovely room. Oh, it's so charming. And all those books. Well, there must be over 1,000. 1,003. Martha, that's our maid, counted them last Thursday. She didn't have much to do. Wait till I call Mr. North. He's still in his robe. Oh, Jerry, you remember Ellen and Harold, don't you?
Helen and Harold who? Oh, I beg your pardon. How do you do, Helen and Harold? Awful out, isn't it?
No, dear, Ellen and Harold. You remember Charlie Henry's the other night?
Oh, yes. A nice party, wasn't it? It certainly was. It was swell meeting you, Mrs. North. Mr. North.
Oh, you can call me Pam and call Jerry. Tell me, Ellen, do you often take walks around here on Sunday morning? We always do.
Oh, no, we never walk in Greenwich Village. We always do our walking in the Bronx.
In the Bronx? Really? Yes, that's where we live. Well, my old boss used to live up there. Johnson, I think his name. You two been married long? 6 months. No, his name is Mallory. Any children?
Jerry. Don't you think you'd better go in and get dressed, dear? Our guests will be here soon. We're having guests, you know, Ellen.
Why, yes, we sort of expected you would.
Oh, did you? Well, dear, I'll go in and help you find your socks.
Oh, you don't have to. They're in the top drawer of the dresser.
Martha and I moved them yesterday. House cleaning. We vacuumed everything.
You vacuumed? Oh, the socks, yeah. Excuse us, will you, for a moment?
Sure, of course. Just make yourself comfortable. There's some cigars and peanut brittle over there. Be right back.
All right, Pam. What's the socks mystery about?
Jerry, why did you invite those people here?
Why did I invite? Now, listen, you figure out who they are and then get in touch with me. I'm going to get dressed. By the way, where is that brown tweed suit? Have you seen it?
But I thought you invited them here. I don't
Pam, didn't I wear that suit 2 weeks ago? Sure, I put it in this closet. Funny.
I knew their names and their faces.
Now, who in the world is that?
Well, that must be Mr. Moscone. Now, darling, you stay here and I'll take care of everything.
Wait a minute, Pam. I haven't found that brown tweed.
Oh, hello, Harold and Ellen. Hello. Somebody at the door will be right back, and then we'll have a nice short talk.
Good morning, Mrs. North. How's everything?
Oh, come in, Mr. Moscone. Let's go into the living room.
Shoes. I'd like to tell you, Mrs. North, how...
awfully nice of you to come over on Sunday.
If you would do something for me, I'd do something for you. It works a half. 50-50. What you got? See, you see?
Pardon me. This is Mr. and Mrs. Adams, Mr. Moscone. How do you do?
How do you do? I'm pleased to meet you. This is Mrs. North. She's a wonderful woman, no? Yes. You know what she's do for me? Something that's so marvelous.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Moscone. Now, about this favor...
Mrs. North, my wife was there.
My kids is there. Must tell you appreciate. Say, Pam, I can't find that brown suit. Now, where in the world...
Me, senor.
Oh, hello, Mr. Moscone.
Me, senor. I'm a try to tell your wife a thank you.
Thank you. What for?
What for? Because she's a giving me this brown sweetest suit.
We've been in this bedroom for 10 minutes, and you haven't made any sense yet. Why did you give my brown tweed suit to Mr. Moscone?
Prince.
What is Prince? Prince who?
Oh, dear, don't be dense. You know I'm talking about the Airedale I used to have. His name was Prince, and his coat was just the color of that suit. One day, Prince died, and I was so unhappy I couldn't eat for a week.
Well?
Well, every time you wore that brown tweed, it all came back to me. And I lost my appetite.
For a week?
Sometimes longer.
Pam, I'm going to count 10. And when I'm finished, I'm going to kill you.
Dear, you're so whimsical. But I'm glad it's settled once and for all. It bothered me a little. Well, let's go out and tell Mr. Moscone about the picnic steak, shall we?
All right, Prince.
Mr. North, I want to ask you
Well,
something.
look, let's get right to the point, man.
Yes, Jerry. Mr. Moscone.
Yes, Mr.
You see, we're having guests today. I told you that, didn't I, Ellen? And we wondered if you could get us 6 nice, juicy steaks.
For nobody else, Mrs. North. But for you especially, I open up at the shop on a Sunday. I got it a piece of sirloin. It's a melting in your mouth like a hunk of porterhouse.
Why don't you give us the porterhouse?
The sirloin is better. You wait here. I come back before you can say something. Like a Dominic.
See, Mrs. North, your butcher certainly is obliging. He should be. He's wearing my best suit.
Oh, darling, let's not start that again. It might be your favorite suit, but you know how I hate it. We don't have that trouble. Harold's best suit is his only suit.
Look here, Harold. You're not a communist, are you?
No, I'm an architect. I design houses if somebody will let me design a house.
Houses? Oh, Jerry, don't you want me to help you pick out your tie to match your socks?
To match my... Here we go again. Excuse us, Harold and Ellen, just for a moment.
Yes, just keep right on with that peanut brittle.
You don't want to spoil our appetite.
Well, smoke the cigars, then.
Well, I'm prepared for anything and hoping against the worst. What is it now?
Something terrible. I forgot that I invited Harold and Ellen to brunch this morning.
Oh, that's not so terrible. They can come to the picnic.
Yes, I know, but you see, I also invited 8 other very nice people, including Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby.
Mr. Willoughby? Do you mean that writer from Texas the firm's been trying to get under contract for the last 4 months? Oh, Pam, why did you do this? He hates people. He hates crowds. This is going to cost me the biggest contract of my career.
Well, I thought that you could close the deal over a nice, quiet brunch.
Quiet brunch.
And that's why I invited Harold, because I thought since Mr. Willoughby was from Texas, he must like houses and would want to build one, and Harold could design it for him. Everything will turn out beautifully. Don't you see?
Oh, sure, I see. Now, look, there's just one chance. We've got to call off that picnic mob right away. They're the ones I'm afraid of. Anybody who's crazy enough to go on a picnic today, I don't trust.
All right, dear, you call them. Anyway, the picnic people would never mix with the brunch people.
Look, you're taking this very lightly. Pam, just see if you can understand what I'm trying to tell you. Now, if anything happens and I lose that contract, I'll lose my job. Then we won't have any money, so there won't be any place to live. No roof over our heads, no clothes to wear. How would you like that?
But, Jerry, that's what you've always wanted.
What do you mean?
No responsibilities. Harold and Ellen, it was all a mistake. Jerry's calling off the picnic right now, and we're going to have the brunch after all. We'll eat pretty soon. I hope you're not too hungry.
Oh, no, we had the peanuts brittle, didn't we, Ellen?
Yes, it was very filling. Now, Harold, I think we'd better talk about how you should handle Mr. Willoughby. I don't think you should start the conversation by mentioning houses. Sort of sneak into it.
Sneak into it?
Yes, you see, Mr. Willoughby is a Southerner, and you might talk about something that will make him feel at home, like cotton or hound dogs.
Mrs. North, I don't know anything about cotton, and I never went hunting.
Oh. Well, then try something else. Maybe Fort Sumter or Southern Fried Chicken. You're smart, Harold. It'll come to you.
Ellen, pass me some peanut brittle.
Well, my darling, get your fertile mind working again. If you can wriggle out of this one, you'll get time and a half.
Anything wrong, Jerry?
Oh, not much. Only that your picnic friends don't answer their phones, and that probably means they'll be here any minute.
Well, Einstein, what have you got to say? Neat little problem, isn't it?
No, Jerry, it's not so difficult. I think I can handle it.
Wait a minute. Don't look at me like that.
But it's quite obvious, darling. You have to suddenly become very, very sick. Jerry, you have to lie quietly, or nobody will believe you're sick in bed.
Yeah, well...
Stop squirming. Ellen, hand me that bandage, will you please? Here you are.
Pam, at least tell me what's supposed to be wrong with you.
No, I can't tell yet, dear, until I see how much bandage we have.
Pam, in another minute, I'm going to explode.
Jerry, keep that expression. Looks just like the mumps.
Oh, Mum.
Dear, I wonder who that is. Harold, you and Ellen had better come with me and wait in the kitchen. Now, Jerry, do something. Get a temperature. We'll be right back. Well, where is the kitchen, Pam? Right through that door there at the left. Now, hurry.
Okay, Pam, you can go right ahead. We're in.
Oh, fine. Oh, Pierre Dubois. Hello, Pierre.
Mrs. North, bonjour. It is wonderful to see you again. May I kiss the hand?
Kiss my hand? I don't think so, Pierre. I've some new nail polish on it and it may not agree to you. Come right in.
And wait.
By the way, Pierre, have you noticed the weather out?
Oh, oui, it is getting nastier. But you are always right, Pamela, and you say the weather will clear. So what difference does it make?
Oh, I see. Well, it's not only that, Pierre, but Jerry is very ill.
Oh, man, no. But how terrible. What is the matter?
We don't know yet. The specialist and the surgeon haven't arrived.
Oh, but this must have happened since you telephoned. What are the symptoms?
Well, he's shaking on one side like he has a temperature and shivering on the other side like he has a chill.
Sacré bleu! What are you doing to relieve this?
Temporarily hot and cold water bottles.
Oh. But he must want his friends at this moment. I insist. I go to him.
Oh, just a minute, Pierre. I better ask him first. I'll call into him. Oh, Jerry, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Pierre Dubois would like to see you.
Yes, go!
All right, dear. The doctor will be here soon. You see how it is, Pierre? Delirious.
Well, is there something I can do to help? Something?
Yes, there is. You see, excitement would be very bad for Jerry right now. So if you'll go outside and wait in your car until the picnic crowd arrives, well, you can tell them how sorry we are, and they'll just all go away.
Oh, naturally. I will do this immediately.
Oh, thank you, Pierre. Thank you. I'll show you to the door.
You can depend on me, Mrs. North.
Oh, dear, I wonder who that is now. Wait a second, dear. Oh, Mr. Willoughby.
How do you do, my dear? Of course you remember my wife, Mary Bell.
Yes, of course. Nice to see you again, Mrs. Willoughby. Won't you both come in? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Just let me have your things. I see it's still raining.
Yes, indeed. Mighty hard.
Oh, I beg your pardon. This is Mr. Pierre Dubois, Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby.
Delighted,
How
I'm
do you
too.
do, sir?
It is most unfortunate that you have arrived at this time.
What do you mean, sir, unfortunate?
Oh, it's nothing. That is...
What do you mean, nothing? The condition of Mr. North, he is most terribly sick. He's shaking and quivering.
Mrs. North. I'm afraid we've come at the wrong time. But if there's anything we can do... Mrs. Willoughby, there is. You can stay. Another woman can be such a comfort at a time like this.
In that case, I will stay also.
Oh, no, Pierre. No, you could... Well, you know, outside.
Oh, may we? I remember. I will do this immediately. Au revoir, Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby.
Au revoir.
Won't you come into the living room? Sit down.
Thank you. But, I rather feel, Mrs. North, that Mary Bell and I are in the way.
Oh, no, you're not. I may need some help if Jerry gets one of his attacks. And we're going to have brunch, too. Yes, don't worry. We'll be glad to stay, my dear.
Pam. Oh, Pam.
Just a minute, Jerry. Excuse me, please.
Oh, certainly.
Yes, dear. Are you having a pain?
What pain? Where did you put my sock?
You see, the attack is starting again.
What are you talking about, Pam? Just tell me where you hit my clothes.
Oh, dear, he's getting worse. It's the cold weather. The cold weather? But the cold weather hasn't started yet. I know, but I guess he feels it coming. Excuse me just for a minute. I'll be right back.
Certainly.
Jefferson?
Yes?
Is this Mr. North, the gentleman who's been trying to contact you for his publishing company?
Yes, he's the one. Acts mighty strange, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. I'd think twice before I had any business dealings with him.
Well, as far as I can see, Pam, everything's swell if Pierre just heads off the picnic bunch and we carry right on with Willoughby. The only thing I don't like is you telling him I have fits.
Well, you can always explain that, dear, or have one. Now, hurry and get dressed. I'll tell them you're all better. That'll fix things.
Yeah, that'll fix things. Good. Oh, well, go on out there and confuse somebody. I'll come in as soon as I'm dressed.
All right, dear.
Well, Miss North, you look much brighter. Your husband all right?
He certainly is, Mr. Willoughby. He's as good as new. Better. He made a rather quick recovery, didn't he, Miss North? Yes, it's that new drug Jerry takes, sulfur-singamicide. It does everything. Oh, that's the door. Excuse me, will you please?
Certainly.
Busy around here, isn't it? I'll be right back.
Hello, Mrs. North. I got a something for you. It's going to make your mouth to water all over the kitchen.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful, Mr. Moscone. Here, I'll take them. Thank you so much.
Wait a minute. We'll go inside. You look at them over. Let's go into the living room.
Well, all right. Go right in.
Okay, I want to tell you, Mrs. North, these are steak. Oh, excuse me. You got a company.
Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby, I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine, Mr. Moscone. He's an expert on food, especially meat.
Why, that's so. Well, I'm very happy to know you, sir. Matter of fact, I'm preparing a book right now about food. Almost finished. I call it Cooking for Men Only.
Why, Mr. Willoughby, I thought you wrote serious books about cowboys and cattle.
Yes, he does, Miss North. But this book of recipes has been Jefferson's hobby for many years. He only needs a few more to complete the manuscript. And I might tell you he's insane on the subject.
This is most exciting, Mr. Moscone, meeting a gourmet like you. Say, I've been looking for something for 10 years. Maybe you've got it. A great recipe for a steak sauce.
Steak sauce? I got it the best. You like it to taste?
Well, I wondered if I could have it for my book, if you don't mind.
Sure. These recipes are great. I only give it to people I like. Either hand it down from my great-grandfather to my grandfather to my father to me. But I don't hand it to my son. He's the biggest crook. Wait till I put a piece of steak in the kitchen. Then I give you this steak recipe. Come on, Mrs. North.
We'll be right back, Mr. Willoughby. Isn't that nice about the recipe?
Sure is.
Jefferson,
Yeah?
something's puzzling me. Do you think this Miss Moscone is a tradesman?
Why, that's absurd. It's Sunday, for one thing. No tradesman to wear such a perfectly tailored imported tweed.
Well, that's what I thought. This brunch we're here for. Well, maybe the custom is different up north here.
Huh?
Evidently, one's supposed to bring some food.
Oh, I think you're right, my dear. What'll we do about it?
Well, why don't we go out quietly and come back with the pie?
Yeah, but I don't want to take the chance of losing Mr. Moscone. I want that recipe. If it measures up to expectations, I want it for my book.
Now, Jefferson, you'll be able to talk to him all afternoon. Now, let's go while we have the opportunity.
Well, Pam, I'm all dressed now. Let's... Hey, Pam. Mr. Willoughby. What's the... Pam, where are you?
Why, Jerry, what's the matter?
Hello, Mr. North.
How's your headache, Mr. North?
Never mind that. Where's Mr. Willoughby, Pam?
Well, I left him and his wife right here in the living room just a second ago.
Harold. Ellen, did you see them?
Oh, no, Harold and I have been hiding in the kitchen.
Pam, please try to remember. Did you do anything? Did you say anything that could have upset them? Think, Pam. Concentrate.
I don't know what to say, Jerry. Maybe they went for a walk.
Walk. They probably walked out on us. What a wonderful surprise you planned. I was going to get the contract, and Harold was going to design a house. Well, won't you be surprised tomorrow night when I come home and tell you I've been fired? Well, folks, I'm going to leave you to fight. That's very healthy. I'm going to take the wife and the kids to a farm in Indiana. 2 weeks of vacation. So long, and thanks again for the brownest, sweetest food.
Goodbye, Mr. Moscone. And thank you very much for everything.
Now, this is the end. First, in the middle of a rainstorm, you start to arrange a picnic. Then you have to call off the picnic because you arranged the brunch. You give away my best suit, you drag Ellen and Harold down here from the Bronx, and finally I lose the best writer I ever hoped to get. Pam, I don't know why I married you.
Jerry, you were in love with me.
What makes you so sure?
Well, it was before the draft, dear.
It's gone for over 15 minutes. The last of the Willoughbys, I guess.
Oh, don't feel too badly about it, Mr. North. I don't.
That's right, Jerry. There are other writers. They'd be better than Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, yeah? I'll buy all you can find. Oh, hey, maybe they came back.
I'll go, Mr. North.
Hurry, Harold.
Yeah, it must be Willoughby. I've got one of my hunches.
Oh, Pamela, I've been sitting in the car for half an hour.
Oh, it's you, Tom Hunch.
Jerry, you are all better. Oh, my friend, this is wonderful, merveilleux.
That's pretty good.
What's the trouble, Pierre? Something happened outside?
Oh, but no, that is the trouble. Nothing at all happened. But now that you have recovered, Jerry, we can go on the picnic, yes?
Yeah, you said it. Look, Pierre, you go and wait in the car, see? When that gang comes, bring them up in a body. Sure, we'll go on a picnic. Of course, we'll go out in the rain. What do we care? Come on, Pierre, I'll take you to the door.
Jerry, are you sure you're feeling all right?
Oh, Jerry, my friend, I'm very glad to see you so happy. We'll have some fun, yes?
Yes, I'll say we will. Pierre, who do you see coming up the front steps?
Why, your friends, Monsieur and Madame Willoughby.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby, what happened to you? We thought you'd left.
Oh, no, Mr. North, but why aren't you in bed? We thought you were seriously ill.
Why, I never felt better. Just recovered. It was miraculous. Pierre, forget what I just told you. Do what Pam told you in the first place.
Yeah, but why is this? I go, but I don't understand. I'm confused, but I go.
Yeah, I'll leave the door unlocked. When it's all over, you come back, Pierre. Come right in, won't you?
Thanks.
Let's go right into the living room again. I want you to be very comfortable.
Oh, we're very pleased to see you're out of bed, Mr. North, and fully recovered from your fit.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. North.
We're awfully glad you returned, Mr. Willoughby. Awfully glad.
Well, my child, in honor of your brunch and to show our appreciation for your hospitality, we wanted to accept this little pie.
Why, Mr. Willoughby, isn't that sweet?
Nothing.
Oh, thank you both so much. Oh, by the way, here are two more friends of ours you haven't met, Ellen and Harold Adams.
How do you do?
Harold is a wonderful architect, designs houses, you know. You do need a new house in Texas, don't you, Mr. Willoughby?
Well, frankly, we are going to build a new estate, but I'm surprised. I thought Mrs. Willoughby and I were the only ones who knew that. To me. But I'll talk to you about that later on today, young man.
Oh, that'll be swell, Mr. Willoughby. Swell.
Well, now, Mr. North, I've got some news for you.
Yes?
In return for that marvelous service you did for me today, I talked it over with my wife, and I decided to let your company handle my publishing exclusively.
Really? Well, I don't know how to thank you, but what's the service I did for you?
Why, it was through you all I met your friend, Mr. Moscone. Now, if you'll bring him out, I'll take down that recipe. I want to test it out right away. It might be just what I've been looking for so many years.
Mr. Willoughby, do you have to have it right now?
I can't wait. This little book of mine's going to the printers in 2 days. Where is Miss Moscone?
Well, he left, and he won't be back for 2 weeks.
What? Well, can't you catch him? Well, where did he go?
Went to a farm in Indiana. That's all he told me.
He told you? Do you mean to stand there and tell me you let him get away? I never heard of a thing like that in my life.
Mr. Willoughby, we didn't know you wanted the recipe right away.
If you'd spend less time having fits and pay more attention to human welfare in general, you know those things.
I know, but
Come on, Maribel. I don't think these people are my friends.
Wait a minute, Mr. Willoughby.
Well?
Oh, I just remembered. I've got the recipe. Mr. Moscone once gave it to me as a special favor, and I... Oh, the only thing is...
What?
I can't remember where I put it.
Oh, Pam, can't you find it someplace? Look, don't you have any idea where it is?
No, I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, that settles it. I've never heard of such a crazy household in all my born days. Come on, Maribel. Let's get out of here.
And everybody's arrived downstairs, and they insist you have this picnic.
Oh, Pierre, go away.
Go away, but they're all waiting. Herb says we haven't much time.
Oh, wait a second. Herb, time, Herb, darling, that's where it is, the recipe. In my herb book under time, spices. I've got it right here on the shelf.
But this is no time to talk of recipes. Are we going on this picnic or not? They're waiting.
Well, I don't know, Pierre. Mr. Willoughby doesn't like crowds.
Nonsense. I want to try this recipe right away on one of Mr. Moscone's steaks. We love picnics, don't we, Maribel?
Yes, Jefferson, I think we love it.
Mr. Willoughby, here it is, the recipe. And I've got all the ingredients right here in the house. And if you don't think it's the best steak sauce you ever tasted, why, well, you will.
Well, then everything is settled, and we will have a wonderful time. Yes? No?
And, darling,
Yeah.
look out the window. The sun is shining. I told you it would be a beautiful day. Remember?
Yes, I remember. Look, you all go down to the cars. I'll be along in just a minute. There's something I have to do.
Well, hurry up now. Don't take too long.
No, I won't. I'll see you in a minute. Hello, operator. Let me have the Weather Bureau. Hello, Weather Bureau. What are you planning for today? Fair and warmer? Very sunny? Would you recommend a picnic? Well, you would, huh? Well, why don't you guys make up your mind?
Be sure to tune in next week at the same time for another visit with Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Peggy Conklin. Original music for this program was under the direction of Don Voorhees. This series is written and produced by Howard Harris and Martin Goss. Dan Seymour speaking and bidding you all good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin, and brought to you by
Woodbury, Woodbury, Wood. the skin you love to touch.
Jerry and Pamela North, those lovable, laughable salvas of mysteries. For years you've read about them in books and magazines. You've seen them on the stage and on the screen. Now here they are in person in the adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Joseph's is a little Russian restaurant tucked away on one of the side streets of Midtown Manhattan. And here we find Jerry and Pamela North just finishing dinner. There's a popular belief among epicures that music has power to aid digestion, but Jerry has some doubt about this.
Oh, boy, listen to that fiddle. No wonder there's hardly anybody in the place.
Jerry, I want to hear.
What? Pam, please, it's dreadful.
But, Jerry, that poor fellow's playing with his heart.
Oh, that's it. I was blaming it all on the violin.
I suppose if a swing band were going full blast, you'd think it was dandy.
Well, at least I could keep time while I chewed. Oh. Come on. Are you finished? Let's get out of here.
All right, dear.
A waiter. A waiter. Here, let me help you with the coat, dear.
Ah, gentlemen, lady, it was all to your satisfaction?
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you.
My wife even likes the music.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Dimitri, enough. Go back to the kitchen.
Oh, does he cook, too?
Dimitri? Oh, no, he washes the dishes. My wife, she cooks.
Oh, are you the proprietor?
No, lady, I own the restaurant.
Oh.
I am Joseph. Dimitri is my brother. Vasya is my wife.
I see, a family affair. I suppose the girl in the check room is your sister.
No, that is not possible. But the doorman, he is my uncle, Vasov.
Oh, how nice. Isn't that nice, Jerry?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear, will you give me a coat check? My compact's in your overcoat pocket.
Yeah? Well, let's see. Oh, here it is.
I'll fix my face while you're paying the check. See you in the lobby, Jerry.
Now, gentlemen, let me see.
Have you the bill?
Oh, yes. Even now I subtracted. $20. So. $240.
What? Let me see.
Perhaps it is wrong.
No, not very. It's $2.40. What? That's Pam.
Jerry!
I'm coming, Pam. I'm coming.
Oh, Jerry, it's terrible.
Well, in heaven's name, what happened?
Look, there in the check room.
Where?
Over the table.
What? Good Lord.
Jerry, I think she's dead.
She certainly is. That's a stiletto in her back.
We'll rejoin Mr. and Mrs. North in just a moment. But meanwhile, ladies, do you realize for just 10 cents you can buy a trial-sized jar of Woodbury cold cream, a cream proved to give as fine or even finer beauty results than the costliest creams? And I mean proved. Proved by a test among more than 1,000 women. These women use 6 leading creams, including Woodbury cold cream and some of the costliest brands you could name. The creams were all in plain, unlabeled jars. Yet the majority of the women picked one cream as definitely best, Woodbury cold cream. Actually, they preferred Woodbury even to those costliest creams. Well, here's why Woodbury is so outstanding. Its 4 special ingredients and its fine oils cleanse thoroughly, leave your skin feeling gloriously fresh and clean. They lubricate, help ward off aging dryness. They make your skin gorgeously softer and smoother. And besides, there's an element working in the jar to keep the cream absolutely pure. And no other cream at any price has that. Why not send out now for Woodbury cold cream? If your skin isn't lovelier after using it only 7 days, return that jar to Woodbury at Cincinnati, Ohio, and you'll get double your money back. Regular sizes at 25 cents, 50 cents, 75 cents, and a big economy jar at $1.25. Remember, Woodbury will save you so much compared with your former expensive cream that you can buy more war stamps and bonds. And Uncle Sam will like that. Tonight, start using Woodbury. That's Woodbury, Woodbury Cold Cream. And now, back to the adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. A few minutes have passed since Pam and Jerry discovered the body of the checkroom girl in the Russian restaurant.
Oh, what is to become of us?
Please, Mr. Joseph.
What can I do? Stabbed here in my own restaurant.
All right, Pam.
Did you get Bill Wagon, Jerry?
Yes, he'll be right over with the homicide squad.
Oh, good.
Joseph, who is this girl?
This girl I do not know. Her name, it is Betty.
Is that all you know about her?
Oh.
But you hired her to work for you, didn't you?
No, I did not hire her. She was sent here by the man who has the concession for hats and coats.
You mean someone actually paid for the checkroom concession in this place? Why, it can't possibly pay the girl's salary.
He did not pay for the concession. He come one day, say, I must let him run hats and coats. I say no. He say yes, or he will have my license taken away.
Oh, a racket.
Why, that's shameful.
He's big man. Lots of politics.
Who is he?
Charles Moran.
Chuck Moran, huh?
Jerry, isn't he the man who runs the Club Rouet?
Yes, and a lot of concessions and hotels and clubs around town. Now I see why he's got a monopoly.
I wonder if... Jerry, look. There's her purse hanging on the hook. Couldn't we go through it?
Why, yes, I guess we can. Wait a minute.
Oh, Jerry, be careful. Don't touch her.
Don't worry.
Look how she fell forward across that little table.
I'm afraid Wigan won't find many clues.
Why not, Jerry?
Whoever did it must have slipped in quickly, plunged that stiletto into her, and gone out just as fast. You don't leave any traces when you work like that.
Jerry, I wish you wouldn't say you. Oh, let's see the bag.
Here, we'll put everything on this other table. Wigan don't want to see all this stuff.
Well, it's not much. Lipstick, compact. Oh, there's a key.
Oh, wait. Here's a piece of paper. Oh, milk bill. Made out to Mrs. Charles Moran, 596 East 54th Street. Apartment 9A.
Mrs. Charles Moran? Do you suppose
Chuck Moran's wife.
His wife? Can it be possible?
I'd better go over and find out.
Jerry, you're staying right here.
Now, Pam, we don't want to make any mistakes. If this is Chuck's wife, he should know about it. If she's not, well, it might be wise to find out what he does know.
Well, why don't you phone?
Phone? He has no phone. I can never get him.
I guess he has a phone, all right. But only the people he wants have the number. Now, Pam, when Wigan gets here, give him all the details.
But, Jerry, I don't...
Remember, Pam, you're the one who found the body.
The body? Here in my restaurant?
It's not far from here. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Take it easy. I'm coming. Well?
Excuse me, is this where Chuck Moran lives?
Right.
Is he in?
Who wants to know?
My name is North. Gerald North.
Oh, you friend of Chuck's?
Well, I've seen him around town. I'm a publisher.
Oh, you publish those detective stories, don't you?
That's right.
Oh, say, I was just reading that one, The Kiss of Death. It's swell.
It has been rather successful.
Oh, say, come on in. Chuck ain't here right now, but he ought to be along any minute.
Thanks. Are you Mrs. Moran?
Do I look it?
Well,
No, I'm Francine Laporte. I sing at the Club Rouet.
I thought you looked familiar. I've enjoyed your singing.
Oh, thanks. Well, sit down. The sofa ain't busy. Have a drink?
Not now, thank you.
Well, you better. Chuck may not show for a while.
Well, then, I really can't wait.
Oh, come on. Sit down. Oh, scat, Pinky. That cat is all over everything. You know, Mr. North, another one of your books I liked was Murder in the Mint. Gee, I didn't know who done it until the last page.
Yes, Herman is a good writer. But what I came to see about was Mrs. Moran.
Oh, Betty?
Yes, do you know her?
one of my best friends. And let me tell you, she's got brains. She can figure out those detective stories where I can't. Her only trouble is money.
Money?
Yeah, you see, Chuck's the front in the concession business, but Betty runs it. She keeps all the check girls in line, hires them and fires them, and, well, she squeezes the nickels till the buffaloes yell.
I see.
Yeah, right now she's doing a little trick herself in a little Russian joint because, well, it don't pay to keep a regular girl there.
She and Chuck get along all right, don't they?
Why, Say, why all the interest in Betty?
Oh, nothing, just inquiring.
Well, I don't know what you're after, so I ain't going to talk out of turn. You'll have to wait for Chuck.
Well, I really must be going, Miss Laporte.
Oh, stick around. I'm leaving in a minute for my act at the club, but we could spend a little time talking about murder stories. You got any new ones coming up?
Several. I'm afraid I'll have to go now. I'm sorry.
Somebody's going to step on that cat's neck someday, and that'll finish him.
Tell Chuck I called, will you?
Sure, tall and handsome. And drop around the club sometime, huh?
I'd be delighted, Miss Laporte.
Oh, call me Francie. Everybody does.
All right, Francie. I'll be seeing you.
Okay, big boy.
And that's all I can tell you, Bill. That's the way Jerry and I found her.
All right, Pam. Thanks. The medical examiner's busy in the check room. Maybe he'll turn up something. Hey, Mullins.
Here, Lute.
Bring in that big Russian.
You mean the doorman with the fur hat?
That's right.
Okay, Lute.
Jerry didn't seem to think that you'd find many clues, Bill. He said that the way the murderer worked, he wouldn't have time to...
Lieutenant Wigan, here's something you might find interesting.
What's that, Doc?
When I moved the girl's body, I found this menu on the table under it. She was trying to write a message when she died.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see, Bill.
Scrawled from one end of the card to the other. W-O-M-E-N. Women killed me.
Women? Gollies.
That means the girl didn't know who her assailants were. If she had, she would have tried to write out their names before she died.
You can move the body any time you want, Wigan. The stiletto did the trick, all right. I'm going down and file my report.
Okay, Doc. Good night.
Bill, I can't believe a woman could be so cold-blooded.
They come always, Pam. This girl didn't know who they were, so that rules out friends. Let's see.
This way, Cossack. Lieutenant wants to see you.
Hello. What's your name?
It's Vassoff, Lute.
Were you on the door outside all evening, Vossoff?
I was, for truly.
You see any women come into the restaurant?
Women, yes. Women. Men, too, also.
I mean just a party of women, 2 or 3. They must have come in and left immediately.
Women, yes. Men, yes.
Not very definite, is he?
Yes.
Think you could identify these women if you saw them?
Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Women come, go. Yes, many.
Well, I guess it was one of them. All right, Vossoff.
Going to hold him as a witness, Lute?
Yes, take him to headquarters, Mullins.
Right. Come on, Cossack. We don't want to lose you.
Now, Bill, here's what I think you ought to do. Find out if any of the girls working in these concessions had it in for Betty.
Please,
and then
Pam, just a minute. I've got to think this thing out.
Hello, anybody.
Oh, Jerry.
What success?
Did you find Chuck Moran?
Hello, Jerry.
How are you, Bill?
Jerry, I'm asking you a question. Did you find Mr. Chuck?
No, dear, he wasn't home. But I did find out the dead girl is his wife.
Chuck's wife, are you sure?
Yes, Bill. Name's Betty Moran.
Where's Chuck?
The girl in his apartment said he was due there in a little while.
The girl?
Okay. I'll give orders to have him picked up. I'll be back in a minute.
Jerry, who is the girl?
Francie. Francine Laporte. She sings at the Club Rouet.
Fancy. And is she a redhead, dear?
Why, yes. How'd you know?
There are red hairs all over your coat.
Hairs?
Jerry, what were you doing up there?
Oh, they came from that cat in the apartment.
A cat, huh?
Yes, a cat named Pinky.
Yeah. Jerry, you haven't answered my question. What were you doing up there?
Oh, nothing. We talked about Moran and his wife and about detective stories.
Detective stories? In the old days, it used to be etchings.
Now, Pam, for goodness sake.
Oh, you needn't get so flustered, Jerry.
Oh, who's flustered?
You are, darling. Is she good looking?
In a way.
I see. Do you think she killed Betty?
She? Well, Pam, whatever gave you that idea?
Bill Wigan had a menu with a message that the murdered girl wrote on while she was dying. It said, "Women killed me."
Women?
Yes, and this Francie may be one of them.
Well, that doesn't seem possible.
Jerry, you're a very poor judge of women. You never can tell when they're lying to you.
Now, Pam.
Come on, Jerry. We're going over to that apartment. I want to talk to Miss Francie Laporte.
You can't. She's at the Club Rouet by this time.
All right, then we'll go to the Club Rouet. Come on, Jerry. This is a good table, huh?
Uh-huh.
You can see everything, Jerry.
I'm afraid we should have told Bill Wygant where we were going.
Bill Wygant is no better judge of women than you are, dear. All I want to do is to talk to her for a few minutes, and I'll be able to tell whether she had anything to do with that murder.
I hope this doesn't lead to trouble.
Listen, Jerry.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our great pleasure to introduce at this time a delightful singer of French songs, Miss Francine Laporte. Have a hand for her.
Oh, she's French.
Mm-hmm. From Brooklyn, France.
Parlez-moi d'amour, redites-moi des choses tendres. Votre beau discours, mon cœur n'est pas là de l'entendre.
She's very attractive, isn't she, Jerry?
What? Oh, yes, she is, dear.
Jerry, you don't always stare that way when you listen to music.
Well, it's a bit different from Dimitri and his fiddle.
Well, she's not singing from her heart. Jerry, she sees you.
Yes, she does.
As soon as she's through singing, I'm going back to her dressing room.
We'll both go.
Oh, no. You're going to stay right here. I'll be able to judge her better if we're alone.
All right, dear, but be careful what you say.
Votre beau discours, mon cœur n'est pas là de l'entendre. Pourvu que toujours vous répétiez ces mots suprêmes. Je vous aime.
Beautiful, Francie, beautiful, beautiful.
No encore, Joe. I gotta beat a play a dance number, will
Okay,
you?
Francie. 63 from the top, boys. You ready? 1, 2.
Say, Chuck,
What's the matter, Francie? You finished already?
listen. That guy North that was up in the apartment,
Yeah?
he's out front with the dame.
I wonder what that lug's up to.
Well, he's poking around for something, Chuck. If he's just come to see me, he wouldn't have brought no dame.
Yeah, I wonder what. Quiet.
Yeah, get behind the screen quick.
Whoever it is, get rid of him.
Okay, keep your shirt on.
Miss Laporte, may I see you for a minute?
I got a change for my next
Oh,
number.
it won't take a minute.
Will you get out? I haven't got no time to...
I'm Mrs. North. You met my husband, Mr. North, up in Chuck Moran's apartment.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
I just want to ask you one question. What did you and my husband talk about tonight?
Detective stories. Why?
Oh, didn't you talk about who killed Betty Moran?
Killed Betty?
Oh, didn't you know she was dead?
What are you talking about?
Betty Moran was murdered tonight.
Hey, what's this all about?
Miss Dame says Betty was bumped off.
I heard. Where'd you get this from, sister?
The police found her. Are you Chuck Moran?
Yeah. Who got Betty?
The police are looking for you.
Yeah, well, I'm going out looking for the police. Get your hat and coat, Francie.
Oh, you can wait right here. The police will come for you.
Out of the way, lady. Hop to it, Francie.
I'm ready, Chuck.
You'd better not leave, Mr. Moran.
Get away from that door.
Ouch! Let me go.
Come on, Chuck, will you?
Just a minute.
Jerry, stop them. That's Chuck Moran.
Out of the way, jerk.
Get back, Moran.
Yeah?
Finish him, Chuck.
Jerry,
Go on.
hit him. Go
Go
on.
ahead. Do what you do.
Jerry.
Here, you. Get away from that phone.
Try and stop me.
Why, you little... Ow! Oh! Ouch!
Hello?
Give me that
Come on,
phone.
operator.
Give me that
Quick,
phone.
the police. Help! Murder! Police! Jerry, are you sure you're all right?
Yes, dear.
Good. I want to look out the back. Oh, gollies. Jerry, you know this is the first ride I've ever had in a patrol wagon.
I hope it's not your last.
Shut up, Moran.
You gonna let him get away with that, Chuck?
I'll kick his teeth in.
Jerry, look out.
I'll handle him.
Oh, you're
Go
gonna try
ahead,
it again?
Chuck.
Hey, pipe
Go on,
down
get him,
there.
Jerry.
Break it up,
Go
or
on,
I'll
hit
break
him.
it up with my stick. You'll have plenty of time for shouting when we get to the cooler.
As soon as we get there, officer, I want to see Lieutenant Weigand.
All right, lady, but quiet down. I can't hardly hear the gun.
Hello, Doc. Oh, Lieutenant Weigand. Came down to the morgue here to take a look at them. Well, there they are, in the trunk. Some package. How were they killed, Doc? Bullets through the head. Close range. Crammed in the trunk after death? Right. If one corpse hadn't bled, they might be on the way to California by now. The expressman noticed the blood coming out of the corner of the trunk. Yeah, that's the standard way of getting rid of bodies. Drop them off at the express office and ship them off across the country. Well, Weigand, now you've got 2 cases on your hands. Any identification on the bodies? No, not a clue on them.
Hey, Lute.
You got them, Mullins?
Yeah. Come on, Cossack, in here. Come on.
What's up?
Lieutenant, it is not since the days of the Tsar.
Just a minute. I'm sorry we have to hold you as a witness, Bosov. But it can't be helped. I want you to take a look at these bodies.
Say, Lute,
Yes, Mullins.
Mr. and Mrs. North, they were just brought in the wagon.
Pam and Jerry?
Mm-hmm. For disturbing the peace. Mr. North got into a fight with Moran.
They got Moran. Good. Settle the charges and bring Pam and Jerry down here to the morgue.
I done that already. They're coming as soon as you can
Excuse
speak.
me, is Lieutenant Weigand... Oh, there you are, Bill. Come in, Jerry. He's here, Pam. Come on.
Oh, Bill, we've just had the most exciting... Oh!
I'm sorry, Pam. Not a very pretty sight.
Good Lord. Who are these men?
We don't know yet. How about it, Bosov? You recognize those bodies?
These men I know.
Yeah?
What?
Oh, you do?
Where from?
The restaurant. Tonight they go in, come out.
Uh-huh. You're positive about that?
I see them only 2 hours ago. A Vosov never forgets.
They're the ones that done it, Lute.
But that note, Bill, the one she wrote, it said women killed me.
Yes, it doesn't fit. I wonder...
Hey, Bill, have you that menu with you? I've got an idea.
What, Jerry?
Yes, here it is.
Huh. Yeah, that could be it, all right. Sure.
What, Jerry?
Well, look at this menu. See, the girl started the word women right at the edge and wrote across the page.
Yes?
Now, when she wrote this, remember, she was dying. Things must have been going black for her.
Jerry, don't talk so much. Just tell her.
What's your idea, Jerry?
She started her writing off the edge of the menu. There's a letter missing, a T.
A T?
Yes. And what do you get when you put a T in front of the word women?
To women. To women. Oh, Jerry, that doesn't make sense.
I see what you mean, Jerry.
Sure. Spell it out, Pam. T-W-O-M-E-N. 2 men.
Oh, I see.
She tried to write 2 men killed me.
Of course. Why, how clever of you, Jerry.
Well, we've got the 2 murderers.
Yeah, in a trunk. But who got them?
Wait a minute. I think I have it.
What, Pam?
Yes, sir, those bodies. That's it. Why, Jerry, it's right in front of you and you can't see it.
Pam, will you make sense?
Bill, have Mr. Moran and that girl brought down here right away.
Pam, you'd better tell us what you're going to do.
No. This takes very delicate handling. I have to do it my way, Bill.
But, Pam...
I won't say another word until they're here.
All right, Mullins. Bring them down.
Come on. In here, both of you. Come on.
Say, what's this all about?
We're going to find out right now, Moran. Sit down. And you take that chair, Miss...
That's Miss Laporte, Bill.
Close the door, Mullins.
Okay, Lute.
Now then. Mrs. North is going to ask a few questions. I want them answered.
Say, who does she think she is?
Let her ask. See what it gets her.
Yeah, well, when she's finished, I got a few things to ask. Only it'll be through my lawyer.
All right, that's enough. Go ahead, Pam.
Well, Mr. Moran, your wife, Betty, was murdered tonight.
You said that at the club. I don't know nothing about it.
Didn't you sneak into the Russian restaurant tonight and corner your wife in the check room and stab her to death?
You're crazy. I wasn't near the joint.
This man I don't see by the restaurant tonight.
You see?
Quiet, please.
Bosov tells the truth.
All right, Bosov. Well, he ought to know. I wasn't there.
Then where were you?
Say, what is she, a woman, Dick?
Answer the questions, Moran.
Where were you?
Home. In my apartment.
Jerry, did you see Mr. Moran when you were at his apartment?
No. Only the girl.
That's because you didn't look, fathead. I was out in the kitchen all the time you was there. Ask Francie.
That's right. He was there all the time.
All right, Mr. Moran. You admit you were in your apartment all evening.
Sure. I got an alibi. I can tell you everything that guy said.
All right, Bill. Arrest Mr. Moran for the murder of those two men.
What? Say, what is she trying to hang on me?
He didn't kill nobody.
Can you prove this, Pam?
Look at the bodies, Bill. Their coats are covered with hair, cat's hair, just like Jerry's was. Those men were killed in Moran's apartment.
That's a lie. I was there.
Mullins, take hairs from the clothes of these bodies and get samples from the apartment.
Right.
If the hairs match, it's going to send Moran and this girl straight to the electric chair.
No, not me. You can't.
Shut up, Francie.
You can't do this to me. He shot them. I didn't have anything to do with
You
it.
crazy ape.
Oh, he did it. He hired those guys to bump her off. Then when they came around to get paid, he shot them.
Why did he want to get rid of his wife?
She knew too much. The police are looking for 3 girls that disappeared. Girls that used to work for Moran. I don't know what happened to them, but Betty did. She was going to tell the police because Moran was playing around with me. She was jealous.
Why, you lying little
That's
double
enough.
crossing.
Take them away, Mullins.
Come on, move,
All right, give 50 grand.
Well, Pam, that was a smart piece of detective work.
I'll say.
How did you know about the cat's hairs?
Jerry had them on his coat. Thank heaven.
Thank heaven is right. It solved the case.
Oh, I don't mean that, Jerry. I mean, thank heaven they were from the cat, not that red-headed Francie.
Girls, here's what lovely Paulette Goddard said about you, your beauty, and that man of yours in the war. She said,
"He's fighting for you. It's up to you to look the part. Why not see how my 3-minute care with Woodbury Cold Cream will help keep your skin smooth and alluring? I call it WBNC. That's short for Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. Try it."
and lovely Veronica Lake says the same. These gorgeous stars prefer inexpensive Woodbury Cold Cream. For it's true, you can't give your skin better care at any price. And yet Woodbury costs just 10 cents to $1.25. And here's special help for women with extra dry skin. Help you need right now when winter weather can coarsen your complexion terribly. It's Woodbury Dry Skin Cream, and it costs just 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents a jar. Try this exceptional cream. See for yourself how it helps eliminate those dry skin lines that tend to make a woman look older. Helps bring back supple softness to rough, dry skin. Ask for Woodbury Dry Skin Cream. Tune in again next Wednesday evening at the same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North. Pamela buys a turtle and a spy plot snaps in her face. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? This is Ben Grauer saying good night for
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to touch.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
As the petals of gardenias, a lovely skin like yours is why romance endures. And he will whisper,
I love you so very much, for you have the skin I love to touch.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin, and brought to you by Woodbury Cold Cream, the beauty cream for the skin you love to touch. and Jerry North are house guests of Martha Gilroy, a young authoress who has invited the Norths to her uncle's palatial estate on Long Island for the not very subtle purpose of persuading Jerry to publish a novel. Pam and Jerry are in the upstairs sitting room.
Oh, they're so nice.
Huh? Oh, the curtains.
You know, it's really a waste, Jerry. I could have 5 satin evening gowns with the material that's in these curtains.
Yes, I suppose you could, dear.
And these drawstrings would make a perfect rope girdle. The whole effect would be Grecian.
Pam, dear, please, I want to finish this book. I'm on the last page, almost.
Oh, that's the best of all, Jerry. I couldn't stop till I'd finished.
Then would you let me...
Oh, of course, dear. I didn't mean to interrupt. I think I'd like Grecian. It's so dignified. And if you're a Greek, you have a word for everything. It was the Greeks who had a word for it, wasn't it, Jerry?
Pam, honey, please.
Oh, Jerry, just answer one question.
All right. What is it?
Would you love me if I were cold and austere, like a Greek maiden?
Pam, honey, I'd love you anyway. Even dressed in those curtains like a Greek maiden.
Jerry, you're so nice.
All right, darling. Now, just let me finish this page.
Isn't it an exciting book?
I'll say it is. You know, it's beyond me how a girl as cultured as Martha Gilroy ever dreamed up murders like this.
And it's so well written. Jerry, it'll be a bestseller.
You bet. I'm going to get this into print as fast as the type can be set. It's a gold mine.
Isn't that just the way, Jerry? A girl like Martha writing a book that'll make money, and she's got so much already, she doesn't know what to do with it.
Well, she hasn't got the money, Pam. It's old Uncle Gordon.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wish we could meet him. I'd just like to tell Beatrice Van Sickle that I was hobnobbing with Gordon Gilroy, the millionaire banker. Oh, she's keen.
Well, you won't meet him on this trip. Martha said he had to go to Chicago on business.
Jerry, do you think maybe we could wangle another invitation? You know there are real silk sheets on the bed.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, come on, let's go downstairs and find Martha. She's probably anxious to hear our verdict on the book.
Oh, I told her already, when I finished reading it this afternoon.
Why, you precocious little brat.
Ouch, Jerry.
Well, come along. Let's go and tell her that I like it, too.
I'm thinking this is the library door, Mr. North.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. North. Sure, you need a map to navigate around this house.
Yes, you certainly do. Uh-huh. It's the library. Come on, Jerry. Martha said that she... Oh,
Well,
excuse us, please. We didn't know that...
1 minute, young lady. Who are you?
Good evening, sir. You're Mr. Gilroy, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Much more to the point, who are you?
I'm Gerald North. This is my wife, Pamela.
How do you do?
May I ask what you're doing in my house?
Why, we were invited by your niece, Martha. We understood you were in Chicago. This is a pleasant surprise.
We have the big front bedroom and the lovely sitting room with the white satin curtains.
Oh, a party, huh? Minute my back's turned.
Well, we're not exactly party guests, Mr. Gilroy. We came on business.
Business? What business?
Your niece has written a book I'm interested in publishing.
So you're the publisher, huh?
You may have read
I
it.
have not.
Very good.
For your information, Mr. North, I disapprove of Martha's so-called literary efforts.
She writes very well, Mr. Gilroy.
And you've read the book?
Oh, yes.
North, that book is not for publication.
But, Mr. Gilroy...
When I give an order, it's to be obeyed.
It seems to me, Mr. Gilroy, the business is between me and your niece. She wrote the book. I'm going to publish it.
And I say that you're not.
Mr. Gilroy, nobody tells me what I can and can't do.
Why, you insolent book peddler, you...
Jerry, we'd better go.
Yes, I think we'd better.
Wait a minute. I said that book was not to be published.
I beg your pardon, sir, but I say it is going to be published. Good night.
Come back here.
Jerry!
I want that manuscript. Now give it to me.
Oh,
You'd better give it to him, Jerry.
it's a little difficult to argue against a gun.
Hand it over.
All right. Here you are, sir.
No. That gun.
Look out,
Give
Jerry.
me
Let
that.
go. Hold his gun.
Let go.
Oh, Jerry.
Oh.
Jerry. You killed him.
We'll return to Mr. and Mrs. North in just a moment. But first, let's listen to the story of Mary.
Mary, Mary, nice and fairy, never ever had a date. Mary, Mary often wondered what would be her fate. Would she be single forever? Woe, alas! Or would she hear?
Mary, darling, darling Mary, you're so lovely, marry me.
Well, things looked pretty sad for Mary. Then one day she saw the new Columbia picture, Something to Shout About, starring luscious Janet Blair. And just afterwards, as Mary was looking through a magazine, she found these words from Janet Blair bang in front of her eyes.
You'll never size for popularity if you follow Hollywood in our new beauty discovery, Woodbury Beauty Night Care. This 3-minute bedtime care with Woodbury cold cream has all it takes to help skin look dazzling. I've never known any other cream so effective in giving a girl's face the luscious smoothness that makes men pay attention.
So Mary rushed out and got Woodbury cold cream. That night, she started giving her skin the Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. And listen, a certain young man Mary had been secretly adoring, who'd never noticed Mary before, suddenly looked twice, started pursuing, started wooing, and now they've named the day. Well, the moral is simple, girls. If your life is dull, manless, and dateless, doubtless it's because your skin needs the delicious smoothness that makes a man stop, look, and pursue. So,
if you want the chance to say yes to romance, if you need a plan to captivate that man, if you wish he would woo, use Woodbury too.
why don't you tonight? That's Woodbury cold cream. And now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North. 20 minutes have passed since the shooting in Gordon Gilroy's library. Police Sergeant Mullins has taken charge. The medical examiner is leaning over the body.
Doc, are you sure he's dead? Well, Sergeant, when there's no breath, no pulse, and a bullet hole, you can be sure the body's a corpse.
Okay, Doc. Mr. North.
Yes, Mullins.
It's my unpleasant duty, Mr. North, on your own admission, to hold you for the murder of Gordon Gilroy.
Oh, but, Sergeant, it was an accident. Jerry didn't mean to do it.
Yeah, I know, but he's admitted to shooting. I want to warn you that anything you say will be used against you.
Just a minute, Sergeant Mullins. Jerry's just trying to protect me. I'm the one who shot Mr. Gilroy.
You?
By heaven's sake, don't complicate things anymore.
Now, don't listen to anything he says, Sergeant. When Jerry and Mr. Gilroy were fighting, the gun dropped on the floor, and I picked it up and shot him.
Pam, will you stop this melodramatic nonsense?
Oh, dear, this is terrible. I got to hold of both of you.
Oh, say, hey, Mullins, would you come here a minute?
Yeah, Doc. Is there any sign of life?
Well, no, there ain't that, but there's something else here.
What's that?
I just turned the body over. Look.
Oh, for crying out loud. Stabbed in the back.
Yep, that's what did it. He was knifed after he was shot. And the bullet lodged in the shoulder. But it wasn't fatal.
Where's the knife?
Well, of course, I'm just the doctor. You're the detective.
Well, thanks heavens he was stabbed. That clears Mr. and Mrs. North. What does it? Say, Mr. North.
Yes, Mullins.
Did you use a knife on the deceased?
A knife?
A knife?
There wasn't any knife, Sergeant.
Oh, my goodness, I'm glad to hear you say that. Of course, he was stabbed to death.
Well, just a minute. I'm going, Mullins, now, and your men can take pictures.
Oh, thanks, Doc.
And if Lieutenant Wagon wants me when he gets here, I'll be at the laboratory. So long, Sergeant.
So long, Doctor.
Jerry, it must have happened while you were out calling the police, and I was getting the first aid kit from upstairs.
Yes.
How long was you out of the room?
Oh, not more than 3 or 4 minutes.
Did you see anybody drifting around the halls about then?
No, the phone's in the alcove in the hall. I could see the library door all the while. Nobody went in or out.
Jerry, the murderer must have come in those French doors.
Say, that's about the size of it. He could have come right in here and gone out again, and nobody'd been the wiser.
Where does that door lead to, Mullins?
There's a terrace out here that runs the length of the house.
The murderer must have been waiting out there while we were in here with Mr. Gilroy.
That could be.
Brr, cold as an Eskimo's nose outside. Well, we've got a job in our hands. We got to find that knife.
May I come in?
Oh, hold on now. Wait a minute. I told you to stay in the other room.
Well, I can't stay there with the servants. I'm so nervous I can't sit still.
Mother, did your uncle have any enemies who'd want him out of the way?
What do you mean?
That shot didn't kill your uncle, Martha.
He was stabbed in the back.
Oh, good Lord. Have you any idea who could have done it?
Well, I'm afraid he had a good many enemies. He was pretty ruthless in business.
Yes, I can imagine that.
Well, whoever did it knew something about the house. It was an inside job.
I suppose you're right.
Of course I'm right. Only somebody knowing the terrace and... say, wait a minute. Why did you say that?
Well, it was just that nobody knew Uncle Gordon was here. He was supposed to be in Chicago. Whoever did it must have known he was in the house.
All right. Who was in the house?
Well, the servant.
And anybody else?
There's my aunt, Mrs. Gilroy.
Where is she?
I don't know. She was upstairs earlier in the evening.
You never mentioned your aunt to us, Martha.
We seldom mention her to anyone, Sam. She walked out on Uncle Gordon about a year ago. This afternoon, she suddenly appeared and said she wanted to talk to him and was going to wait until he came back.
I guess we'll have to look up this lady. Anybody else?
No. Oh, wait. Norman Cross.
Who's he?
Uncle Gordon's private secretary. He must have come back with Uncle Gordon. He was supposed to go to Chicago, too.
Did you see him?
No, I didn't even know Uncle Gordon was back until after the shooting.
Well, there's another guy to round up. Where does he live?
There's a room on the ground floor in the servants' wing. And well, there's something you'll find out about him sooner or later. He embezzled $10,000 from Uncle Gordon.
$10,000?
Why didn't Gilroy turn him over to the police?
He was going to, but he couldn't afford to until after the Chicago trip because, Crosby had compiled some lists or papers.
Well, there's your motive. I'm going out and find this. Oh, Lou, I'm glad you got here.
Hello, Sergeant. Why, Pam. Jerry.
Oh,
Hello,
Bill, I'm so glad you got here.
Well, what's the case, Mullins?
Over here, Lou, there's the body. It's Mr. Gordon Gilroy, the banker. That guy who owns his palace.
Jerry,
Yes, Pam.
this would be a wonderful time to look for that knife. All the servants are in the next room. We could go through their things.
Oh, Pam, we can't take any chances. I'm seriously mixed up in this business, and...
Jerry, we must find that knife. There may be fingerprints.
That's Bill Wigan's job.
Now, darlings, don't say another word. We're going to the servants' wing. Silly, Jerry. We don't have to knock. The servants are all in the living room.
But we can't just open doors.
Here, I will.
The light's on.
Come in, Jerry, quick.
Wonder whose room this is.
It's a man's... Oh, there's a briefcase on the bed.
Now, don't open it, Pam.
Oh, I'm not going to, Jerry. I just want to see these initials. N.C.
N.C. What? Norman Crosby.
That's right, the secretary. This is his room. Now, let's see.
Let's see what?
If you were a murderer, Jerry, where would you put your knife?
Right next to my fork. Now, Pam, we haven't any right to go through a man.
There's a window seat. That'd be a dandy place. Jerry, you go through the things in that dresser, and be sure to look between the shirts. That's where I always hide things at home.
Well, all right. The funny part is we'll probably find that darn knife.
Jerry, come here.
What?
Look, this window leads right out to the terrace. You can see the French doors to the library from here.
Well, what about it?
Well, don't you see, dear? Crosby could have climbed out this window, sneaked along the terrace, and gone through those doors into the library.
Yes, I suppose he could.
And after he'd done it, he came back here.
You're certainly putting together a wonderful case.
But, Jerry, don't you see? Everything fits. Crosby knew that Mr. Gilroy was in the library, and goodness knows he had good reason to want to get rid of him. Jerry, you're not paying a bit of attention.
Look, Pam.
What?
On the floor. There by the dresser.
Jerry, is it really blood?
Yes, I think so. Trails over to this door.
Jerry, don't open that door.
I'm afraid I must have. Look the other way, dear.
All right, Jerry. Go ahead.
Good Lord.
Is it Mr. Cross?
Yes. He's been stabbed, too.
didn't hear the shot or any of the commotion here in the library, Mrs. Gilroy?
I didn't hear a thing, I tell you.
Bill, could we see you a moment?
In a second, Jerry. Come in and sit down.
Come on in, Pam.
Now, Mrs. Gilroy, you've been separated from your husband for over a year, as you say. What are you doing here in this house?
A little matter of money.
Have he been supporting you?
It wasn't support, just a slight prop. And last month it fell down. And that's what I came to see him about.
Did you know he was going to Chicago?
Not till I got here. Arthur told me when I arrived.
Arthur?
He's the butler.
Oh, yes. So he went up to your old room to wait until Gilroy came back.
That's right, Detective.
You'll pardon my saying so, but you're a strange woman to be married to a banker like Mr. Gilroy.
You mean he was a strange man to be married to a girl like me? And you're right. He took me out of the Follies 11 years ago. But let me tell you, brother, the dough he spent on me didn't come anywhere near paying for what I had to put up with.
What do you mean?
The conceited, double-dealing old hypocrite. I don't like to say things about the dead. But if there ever was a guy that deserved a bullet, it was Gordon Gilroy.
So you gave him one, is that it?
I'm not that crazy. He was my meal ticket.
All right, Mr. Gilroy. Excuse me a minute.
Sure. My time is your time.
You want to see me, Jerry?
Pam and I just found Crosby. He's dead.
Good night. I had him pegged for the guilty party.
That's what I told Jerry. He could have sneaked out the window. Come here, Bill. I'll show you from the French door.
But, Pam, that whole theory's out now. He's dead.
Well, but that doesn't make any difference. He could have done it, and then somebody could have murdered him. Now, look out this door to the left, Bill.
Yes?
See that room where the light... Look! Somebody's climbing out a window.
Stop! In the name of the law!
He's starting to run.
Stop, don't shoot!
Come on, Jerry.
Pam, stay here. That's how they start shooting back.
No, his hands are up. Bill's got him. Hurry, Jerry. We'll miss everything.
Put up your hands now. Put them down.
I got nothing to do with anything that's going on in this house.
What's it, Bill? Two-bit racketeer known as Red Barton. What are you doing here, Red?
Nothing. Honest, I didn't take nothing.
Oh, Red. Red, are you hurt?
No, honey, no.
Oh, he was shooting at you. I thought...
Wait a minute. This honey business.
Huh? Oh, well, you know.
No, I don't know.
Well, Sally and me, we've been going around together.
Oh, I see.
And what about it?
You pick nice company, Mrs. Gilroy. The kind that leaves by the window.
Sure, with the joint loaded with cops, I should stick around.
Come on. Back to the house before we freeze.
Okay, I got nothing to hide. I was just waiting for you to get finished with us.
Ooh. Come along, Jerry. I'm beginning to shiver.
Just a minute, Pam.
What are you staring at?
Look. There, on the side of the building.
Where?
A rain spot.
Jerry. So that's why we couldn't find the knife.
Listen, Lieutenant, I don't care if you lock me up or what you do. I didn't have nothing to do
Red
with
was
this.
with me all the time.
Sure.
We were upstairs.
Quiet, both of you.
Oh, Bill, I'd like to see you.
Just a second, Jerry. I want... What's the matter? You haven't found another body, have you?
No, not yet, Bill. But we may.
Why, what's up?
Bill, when Pam and I were outside just now, we
Wait,
saw...
Jerry. Wasn't Mr. Gilroy's gun on the desk there?
Huh?
Well, it's gone now.
Just a minute. Jerry, when I went out after Red Barton, did Mrs. Gilroy leave this room when I did?
No. She followed us.
Bill, do you think she picked up the gun then?
Listen carefully. I need to take Red into the next room and turn him over to Mullins. You follow us. I want Mrs. Gilroy to be here alone.
What do you think she'll do?
Let's see.
Jerry, Bill's setting a trap.
Well, don't spring it. Mrs. Gilroy, you wait here.
All right, Detective.
All right, Red. You can come with me.
Sure, Lieutenant. Sure. Anything you say.
Come along, Pam.
Excuse us, please, Mrs. Gilroy.
Indefinitely, dearie.
That Mrs. Gilroy. You'd think I came here to borrow a cup of sugar.
Come on, Pam. Bill's gone in the living room.
I wonder what that woman's going to do now that we... Jerry.
What is it?
Look. across the hall, behind that screen.
I can't see anything behind the screen.
In the mirror, silly.
But it's Martha.
She's got her hat and coat off. We'd better stop her, Jerry.
Playing hide and seek, Martha?
Oh, no, don't tell anyone, please. I've got to get out of this house.
You can't leave now.
If you run away, Martha, they'll suspect you.
I can't stay. Uncle Gordon's dead, and Crosby, and I'm going to be next.
Martha.
Believe me, you don't know what's going on in this house. I'm going to be next. I haven't a chance.
Martha, don't.
Come into the parlor and lie down.
You're shaking like a leaf. Now, look. There's a nice big couch. You stretch out there. Poor darling.
Now, Martha, who's frightening you?
Dolly Gilroy. She's the one who killed Uncle Gordon.
How do you know?
He wouldn't give her a divorce. She wanted to marry Red Barton.
But she wouldn't kill him.
You don't know her, Kim. She'd do anything to get what she wants.
Wait a minute, Martha. Is she the woman you had in mind when you wrote your book?
Yes. She tricked Uncle Gordon into marrying her. She spent his money like water.
Why wouldn't your uncle divorce her?
Oh, Uncle Gordon was no saint either. She had too much on him. If she were no longer his legal wife, she'd blackmail him out of every last cent. Well, he couldn't let her go for his own protection.
I'm going to get Bill Wigan. He should hear this. I'll be right back.
Oh, Pam, I'm so frightened. Dolly knows I suspect her. She's going to try to put me out of the way.
Yeah, now, hold on, Martha.
Pam,
Now, lie down. Try to be calm.
Dan, would you get me some aspirin and water? I've got to have something.
Of course, dear.
Oh, thank you.
I'll be back in a jiffy. Now, you just close your eyes. Jerry will be here with Bill in a second.
All right.
Martha!
Great. Look out. Don't touch anything.
Oh, she's...
Not steady, Pam. All right. She only fainted.
Oh, thank you.
Look, Bill. The sofa, right over her head. Bullet hole. That was a close call.
What a...
You're all right, dear.
She almost killed me.
She?
From the French doors. I saw the gun, and I ducked.
Are you positive it was Dolly? Did you see her?
Only her hand, holding the gun. I've got to get out of here. She'll kill me.
Oh, no, she won't. I'll take care of her right now.
Bill, wait a minute. Don't go.
What is it, Pam?
There's something I want to ask Martha.
What?
In that book you wrote, Martha, wasn't the character who did all the killing patterned after Dolly Gilroy?
Yes.
And one of her victims was a political boss, an unscrupulous man who controlled millions and killed others for money.
Yes.
Was that man your uncle?
No. It was just an imaginary person.
That's not the truth, Martha. That man was your uncle.
No.
Pam, I see what you mean. You're right.
Of course, Jerry. That's why Gordon Gilroy didn't want the book published.
What are you talking about?
Every crime Gordon Gilroy ever committed was described in that novel, detail by detail. It was taken from real life. Martha, you wrote that book to blackmail your own uncle.
Why, Pam!
Don't why, Pam, me. You're not as sweet as you look, Martha Gilroy.
What are you driving at?
You didn't expect your uncle back tonight, did you? And you didn't know that he was on to your blackmailing scheme until you saw him fighting with Jerry through the French doors in the library.
You're crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not. When your uncle was shot and Jerry and I left the room to get help, you saw a good chance to kill him. But you needed a weapon, a gun or a knife.
What are you...
So you grabbed the closest thing at hand, a heavy icicle hanging from the rain spout on the side of the house.
How did you... You're crazy.
You stabbed your uncle with an icicle.
No wonder we couldn't find a knife.
She broke another one off to kill Norman Crosby. He saw her go into the library with the ice dagger. She killed him to
All
stop
right.
him.
You're so smart. Figure this out. Oh, just don't move, any of you.
So you took the gun, Miss Gilroy.
A very clever observation, Lieutenant.
Martha, you can't possibly get away. Give me that gun. Now, don't make matters worse. You probably had a good reason for killing your uncle. The court will take things into consideration if
Yes,
you...
I had a good reason to kill him. He murdered my father. That's how he got all his money. He drove Dad to suicide and stole every cent. Gordon
Gilroy, the great philanthropist.
Put down that gun.
I'm not through with it yet, Lieutenant. There's one more death on the books of the Gilroy family. Martha, stand back. I don't want to have to kill you.
Jerry, somebody did do something.
I'm the only one who can do anything, and here goes. So long, everybody. Down!
Look out, Pam.
Oh, quick. Oh, don't give me that. Oh, stop it. Let me go. Let me go. Let me do it my own way.
Nice work, Jerry. You pulled that rug from under her just in time.
Jerry, how did you ever think of it?
Mullins, take care of Miss Gilroy.
Okay, Luke. All right, miss, come along with me.
You take the prize. How did you know Martha was the one?
Well, I knew she was lying, so I just put two and two together. Sure enough, she was the one.
How did you know she was lying? And what about?
Try to make sense, dear.
Well, it was right after somebody shot at Martha in this room. I was the first one in here, remember?
Yes.
Well, Martha said the shot came from the French doors. But when I ran in, I smelled burnt powder and saw smoke hanging in the center of the room. She stood right here in the middle of the room and fired that gun herself.
Nice going, Pam.
Poor Martha. Oh, but Jerry, now you can't publish that book.
Yep. There goes a bestseller right out the window. Ladies, a mink coat costs a lot, but the luxurious-looking, luscious complexion that goes with it can be yours for so little. Use Woodbury Cold Cream. You just can't give your skin better care at any price. A test by more than 1,000 women proved that. They used Woodbury in some of the costliest creams, all in plain, unlabeled jars. And a majority preferred Woodbury Cold Cream. For beauty results, they found it outstanding. Now, don't be surprised. Remember, Woodbury Cold Cream is made by skin scientists, experts in skin care for more than 60 years. It contains 4 special softening and smoothing ingredients, plus an element that works to keep the cream in the jar pure to the last. The world's costliest creams don't bring you that. You can try wonderful Woodbury Cold Cream for a mere 10 cents, or buy the big economy jar. You get over 10 times as much for just 75 cents. If, after using Woodbury only 7 days, your skin isn't softer and smoother, lovelier, then return the jar to Woodbury at Cincinnati, Ohio, and you'll get twice what you paid. That's Woodbury. You'll save by switching from your expensive cream to Woodbury. Buy war stamps with that saving. Why not get Woodbury Cold Cream right now? Tune in again next Tuesday evening at the same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, when a barefooted corpse manages to put his shoes on. For thrills and for laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? This is Ben Grauer saying goodnight for Woodbury Cold Cream, the beauty cream for the skin you love to touch.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtis, and brought to you by
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to
Jerry and Pamela North, those lovable, laughable salvers of mysteries, are in the Gypsy Cavern, a bizarre cellar hideaway in Greenwich Village. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there's no telling when they'll get out because Pam is having her palm read by Madame Zora.
Yes. Yes. It is all quite clear. Oh. What's
clear, Madame Zora.
Probably that you need your nails done, Pam.
What do you see, Madame Zora?
Much. Much is revealed here. Your life is exciting. Interesting things are going to happen soon.
Yes?
I see a man. Dark, swarthy man coming into your life.
Well, what's his name?
That I cannot tell. But soon, quite soon, he will cross your path.
Jerry, isn't that wonderful?
Not for my money. I don't like dark, swarthy men coming into my wife's life.
Oh, Jerry, are you jealous?
Not jealous, just cautious now. But first, let's see what sort of a gent he turns out to be.
Oh, yes. Can you tell us, Madame Zora?
I can tell no more. That is all for today.
But, Madame Zora...
Please, excuse me.
Certainly.
Just when it was getting interesting.
She certainly puts on a swell act for $5. I think you believe every word she told you, Pam.
Of course I don't, silly. Look, Jerry, there's somebody who apparently does believe Madame Zora.
Who?
That man, at the table in the back of the room.
When did he come in? I thought the place was deserted.
You know, Jerry, he looks very familiar.
Ah, the dark, swarthy man, perhaps.
No, Smarty. It looks like Grover Fairchild.
I'll say it does at that. But the candles on these tables don't give much light.
Now, what would a big banker like that be doing in a place like this, Jerry? And at this time of day?
Oh, he's evidently consulting Madame Zora.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Mr. Fairchild wouldn't believe a fortune teller. Why, he owns 5 banks, doesn't he?
I think it's 6, and a couple of railroads thrown in.
But he is having his fortune told, Jerry. There's no doubt of it.
Come to think of it, there are lots of big men who believe in seers and fortune tellers.
But a man like Grover Fairchild...
Now, Pam, dear, you believe what Madame Zora told you.
Oh, I did not. Besides, I'm different. I'm a woman.
That's the perfect defense.
Well, I don't own 6 banks, do I? And if I want to believe Madame Zora, I can, without risking the money of a lot of poor depositors.
That's right, dear. All you risk is my $5.
Jerry, do you know Mr. Fairchild well enough to speak to?
What?
I want you to ask him if he really believes in fortune telling.
Oh, don't be silly, Pam.
Come on, Jerry. Madame Zora just left his table.
All right. Oh, here, darling, don't forget your gloves.
Oh, thanks. If it isn't Grover Fairchild, what are you going to say?
What's Fairchild, all right?
Jerry, he looks strange sitting there. He hasn't taken his eyes off that candle.
Shh. Can't hear you, Pam. How do you do, Mr. Fairchild?
Jerry, there's something the matter with him.
Mr. Fairchild. Good Lord.
Jerry, don't touch him. Oh, Jerry!
He's dead.
We'll rejoin Mr. and Mrs. North in just a moment. But first, ladies, a question. Why spend your money on expensive beauty creams when it's been proved that Woodbury Cold Cream gives as fine or even finer beauty results than the costlier creams? More than 1,000 women tried leading creams, including Woodbury, and some of the most expensive brands you could find in any Fifth Avenue store. Now, the creams were all in unlabeled jars, just alike, so the women couldn't know which was which. But a majority found Woodbury Cold Cream best. Yes, you can't give your skin better beauty care than with Woodbury Cold Cream, no matter what you pay. And here's why. Its makers have been experts in skin care for more than 60 years. And they've put into Woodbury not just 1, but 4 special softening and smoothing ingredients. Also, there's an exclusive element in Woodbury acting constantly to keep the cream in the jar absolutely pure. No other cream at any price has this safeguard against germs which may cause blemishes. And just think, you can try this remarkable Woodbury Cold Cream for a mere 10 cents. Or get the big economy jar. It has 10 times as much cream for just 75 cents. If, after using Woodbury Cold Cream just 7 days, your skin isn't softer and smoother, definitely lovelier, return that jar to Woodbury at Cincinnati, Ohio, and we'll send you twice what you paid. That's Woodbury. Now, you'll save so much by changing from your expensive cream to Woodbury that you can buy more war stamps. Yes, you'll be lovelier and richer. Start tonight with Woodbury Cold Cream. And now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
As soon as we discovered he was dead, Bill, we called you.
All right, Jerry. Hey, Mullins.
Yeah, Lute?
See if you can get some light in this cabin. I can't see my hand in front of my face with these candles.
Okay, Lute.
You know what I think,
We
Bill?
haven't time to think, Pam. We've got to find facts.
Say, Doc,
How are you coming?
Jerry, you listen to me.
Of course, darling. How did it happen?
It was the fortune teller, Madame Zora. She told Mr. Fairchild something terrible was going to happen, and the poor man died of a heart attack.
But let's wait for the doctor's verdict.
All right, Doc. I'll have the body taken down to your laboratory, and then you can get the complete story.
What was it, Bill?
Slight case of murder. Fairchild was gassed.
What?
Gas?
Yes. The medical examiner doesn't know exactly what kind of gas. Some chlorine compound, he thinks. But it finished off Fairchild.
I knew it. It's that fortune teller, Bill.
Who?
Madame Zora. She was sitting at the table with Mr. Fairchild just before we found him dead.
Where is she?
Gosh, I forgot all about her in the excitement. I haven't seen her around since.
Well, we'll have to find her and question her. First, I'd like to get a few things straight. When you first saw Fairchild at this table, he was alive.
Yes, at first we weren't sure it was he. The room was so gloomy.
We were sitting way in the front, Bill.
Mm-hmm. And this fortune teller, Madam, what's her name?
Madame Zora.
She was sitting with him.
Oh, pardon me, but may I come in, please?
I'm sorry, mister, you can't come in. This place is closed to business.
I'm not a customer. I've come to get Mr. Fairchild.
You what?
I'm Mr. Fairchild's private secretary, and I... Oh, Mr. Fairchild.
Just a minute.
What's wrong? What's the matter with Mr. Fairchild?
He's dead.
Great heavens.
I don't think I caught your name.
I'm Bruce Harvey. I drove here with the chauffeur to pick Mr. Fairchild up. He has a board meeting at 3:45.
Well, you can't make it.
How did this happen?
I think we'd better ask the questions, Mr. Harvey.
Are you the police?
Lieutenant Wagon, homicide.
Then it's murder.
That we're going to find out. What was Mr. Fairchild doing in a place like this?
Why, he always came here. Every Friday at 3 in the afternoon to consult Madame Zora.
You mean he had his fortune told every Friday?
Well, I wouldn't say it was exactly fortune-telling. Mr. Fairchild had great confidence in Madame Zora's predictions. She gave him business advice.
Just a minute, Mr. Harvey. You mean to say Grover Fairchild ran his banking business on the tips he got from this Madame Zora?
It would seem improbable to anyone who didn't know Mr. Fairchild, but he was, shall we say, intrigued by prophecies and the occult.
How many people knew about Mr. Fairchild's fascination for the mystic?
Well, he made no secret of it. In fact, he has tried to influence many of his business associates to follow Madame Zora's advice.
Fine way to run a bank.
Lieutenant, I shall have to make a report on this to the members of the board. Could you please tell me a little more?
Well, I'm pretty busy. Perhaps Mr. North will tell you what he knows.
I'd be glad to.
Got to find that
Perhaps I'd better write this down, Mr. North. Let me see. It's now 3:35.
What a strange-looking watch, Mr. Harvey.
This? Oh, yes. It's an old French make, an antique.
It's beautiful. Does it ring bells?
No, but I have several that do.
Oh.
Do you collect watches?
Yes. I have one of the largest collections of old clocks and watches in the country. Now, if I could trouble you for a few details.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. Only, Jerry, can you hurry? We should be going.
Huh? Could you tell me the approximate time Mr. Fairchild died?
Well, it was about 15 or 20 minutes ago.
That would be around 3:15. I'll just note that down.
Well, there's not much more I can tell you.
Jerry, we must go.
Oh, Pam, we can't walk out in the middle of things.
Jerry, it's very important.
Now, you're the one who found the body, Mr. North?
Yes.
Mr. Harvey, would you please excuse us? My husband and I have a very important engagement.
Why, certainly, of course.
And there's really nothing more we can tell you.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Harvey.
Goodbye, Mr. Harvey.
Yes, goodbye.
Pam, what have you got stewing around in that head of yours?
I'll tell you in the taxi, Jerry.
Oh, we're taking a taxi, are we?
Yes, darling. We're going to the elite fashion shop on Fifth Avenue.
All right. Now, what's all this mysterious business?
Jerry, look at this piece of paper I found on the floor of the Gypsy Cavern.
What?
It was right near Mr. Fairchild's table. It's a typewritten message, and Madame Zora must have dropped it when she left Mr. Fairchild.
How do you know?
Read it, Jerry.
Here's your money. Tell Fairchild to sell all his shares of Hartford Rail and Traction.
You see what that means, Jerry?
I certainly do. Somebody's been paying Madame Zora to influence Fairchild.
And that means she knows something about the murder, too.
Offhand, I'd say she did it. Bill Wigan will have a job getting his hands on her, all right. Nobody knows where she lives.
Well, don't worry. We'll find her.
We will? How?
Oh, here's the fashion shop. Stop here, please, driver. Oh, I hope Mr. Damia's in. He's always so nice to me.
This is a fine time to be buying clothes, Pam.
Come along, darling. Pay the driver.
Oh, Mrs. North. And Mr. North, what a pleasant surprise.
Good afternoon, Mr. Damia.
Oh, I'm so happy you dropped in. Our latest creation, the hat of your dreams. It's just been delivered by our finest designer. And, Mrs. North, you are positively the only person in all New York I'd allow to wear it. It was made for you.
Really? Oh, Jerry, isn't it lucky we came?
I shall have it brought out. Mademoiselle Goldberg, fetch the new creation, the turban model. The one I said was only for Mrs. North. When you see it, Mrs. North, you'll fall in love, but instantly.
Oh.
Pam, you came for something else, didn't you?
Oh, yes, Jerry, but there's no harm in looking at the hat now that we're here.
Oh, did you have something else in your mind?
Oh, yes, Mr. Damier. Do you remember that dress, the dark blue with the little silver half moons? There was a lovely bracelet with half moons that went with it.
Oh, of course.
You sold it to Madame Zora, didn't you?
Yes, alas, 3 days ago. You know, if you'd only told me, Mrs.
Oh,
North.
I didn't want to buy it. But when I saw Madame Zora wearing it, I knew she got it from you.
It is a most striking outfit.
Oh, it's terribly smart. Tell me, did you deliver the dress to Madame Zora?
Yes, I believe we did.
Well, then you know where she lives. I wonder if you could give me her address.
Well, certainly. It's right here in my book.
Isn't it wonderful, Jerry?
You're wonderful, Pam. Yes, here we are. Apartment 18C, 640 East 68th Street. Good. Come on, Pam.
All right, Jerry.
Oh, but Mrs. North, the hat. Oh, here is Mademoiselle Goldberg with it now.
Oh, Jerry. Isn't it adorable?
That? Oh, Pam.
Here's the apartment, Jerry. 18C.
Spent trying on that hat. She could be in it. Now, come on, dear.
Well, it's a pretty expensive apartment for a fortune teller.
Well, when you have customers like Grover Fairchild, you can always get along. She must have made plenty in stock deals.
This must lead to the living room, Jerry.
Pam, what is it?
Madame Zora.
Good Lord.
Oh, is she dead, Jerry?
She's been shot.
Oh, Jerry. You were right. If I hadn't stopped to try on that hat, we
Now,
might have
Pam,
saved
dear, it would have happened anyway. She probably came right up here from the gypsy cavern, and her murderer was waiting for her.
Do you honestly think so?
Yes, dear. Now, don't disturb anything. I'm going to telephone Bill Wygant. Let's see. We've got to find the number of that tea room.
There's a phone book on the table. I'll find it, Jerry.
Oh, don't move anything. There may be clues.
I won't, dear. Oh, Jerry, here's her personal phone book with a lot of numbers.
Oh, never mind that, darling. Find the gypsy cavern.
It might be in this. Wait a minute. Yes, here it is. The Gypsy Cavern. AR57942.
Okay. AR5.
Oh, Jerry, there are lots of numbers.
Just a minute, Pam. 4, 2.
Hello.
Oh, Mullins. This is Gerald North. Is Lieutenant Wygant there?
No, he ain't. He went up to Mr. Fairchild's house to have a talk with Mrs. Fairchild.
Where's that, Mullins?
78.5 Park Avenue. The loot went up about 20 minutes ago.
All right, we'll go over there. Mullins.
Yes?
Call the medical examiner, will you? We've got another body for you.
What?
Madame Zora. She's at 640 East 68th, apartment 18C.
Oh, I might have known it. Anything Mrs. North gets mixed up in turns out to be a four-star case. I call headquarters.
So long, Mullins.
Jerry, look what I found in the back of this address book.
What is it?
This number, without any name.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin, and brought to you by
Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury cream.
For the skin you love,
It's after dinner in the North apartment. Jerry is stretched out on the sofa reading a manuscript. Pam sits nearby, trying valiantly to start a conversation. 2 attempts have gotten her nowhere, so, being Pam, she tries again.
Jerry. Jerry.
Hmm?
Did you like the way Dorothy fixed the turnips tonight, dear?
I will as soon as I finish reading this manuscript.
Oh, Jerry, you're not listening.
Huh?
Oh, dear, you certainly haven't been good company tonight.
We are? Who?
Who what?
Didn't you say we're having company?
No, I said you're not. Not company, I mean.
Oh.
You just sit there reading. I haven't been able to get you to get a word in edgewise all evening.
I'm sorry, darling, but I want to get this finished. I thought you said we weren't having company.
Maybe I was wrong. I'll go to it.
Oh, Pam, thank heaven you're home.
Anne, what's the matter? Come in, dear. Jerry, it's Anne Barkley.
Pam, Jerry, you've got to help. I don't know what to do.
What's the matter, Anne?
Sylvia's been murdered. Sylvia Fleming, strangled in my apartment. Do you hear that, Pam? In my apartment. Oh, what'll I do? What'll I do?
Sylvia Fleming, Anne.
She lived across the hall from me. But she was murdered in my apartment. And now there'll be an investigation. And Hal and I...
Hal?
Hal Lawson, the actor. He and Anne are engaged.
We were married today.
Anne, well...
And then this had to happen. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm really frantic. I know I'll be suspected. I never liked Sylvia. She was always making trouble. Can't you do something?
Well, we can call Bill Wygand. He's a friend of ours on the police homicide squad. Perhaps he
Oh,
can...
no, don't you understand? The police mustn't know. Not yet. That's why I came to you.
But really, Anne, Bill
Oh,
is...
no. They'd want to hold me for questioning. And if they did, the newspapers would get the story, and the publicity would ruin Hal.
Well, it might not.
Oh, it would. He's just got a swell offer from Hollywood. But if I get involved in a murder case, Hollywood would never take him.
I see.
Oh, so won't you help me? Please.
Well, I don't know what we can do.
Well, if you could only find out who did it, who killed her before the police hear about it.
That's a pretty large order.
Still, Jerry, we could go over and see what we find.
Yeah. All right, come on.
Here's the elevator.
Push the button for the 8th floor, will you please, Pam?
All right.
But my apartment's on the 9th floor.
I know, but you said Hal's is on the 8th floor.
Oh, yes.
And your wedding party is going on there?
Yes.
Well, don't you think the guests are going to begin wondering where you are? You told them you were just going to run up to your apartment to get some records. They must be wondering what's become of it.
That's right.
So, you go on back to the party now and try to act as though nothing's happened. Pam and I'll go up to your apartment.
But I don't have the records I went for. When I saw the body, I just turned and ran.
That's all right. Just say you couldn't find them. You were looking for them. That's what took you so long.
Well, all right.
But first, let's have the key to your apartment.
Just a second.
We'll look around, and then we'll drop in on you down here.
All right. Here's the key. The apartment is 9C.
9C, right. Run along now, and don't say anything about this to anyone until we come back.
I won't. And thanks.
You know, Jerry, with people coming to us for help like this, maybe we ought to go into the detective business.
That's an idea. It seems to me I've been spending more time lately chasing down clues than I have at the office. Now, let's see. 9C. That ought to be over there. Yeah, there it is. Just a second till I unlock the door.
Oh, I do hope we'll be able to help her, Jerry. She's so upset.
Who wouldn't be with a corpse for a wedding present?
You go in first, Jerry, in case it's messy.
All right, dear.
Well?
I don't get it.
What?
Look on the door. It does say 9C, doesn't it?
Yes, dear. Why?
Well, there's no body in here.
No body? You mean there's no body? There isn't, is there?
Well, she said it was lying right in front of the sofa. Well, there's nothing here now.
Jerry, do you think it's some sort of a practical joke?
It's rather pointless if it is. Oh, wait a minute. What's that?
What?
This shiny thing on the floor. It's a clip that women wear on their evening gowns.
Let's see it. Who turned out the light?
Why?
Jerry! Oh, Jerry, where are you? What happened? Jerry! Jerry! Oh, where's that light switch? Oh, here it is. Oh, Jerry. Jerry, say something.
Oh.
Oh, Jerry. Darling, what hit you?
That's what I should be asking, Pam. You don't see a spare ton of bricks lying around, do you?
Are you all right?
Yeah. I guess so.
Darling, let me help you up.
Thanks, dear. Say, where is it? Did I drop it? No, it's gone. So that's what it's all about.
What?
The clip. I was just about to hand it to you when the lights went out and I went out.
Well, now the body's gone and the clip's gone. We'll never solve this case if the evidence keeps disappearing.
Well, if we solve it at all, we'll have to work fast. Because sooner or later, the body will be discovered and the police called in.
Jerry, we mustn't let that happen. We promised Anne.
I know.
Let's look around. Maybe in the bedroom.
Wait. What? Somebody's coming down the hall.
Oh, stopping in front of the door.
The door's open.
Oh, golly.
Bill!
Oh.
Jerry and Pam, what are you doing here? Come on in, Mullins. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hello, Mullins.
Hello, Sergeant.
Well, I don't know how you two do it. I might have known we'd run into you. Well, where's the body?
What body?
The dead body.
Dead body? Well, there's no dead body here.
Well, where is it?
I don't know. We don't know anything about any dead body, do we, Jerry?
What are you doing here?
Oh, we're just visiting a friend.
Oh. Where is your friend?
She isn't here.
So I see. Must be an interesting visit.
Now, Bill, even if you are a police lieutenant, you have no right to take that tone with me.
Sorry, Pam. I didn't realize I was taking any tone. I'm just trying to find out a few things. Usually you and Jerry are willing to help.
Oh, we are, Bill. We always want to help you.
Good. And maybe you'll tell me what you know.
About what?
Look, I don't know what. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Mrs. North, it wasn't you who phoned, was it?
Phone?
Yes, phone.
Yeah, some woman phoned and said we'd better get over here, that we'd find a dead body in apartment 9C. She said we'd find you two, and you don't seem to want to talk.
Bill, there's nothing to tell.
Look, Bill, there's no dead body here. We haven't seen one, and we don't know anything about that phone call. That's the absolute truth.
Okay. Come on, Mullins, let's search the apartment. Maybe we can find the body.
Oh, no, Bill, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Why not?
Don't you think it'd be a better idea to try to find the woman who called you? Trace the phone call?
We did. It came from this apartment. Oh. All right, Mullins, look in the bedroom.
Sure thing, Luke.
Now, in the meantime, suppose you two tell me how you got into this apartment.
Well, it belongs to a friend of ours. She gave us the key.
Why?
She's at a party downstairs.
Oh, Mullins, find anything?
No, Luke. Plain as a whistle.
Okay. Well, here's the door to the coat closet. Let's see if there's anything in here.
Bill.
What's the matter, Pam?
Nothing. Why would anybody put her in here?
Her? What makes you think the body's a her?
Oh, I didn't mean it. That is... Well, it's just that I got to thinking. If I were a dead body, where would I go? And I'm a she, and so I just happened to say her because I was thinking of me, and then I thought that... Oh, golly.
I don't like this. You two are hiding something from me. That's not like you. Come on now, what is it? All right, then. We'll have to get along without your help. Look in the closet, Mullins.
Yeah, nothing here yet. What now, Luke?
I'm taking the North down to that party they mentioned. I want to talk to that friend of theirs. You wait here, Mullins.
Okay, Luke.
Come on, Mr. and Mrs. North. I'm sorry about this. I thought I could always trust the two of you, and I thought you trusted me. I suppose you must have a darn good reason for the way you're acting, but even so, it...
Oh, golly.
That scream came from this floor.
Come on.
Hello, Luke. What happened?
I don't know, Mullins. Could you tell where it came from?
Sounded like right across the hall.
What's the matter, miss?
Sylvia, she's dead. She's dead. Somebody's killed her.
All right, steady. All right, miss. Now, tell me. What's the matter?
I went to the bedroom and turned on the light. And there she was on the floor. Her eyes staring that way. Staring.
All right. We're the police. We'll go right in.
The police?
Yes, somebody called us. You come along with
Oh,
us.
no, I can't go back in there.
You said that she's in the bedroom. You can stay in the living room. Come in out of the hall.
I'll never forget the way she looked. Lying there staring at me.
Is this your apartment?
Mine and Sylvia. It was mine and Sylvia. Now it's...
Yes, I understand. You better sit down. I'm going into the bedroom and look around.
Mind if we go with you, Bill?
No, I suppose not. Come on. When are you two going to break down and tell me what you know about this?
Oh, we're just finding out, same as you. Well, there she is.
Oh.
Looks like that orange scarf did the trick. Somebody's knotted it around her neck.
Yeah, look, here are some initials on it. S.F.
S.F. Sylvia Fleming. It's her own scarf.
Oh, do you know her?
No.
And how do you know this is Sylvia Fleming?
Well, that girl, her roommate, she said it was Sylvia.
But she didn't say Fleming. Where did you get that name, Sylvia Fleming, anyway? Who is Sylvia Fleming?
I don't know, Bill. I just thought...
Here we go again.
I'm sorry, Bill.
You're certainly a big help.
Bill, look. What? There's a little blood on the back of her head.
The murderer probably knocked her out first to keep her from struggling. That means a woman could have killed her.
But it doesn't mean that it was necessarily a woman.
Oh. Is that friend you were visiting a woman?
Yes.
I see. I wonder if this dead woman was planning to go to the party you say your friend is at. She certainly dressed for a party.
Yes. That lovely wine-colored gown, those jewels and all.
Say, that diamond clip on her dress, shouldn't there be another one on this side? Certainly, the dress is torn. The other clip must have been ripped off.
Well, do you think robbery was the motive, Bill?
No, I don't. Because all the other jewelry was left. Probably ripped off accidentally. Maybe around here somewhere. Well, I'm going to call the doc to come over and give the official verdict before this body disappears again. And I want to talk to that friend of yours. You say the party's downstairs?
Yes.
All right, Mullins will go with you and bring her up. In fact, I think you better have all the guests at the party come up. I want to talk.
So the lieutenant will be wanting to ask you all a few questions, now.
George, do we have to submit to this?
I don't know, Jane, but I suppose we might just as well.
I'm sorry this had to happen, Anne, but Pam and I didn't have anything to do with it. Somebody else notified the police.
But we'll try to do whatever we can to help you. This is my husband, Hal Lawson. Hal, this is Mr. and Mrs. North.
How do you do?
All right, come on now, folks. Let's get going.
Well, I guess we'll have to go with him. Yes, come on, Anne. But it may turn out all right. The body's not in your room. It isn't? No. She's back in her own room across the hall.
Yeah, she gets around a lot for a dead woman.
Keep your chin up, darling. We'll be all right.
Oh, Hal, I hope so.
This way, folks. We won't bother with the elevator. There's only one flight of stairs, so we can walk up.
Anne, you know what this is all about. Where is he taking us? Well, I don't know, Eleanor. Some lieutenant, somebody wants to talk to us. Oh, I think it's a dirty trick. Spoiling your party this way?
Who's that girl that just spoke to you, Anne? It's Eleanor Fox.
Okay, right down the hall there now. Come on. Jane, this is the last time I ever come to one of these parties. All your friends seem to have trouble with the police.
You know, dear, I often wonder why my friends and your relatives don't know each other.
Oh, these parties. All your friends seem to have trouble with the police.
You know, dear, I often wonder why my friends and your relatives don't know each other.
Oh, whatever do you mean?
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin, and brought to you by
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to touch.
Jerry and Pamela North often drive Bill Wygand to the verge of insanity. However, for all their bewildering antics, they often help him, too. And at times he even goes so far as to ask them for advice. Tonight is such a time, because he's faced with a dizzy situation. Now, as Bill seats himself in the North's living room, Jerry says to him,
All right, Bill. Now, what's this great problem that's puzzling you?
It's a case that I'm working on.
I know. Somebody crept to the window and shot him in the middle of his dinner.
What?
Yes, I read about it in the paper. He was dining alone.
Who was?
Walter Middleton, of course, dear. Mrs. Middleton's been dead for years, and the son and daughter were out, so he was alone. The butler heard the shot and ran into the dining room, but Mr. Middleton was already dead. It's been on all the front pages.
Oh, I only read the funnies.
He was rich as anything, so there's the motive. Cigarette, Bill?
No, thanks.
The son and daughter are the most obvious suspects, so that lets them out. How about some candy, Bill?
No, not just now. Why does it let them out?
That's too obvious. Fruit?
No, thanks.
Nuts?
Yeah, I'm beginning to think so.
Bill, is this Middleton case what you wanted to ask us about?
Yeah, it has a screwy angle. I thought it would be just up the North Alley. You see, we have 2 confessions.
You mean 2 people have confessed to the same murder?
That's right, and each claims he worked alone.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's what I said. And since sense doesn't work in this case, I thought intuition might. How about it, Pam?
Have to have something to go on. Who are these people who confessed, Bill?
Not the son and daughter.
No, they're a couple of friends of the Middletons, Larry Chapman and George Warwick.
Oh, can I meet them?
Sure, we're holding them at headquarters.
Well, let's go.
All right.
I wonder what's in back of it, Jerry.
I know. They heard confessions good for the soul.
The dining room window was open, so I just pointed the gun through it and fired.
That's impossible, Larry.
Why?
Because I did. Here we go again.
Look, Lieutenant, doesn't priority count around here? I confessed first.
But you're lying.
May I ask a question?
Go right to it, then.
Why did you gentlemen kill Mr. Middleton?
Well, it's just that
it's
I...
like this.
Well,
that is...
what I was going to say is that...
Hold it. Now, you, Warwick, why did you shoot Middleton? Well, sir,
I owed him some money, and I couldn't pay him, so I killed him.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
You mean I put them in your mouth? You never even thought of it.
I don't care what you say. I don't care what anyone says. I killed Walter Middleton. I hope to die if I didn't.
It's the other way around, George.
This isn't getting us anywhere.
Well, why don't we toss a coin? Winner gets the electric chair.
Wait a minute, Jerry. Now, look. If either of you shot Mr. Middleton, you had to have a gun. All right. Tell us where the gun is, and we'll see if it matches the bullet.
I threw the gun away.
So did I. I mean, that's what I did. I demand you hold me for murder.
You ought to hold him for plagiarism instead.
Where did you throw away the gun?
Who, me?
Either of you, both of you.
I don't remember.
I wrapped the gun in some old newspaper and threw it in some bushes.
What bushes? Where?
That's what I don't remember.
Well, Pam, you're doing fine. Have any hunches yet?
I have a hunch they're both lying.
That's no hunch. It's a logical conclusion based on observation of the facts.
You must believe me. I tell you, I killed Walter Middleton.
With your little hatchet, yeah, we know.
Now, look. Don't either of you fellas want to change your stories?
No. I killed Walter Middleton.
He didn't. I did.
Okay. Here comes the policeman.
Oh, yes, he has David Middleton with him.
Hello, Lieutenant Wygant.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hello.
Lieutenant, I don't know how you're going to like this. Maybe it's good and maybe it ain't.
All right, what's up?
Well, you sent me to question young Middleton here and check up on his whereabouts on the night of the murder, so I did.
Yes?
Well, what do you think he tells me? He says he killed his father.
Oh, that's swell. He what?
Yeah. He wants to confess.
Bill, it looks like you've hit the jackpot.
Well, I took your advice, Pam, and released our three murderers.
But what if it turns out that one of them's telling the truth?
Yeah, we can always pick them up again. We certainly have nothing on either one of them as yet.
Besides, if one of them is guilty, this is a better way to trap him. Give him enough rope.
But, darling, you know what some people do with rope.
What?
Skip.
Oh, we'll have to work fast before he has a chance.
Do you have any plans?
I'd like to talk to Helen Middleton. Maybe she can tell us something.
Okay. But if she tells us that she's the one who killed her father, there'll be a second murder. And I'll commit it.
After all, Larry and George are both very dear friends of mine, and David is my brother. You can't expect me to say anything against them.
But if one of them killed your father...
Oh, none of them did. I'm sure.
Why?
Well, I just know it.
Well, then, perhaps you can tell us something to help clear them. They're all under suspicion.
But I don't know what to say. I told the police all I know, and I've tried to answer your questions.
But unfortunately, it hasn't helped us much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can't think of any reason why they should all confess?
No.
All right. Well, we won't keep you any longer, Miss Middleton.
Thank you. I hope you'll pardon me if I don't show you out, but I'm so terribly tired, and I don't want to go downstairs again.
Oh, that's quite all right. Goodbye.
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 Well, Pam, what do you think?
You forget, Jerry, I'm not supposed to think. I'm supposed to feel. You know, intuition.
Well, then, what do you feel?
Bewildered. I don't understand. Oh!
I'm sorry, madam. I didn't mean to alarm you.
You ought to give more warning when you pop out of nowhere.
Not nowhere, madam. I was concealed in this archway.
Eavesdropping on our conversation with Miss Middleton, huh?
If you wish to call it that, I call it detecting.
Are you a detective?
Unofficially, like yourselves. Officially, I'm the Middleton's butler.
Oh. Oh, you're the one who discovered the body.
Yes, madam.
Perhaps you can tell us something.
I can tell you a great deal. I'm a profound student of crime. Oh, fascinating subject.
Yes.
I'll tell
isn't
you
it?
this. You're on the right track. It's not suicide. It's murder.
Well, of course it is. Nobody suggested there wasn't.
After all, there was no gun near the body.
How do you know?
Well,
How do you know I didn't find a gun and hide it to make it look like murder?
But there's no earthly reason why you should.
Jumping to conclusions. First rule of a good detective, never jump to conclusions.
But you just said yourself that it was murder.
True. As a matter of fact, there was no gun. But you shouldn't take my word for it. Why are you looking at me like that? Perhaps you think I killed Mr. Middleton. Good. Very good. Never overlook anything. First rule of a good detective.
I thought you just said that the first rule
Yes,
was never...
very good. However, you're wrong. I couldn't have done it.
Why?
The butler never does it. Not anymore. That went out with the bustle. But I'll give you a clue if you want it.
What?
In the back of the house, a little bungalow. Young David Middleton's studio.
What about it?
No one is allowed in it but the young master himself. The windows are all blacked out. My wife does the cleaning here in the main house, but even she's not allowed in there. Nobody is. Doesn't that strike you as significant?
Certainly does.
What mysteries does that studio contain? One time I tried to find out, but young David caught me. He was very angry.
Haven't you any idea what he keeps there?
No, but I'm sure it must be important. If you want the key to the mystery, find out the secret of the studio.
Okay, thanks for telling us. Come on, Pam.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Butler.
Goodbye.
Well, Jerry, let's go and see if we can get in the studio.
Oh, don't be silly, Pam. That butler's slap happy.
But there might be something to that story of the studio.
Nonsense.
But suppose there is, Jerry. We shouldn't overlook anything.
First rule of a good detective.
I mean it.
Well, we'll tell Bill if he wants to investigate, he can.
I think we ought to.
But, Pam...
We're right here.
I don't think we should.
Oh, Jerry, please.
No.
Please.
No.
That must be it in the clump of trees. Come on, Jerry. Careful, nobody sees us.
You know, if young Middleton catches us at this, he'd be within his legal rights if he shot us.
Oh, I can't see that it would hurt any more than if it were illegal. I mean, if you were shot, you wouldn't care, would you, whether it was legal or not? Especially if you were dead. Oh. Let's not let him catch us, huh?
You're right. Let's not. Be careful. This moonlight's pretty bright. Stay close to the bushes.
All right.
I don't know why I let you talk me into things like this.
Because you're sweet.
I think it's your baby blue eyes. They look so sad when you can't have your way. Like a calf's. Well, here we are.
Calf's eyes are brown.
Somehow that seems irrelevant. Well, now that we're here, what do we do?
Let's see if we can find some way to get in. Oh, gollies, it seems kind of spooky, doesn't it? It's all dark.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Oh, wait a minute. Thought I heard something. I guess I was wrong. Well, now, what do you want to do?
I think I'll just try the door.
Oh, Jerry! Jerry, how can you laugh? I've been shot.
You're all wet.
I'm not. I've been shot. Oh. Oh, I am, aren't I? I thought it was blood.
No, darling. You just walked into a trap. A bucket of water fell on your head.
Soaked to the skin.
What's going on here? Oh, hello, Middleton. My wife decided to take a shower.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. North. I hope you're all right.
I guess so. Only I'm cold.
Well, come on back to the house and you can warm up. I'm sorry about this, but I don't like people to go near my studio.
Yeah, so we found out. You know, that's quite an effective booby trap you have there, young fellow. Isn't it, Pam? I beg your pardon?
Shoot!
Jerry, stop laughing and come to bed.
I can't help it, Pam, when I think of the way you looked. Like a drowned cat.
Before I was a calf.
Well, you will go snooping into other people's business.
Well, Bill asked us to help him.
I'm afraid you weren't much help.
I guess not. You know, Jerry, in spite of it all, I like that David Middleton.
Yeah, he seems to be a nice kid.
I would like to know what he's got in that studio.
Maybe he's hoarding sugar.
Oh, now what?
I'll answer it, dear. Hello. Yes?
This is George Warwick.
Oh, yes.
I've been trying to get hold of Lieutenant Wygant. Do you know where he is?
No, but I think I can find him for you.
Good. If you and he come out to my house right away, I'll show you something very important.
What is it?
I've just discovered a very important clue. Now I know who killed Mr. Middleton.
Well, I thought you said you killed him.
I'll explain everything. How soon can you get here?
I don't know. As soon as I find Bill.
All right, I'll be waiting. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who is it, Jerry?
George Warwick. You better put your clothes on again, darling. One of our murderers has something to tell us. And this time, it's not a confession.
Well, this is it.
I wonder what he wants to show us.
Well, it better be good. I don't like coming out in the middle of the night for nothing.
I doubt that this will be as good as he promised. Somehow, I don't trust
Wait
that.
a minute, Bill.
What is it, Pam?
I think there's somebody standing by the corner of the house.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, boy, he's shooting at us.
No, hey!
Jerry!
Now, a brief intermission for a message of special interest to the ladies.
If you are not a user of Woodbury cold cream, I think I know why. It isn't because you believe your complexion is already flawless. Doubt if any girl has such a perfect skin she doesn't want to make it lovelier. No, the reason probably is you haven't yet been convinced that Woodbury cold cream can make a real difference in your complexion. But that just proves you haven't yet tried Woodbury cold cream. For using it once will show you how extra effective it is. You see, Woodbury cold cream isn't just another cold cream at all. It's a complete beauty cream. It actually does everything for your skin. Why not take 3 minutes tonight to see all it can do? Smooth the silky cream over your face and throat. It leaves your skin sparkling clean, glowing. Now pat on more. And this time, let a trace remain on your skin overnight. Tomorrow, well, you may scarcely believe your eyes. Your skin will have such a radiant, new, smooth look. Now, that's the famous Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. Do it every night. But don't forget, Woodbury cold cream is as grand for daytime beautifying. It leaves your skin looking lovelier. Helps your makeup have that professional finish you've envied. Woodbury cold cream gives such remarkable results because of 4 special softening, smoothing ingredients, and because of another exclusive ingredient working constantly to purify the cream in the jar in case blemish-causing germs should get in. Try this amazing, complete beauty cream. Get Woodbury cold cream tonight.
And now back to Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths and Wygand were approaching George Warwick's house when someone began shooting at them.
Gollies, he's shooting at us.
Duck, hey!
Jerry!
There he goes. He's running in back of the house. You got your gun, Jerry?
Yeah.
Good. Go around the other side. I'll go this way.
Okay.
See anything, Jerry?
Pam, you shouldn't have followed me.
Well, I wasn't going to stay back there alone.
Well, all right.
There's someone by the back door.
Yeah, back, Pam. Who's there?
Hello, that's you, Jerry.
Bill. Yeah.
See anyone, Jerry?
No.
No, neither did I.
What do we do now?
Well, I guess we'd better go the other...
What's that?
Someone's calling for help.
It's coming from inside the house. Come on. Here's the door. It's locked. I have to break the glass. Then I can reach in and turn the knob. Look out.
Okay.
There we are.
The call's coming from upstairs.
Right, let's go.
I can't see anything.
Now, wait, I'm feeling for the light switch. Oh, here it is.
Oh, that's better.
Now, come on.
Hello, where are you?
In here.
Sounded like that room there.
Right. Hello in there. The door's locked. Break it in. Okay, I'll shoot off the lock. Stand back, Jerry. There we are. Hey, where are you? Over here, behind the bed.
What? Oh, it's Warwick.
His hands and feet tied. What happened, fella?
Larry knocked me down, tied my hands and feet, and ran out.
Larry Chapman, eh?
Yes. He wore a mask, but I recognized him anyway.
He must be the one who shot at us.
Probably. I heard the shots. I wondered what was happening.
Can you roll over a little so I can get to this other nut?
Yeah.
That's it. I'll have you loose in a second.
What did Chapman want, Warwick?
Well, he must have been snooping around and heard me phone you. He's probably stolen the clue.
What clue?
The gun that killed Walter Middleton.
You mean you found the gun?
That's right.
Well, there you are, all untied.
Thanks.
Now, what about this gun?
I had it locked in my desk downstairs. Perhaps he didn't find it. Come on, we'll see.
Okay.
You see, on the night of the murder, I saw Larry throw a package wrapped in newspaper in some bushes. I didn't think anything of it until today, when he mentioned wrapping the pistol in newspaper and throwing it in the bushes.
And you went back to the same spot tonight and the gun was still there?
Yes. I went back as soon as you released me. Then I went to see Helen.
Why?
I had to be sure she wasn't involved. As soon as I found out she had a perfect alibi, I phoned the Norths.
Oh, then you confessed before just to shield Miss Middleton.
That's right, Mrs. North.
But it wasn't necessary. Chapman had already confessed.
I know, but he was just making a play for her benefit. He's cut in enough already. Until he came along, I thought my chances with her were pretty good. Now I'm not so sure. Well, here we are. In just a second, I'll open the desk. Ah, it's still here.
Yeah, so it is. Let me see it.
Here.
Well, apparently that isn't what Chapman was after then. Maybe he just wanted a chance to shoot us.
Why would he want to kill us, Jerry?
I don't know.
Well, I can't explain it. All I know is that he knocked me down, tied me up, and then I heard him run out the door. And the next thing I knew, there was shooting.
Say, wait a minute. Let's see that.
What, the gun?
No, the paper it's wrapped in.
What is it, Jerry?
Warwick, you say you saw Chapman throw this package in the bushes on the night of the murder.
That's right.
Well, that's very strange.
Why?
Well, the murder took place a couple of days ago. But this newspaper the gun's wrapped in is today's paper.
What? Why, I don't understand.
I think I'm beginning to.
Well, there's some mistake.
I'll say there is, and you've made it.
Oh, no. You can't think that I...
Oh, can't we, though? How about that other story of yours?
Which story?
About Chapman attacking you and tying you up.
It's true, he did.
Oh, he did, huh? And then he ran out the door.
That's right.
How do you explain the fact that when we reached the door to your room, it was locked from the inside?
I don't know.
According to your story, you couldn't have locked it because you were tied up. Chapman went out through it.
Well, it must have... Oh, I don't know.
Jerry, look out. He's grabbing the gun.
Stop him, Bill.
No, you don't. I've got the gun now. Stand back, all of you. That's it.
Now, look here, Warwick. You
don't
can't
move.
get away.
I'm getting out of here.
He's getting away.
Yes, darling. I'm afraid he is.
And you're sure you haven't any idea where he might go to hide out, Miss Middleton?
No, I haven't.
All right, thank you. We'll run along now. I'm sorry we had to disturb you in the middle of the night like this.
That's all right.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, no luck here. We'll have to try something else.
You know, Bill, I can't help wondering.
About what?
If he really was guilty, why did he confess?
Oh, that was clever. By seeming to protect Miss Middleton, he threw suspicion off himself.
Of course, that's it. Bill, Jerry, I just thought of something.
You think you know where he is?
I think I know where... Wait a minute.
What is it?
Look, there's a light under the door in David Middleton's studio. Come on.
Why? You don't think Warwick's there, do you?
No, but I've just got to find out what's in there.
You and your curiosity. You know what I got you before.
Well, watch out, Jerry. I know what to look for this time.
Pam, we've got a murderer to track down.
Oh, you men. Don't you have any curiosity? Besides, it won't take any time. Come on.
All right, let's go, Bill. There'll be no living with her until she's satisfied.
Well, all right.
Oh, you're darlings, both of you.
We're saps.
Yep. I don't know why I agreed. I don't have to live with her.
Shh, Bill. We're getting close.
Too bad you forgot your bathing suit.
I won't touch anything this time, Jerry. I'll just stoop down and see if I can see through the keyhole.
See anything?
Yes. He's in there.
Young Middleton?
Uh-huh.
What's he doing?
Sewing.
Sewing?
Yes.
What's the idea?
I lost my balance.
Hey!
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my balance. I fell against the door, and I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to... I didn't mean... I fell.
Doggone it, I told you to keep away from here. Oh, Mr. North, too, and the lieutenant. What do you want?
I wanted to be able to live with my wife.
Huh?
Yes, she just had to see what you have in here.
Well, now you see. I hope you're satisfied.
Dolls?
Yes, I make them. Silly, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Just like to make dolls. Sort of a hobby. There's no law against it, is there?
No, not that I've heard.
I know. I ought to fool around with shortwave radio or electric motors or something. But I'd rather make dolls. Well, what are you waiting for? Why don't you laugh?
I don't feel like it.
Look, son. Is this where you were the night of the murder?
Yes. That's why I confessed. So you'd all stop asking questions about where I was. I didn't want to have to tell about it. I was safe enough. 2 confessions before mine, and I could always tell the truth if I had to. But I hoped I wouldn't have to.
Oh, you shouldn't feel so ashamed, David. These dolls are beautiful. Why, you're an artist. Look, Jerry, all kinds of characters.
Yeah, they're absolutely perfect.
Look, every little detail exact. Some of these dolls are so tiny, and others are almost life-size.
Thanks, Mrs. North. You can have one if you like.
Oh, thank you, I would. This one, this little old man with a pipe.
Okay, he's yours.
Oh, thank you, David. Jerry, look, isn't he cute? Little wrinkled-up face. Jerry, dolls.
What about them?
They give me an idea. I think I know how we can catch the murderer.
With dolls?
Yes, Jerry, with dolls.
You see, Miss Middleton, it was quite a scheme. By pretending to shield you, Warwick could throw suspicion off himself.
The very confession of murder would suggest he was innocent.
And then being found tied up right after we were shot at, it would again make him seem innocent of that, too. And the gun plant would throw the blame where he wanted it.
Clever.
It's too clever.
Anybody who'd work out such an elaborate scheme wouldn't make such stupid mistakes as the date on the paper and the locked door.
Besides, he's a slitherer.
A what?
A slitherer. There are 2 kinds of liars, twisters and slitherers. Twisters figure out 3 or 4 twists ahead and lie accordingly, while slitherers just slide into whatever lie seems to fit at the moment. Mr. Warwick is a slitherer.
But how do you know?
At the jail, Mr. Chapman was always way ahead of Mr. Warwick. He confessed first, and he lied much better. He's a twister.
It was he who confessed to throw suspicion off himself. Warwick simply confessed out of jealousy at Chapman's getting all your gratitude.
Only a twister would have thought of that first confession.
And get this twist. Instead of framing a case against Warwick, he lets Warwick frame a case against him. A case that will fold up and make Warwick seem guilty.
You mean Larry is the murderer?
Well, sure.
But then why did George run away?
He saw so much evidence piling up against him, he was afraid we'd be able to pin the murder on him. Chapman's scheme was working.
And it was an elaborate scheme, too. Chapman planted the gun in today's paper and put it in the bushes.
And after tying up Warwick, he walked to the door, slammed it, and then quietly locked it. Slipped to the window and got out that way. Warwick, on the floor behind the bed, couldn't see him.
I can't believe it. Why? Why would he do all this? Kill Father and then try to put the blame on George?
Simple. With your father's death, you and your brother share the inheritance. And by framing Warwick, Chapman hoped to eliminate him and marry you for your money.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't.
Unfortunately, it's true. We haven't told Bill yet, but as soon as he gets here, we're going to tell him that
You're not going to do anything. I'm shutting you up now.
All right, Chapman, drop that pistol. I've got you covered. That's it. Okay, folks, you can come out from behind the sofa.
Helen. And Mr. and Mrs. North.
Yeah, what you shot were just dummies. Life-size dolls, which you probably can see yourself now that you take the time.
Mr. and Mrs. Proxy. Oh, poor Mrs. Proxy. You hit her right between the eyes.
Helen, you were in on this. You invited me here, left the front door open so I'd come in and overhear you.
Yes, Larry.
She didn't want to. But when we convinced her that you'd killed her father, she agreed.
Well, you can come along with me, Chapman. We didn't have any proof against you before, but we have now.
Thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Proxy. Gollies, Jerry. You know something?
What?
We're not such bad twisters ourselves, are we?
You think a film star has an easy life? Well, she doesn't. Making a picture is unusually hard work. She has to be up at dawn to have her makeup on and be ready in time. She works all day under blazing lights. Then there are personal appearances, for every star is busy with war work these days. And off the set as well as on, she has to look glamorous. Well, the beauty care that can keep her skin soft and radiant through all that has to be remarkably effective. And here's what Veronica Lake does, the Paramount star now appearing in So Proudly We Hail. She told us,
I take the 3-minute Woodbury Beauty Nightcap every night with Woodbury Cold Cream. The beauty results are thrilling.
well, girls, your skin may not have such hard treatment as a film star's, but if Woodbury Cold Cream can do so much for them, think what it can do for you. That's because Woodbury is much more than just cold cream. It's a complete beauty cream. Jars, 10 cents to $1.25. That's Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Cold Cream. Get a jar tonight. Tune in again next Wednesday evening at the same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? This is Ben Grauer saying good night for
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to touch.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Woodbury Cold Cream.
Lovely to look at, delightful to know, and heaven to kiss.
The makers of Woodbury Cold Cream, the beauty cream for the skin you love to touch, present The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Pam and Jerry knew Albie Baker couldn't have committed the murder. But there was all that evidence against him. And as his own lawyer said to the Norths one night in their apartment,
I don't like it. I'm his lawyer, and his story doesn't even sound good to me.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, but you must believe him. Albie'd never kill anyone, never.
What makes you so sure?
Why, Jerry and I've known him for years.
Well, I'm afraid that wouldn't convince a jury, Pamela.
Pam's right, though. Albie's no killer.
All you have to do is look at him, Mr. Hanson. He has one of the kindest faces I've ever seen. Oh, if only there was some way of finding that letter.
Yes, if. The letter is the only piece of evidence to support Baker's story. And nobody has ever seen it except Baker himself.
Al said he showed it to Krug.
But Krug denies it.
He's lying.
Well, it's Baker's word against Krug's. And with all the other evidence against Baker, I'm afraid the jury will believe Krug.
All right, Mr. Baker, just tell the court your story the way you told it to me. Now, you've told us that Private Detective Anderson questioned you about the stolen goods in your store.
Yes, sir. He asked me where I got the merchandise, and I said from Mr. Warren. But I didn't know where Warren got it.
What did the detective say to that?
He said he'd investigate Warren.
And then what happened?
Well, about a week later, I got a letter from Detective Anderson. He said he thought he had the goods on Warren and asked me to invite Warren to my apartment. I was to introduce Anderson to Warren as a friend of mine. Well, then...
So, Mr. Baker, Detective Anderson wrote you a letter telling you that he wanted to meet Warren in your apartment, did he?
Yes, sir.
Where is that letter?
I don't know.
You don't know? I see. Did anyone besides yourself ever see that letter?
Yes, I showed it to Wilbur Krug.
Why?
Well, I wanted his advice. After Anderson was murdered in my apartment, I was in a jam. I thought Wilbur would help me.
I showed him the letter and asked him what I should do.
What did he do with it?
I don't know. He must have destroyed it.
Did you see him destroy it?
No, sir.
You didn't see what he did with it?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, wasn't that a rather strange thing to do? To give someone such a vital piece of evidence and then not even notice what he did with it?
I was upset and confused. I hardly knew what was happening. Besides, I thought he was my friend. I didn't think there was anything...
Mr. Krug, did the defendant ever show you a letter to him from Frank Anderson, stating that Anderson was to meet Warren in the defendant's apartment?
No, he did not.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is very simple. Stolen merchandise was found in the store of the defendant. This is a fact. A man investigating the stolen goods was murdered in the defendant's apartment. This is a fact. Against these facts, we have only the defendant's word and the letter he claims the dead man Anderson wrote him. Very well. Where is that letter? Did anyone but the defendant ever see that letter? No. And why? For the very simple reason that there is no such letter. There never was such a letter. Frank Anderson didn't go to Baker's apartment to see Warren. He went there to see Baker. And it was Baker who killed him. Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant guilty as charged.
Jerry, I'm just sick. Think of it. Albie Baker convicted of murder.
Yeah.
Such a nice little fellow. If only there was something we could do. Oh, darling, I don't feel like seeing anyone.
Well, I'll go send whoever it is away.
Ah, Mr. North.
Oh, hello, Mr. Krug.
May I come in? I have something to tell you.
You mean you're ready to tell the truth about that letter?
More. I'm ready to produce it.
What?
Yes. Oh, don't think I've enjoyed playing the part I did. I despise myself. But I'm really a very weak character, and in my own way, I have to look out for myself. Every man for himself in this dog-eat-dog world, I always say.
Skunk would be more like it. But come on in if you really have something to offer.
Well, thank you. Don't be too harsh in judging me. I'm prepared to undo the wrong I've done.
Good.
But for a price. Ah, Mrs. North, as lovely as ever, I see.
Darling, this worm has decided to take a turn for the better. He's going to let us have the letter.
Oh, good.
But, as I mentioned before, for a price.
All right. What price?
Well, it depends.
On what?
On Cupid Warren.
What's he got to do with it?
Well, the letter, while clearing Albie, would convict Warren. Under the circumstances, he'd be willing to bid on the letter, too.
Do you mean you're going to give that horrible thug a chance to buy that letter? To practically buy Albie's life?
You know we can't match dollars with that gangster. He's big time, and I don't have that kind of money. As for Al, the poor fellow sank his last cent on the trial.
You have friends.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Mr. Krug, you're... Oh, there are no words for you.
Well, after all, Mrs. North, I do have to eat, you know.
Why?
Me. Everyone hates me. Well, it's to be expected. But do unto others and you wind up on the breadline, I always say. I'd much rather be comfortable and well-fed than popular. So, let's get down to business. Now, tomorrow you come to the address I'll give you. Naturally, you won't mention this to the police till the deal's off. I'll see to it that you're not followed. You'll go up one flight of stairs, knock on the door 3 times, and if everything is ready... Ah, Mr. and Mrs. North. I've been waiting. Come in. Mr. and Mrs. North, allow me to present Mr. Cupid Warren.
How are you?
Why are you locking the door?
So we won't be disturbed. Well, now let's get started, shall we? Come over to the table and sit down.
All right.
All right, Bright Eyes. Where's that letter?
In time, Mr. Warren, in time.
I ain't got time, and I ain't bidding till I see what I'm bidding on.
Very well. Just a moment, and I'll get it.
North, If you and your missus are smart, you're going to keep your mouth shut when I start bidding.
Unfortunately, we're not very smart.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. If you wake up in the morgue some morning, you'll know why.
All right, folks, here we are. The one and only genuine Frank Anderson letter to Albie Baker.
Let's see that.
Mr. Warren mustn't touch.
Give me that letter.
Oh, a gun?
Yeah. Now hand over that letter.
Oh, thank you, Mr. North. You hit him with that chair just in time. And now I have the gun. I was very foolish. I should have seen to it that he was disarmed before he came in here.
Get up, Cupid. You're all right.
Oh, I'll get you for this, North.
Well, folks, shall we start the bidding?
Yes, let's get it over with.
Very well. What am I bid for this 100% foolproof perfect alibi for Albie Baker?
I'll give you $1,000.
I beg your pardon.
You heard me.
$1,000, he says. $1,000. Don't you realize your life hangs on this piece of paper, Mr. Warren? Is that all your life is worth to you, a measly $1,000?
His life isn't worth a measly 20 cents. I'll bid $2,000.
But, Mr. North, Albie Baker's life also depends on this paper. Is $2,000 all you bid for your very dear friend?
He was supposed to be your very dear friend, too, remember?
Come now, let's stop this fooling around. I want a real bid.
$5,000. And if you open your mouth, North, I'll push your face so far back through your head every time you want to blow your nose, you'll have to turn around.
$10,000.
All right, wise guy, you'll get yours.
10,000 I'm bid. 10,000. Do I hear 15? Come, gentlemen, what are we waiting for?
15.
20.
Why, you?
Well, now, this is more like it. 20 is bid. Do I hear 30? 30. 30. Do I hear 30?
Jerry, where are we going to get $20,000?
I don't know.
25.
30.
Mister, you're just asking for trouble and don't think you won't get it. Now, I'll give you just one more chance. 40 grand, Krug, and that's positively, absolutely my last bid. And North, if you and the little lady don't want to go swimming in the river with your feet in a bucket of semen...
Ignore him, Mr. North. I have 40,000. Will anyone make it 50? 50. Do I hear 50? 40,000, then. It's going at 40,000. Going once?
Jerry, we can't let him get away with it.
I know, darling.
Going twice?
Okay, Krug. I'll make it 50.
All right, brother, if that's the way you want to play.
50,000. Do I hear 6?
You don't hear nothing. Let him take it.
Okay. Sold to Mr. North for $50,000.
How long can I have to raise the money?
You don't have it with you?
Don't be funny.
Well, how about tomorrow noon?
Well, that's pretty fast.
I'm in a hurry. I want to get this over with.
Well, I'll do what I can.
All right. I'll call you tomorrow and make arrangements.
You better make arrangements for his funeral.
Golly, Jerry, how'll we ever get that money? We're not millionaires.
We're not even 50,000 heirs.
Well, we better be before noon tomorrow if we want to get that letter. I wonder if it really is the letter.
That's word for word what Albie told me was in the letter.
And we've just got to get that money. Can we, Jerry?
I doubt it.
But you bid.
For time, darling.
There must be some way we can... Jerry, look out, that car.
Quick, Pam, come here.
Oh, Jerry, you pulled me in at this doorway just in time.
Yeah, it seems Cupid's losing no time keeping his promise.
Jerry, car's stopping in the next block. It's turning around.
Oh, come on. I don't feel like playing target for that thug with a machine gun anymore.
Where are we going?
There's a taxi across the street. Oh, here we are. Quick, get in. Driver, start going. I don't care where, only make it fast.
Jerry, they're coming.
Hurry, driver.
Oh, golly.
They're still coming. Driver, turn again at the next corner. See if you can get away from that car that's following us. Good. Oh. Now, if you can shake them, you can name your own tip. But if you can't...
Let's not even think about that, Jerry. After all, I don't have a thing to wear to my funeral. Oh, I hope I never have to go through anything like that again.
No, it was a pretty bad 10 minutes, wasn't it? If our driver hadn't cut through that alley, we never would have shaken them.
Well, what do we do now, Jerry? We can't stay cooped up in this hotel room. Got to find some way to raise that money. Let's see. Do we know anybody with $50,000 to spare?
Do we know anybody with $50,000?
No. Oh, there must be some way to get our hands on some money. Either beg, borrow, or steal it.
Of course, Jerry. Steal it.
Oh, now, Pamela, if you think I'm going to rob a bank...
No, Jerry, not money, the letter.
What?
Why don't we steal the letter?
Oh.
Well, we could just... I don't know. It does seem like a good idea.
We don't even know where he keeps it.
It was in the back room.
Yes, but you can be sure it's well concealed. He probably expects us to try just what you're suggesting.
Well, I know how we can find out where he keeps it, Jerry. You see, when he thinks the house is on fire, he'll go right to the spot.
Wait a minute. Why should he think the house is on fire?
Because of the smoke, silly.
What smoke?
From the bomb.
Bomb? Smoke? What the dickens are you talking about?
A scandal in Bohemia.
Oh, what?
Don't you ever read, Jerry? Nice book publisher. A Scandal in Bohemia is a story by Sherlock Holmes.
Oh.
You know, when Holmes wanted to find out where something was hidden, he had Watson set off a smoke bomb so that the woman who had hidden it would go and get it, and then he could get it. Only he couldn't because she was very clever and,
That's all right, darling. I remember the story now.
Well, how about it then, Jerry?
Well...
You can go see Mr. Krug to ask for more time or something, and then we can set off a smoke bomb, and he'll think the house is on fire, and he'll run to get the money.
All right, sweetheart, all right. You win. Let's go see what happens when smoke gets in his eyes. Now, you know just what to do, don't you, Pam?
Yes.
Good. Just watch for my signal. Here's Krug's apartment. We've got to be ready to work fast.
Gollies, I hope it goes all right.
Cupid!
Oh!
Yeah. You didn't expect to find me here, did you? But I thought me and the boys ought to drop over and pay Krug a visit. And now you come to the party, too. Well, that's just swell. Come in.
Well, I think we'd better... we were just leaving.
I said come in. That's right. Look, boys, we got company. Okay, Butch, lock the door.
Now, a brief intermission with a wartime beauty rule for the ladies.
These war days, we can't have all we'd like in the way of... Remember, good grooming can do more than fine clothes to make you lovely to look at. And there's a wonderful way to help your skin keep immaculately well-groomed. A way so quick and easy that it might have been made just for these busy days. You see, there's one cream that all alone does everything for skin beauty. It gives your skin complete beauty care, for it's a complete beauty cream. It's Woodbury Cold Cream. Just try it tonight and see. Dip into a jar of silky soft Woodbury Cold Cream and cover your face with it well. The rich cleansing oils loosen dirt and old makeup. So wipe off the soiled cream. Your skin will simply glow. It's so fresh, so clean. Now pat on more Woodbury and leave some on your skin overnight. That's all. You've given yourself the famous Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. It takes just 3 minutes, and tomorrow, when you see your clearer, smoother, more radiant complexion, you want to do that every night. Use Woodbury to cleanse your skin in the daytime, too. Your makeup will go on with a porcelain-perfect finish. 4 special softening and smoothing ingredients make Woodbury Cold Cream so beautifying. Another ingredient makes Woodbury exceptionally safe, for it works constantly purifying the cream in the jar in case blemish-causing germs get in. No other cream gives you this added protection. Try this complete beauty cream. Get Woodbury Cold Cream tonight.
And now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North. In their attempt to get the letter that will clear Albie Baker, the Norths have gone to Krug's apartment, only to be greeted there by Cupid Warren.
You know, Mr. and Mrs. North, you just don't seem never to learn.
Should I give them a once-over lightly, boss, just so they get the idea you ain't fooling?
Not yet, Butch. You're not through with Krug.
Leave me alone, won't you?
Sure. As soon as you tell us where you got that letter.
I'll never tell you.
Okay, Butch.
Right, boss. Now, Krug, this is gonna hurt you more than it does me.
No,
brute.
That was nothing, Mrs. North. Butcher's just getting warmed up.
You gonna talk, mister? Okay, how do you like this?
No. No. Stop it. Stop it. I'll tell you. I'll show you where the letter is.
Okay, Krug. Where is it?
I'll get it. It's behind this picture. There's a panel.
Jerry, he's getting the letter. What do we do?
Let's set off the smoke bomb. Maybe in the excitement we can get it.
Of course, Jerry.
Oh, no, you don't. I'll take that and come on, hand it over. Come on.
Okay.
Jerry, we're licked.
Looks like it.
All right. Here's the letter.
Good. Bring it here, Butch.
Here you are, boss.
Ah. So I was supposed to top 50 grand for this, hey, Krug? Now I'll just take this cigarette lighter, and I'll light this corner of the letter, and there goes the last piece of evidence against Cupid Warren up in smoke.
There it goes, Jerry.
Yeah.
$50,000.
Albie's chance for freedom.
Well, that's that.
We failed, Jerry.
Yeah, we certainly did.
Is there any chance of doing anything for Albie now?
I'm afraid not. We can only hope. I'll go, dear.
Ah, hello there, North, old man.
Do you always have to be so blamed cheerful?
Ah, but I have good news for you.
Yeah? What?
I'm a liar, a frightful liar.
Is that good?
But of course. May I come in?
Okay. Well, darling, Krug crawled out from under his rock again. He says he has some good news for us.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Hello.
My friends, do you still wish to purchase that letter?
What do you mean?
It would have been foolish of me to show the real letter, wouldn't it? When I was dealing with a man like Cupid Warren who might pull a gun at any moment. Yes, it would have been insanely foolish. And, Mr. and Mrs. North, I am not foolish. Weak? Yes. Selfish? Yes. But,
Do you mean that letter Krug burned was not the original?
Exactly, Mr. North. It was a copy.
And the original?
Is carefully put away where it shall remain until the money is made ready to change hands.
Oh, thank heavens. Jerry, there's still a chance.
Yes. Well, now, sir, do we do business or don't we?
We do.
Good.
But on different terms.
I beg your pardon.
You were able to force a high bid from Jerry before by the pressure of Cupid's bidding. But since you can't deal with Cupid anymore...
Why can't I deal with him?
Because you tricked him. So he'd never trust you again. He'd never know whether you were holding back a photographic copy or something, and the letter doesn't do him any good unless he's sure that he's destroyed every last copy of it.
That's right, Krug.
Me. So it is. So it is. Distressing fact.
But we'll do business with you because we only have to worry about one copy, the original. But we'll have to make sure it is the original, and we won't pay you anything like $50,000.
What will you pay?
Oh, perhaps $1,000.
My dear man, you're joking. It wouldn't be worthwhile to bother.
You seem to forget, Mr. Krug, that if we don't buy that letter, it's worthless. You might just as well take what we offer. It's all clear profit.
And you seem to forget that if I don't take your offer, Albie Baker goes to the electric chair. I can sit tight and wait. I think you'll come across.
Oh, you're despicable.
I certainly am.
I hate you.
I hate myself.
You seem cheerful enough about it.
That, sir, is because I dislike myself so thoroughly, I enjoy hating me.
Oh.
The trouble with me is I should have been a poet instead of a blackmailer. I have the heart of a poet, the feelings of a poet, the soul of a poet.
Well, then why aren't you a poet?
Simple. My poetry stinks. Tell you what, North, let's settle this matter. $10,000. Take it or leave it.
Okay. It's a deal.
Jerry, do we just stand here on the corner until he shows up?
Uh-huh. Now that he's ready to show the original letter, he's being extra cautious. He's not telling us any address. Afraid we might send the police there.
I only hope this time it is the original.
I got some samples of Anderson's handwriting. We'll compare them with the letter. I'm not giving up $10,000 for any phony. I have too much trouble raising it.
How will we ever pay it back, Jerry?
It won't be easy.
15, 7, $1, 5. Make it $1. That's easier. How many weeks are there in a year, Jerry?
52. Why?
I'm trying to figure out how much we could save if you give up smoking. Oh, I'm afraid it's not very much. It's too bad I don't smoke. Then I could give it up, too, and we'd save twice as much.
Oh, we'll manage somehow, Pam. But it won't be easy.
You know, Jerry, people shouldn't be allowed to blackmail anyone except very rich people.
I think that's Krug coming now.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. North. Get in, please.
Okay. Go ahead, Pam.
All right.
There we are. Now we'll just drive around for a while.
Oh, the OPA is not going to like that.
I have to make sure we're not being followed. Better to be cautious than sorry, I always say. When I'm satisfied no one is following, I'll take you to a room I've rented just for this little meeting. Well, Mr. North, are you satisfied that that is the real letter?
Yeah, it seems to be.
Good. Then, if you'll pay me, we can conclude our little negotiation.
Here you are.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, seems to be correct. Well, that's that then. I'll run along now, but just one more thing. You want to wait here for 5 minutes before leaving.
All right.
Well, goodbye, and please believe me when I tell you I'm heartily ashamed of myself. Goodbye.
Well, we've got it at last, Jerry.
Yep.
Oh, I can hardly wait to tell Albie. Do they have telephones at Sing Sing?
Well, not private ones.
It'll be a wonderful surprise for him.
Mr. Cupid Warren's in for a surprise, too.
Yes. Oh, how I'd like to see his face when he finds out that what he burned was only a copy and that we have the original.
With your sister?
Oh.
Well, take a good look.
Cupid.
Yeah, and this time I'm finishing the job. I've had trouble with you two for the last time.
What are you going to do?
What do you think I'm going to do? Nobody plays me for a sucker and gets away with it.
Oh, but it was Mr. Cruz.
I'll take care of him later. Right now I got business with you. I'll fix you so I don't have no more trouble with you.
Oh, wait a minute. Can't we
No,
talk?
I won't wait. I'm finishing you now, mister. Oh.
What happened, Jerry?
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. North.
Krug. I never thought I'd be glad to see you.
I saw Cupid coming down the hall, so I hid, and then I followed him back here.
You saved our lives.
Oh, I had to. I rented this room, you see. If you were found dead in it, I'd be suspected, so I couldn't let him kill you. Not here.
How did he know we were here?
I don't know. He must have had someone spying. How is he? Did I... why doesn't he move? Oh, dear. I'm afraid I've killed him.
Looks like it.
I only meant to wound him. Oh, dear. Now his body will be found. I'm no better off than if he killed you.
Somehow I like it better this way.
But look, I was only trying to protect you. That's true, isn't it?
Yes.
You'll say that, won't you? You're the only witnesses you know. You'll testify that he was trying to kill you, won't you? If you don't, they might make a first-degree case out of it. Please, don't let me down. After all, I saved your life.
Yes, you did.
So you will tell them what happened, won't you?
Sure, we will. Don't worry.
Thank you.
However, it's going to cost you just $10,000.
What?
Yes, otherwise we might have a sudden lapse of memory. Isn't that right, Pam?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, how about it?
Okay. You win. Here you are.
Good. Thanks.
Me. Oh, that's life. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I always say. However, it is rather annoying to have ventured so far and still gain nothing. Well, it's no more than I deserve, I dare say.
It's a lot less than you deserve. You ought to be in jail. However, let well enough alone, I always say.
What's that?
Cupid.
What? But you said...
No, I didn't. You did.
Oh.
Your shot missed him completely, but it startled him just enough to give me a chance to clip him. He was standing between you and me, so you couldn't see it. No. Your gun won't help you. I have Cupid's gun now, and I'm ready to use it. Better put yours on the table. Go on.
All right. Me. Seems I've played every card wrong, haven't I? Well, I suppose there's nothing left for me to do but go back to my poetry.
Well, Jerry, we have the letter, and it didn't cost us a thing. And we've caught Cupid. Everything's turned out for the best after all, hasn't it?
Not quite.
What do you mean, darling?
Think what we've done to lovers of poetry.
One of the busiest Bond sellers among the film stars is Dorothy Lamour. And she's one of Hollywood's busiest filmmakers, too. You'll be seeing her soon in the new Paramount Technicolor picture, Riding High. Now, in spite of all that Dorothy Lamour is doing, that luscious complexion of hers stays as fresh and clear as ever. For you see, Dorothy Lamour is mighty smart. She's got her complexion care down to a matter of just a few minutes. And here's what she told us about it.
My every night skin care is the Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. I've never found anything else so helpful. It's all done with Woodbury cold cream in just 3 minutes.
And many more among Hollywood's loveliest stars have this same beauty care. Try it, girls. Woodbury Cold Cream gives such remarkable results because it's a complete beauty cream. Besides cleansing, it softens and smooths beautifully and does still more. Jars 10 cents to $1.25. That's Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Cold Cream. Get a jar tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, give to the National War Fund. This fund helps many great works. It combines the appeals of 17 national relief organizations and your own money go for our boys in prison camps, to feed starving children abroad, and, of course, for relief work in your own community. The need is greater than ever. So give when the War Chest Drive is announced in your community. Give as you never gave before. Tune in again next week at this same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? This is Ben Grauer saying goodnight for Woodbury Cold Cream.
Lovely to look at, delightful to know, and heaven to kiss. Da-da-da.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's the Frontline Theater. Today, presenting another of the exciting adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, and as our special singing guest of honor, Skinny Ennis. This is Ken Niles to welcome you once again to the Frontline Theater, brought to you men in the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department. This is your theater, and every performance in it is presented especially for you, the men fighting with the United Nations on freedom's front line. Our story today is called The Missing Sparkler, and it really sparkles. Mr. and Mrs. North seem to be favorites of yours, so we try to keep you posted on their doings. And you know by now that wherever they go, there's always plenty doing. Well, let's dim the house lights, raise the curtain, and get on with the show. Jerry on this trip. He has taken his wife, Pam, along, and at the moment he's sitting in the club car aboard the train when Pam joins him.
Hello, Lammy Pie.
What?
I said hello, Lammy Pie.
Lammy pie? Pam, what's gotten into you?
Well, aren't you my Lammy Pie?
Heaven forbid.
And I'm not your angel face?
Darling, why this coyness all of a sudden?
Jerry.
What?
Who is she?
Who is who?
Angel face.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's what it said in the bracelet. And if I'm not angel face, who is?
What bracelet?
In our compartment. It's inscribed, to Angel Face from Lammy Pie. Jerry, do you have a secret love affair that I'm just finding out about?
If I do, I'm just finding out about it, too.
But who did you get the bracelet for, then? I thought it was for me. In fact, I'd be wearing it, only it doesn't go with this dress.
I didn't get it for anybody. In fact, I never even saw it.
Then how did it get in our compartment?
I don't know.
Jerry, it was lying on the table, and it said, to Angel Face from Lammy Pie in it. And it was very pretty, and I thought it was for me.
Well, you can come along with me, darling, and show it to me while I get cleaned up for dinner. Okay, darling, here we are. Now you can show me that mysterious bracelet.
Oh, dear. It's right here. Well, that's funny, Jerry.
I thought I left it on the table.
Well, it's not there now.
No. Well, maybe the joggling of the train made it fall on the floor.
I don't see it.
Oh, move that suitcase, will you, darling? It may have fallen behind there.
Okay. See it?
No, darn it. Well, where can it be?
Are you sure you didn't just dream the whole thing, darling?
No, Jerry, it was right there. It must be around here somewhere.
Well, I don't think so, but if it is, we can find it later. Well,
Well,
come on, Pam. Stop crawling around the floor and get ready, and we'll go have dinner.
You know, Jerry, it's fun eating on a train. You can have soup in Poughkeepsie, salad in Albany, dessert in Syracuse.
And indigestion in Buffalo.
I think that Jerry,
What's the matter?
there it is.
There, what is?
The bracelet. That woman is wearing it. That fat woman with the red dress and potato salad.
Huh? Oh, are you sure?
Positive. So you see, Jerry, I wasn't dreaming. There is a bracelet.
Maybe, but I don't see how you can be so sure. After all, that's just an ordinary bracelet. I don't see how you can be sure it's the one.
All right, Mr. Smarty, I'll just show you.
Oh, Pam, what are you going to do?
Oh, excuse me, madam.
Yes?
I'd like to ask you a question. That bracelet that you're wearing, did you lose it?
Certainly not. If I had, I shouldn't be wearing it.
No, I mean before.
Before what?
Before you found it. That is, I mean, how did it get in our compartment?
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it has an inscription in it, hasn't it? May I see it, please? I want to show it to my husband.
Well, really?
I told him it says to Angel Face from Lammy Pie, but I don't think he really believes me.
Why, of all the insolence.
Oh, dear, I didn't mean to offend you. I just said that, I just wanted to show it to...
Pam, please. I hope you'll accept our apologies, madam. Now, come along, Pam.
All right, Jerry. I still don't see why she had to get so huffy. All I said was
I
that
heard what you said, darling. She probably thought you were accusing her of stealing the bracelet.
Oh, but that's not what I meant, Jerry.
Or she may simply have been embarrassed at the intimacy of the inscription. But you know, if that really is the bracelet you're talking about, I found out something about Lammy Pie.
What's that?
He's very nearly blind. Imagine calling her Angel Face. Just a second, Pam. I'll see who it is. Yes?
Oh, hello. You must be Mr. North.
Yes.
The conductor told me there was a Mr. and Mrs. North in this compartment. Are you the Mr. and Mrs. North? Oh, of course you must be.
Well, I don't know. Which North do you mean?
Why, the North. The famous detectives. I've read all about you. And you must help me. You simply must. Brad will be wild, furious. Oh, he's a dear, but he does like to spank me when I've been naughty. May I come in?
Why, of course.
Oh, thank you. You know, it was really awfully careless of me. I shouldn't have left it lying around. Brad always tells me to be more careful, but I just... Oh, Mrs. North, how pretty you are, my dear.
Oh, thank you.
You will help me, won't you, Mr. North?
Well, I don't know. What's happened?
Well, my diamond brooch. Someone's stolen it. Someone on this train, because I had it when we left New York. I just know that Brad is going to think that...
Who is Brad?
Why, my husband, of course. Bradford Banning, the banker. Oh, dear me, did I forget to introduce myself? That was stupid of me, wasn't it? I'm Mrs. Banning.
How do you do?
Mrs. Banning?
Oh, he'll be wild. I know he will.
Did the brooch have some special sentimental value?
Oh, heavens, no. Financial value.
Oh, it's a very expensive piece, hmm?
Well, I really don't know. It more than we can afford, I'm afraid. Certainly more than we can afford to lose.
Well, isn't your jewelry insured?
Oh, yes, of course, most of it. But this was a new piece. I just bought it in New York. It's not on the list yet.
But you said that you don't know how much it's worth. If you bought it, I should...
Oh, heavens, I didn't ask the price. I simply told the man to charge it to Brad.
I see. Well, perhaps we can find it for you, but I don't promise anything.
Oh, if you do, I'll be no end grateful. You have no idea how nasty Brad can be when he gets into a pet.
When did you last see your brooch?
Oh, about an hour ago. 2 hours. I don't know. I had it, and then all of a sudden, I didn't.
Well, what did it look like?
Oh, you know, a clasp with oodles of diamonds on it.
Oh. And what compartment are you in?
Oh, on this train, of course. In the next car back.
I see. All right, we'll do what we can, but I tell you again, I don't promise anything.
Oh, thank you so much. You're dears, really you are. Now, bye-bye.
Hey, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Phew. Look.
I forgot. Do be careful, won't you? I should never forgive myself if something dreadful happened to you. I'd almost rather not find the brooch. Goodbye.
Huh. It's a wonder her husband lets her off the leash.
Almost. But we are going to help her, aren't we, darling?
I don't know. She didn't give us much to go on.
Well, we ought to do what we can.
All right. Just what would you suggest as the first step?
I already took it.
Hmm?
I rang for the porter.
Oh. I suppose you're going to ask him if there are any thieves on board.
No, I'm just going to ask him. Oh, I guess he's here. Open it, will you, darling?
All right, dear.
Does you want something, sir?
My wife does.
Oh, Porter, have you seen anybody but Mr. North and me coming in or out of this compartment?
A lady just left, ma'am.
Yes, I know. Anyone else?
Yes'm.
Good. Who?
A lady. About an hour ago.
The lady who just left?
No, ma'am. Another lady.
Would you recognize her if you saw her again?
Yes'm. I just saw her going up forward. Probably to the club car.
Oh, good. Will you come along then, please, and point her out to us?
But, darling, what's the difference who was in our compartment? We want to know who was in Mrs. Banning's compartment.
I'm willing to bet it's the same person, Jerry. Whoever took the bracelet took the brooch. Besides, we have to start somewhere, and this is Rutherford B. Hayes, not Pocahontas.
This is what?
Rutherford B. Hayes. That's the name of the Pullman, darling. Didn't you notice? The car in back is Pocahontas, and we'd have to get Pocahontas' porter to find out about Mrs. Banning's compartment. Come on, Jerry. Let's first see who visited us.
Well, here's the club car. Do you see a porter?
No, sir. Not till yet.
Oh, there's Angel Face, Jerry. I'll bet she's it. Porter, would you look over there near the bar? That woman with the red dress. Is she the one?
What? No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Golly, that's funny. I could have sworn it'd be she. Her. She.
Oh, there she is. She just turned around.
Oh, which one?
That young lady in a green dress, looking out of the window.
Oh. Well, thank you so much, Porter. Come on, Jerry.
Okay.
But, Jerry, I think you'd better take over from here. I don't know what to say.
That usually doesn't stop you, darling.
Well, Jerry.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes?
I'm Gerald North, and this is my wife. We'd like to talk to you for a few minutes, if you don't mind.
What is it?
Well, some peculiar things have been happening.
Just how does that affect me?
I'll come to that. You see, a bracelet that neither my wife nor I recognized suddenly appeared in our compartment. A little later, it was gone.
I still don't see how that affects me.
Well, simply that you were seen leaving our compartment.
Oh, no. That's impossible.
Then you deny it?
Of course I do. It's not true.
Well...
I don't see why you make an issue of it anyway, since you say the bracelet wasn't yours.
Well, we're not concerned about the bracelet. But a very valuable diamond brooch is missing, and...
Good heavens.
What's the matter?
Well, why, surely you don't think that I... Oh, dear.
We don't know what to think. We're trying to find out. Perhaps if you'd... Oh, just a minute. Where are you going? Miss!
Jerry, why do we just sit here in our compartment? Why don't we do something?
What would you suggest?
We ought to make that woman give that brooch back.
How?
Well, I don't know.
Well, the train doesn't make a stop for another hour, so she can't get away. In the meantime, we have to think of a way to... Now what? Oh, hello.
May we come in?
Well, you certainly may.
Thank you. Mr. North, here's that brooch.
Oh, well, thank you. But I don't understand, Miss...
Harris, Norma Harris. And this is my mother.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs.
How do you
Harris?
do? Mr. North, I hope you're not angry.
I don't know yet. What's this all about?
Well, you see, Mother's... Well, she has a slight eccentricity. She,
I steal things. I just can't help it. I don't mean to, but, well, something happens. It's most distressing.
She's usually very good, but, well, every once in a while she seems to lose control, and, well, then I have the awfulest time trying to straighten things out.
Poor now, Mom. She tries so hard to keep me out of trouble. And if she doesn't, she usually manages to return the things before they're missed.
That's how the bracelet got in here. Mother forgot where she'd taken it from and thought it was here, so I returned it. And then when she remembered where she really got it, I had to get it and give it to its proper owner, that stout lady in the red dress.
Angel face, Jerry.
Oh, I see.
But now this brooch, I guess I'm too late. Apparently its owners discovered the loss because you knew about it.
Yes, she asked us to try to get it back.
Well, now that you've recovered it, could you return it and not say anything about where you got it? Please.
Well, I don't know. If Mrs. Banning wants to know
Mrs. Banning? Well, what's she got to do with this?
Why, the brooch belongs to her.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
What do you mean? Do you know Mrs. Banning?
Oh, yes, very well. I didn't get the brooch from her.
Are you sure, Mrs. Harris?
Oh, yes, indeedy. I didn't get that brooch from Mrs. Banning. I got it from a frizzly blonde lady. Mrs. Banning is a redhead.
Well, something's wrong somewhere.
Well, there certainly is. I think we'd better find Mrs. Banning.
Well, Lily, this was a profitable trip.
Yes, that Banning dame don't miss that brooch before we hit the next town.
Ah, you're always worrying.
Well, no use being foolish.
Who's being foolish? There's nothing to worry about. We got the ice. As soon as the train stops, we hop off and we're in a clear.
You gotta find somebody to buy it.
I'll take care of that. Stop worrying, will you? Now, come on, let's have a look at it again.
No, I don't think we'd ought to take it out. Somebody might come in.
The door's locked, ain't it? Come on, I like to see it sparkle. Where'd you put it?
In my makeup box. Marty,
Yeah, what's the matter?
it's gone.
It's what?
Yeah, it was right in here. Oh, Marty, what's the matter with you? Why are you looking like that?
When I was out of here, you hit it?
No.
You're trying to double-cross me?
No, Marty. Oh, no, honest. Let go, Marty. Let go, please.
Where's the sparkler?
I don't know, Marty. Honest, I don't.
Yeah.
Marty, you're hurting me.
Yeah, and I'll hit you some more if you don't tell me what you done with that sparkler.
Don't hit me, Marty, please. I'm telling you. Marty, you're jumping me.
Where is it?
Marty, let go.
Where is it?
I told you, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. That must be it. That little old lady.
What little old lady?
Well, let go and I'll tell you.
Okay. Now, what's this about a little old lady?
She come in. She said she was lonesome. She wanted to talk.
You let somebody in here while you had that sparkler?
A little old lady, Marty. A little white-haired old lady. Gee, who thinks she
This
would...
ain't no stall.
Honest, Marty, I hope I dropped dead on this spot if she didn't come in here and say she wanted to talk. I never thought a sweet little old lady like that would...
Lily, you know something?
What?
There are thieves on this train.
Yeah. There must be. But I never thought...
That little old lady's the front for them. Well, I'm the guy that swiped that sparkler first. By rights, it belongs to me.
Yeah.
Who does she think she is swiping my sparkler? Come on, Lily.
Where you going?
To find a little old lady. Come on, I'll fix her wagon. No little old lady is playing me for no sucker.
And that's Act One of today's mystery play, The Missing Sparkler, featuring Mr. and Mrs. North. Now for intermission time, and a swell time listening to your favorite singing star, Skinny Ennis. He sings the number for which he received most requests last week at the Hollywood Canteen. It's an oldie and a smoothie. He sings, I've Got You Under My Skin. What there is of it.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart, you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've tried so not to give in. I said to myself as a fan, never will go so well. But why should I try to resist when, darling, I know so well I've got you under my skin. I'd sacrifice anything, come what might, for the sake of having you near, in spite of a warning voice that comes in the night and repeats in my ear. Don't you know, little fool, you never can win. Use your mentality, wake up to reality. But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin.
Thank you, Skinny Ennis. That was great. And we're certainly glad you could be with us today. Come back again soon. You're always welcome on Frontline Theater. And now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North and the adventure of the missing sparkler.
You don't see her yet, huh, Lily?
Not yet, Marty.
You know, I ain't so sure there is no little old lady. I think maybe you handed me a line.
No, Marty. Wait a minute.
Huh?
There she is.
Where?
Coming out of that compartment at the end of the car.
Come on.
Be careful. She's got some people with her.
Oh, a whole gang, huh? Well, I can handle them. Hey, you. Where do you think you're going?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
What is this?
This, mister, is a gun, and I'm going to use it unless you get back into that compartment, all of you.
But
I said get back in there.
We'd better do what he tells us, Jerry.
Yeah, I guess so.
Good. Come on, Lily.
Okay.
Now, will you please tell us what you want?
The sparkler.
The which?
You heard me. Hand it over.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lily, you sure this is the little old lady?
Positive.
Then somebody in here's got the sparkler. Come on, now, hand it over.
I tell you, we don't have anything.
Okay, then I'll have to search you.
Well, go ahead, search.
I'll search you, and Lily will search the women. Nobody's muscling in on Mighty Rich.
Well, are you satisfied? You've searched us all and the compartment, and you even had your lady friend search Miss Harris's compartment.
I don't understand it. Unless... Hey, Lily, I want to have a talk with you.
Marty, honest, this is the little old lady.
Then where is the sparkler?
I don't know.
You don't know. Come on.
Marty, honest,
Are
Marty.
you coming, or do I have to drag you?
Oh, come, Marty.
You better. Well, so long, folks. I'm sorry we disturbed you.
Golly, that was awful. Jerry, where's the brooch? Why didn't they find it? You had it.
I hid it.
But where? They searched everywhere.
Oh, no. There was one place I knew they wouldn't search.
Where?
Themselves.
What?
Mm-hmm. I dropped the brooch in that fellow's pocket.
Oh! Oh, Jerry, that's wonderful. Oh, but Jerry, that means he has the brooch.
Yeah, but he doesn't know it. As soon as we come to the next stop, we'll send for the police. They'll arrest him and find the brooch on him.
Unless he finds it first and hides it.
Or perhaps he'll get off the train and get away before the police arrive.
Yeah, that's the chance we'll have to take.
Oh, no, Jerry. We've got to get that brooch back.
But, Pamela...
There must be some way, darling.
We're coming into a station.
Yes. Oh, Jerry, suppose those crooks get off and get away.
They won't. I asked the conductor, and he says they have tickets right through.
And as long as they think that brooch is on the train, they'll stay.
That's right, Miss Harris.
I'm ever so sorry I caused all this trouble.
Well, we'll soon have it all straightened out. The train's stopping now, so I'll hop off and call the police. The conductor has promised to hold the train until they come.
Good. We'll wait here, darling.
Okay.
That was awfully clever of your husband, putting the brooch in that man's pocket.
Yes, he's awfully clever. But I'd feel a lot better if we could get it back. All that fella has to do is put his hand in his jacket pocket, and the game's up. Oh, if only we could do something.
Perhaps I could steal it back from him.
Now, Mother, you've done enough stealing for today.
It would be fun.
Oh, look, there they are.
The crooks?
Yes, they just got off the train.
Oh, golly, they're getting away.
No, they're not. They're just walking along the platform to get some exercise. Oh, look at that poor girl. She's all bruised. He must have beat her up.
How awful. Miss Harris, do you see what I see?
What?
Why, of course. He's in his shirt sleeve.
Yes. That means his jacket is probably in his compartment. What luck. You wait here, Mrs. Harris. I'll be right back. Oh, dear, they would have a dog. Nice boy. Let me in. That's a good doggy. Oh, now you chased me out again.
please be nice. I'm not going to take anything that belongs to your master. Just an old brooch, and it isn't his. Please let me in. A nice doggy. Nice little doggy. That's better. Nice doggy. Now, I'll just take a step. See, I didn't hurt anything. And now another. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter, lady? Don't Fifi like you?
Oh, gollies. You.
Us? Lily, it looks like we got a visitor.
Yeah.
And that gives me an idea that I owe you an apology, Lily. I think this dame must know something or she wouldn't be coming here.
Oh, no, I don't really.
Yeah? Well, come on in and we'll talk it over.
No, please,
Get in there. All right, Fifi, down. Down, Fifi. Okay, miss, go on in. That's right. Now, you and us is going to have a talk. Where's that sparkler?
I don't know.
No? Take a good look at Lily. See what I done to her face just on account of she didn't know? Now, where is it?
I don't know.
I warned you.
You're hurting my arm.
That ain't all I'm going to hurt. Where is it? You going to talk? I can keep this up longer than you can, lady.
Oh, stop. I'll tell you. It's in your jacket.
My jacket?
Yes.
Who's there?
The police. Open up.
Police?
Yeah. Come on. Open up. I tell you, Mr. North, we searched them both, in their whole compartment, but there's no brooch.
But they had it, I tell you.
And I told them where it was.
Well, they don't have it, so there's nothing I can do. I've held this train long enough.
Well, can't you take them off for questioning?
I have questioned them. They say they never saw the brooch. They say you're crazy. They say Mrs. Banning is crazy. And I'm beginning to think maybe they're right. Now, let me out of here before I decide to take you off for questioning.
Oh, dear, Brad's going to be simply wild. I don't know how to tell him. Oh, of course, how silly of me. It's going to be all right after all.
How so?
Oh, my dear Mrs. North, don't you see? I didn't pay for the brooch yet.
Well, Pam, here we are. There's a taxi over there. You know, I still can't figure where those crooks could have hidden that brooch. The police searched everywhere.
Yes. Look, Jerry. There they are getting off the train. And I just know they have the brooch with them. There's nothing we can do. Oh, gollies.
What is it, Pam?
I just thought of something. Oh, Jerry, maybe I can make up for that foolish thing I did. If I can only find one before they get away.
Find one what? What are you looking for?
A cat,
A
Jerry.
cat?
Yes. Oh, dear, where can we find one?
Well, there's one.
Where?
Well, down there at the end of the platform, lying in those trunks.
Oh, yes, Jerry, how wonderful. Come on.
I hope you know what you're doing, darling.
Hello, Kitty. Here, Kitty, Kitty, Kitty. No, Kitty, don't jump down. Come here, Kitty. Come on. I won't hurt you, old fella. Now, just let me pick you up. Jerry, I've got him.
So I see.
Come on. Nice, Kitty. Nice, old fella.
Don't become too attached to him, darling.
All right, darling. Where's that taxi? They haven't gone, have they?
No, there they are. They're just getting in.
Good. Come on. Oh, hey. Hey, just a minute.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes, just a minute.
We haven't got a minute. Okay, driver.
Jerry, don't let him close that door.
All right, but what are you doing?
Just this.
Hey, you put the cat in the taxi. Well, there goes Kitty.
Yes. And there goes Fifi after him. Come on, Jerry. Where did they go?
Around the corner of that building.
Oh, golly, Jerry, I hope they stop somewhere.
There they are. Kitty's up the telephone pole.
Yes.
And Fifi's dancing around below it.
Hello, Fifi. Oh, Fifi, stop. You can't get up that pole.
Pam, what are you doing to her? Look out, she'll bite you.
No, she won't. There it is. Look, Jerry.
The brooch?
Yes. The police searched the compartment and the two crooks, but it never occurred to them to search Fifi. It was fastened inside her collar.
Oh,
it was the only place left. Oh, look. Here comes our boyfriend.
Hey, you let's have that. You thought you was clever, huh? But I'm taking that sparkler. Come on, hand it over.
Oh, dear. All this work for nothing.
Yeah, looks like it.
Well, hurry up. Hand it over. I'll...
You'll what?
Holy smoke, what'd I do with it? Where is my...
Hello, everyone. Is this what you were looking for, sir?
My gun.
Yes, I took it. Wasn't that naughty of me?
Here, Mrs. Harris, I'll take that.
All right, Mr. North, here you are.
Thank you.
Mother, thank heavens I found you. Oh, Mr. North, she's been stealing things again. I just don't know what to do with her.
Well, if I were you, I'd buy her a nice, expensive present and charge it to Bradford Banning.
Well, men, the curtain is dropped on today's Frontline Theater play, The Missing Sparkler, featuring Mr. and Mrs. North. We hope you liked it. But there are more plays coming, more comedies, mysteries, and dramas, and some of the biggest Hollywood stars to appear in them. So keep on listening, won't you? This Frontline Theater play was presented especially for you men in the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
You're lovely, never, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause you're lovely, just the way you look tonight.
Woodbury, the makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap made for the skin alone, present The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Pam feels like going to the movies because she decided that Jerry's been working too hard and needs an evening of relaxation. Well, that's all right with Jerry because he feels like going to the movies, too. But he'd like to know what they're going to see. So, as he and Pam walk toward the neighborhood theater, he asks her,
"What picture are we going to see, Pam?"
Oh, I forget the name of it, darling, but I know you'll like it. It has, what's her name in it?
And I like her, huh?
Oh, you know who I mean. She was in that picture with, Jerry, that tall, dark-haired fellow.
There are a lot of tall, dark-haired fellows in the movies, darling.
No, but this one, he was in...
I know. He played in the picture with what's her name?
That's right. Oh, what is his name, Jerry?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, I see I'm not the only one who forgets names. And you always say that I never can remember. Oh, that reminds me, Jerry, I forgot to tell you. That fellow phoned today.
What fellow?
I don't remember his name, darling, but I wrote it down. And his phone number, too.
Well, who is he? What do you want?
Oh, you know, that author.
Darling, I know lots of authors. I'm a publisher, remember?
Well, this one's from out of town. Ohio or someplace.
Eugene Lawrence?
Yes, that's it, Eugene Lawrence.
Is he in town?
Yes, but he'll be leaving tomorrow.
But, Pam, I want to see him. Where'd you say he's staying?
I didn't. I don't remember, Jerry. But I wrote it down.
Well, I'll go back to the apartment. I want to call him. You go on to the show.
But, Jerry...
Darling, this is important. It's business. I'm publishing his book, and there are certain points we've been discussing through the mail that I'd like to talk over in person. Now, where did you write his phone number?
On a folder.
Folder?
Yes, dear. It's right next to the telephone.
Well, what kind of a folder?
A match folder. You can't miss it, dear. It's orange and
I remember.
black.
It has the name of that awful nightclub you lured me into going to the other night.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
But why do you have to take messages on match folders?
Well, it was right there, next to the telephone.
Couldn't you use the pad?
No, dear.
Why?
It was in the kitchen.
What was the telephone pad doing in the kitchen?
The kitchen table wobbles, Jerry.
Oh.
I still don't see what you're making such a fuss about.
I threw the folder away.
Oh. When?
Just now, a few minutes ago, somewhere between here and the apartment. Come on, let's retrace our steps and see if we can find it.
All right. Jerry, are you sure it's not in your pocket?
Positive. There was only one match left, and I used it. I remember distinctly because I was so pleased with myself for lighting the cigarette on a single match with the wind blowing.
Well, then you should remember where.
Darling, I don't make it a point to notice my surroundings every time I stop to light a cigarette. Oh, wait a minute. What's that?
A chewing gum wrapper. You know, Jerry, I don't think you're fair. You threw the match folder away, and then you blame me.
Of course I threw it away. It was empty. How was I to know there was anything written on it?
Well, I don't see why you have to be so mean about it.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. It's just that I'm anxious to talk to Lawrence. I won't say anything more about it. But let's try to find the folder.
Oh, well, there's a pile of rubbish, Jerry. Maybe it's in there.
Well, let's see. No, that's not it. Maybe under here. You know, if you could only remember the name of his hotel, try and think.
Hotel, it began with an R. Was it an M? Oh, I know. Caldwell.
Caldwell?
No, that's not it. Anyway, Jerry, I couldn't help it, could I?
Couldn't help what?
That one leg of the kitchen table is short.
I guess not.
What you doing, mister?
Oh, hello, son. We're looking for a match folder.
I got a match.
Thanks. That's not what we want. It's the folder.
A special one?
Yeah, orange, and it has the name of the Zigzag Club on it.
Zigzag Club?
Uh-huh. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do. That match folder is somewhere between here and 24 St. Anne's Place. You help us look for it, will you? If you find it, I'll give you $5.
$5? Gee!
That's right, and we'd better get back to the apartment, Pam. Maybe Lee Lawrence will phone again.
But the movie...
Oh, I don't care so much for what's her name, after all.
Good evening, Axel. Nice evening. Beautiful evening.
It stinks.
Okay, so it stinks.
What do you have?
Nothing.
On the wagon?
I'm here on business. Where's Dutch?
In the back.
Well, I want to see him.
Lulu's with him, and he don't want to be disturbed.
Yeah, but this is important. It's about the Norths.
Oh. Okay, come on. Hey, you see this tooth?
Which one?
The one that's missing.
No, I don't see it. It ain't there.
You know why?
No.
I walked in on the boss and Lulu once before.
Well, this time not.
Okay. Who is it? It's me, Axel.
What do you want?
Pinky wants to see you. Says it's important. Something about them Norths.
Oh, all right. Wait a minute. Okay, Pinky, what's on your mind?
Would you pay $5 for a folder of matches?
Huh?
I said, would you pay $5?
What kind of matches?
Ordinary ones, like they give you when you buy cigarettes.
Are you nuts?
Look, you don't like that North guy, do you?
Look, you said something about matches.
The Norths helped put the law onto your brother, didn't they?
Okay, so I hate him. If it wasn't for them, Mac wouldn't be giving the best years of his life to the warden at Sing Sing. What's that got to do with buying match covers for $5?
Well, if North was mixed up in something fishy now.
Is he?
Could be.
Come on, open up. What gives? What do you know?
Well, when a guy offers $5 for a folder of ordinary matches, wouldn't you detect a strong odor of mackerel?
You mean North wants to pay $5 for matches?
That's what I overheard him offer a kid on the street. Look, North lost a folder of matches, and if the kid could find it,
I'd like to see that folder.
Suppose I found it. Suppose I got it right here in my pocket.
Have you?
And suppose it has a name and a phone number on it.
Okay, suppose it has.
Well, what's it worth to you?
That all depends. Maybe it don't amount to anything.
Yeah? Then why is North so anxious to get it back?
Well, we'll see. Let's have the folder.
Oh, not so fast. I got to get something out of this.
Okay. Give me the folder. I'll call the number and say I'm North. I'll find out what the setup is. And if it's worth anything to me, you'll be taken care of.
How do I know I can trust you?
I got an honest face. Come on, let's have the folder.
Well, all right, but I got to get my cut.
Okay. Where's the folder?
Here you are.
Good. Come in.
What's going on, Dutch?
Be with you in a second, honey. I gotta make a phone call.
Oh, what's it all about, Axel? Oh, hello, Pinky.
Hello.
Pinky found some $5 matches, and the boss got interested.
Say, what are you trying to...
Hello?
Hello?
Is that Mr. Lawrence, Eugene Lawrence?
Yes, this is he.
Oh, well, this is Gerald North.
Oh, hello there. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Okay. Say, look, I've been thinking over what you suggested, and I've decided you're right.
Yeah? Well, that's nice.
Yeah, it would spoil the whole thing if the murder is discovered too soon.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
It has to be kept quiet, and it won't be hard. After all, if Mrs. Stokes keeps to her story, there's no way for anyone to find out except the doctor, and he can be bought off.
Bought off, huh?
It all fits together. She got all the money from her uncle, so money doesn't matter to her, and it's right in character.
In character?
Sure, and wait till you hear the new angle I've got so no one will find out her uncle was crazy.
Crazy, huh?
I don't want to tell you over the phone. I'd rather have more time to talk it over. Are you busy now? I could run over.
Oh, yeah, sure. Come on over.
Are you home?
Yeah, I'm home.
Oh, good. I'll be right over. Let's see. The address is 24 St. Anne's Place, isn't it?
I guess, yeah, sure.
Fine. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Now, so long.
So long.
What's going on, sugar?
Plenty. Boy, oh boy, am I gonna make that Weisenheimer sweat.
I told you to be good.
What Weisenheimer, Dutch?
That North guy, I'm gonna square things with him and that dumb wife of his.
Oh, but how? Who was that you were talking to on the phone?
Friend of North. Seems they're covering up for some rich dame who knocked somebody off. And aren't they just gonna love it, though, when little Dutch walks in and tells them he knows all about it?
Well, what do I get out of it?
You'll get yours, don't worry. The dame has a lot of dough she got from her batty uncle, and she's willing to spend it to keep things quiet.
Well, she better pay plenty or I'm gonna...
Okay. Come on, Axel. You and me are going over and collect.
Okay, boss.
Hey, how about me?
You wait here. We'll be back.
All right, but hit him for plenty. And remember, I gotta get what's coming to me.
Don't worry, brother. You will. But first, North is going to get what's coming to him. Come on, Axel.
We'll be back with the Woodbury Facial Soap program and Mr. and Mrs. North in a minute. But first, this is Ben Grauer for Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap made for the skin alone. When a man says he likes you to look natural, ladies, you know what he means. He wants you to look naturally lovely. And that's why those smart young beauties, the marrying Woodbury Debs, never miss their Woodbury Facial cocktail. One of the most glamorous Woodbury Debs to marry recently is pretty Joanne Newcomb of California. She's now Mrs. Guy Price, Jr. Her complexion is velvet smooth and clear. And if you could ask her about skin care, she'd tell you...
He loves me with that fresh, natural look my Woodbury Facial cocktail gives. So I pat Woodbury lather into my skin till it glows, then rinse twice, first with hot water and then with cold.
How does it happen that so many popular girls trust their complexions to no soap but Woodbury? Because Woodbury Facial Soap is made for the sole purpose of keeping skin lovely, by skin scientists who know the nature of fine-textured skin and how to care for it. They put into Woodbury Facial Soap only the purest beauty oils, plus a special costly ingredient for extra mildness. Naturally, your skin is softer, smoother, clearer after a Woodbury Facial cocktail. So ask for Woodbury Facial Soap and follow the marrying Woodbury Debs to romance. Now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hello. I'm Eugene Lawrence.
Oh, swell. Come on in.
Thanks. Oh, it's good to meet you, North. After all the letters we've written back and forth, it seems like we already know each other.
Yes, gosh, I'm glad you came over. I've been trying to get hold of you, but your number was mislaid, and I didn't know where to reach you.
I beg your pardon?
I said I didn't know where to reach you, or I'd have called.
But you did call.
I did?
I mean...
Huh?
Don't you remember?
No, what are you talking about?
Our conversation about the book.
You mean what I wrote to you?
No, what you told me on the phone.
On the phone?
Huh?
But I... Oh, here's my wife. Pam, I want you to meet Eugene Lawrence.
Oh, hello, Mr. Lawrence. I'm so glad that you didn't wait for Jerry to phone you, because there was only one match left, and Jerry threw away the folder.
Well, what's that?
Yes. I suppose it's really my fault, but you see, one leg of the kitchen table was short, and I put the pad under it, so I had to use the folder.
Oh.
We looked all over the street, but we couldn't find it. Jerry even got down on his knees in the gutter.
In the gutter?
In the gutter.
Well, what was he doing there?
Well, looking for your telephone number, of course.
Perhaps I'd better go.
Oh, but you just got here, Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, well, I know, but Miss North, just answer one question. Did you or did you not talk to me on the phone about 15 minutes ago?
Just a second.
We couldn't have, Mr. Lawrence. We weren't here.
Hello?
Hello, North. We're coming in. Come on.
Wait a minute.
Okay,
Wait
boys.
a minute.
Hello, Mrs. North. Axel and me thought we'd pay you a little visit.
Well,
And this must be that Eugene Lawrence guy.
How do you know about me?
It ain't how I know, brother. It's what I know.
Well, what do you know?
Plenty.
Just what is it you want?
We come to the point. Cash.
For what?
For keeping my mouth shut.
About what?
About a certain dame named Mrs. Stokes.
what?
Yeah. I know all about her. I know her uncle was batty and she didn't want anyone to know it. I know she knocked off a guy and is willing to put up her uncle's dough to keep it quiet. Well, I'm going to have a hunk of that dough, a big hunk. What are you laughing at?
You think that Say, how'd you find out about that?
All of a sudden, that ain't so funny, eh?
I think I'm beginning to understand a few things at last.
Okay. What I want to know is, do we talk business or don't we?
I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree, my friend.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's all a mistake.
Okay. Make like you ain't worried. But you'll sing different when I spill what I know to the cops.
You're just wasting your time.
I know. You think on account of you got friends on the force, they'll go easy. Well, let me tell you, a cop is a copper.
You don't know how funny this is.
So it's funny. Do you make me an offer or don't you?
We don't.
Good. I was kind of hoping you'd take this attitude on account of I got ethics. And if you paid, I'd have shut up. But I always wanted to see you squirm, and brother, I'm going to. Come on, Axel.
Okay, boss.
And when things get hot, North, don't think you'll get out of it by putting it all on that Mrs. Stokes. By covering her, you've been obstructing justice, and that makes you an...
accessory after the fact.
Yeah, an accessory after the fact. Well, let's go, Axel. I got a phone call to make. And then I got an idea this isn't going to seem so funny to these punks.
Oh, Bill, surely you don't take it seriously.
All I know is that it wouldn't be the first time you and Pam held out on me.
It's really too silly to discuss. The whole thing's been a ridiculous comedy of errors.
Don't you see, Lieutenant? He must have been the one who called me, and when I told him about the book...
All right. You told me that before. When the Norths get mixed up in something, there's always some explanation. And usually it turns out that the explanation is phony and that something really is going on.
Bill, do you mean to tell me that you're taking the word of a criminal against ours?
Well, I don't know that he is a criminal. I don't know who it was who called me. He wouldn't give his name.
It was that awful Dutch Garber. You know, we helped you catch his brother, and he's had it in for us ever since.
Besides, Bill, since when have the police taken such stock in anonymous phone calls?
When they concern the Norths.
Oh, Bill, come on. Forget it, won't you? It's really funny. I only wish you could see the joke.
Yeah, so do I.
Say, this gives me an idea for the book. Look, after they pay off the doctor...
Wait a minute. I've got to answer the phone.
Oh, you're not going to keep on being silly about this, are you, Bill?
Okay, Pam, just call me Sucker Wagon and let's forget the whole thing.
Well, I'm sorry you don't trust us.
It's for you, Bill.
Oh, right, thanks. Yeah, Mullins. What's that? Who? I see. Right. Right, okay, I'll be right over. So long. Well, so it was all a gag, huh? Just something out of a book. You know, someday I ought to lock you Norse up just to teach you a lesson.
What are you talking about?
What happened, Bill?
It was Dutch Garber who called me,
Well, he said he was going to call you.
But it didn't amount to anything, did it? He thought he knew something, but it was just a lot of eyewash out of this fellow's book.
What are you driving at? What's happened?
Well, it seems that one of your fictional characters resented the call.
What do you mean?
I mean that Dutch Garber has just been found with a couple of slugs in him.
What?
He's dead?
Right. Now, don't try to tell me that this is just Chapter 18.
Oh.
You've got a real corpse with real lead in him. You folks had better start talking, and talking fast.
Gollies, I thought for a while that Bill was really going to lock us up, Jerry.
Well, he's pretty sore, and I suppose you can't blame him.
Now he'll never trust us again. Not unless we can solve this case and show him that we had no connection with it. Jerry, that's why I want to go down to Dutch's saloon. If we can find that fellow who was with him, he may be able to tell us something.
I've got it all worked out.
You mean you...
After the doctor is paid off, Mrs. Stokes hides the body.
Oh, that.
Must we go into it now?
Oh, wait until you hear the gimmick I've got. That place you didn't like. This fixes it up. I tell you, it's a twist that'll be a sensation.
I wonder why Bill let us go.
He saw he couldn't get anything out of us.
It's dark, see? And she drags the body out of the car and dumps it in the river. But what she doesn't know is
Well, here we are.
the body that was in the car...
Not now, please. We have work to do. Here, driver, keep the change.
Thanks.
Gollies. Not a very inviting place, is it?
Well, it was your idea, darling.
I've seen nicer places than this in nightmares.
And nicer people.
Yes.
Jerry, see if you can find the fellow who was with Mr. Dutch. You know, the one he called Axel.
You looking for me, Mrs. North?
Oh, I didn't see you.
What do you want?
We just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Suppose I don't want to answer.
Oh, that'd hardly be hospitable. All we want to know is where you and Dutch went when you left our apartment.
What's it to you?
Oh, we just want to know.
I come here. I don't know where Dutch went, so what?
Where did Dutch say he was going?
He didn't.
Haven't you any idea whom he was going to see?
Go peddle your paper someplace else. I ain't got time to bother with you.
I'm sorry. I thought you might be willing to help.
Help what?
Help us find who killed Dutch.
Who killed him? Say, what are you talking about?
Dutch is dead, and we're trying
Why,
to find...
you dirty rat!
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Yeah? Nobody's bumping off the boss and getting away with it, see?
What are you doing with that gun? We didn't bump off the boss.
Oh, no? Now I see why you thought it was so funny when he told you what he knew. You was all ready to take care of him,
Don't be silly.
Get back to your tables, you mugs, and sit down. I'll handle this.
Please, Mr. Axel, put that gun away. It's all a mistake.
I'll put it away when I'm finished with it.
Oh, gollies, everything's gone wrong. And all because one leg of the kitchen table is short.
Before we return to Woodbury's Mr. and Mrs. North, this is Ben Grauer for Woodbury Facial Soap. Ladies, when you work up a good bubbly lather of Woodbury on your face cloth and work it into your skin, you do more than make it immaculately clean. When you run your hand over your face, you find it softer and smoother. And when you look in your glass, you see a complexion livelier, more glowing. For Woodbury Facial Soap is truly a beauty treatment in cake form, as any glamorous Woodbury Deb will tell you. Now listen to what one of the loveliest has to say about it. She's Joanne Newcomb Price, a Woodbury Deb just married out in California. And she has a fine textured complexion that needs especially gentle care. Yet patriotic Joanne is not one to just sit around and look pretty. She's an ardent victory gardener and sells what she grows for war relief. And here's what she writes.
Gardening's dirty work, but my skin stays clear and bright with Woodbury. Even California sunshine doesn't dry or coarsen my complexion. I love the clean feel and look of my skin after a Woodbury facial cocktail. He loves it, too.
Why don't you follow the marrying Woodbury Debs to romance? Ask for Woodbury Facial Soap. That's Woodbury, Woodbury, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin, the stars of Mr. and Mrs. North, will appear next Sunday night on Woodbury's other program, the Chamber Music Society of Lower Basin Street. Be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North on Lower Basin Street next Sunday evening, immediately following Walter Winchell. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. Now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Okay, now. Get moving. In the back.
Just a minute. Won't you please put that gun away and listen to reason?
I ain't interested.
Look, Axel, what makes you so sure that we're the ones who bumped off the boss?
Any dope would know that.
Oh.
Didn't anyone know he was going to try to blackmail us?
Well, yeah.
Well, isn't it possible that they thought that we paid the boss and they killed him in order to rob him?
Well, Of course. There's your answer, Axel. Who knew Dutch was going to come over?
Wait a minute, not so fast. You're just trying to get out of it.
Oh, no, we're not. But if you want to make an example, you ought to make it out of the right person.
But how do I know the right person ain't you, huh?
Would we have come here if we'd killed Dutch?
I don't know.
There'd have been no point in it. It would have been suicide.
Why did you come?
We want to find out who killed Dutch, and if you'd only help us, then we'd
Well, okay. I guess you're right. It feels good to breathe again.
All right, Mr. Axel. Now, who knew that Dutch hoped to get money from us?
Well, Pinky and,
Yes?
only Pinky, that's all.
I thought you were going to say someone else.
I says only Pinky.
All right, all right.
Where can we find Pinky?
That's him over there. Hey, Pinky, come here.
Has he been here ever since you got back?
Yeah.
Hello. Hey, did I see a bit of gunplay a moment ago?
Just a little disagreement. Think nothing of it.
Don't worry. I'll only think something of it if something like that didn't happen in this place. Oh, hello, Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh, I see you know us.
Oh, yes, I get around.
I'd like to ask you a question, Mr. Pinky.
Go right ahead, but I don't promise an answer.
Where were you while Axel and Dutch were out calling on us?
Right here. Why?
Can you prove it?
Maybe. What's it to you?
Oh, nothing. Only you may have to.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And now may I ask a question?
Sure. Little John Kieran, that's me.
Who's that pretty girl at your table?
Lulu?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Yeah, that's Lulu. Dutch's girl.
Leave her out of this.
Oh, but Axel, with her looks, it's a shame to leave her out.
But she don't know nothing, see?
Shame on you, Axel. That's no way to talk about a young lady.
I mean about Dutch's murder.
Dutch's murder? Hey, what do you mean?
Axel, you've spilled the beans.
Hey, is Dutch been...
As if you didn't know.
No, Axel, honest, I was here the whole time.
Well, while you two decide who was where, I'm going over and talk to Glamourpuss.
Wait a minute, North. I tell you, she didn't know nothing, see?
That's all right. With her looks, she doesn't have to. I just want to talk to her.
Well, I'm going with you.
So am I.
Okay.
Jerry, I'm surprised at you. She's nothing but a painted floozy.
Well, I've always been an admirer of painting, sweetheart. Hello, gorgeous. May we join you?
Why, sure, big boy. Sit down. There's a dame with you.
Oh, don't mind her. She's a little number I picked up in the subway. Pinky will take her off my hands, won't you, pal?
Jerry.
I see you've got ideas, but my boyfriend will be coming back soon, and he's not going to like them.
Dutch?
Yeah. You know him?
Sure. But don't worry about Dutch. He won't be coming back for a long time.
How do you know?
I know. So, come on. Let's be friends.
Take your hands off of her.
Why? She likes me. Don't you, honey?
Well...
See?
Leave her alone.
Go away, Axel. I'm busy.
I see you are.
North, if you don't leave her alone,
North.
I'm gonna...
Did you say North?
Yeah, Gerald North.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, Axel, now you went and spoiled it all.
What is this, North? What's going on? What are you trying to do?
That's what I'd like to know.
Just checking on a motive?
What do you mean?
Well, I never really believed robbery was the motive because the murderer couldn't know whether Dutch had the money. So I began looking for another motive, and I think I've found it.
Motive? Murder? Say, what are you talking about?
About Dutch. He's been murdered.
Hey, Lolo, please
And I have an idea it was Axel who murdered him. Yeah, because you were in love with Dutch's girl.
Oh, Axel, you
And
didn't.
you figured this would be a good time to do it because
Why, you-
Dutch had just informed on me, so I'd be suspected instead of you. After all, you thought I was already involved in one murder, so I was a natural fall guy.
No, you don't. Don't reach for that gun again.
Let go!
Not yet, brother.
Hey, Pinky!
Jerry, look out. Pinky has a chair.
Hey, Lawrence, how about some help?
Right on, North.
Get you. Watch out for those two guys.
Guy's head's like a rock. This is what I was trying to tell you, North, about the book. There's a free-for-all, and then...
Hey, break it up. Come on, break it up. I got you covered, all of you. Cops! Right, put up your hands, you mug.
Axel's going for the door.
Look out, Pam. We're in the line of fire, so Bill can't shoot. Here, duck under the stage.
All right. We got down just in time.
Yeah, Bill's driven him into the corner.
Come on, drop your guns and come out of there. You can't get away. The place is surrounded. Okay, mister, you asked.
You see, North, there's this free-for-all, and then the cops break in and arrest Mrs. Stokes, and then comes the switch. It isn't Mrs. Stokes. Mrs. Stokes is the corpse. And now I ask you, is that a switch, or is that a switch?
Bill jumped him and got him.
Well, North, how does the plot strike you now?
Not so hard. Why? What's the matter with it? Well, somehow I found it awfully hard to keep my mind on it.
So that's why Bill let us go.
Yeah, he knew he couldn't get us to talk, so he let us go and followed us, thinking we'd lead him into something.
Well, we certainly did.
Mm-hmm.
Gollies, Jerry, he came right in the nick of time. Just like the Marines. Oh, it certainly was lucky he followed us.
Lucky?
Well, wasn't it?
Pam, do you think I'm crazy?
What do you mean, dear?
Do you think I'd have gotten into a fight with a murderer in a dive like that if I didn't know the police had been following me?
Oh, you knew all the time.
Of course. But even so, it was a pretty bad few minutes. I hope I'll never have to go through anything like it again.
Well, I know what you can do to prevent it.
What?
You can fix that leg on the kitchen table.
Starting today, your bookseller has on sale the latest Mr. and Mrs. North mystery novel. It's titled Killing the Goose. Get a copy of Killing the Goose tonight. The next Wednesday evening, another radio adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? Music for Mr. and Mrs. North is conducted by Charles Paul. This is Ben Grauer saying good night for Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
Lovely, never change.
Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
You're lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause you're lovely, just the way you look tonight.
Woodbury, the makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap made for the skin alone, present The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths woke up one morning and discovered it was February. Pam said, "Jerry, let's go to the dogs." "By all means," Jerry replied. "Where's the champagne?" But that wasn't what Pam meant. She meant the dog show at the Uptown Garden. And after Jerry had said something about in leap year, woman proposes while man opposes, and after Pam had thrown a pillow at him, they got dressed and went to the dogs.
Dogs.
Aren't they adorable?
Uh-huh. I feel unnatural on two legs. We're outnumbered.
I guess this isn't a good hour for visiting.
Oh, the dogs don't mind.
Oh, Jerry, what breed is that?
Schnauzer.
God bless you. What breed?
Schnauzer.
God bless you. Jerry, you're catching cold.
I'm not sneezing. That dog is a Schnauzer.
Oh, cute. Oh, look, Jerry, a Great Dane. Isn't he beautiful?
Let's move on, dear.
Why?
I think he thinks I'm a bone.
Oh, you're not afraid, are you, darling?
No, I just don't want to confuse him, make him neurotic.
All right, scaredy cat. Oh, Jerry, look.
That's a Yorkshire Terrier.
I don't care. That dog's been to the movies.
Saw Veronica Lake and copied her hairdo, huh?
I'm positive. The only thing is, this dog's overdoing it. It's got a peekaboo contraption in front of both eyes.
Darling, the Yorkshire Terrier's long, silky hair was developed along the upland moors. Protects it from the rain and wind.
Don't show off, dear. You've read a book. Oh, this one's cute.
That French poodle, he looks as if a landscape gardener had worked him over.
Oh, he's very distinguished looking. You see, he understands me.
I've seen lawns better clipped than that. The tag here says he is Champion Peter Cavalier.
I knew it.
Did you also know he belonged to, let's see, La Comtesse de la Porte?
Oh, I can just see myself now walking down Madison Avenue with Peter on the leash.
Uh-huh. And I would bow to you and kiss your hand.
Jerry, you silly.
And I would say, Countess, you have the most beautiful dog I have ever seen.
Please.
There is nothing in the world I would love more than to pat your dog sometimes, Countess.
Please.
And not another word, Countess?
But, Jerry, there's somebody breathing down the back of my neck.
Huh? That's right. Hey, you, stop breathing down the back of her neck.
I'm doing it only in the line of duty, pal.
Jerry, there's somebody right behind you, too.
No, friend, don't turn around. Introductions later.
Hey, what is this?
This is a snatch. You are acquainted with the term, Countess?
Countess? Me? Jerry!
Keep your voice low, little lady. Otherwise, Sam, who ain't poking you in the ribs with no clothespin, will have to shoot you.
Oh, is that right, Sam?
The Duke knows the voids, Countess.
Countess? But I'm
Let
not
us leave the dogs. Come on.
Jerry.
Look, there's been some mistake
One
here.
little funny move and you'll be making a mistake. Walk nice and quiet out the front door, both of you. That's right. Otherwise comes the hearse, and they'll be carrying you out nice and quiet.
Anyway, it's a nice car.
Thank you, Countess.
But I am not a countess.
Did we or did we not hear that gent sitting next to you call you Countess?
You did, but Jerry was only joking.
Some joke.
She's my wife.
You the Count?
Of course not.
Then the little lady ain't your wife.
Oh, wait a minute. Duke, if you...
Yeah?
Are you really a Duke?
Nah, sort of a nickname.
All right. That's the way it is with Pam.
Sure. Only she's got a couple of million Iron Men in the bank. I ain't. My estate was impoverished.
The Duke knows the voids.
I'm supposed to be French if I'm the countess, but I'm not.
How do we know?
Well, you can hear me talk, can't you? I speak English, don't I? Just like you.
You speak like us?
Duke, she sounds like a foreigner to me, she does.
If she's the Countess, what am I supposed to be?
There is a word for it.
The Duke knows...
Quiet, Sam. The word is gigolo.
Me? Why, you...
Relax there, dancing pumps, or I'll give you a revolver full.
Jerry, please.
Now, we are all men of the world here, ain't we? Excepting, of course, the Countess.
Thank you.
A mere nut. As I was saying, the Countess is young. She is beautiful.
Why, Duke?
She is a babe with plenty of bread pudding. The Count, on the other hand, is broke. He is on the shabby side of gentility. So he collects stamps, while the Countess collects...
Gigolos.
You are one of them, a very fine specimen. My congratulations, Countess.
I am not a gigolo.
Listen, mister, don't get so excited. It's good work if you can get it.
Hey, boss, we're leaving town. We gotta decide.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Yeah.
What do you have to decide?
Well, you see, Countess Original, we didn't figure on snatching more than one. You. Circumstances made us grab off the boyfriend, too. The question is, what do we do with him?
You'll just have to take him along with me.
Hey, Duke, I think we ought to chill him.
I don't know. He looks like a nice guy.
Yeah, but Duke, we gotta feed the kidnapped victim. We just ain't got enough of brown stamps for two of them.
You got something there. All right. We chill him.
Oh, but you don't have to do that. Brown stamps are for meat, and Jerry's a vegetarian.
Oh, what do you say, Sam?
Well, in case he wants to eat grass, let him live.
Yeah, what I was figuring. Besides, it'll kind of keep the little lady's mind occupied. In a kind of way, you could call it almost a second honeymoon.
Good grief, where are we going? Niagara Falls?
Ah, the old homestead. Here we are.
Yeah. Ain't it beautiful?
If you took our blindfolds off, maybe we could appreciate it, too.
We learned to love it.
We couldn't have you see where we was taking you.
Why not?
Maybe you wouldn't have liked the place. Then we would have had to shoot you.
Can we take them off now?
Go ahead. Keep them covered, Sam.
Like a tent, Duke.
There. That's better. Oh, gollies, it's dark. Who put the lights out?
Lady, we are in the country where the only lights is the stars.
That Duke.
I prefer lampposts. Is that landslide and old stucco the homestead?
Lady, maybe the joint looks like a wreck. But I'll tell you, it not only looks like a wreck...
Yeah, it is a wreck. Custer must have made his last stand around here.
If you don't like the accommodations, Sam will be glad to donate a little lead to you.
Never mind, he needs it more than I do. I mean, shall we go in?
Proceed. Wait a minute, goon. the Countess goes first.
Why?
Noblesse oblige.
Huh? Why?
That, freely translated, means oblige the nobles. Countess, you first.
Thank you very, very much.
Gee. You know, Duke, that noblesse oblige stuff ain't so bad.
No?
No. Not when a babe like the Countess leads the parade.
That was a nice dinner.
Yeah, it sure. No, you don't, Gigolo.
Oh, don't you hit Jerry's wrist with that gun.
Well, I warned him not to reach for no meat.
Sorry, I forgot myself.
Yeah. Hey, I thought you was a vegetarian.
I am.
No. Well, no meat.
Okay. Pass me another head of lettuce. Thanks.
Now, Countess, the time has come when business has got to be discussed. We got to get sorted.
You can do that with practically no effort.
Thank you, Countess. Now, we know the Count ain't got no dough. You got it. So we brung along a check. You sign the check, we force the Count to cash it, and then he bails you out. What could be simpler?
You could just let us go.
Countess, the time for idle banter is past.
But she isn't the Countess.
Duke, I told you we should have chilled him even if he ain't no meat eater.
Jerry's right. I can't sign that check.
Maybe your hand is numb?
Well, no.
You sign this check for $50,000 or you and the boyfriend will both get numb all over and permanent.
Well, Jerry, you think he means it?
He means it.
All right. Give it to me. I'll sign it. Oh, I see you've got a whole checkbook.
Yeah, we're careful. We don't want no typographical errors. Sign it, baby.
Countess, if you please. Pen?
Take mine. It's got a lifetime guarantee.
Thank you. There.
Let me see. Oh, but Countess, you signed this Pamela North. That ain't going to get us $50,000.
It's my name.
It'll be a name on a tombstone first thing you know. Sign that check, Isabel de la Porte, or the lifetime guarantee on you runs out.
If you insist.
I insist.
I thought you would. I hope you like my handwriting.
Let me see. Countess, I got $50,000 worth of liking for it. Sam, take him upstairs and lock him up. I'm going back to contact the Count, inform him about the snatch, and tomorrow morning we begin to live on our income. Good night, Countess. Noblesse oblige.
Noblesse oblige to you too, Duke.
That's right, Countess. Noblesse oblige. So please go upstairs peaceful and oblige. Or no more noblesse.
Closed in, locked in.
The window, Jerry?
Not a chance. One of Duke's ancestors must have been a little peculiar.
What do you mean? Oh, iron bars on the window.
And dear Sam at the door. I think we'll stay.
Oh, darling. We are in a jam, aren't we?
Well, there's a bed in the room. We can sleep anyway.
Jerry, what are we going to do?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that signature. They won't give you more than 10 years or so for forgery. And I'll be waiting for you at the prison gate.
That isn't what I meant, darling.
Oh.
When they find out, and they'll have to as soon as they try to cash that check, that I'm not really the Countess.
They'll kiss us goodbye.
Oh, no, Jerry. Not when we could be witnesses against them. I'm afraid, darling.
Well, maybe in the morning when...
Somehow, Jerry, I could wish that morning were a long way off.
We'll be back with Woodbury's Mr. and Mrs. North in just a moment. Now, this is Ben Grauer changing the subject to Woodbury facial soap and romance, to wedding bells, white satin and lace, and to another Woodbury Deb who's just said, I do. She's lovely Martha Janie Baker of Toledo, and the lucky man is Private Charles L. Willoughby of Flint, Michigan. Janie writes,
Woodbury facial soap is practically a tradition with the women in our family.
So naturally, when Chuck saw Janie, it was a case of love at first sight. For nothing attracts a man's attention faster and holds it longer than a flawlessly lovely complexion. And now that Janie is Mrs. Charles L. Willoughby, a charming Air Force bride, she writes,
Woodbury soap really does things for a girl's skin. Romantic things.
Let it do the same for you. Give your skin the gentle care of the beauty soap that's made for the skin and skin alone. The soap that contains only the finest, purest beauty oils and a special costly ingredient for extra mildness. Yes, Woodbury Facial Soap is safe even for over-dry skin. Use Woodbury Facial Soap tonight, and then see even in the morning if your skin isn't brighter, smoother, softer to touch. See if he doesn't soon tell you so. Ask for Woodbury Facial Soap and follow the marrying Woodbury Debs to romance. Now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Yes, darling.
Turn that rooster off.
You turn it off. It's on your side of... What did you say?
I said turn the... Uh-oh. Somebody swiped our furniture.
Not to mention the house. Darling, we're staying with the Duke.
That's right.
And I'm the Countess.
I'm the King of England. What? I remember.
It's morning, Jerry.
The Duke should be back from town any moment.
Knowing that I'm not really the Countess.
Well, that's his mistake, not ours. We told him.
That isn't going to help much.
Convenient going to bed in your clothes. You don't have to dress. Pam, come here.
What is it, darling?
This window looks out over the road.
It's the Duke, Jerry. With a distinguished-looking man.
The Duke is showing him in. They came in that roadster. It's a foreign make.
Jerry, that man's the Count. They snatched him, too.
Looks that way, but I don't know.
Well, good morning, Countess. Morning, slippery feet.
Sam, tell me, does that revolver grow from your hand?
Well, it's a nice thought. Come on down, the Duke's got company.
I don't really feel like entertaining just now. We'll just stay here.
Nothing doing, you'll go down. After all, it's about time the Countess met the Count. Now, right through that door, that's a good girl. Come on, you two, smooth hair.
We'll find our way.
Sam, somebody maybe followed me out here. Go on outside and keep a lookout.
Okay, Duke.
Now, Count, is that the Countess or ain't it?
My dear lady, may I apologize for this boor stupidity? May I also assure you that if it weren't for the fact that already I am married, nothing would delight me more than to make you my Countess.
That's very sweet of you.
Then she ain't the Countess.
When this ruffian here held me up and asked me to cash this check, I knew at once a mistake had been made. The signature is obviously not my wife's.
All right, tear it up.
With pleasure, sir. There.
Take it easy, Count. I wouldn't like you to die too quick. You two, North, sit down. So I made a mistake.
The lady resembles my wife somewhat, but that's all.
I was never married to her, so I can't tell. Sam!
Well, now that everything's been cleared up, we can all go home.
I ain't so sure. We're liable for the rap even if we snatch the wrong dame.
Well, what's up, Duke?
She ain't the Countess.
Well, are you sure the guy with the mustache is the Count?
Yeah, him I seen before. Sleepy fingered him for me.
Oh, so we got 3 boys, huh? And none of them can sing.
You might say 3 little bonds and no dividends.
Yeah, but what do we do now? Close the books?
Look here.
Sit down, rosin souls, or I'll do it now.
Jerry.
I suggest we talk this over calmly. After all, why kill us?
No talk, no rap.
On the other hand, come over here, Sam.
Now, you 3 are covered, so behave. Okay, Duke, what do you think?
What do you think they're going to do?
Hard to tell.
I do not think they will kill us. You see, in a way, I am a goose.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, well, I mean, if they kill me, they can never try to kidnap my wife again. I think they like the golden eggs, so they will do nothing.
I hope you're right about their bird-loving habits.
Gents and the lady, me and Sam have just been in conference.
Speech!
Order in the court. What am I saying? Shut up, punk.
Permit me to continue. We loused up this snatch good. Whose fault it was, we ain't for the moment interested in. But the snatch was loused up.
Here.
So, on account of we invested our time and abilities, while you guys been inconvenienced a little, I figure we're even.
Bravo.
Thanks. Anyways, we're going to let you go. We're going to blindfold you, a mere necessity of business, drive you back in the count's heap, and let you go free when we hit the city.
An equitable proposal.
My words exactly. We ain't sore at you on account of the little lady ain't no countess, and you shouldn't ought to be sore at us on account of we're returning you to your loved ones safe and sound.
The Duke knows the words.
Like the poet says, let bygones be bygones. I thank you.
It's pleasant to get these blindfolds off.
I dare say that's the last we'll ever see of Sam and the Duke, fading down that suburban road in their own car.
I'm just as pleased.
But there's something that worries me. Count de la Porte.
Madame?
When the Duke showed you this check I signed, you knew it wasn't your wife's signature.
Well, of course I knew.
So you told the Duke that they must have kidnapped the wrong person. But there should have been another reason why you knew that.
I do not understand.
The Countess.
The Countess?
Pam means since the Countess wasn't kidnapped, she should have been home with you last night.
Oh, that. Well, you don't know the Countess, my lovely wife, Mr. and Mrs. North. She's never home. Sometimes weeks pass and I don't hear of her.
Still, the kidnappers knew that she was to be at the dog show. That means she is in town.
That is a subject I do not care to discuss. Can I drop you at your home?
No, I wish you'd do us a favor, Count. Stay on this street a few blocks more. I'll tell you where to stop.
Of course. Some friends?
No, Count. Some police. Pam, you and the Count stay in the car. I'll be out in a moment.
Your husband is very athletic.
He used to play football. Count, I'm worried about your wife.
I gave that up years ago.
For all we know, those gangsters may be after her this very minute. And, there's Jerry. He's got Sergeant Mullins with him.
Well, what do you know about that? Kidnapped you, eh? They should have held on to you. I would have paid him myself regular.
Hello, Sergeant Mullins. This is Count de la Porte.
What's your name?
Count de la Porte.
How do you do? You're lucky.
What do you mean?
Usually, when the Norths bring them in, they're dead.
Mullins, we've all been worrying about the whereabouts of the Countess. That's why I got you out here.
Heck, I don't know where she is.
But you see, I think I do. Try the rumble seat of this roadster, Mullins.
Huh?
Oh, he's mad. I don't like this.
Any objections? If there ain't nothing there,
You may do so.
Why, thank you. Just take a minute.
Jerry, you think she...
Okay, Mr. North, I looked.
And, of course, you found nothing.
Not exactly, Count. Matter of fact, your wife is in that rumble seat. And she's dead. There's not one iota of doubt about the whole
Please,
thing.
Mullins, please. I've got something to say.
The guy killed his wife in Ilfreyford.
I don't think he did.
But, darling, it was his car. And...
He would have been a fool to hide her there. Count, you've got one chance.
What chance have I got?
A full confession.
I thought you said he didn't kill her.
Mr. North, I did not murder.
No, but you still have a confession to make. You hired Duke and Sam to kidnap your wife. You agreed to split the ransom money with them, didn't you? $25,000 for you, $25,000 for them. Because you had no money, you had to go to your wife for money all the time, and so you thought you'd get some this way. Am I right?
I say nothing.
I can prove it. First, those gangsters didn't blindfold you when they brought you to the hideout this morning.
That's right, darling. We saw him from the window.
Which proves you were in on the kidnap plot. Secondly, and more important, those gangsters didn't try to cash the check Pam signed on your own unsupported word. Why should they believe you? When you said Pam was not the Countess, they believed you again. Why?
I deny everything.
Better not. Otherwise, you'll go to the chair for murder instead of to jail for fraud. You've one chance. You better take it.
All right, I confess to the plot, but I did not kill her.
Of course not. Mullins, you've got to help.
How?
There's only one way we can get proof against the murderers. We've got to release the Count. We've got to announce that he's been cleared of a murder, and, Mullins, we mustn't say a single solitary word about his complicity in the kidnapping plot.
We mustn't. Why?
Because if we do, our trap won't catch a killer.
Woodbury's Mr. and Mrs. North will be back in a minute. But first, this is Ben Grauer for Woodbury, the true skin soap. Have you noticed how many lovely Woodbury Debs are middle-aisling it these days? One of the loveliest is Martha Janie Baker of Toledo. Janie became Mrs. Charles L. Willoughby at a fashionable wedding at the Lombardy in New York. Now, a brand-new Air Force wife, she writes,
To keep him saying those nice things about my complexion, I always take my daily Woodbury facial cocktail. How I look forward to it at the end of each busy day. It gives me a new lease on love.
You can care for your complexion exactly the way glamorous Janie does, like this. First, she pins up her brown curls safely out of the way. Then she works up a thick, creamy lather of Woodbury soap on her face cloth. Now she buries her face in its warm fragrance. Massaging gently, she works it well up to her hairline, down over her throat, and around to the back of her neck. Next, she rinses thoroughly with clear, warm water. Then, with fresh, cold water, she gives a final bracing rinse. As she says, it gives her a new lease on love. Try it. Ask for Woodbury, 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 the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. Now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
New York. Count de la Porte, according to the New York police, has been fully cleared of guilt in connection with the murder of his wife, the Countess Isabella de la Porte.
Turn that guy off, Sam. He knows too much.
Okay,
Wife
Duke.
of a very famous New York...
That is very good news, Sam. Just like we figured, they can't pin the killing on the Count.
So we play the parlay, huh? Gee, it's a good liquor the Count keeps.
Ah, that must be the Count now. Answer the door, Sam. The butler is unconscious in the cellar.
Certainly, me lord.
Oh, hello, Carlyle. I'm so sorry. Duke?
Yeah, and that ain't Carlyle.
It's me.
A pleasant surprise, Count. Take your coat off.
What do you want?
The Count is a real man of business, ain't he, Sam? Okay, pal, listen. Now the Countess is dead, you inherit the dough, right?
I suppose so.
We take half, or maybe 2/3.
You're crazy.
Otherwise, we go tell the cops all about how you hired us to kidnap your wife. Then they will reconsider your being innocent about knocking her off. Because on account of if you're such a low character you would kidnap her, you must have killed her.
But I did not.
It'd be a cinch to convince a jury.
Oh, then you killed her yourself.
Sure. Why try for 25 grand when we can make $1 million? Out of you. Sure. Sam dumped the body into the rumble seat when we was discussing life for the North.
But if you had really kidnapped the Countess, why did you also kidnap the North?
For witnesses tying you to the kidnap plot. Otherwise, who would believe us, poor bums, against your word? This way, you're tied to us. So you better prepare to share the wealth.
The Duke knows the words.
We know the music. Keep your hands up, both of you.
Get
him covered.
Who brung the gin down?
My husband. Isn't he cute?
Oh, Duke, I told you we should have killed that guy. Besides, I bet he even eats meat.
Oh, to get home.
A little while, darling. Oh, the poor Countess.
Poor Count. He's going to spend a long time in jail.
Mm-hmm. It was very clever of you to figure out the double cross that Duke and Sam were playing.
Well, no gangster would ever make a mistake on identification, as Duke and Sam pretended they had. Not when it was a $50,000 snatch they were planning.
Well, they certainly swiped the wrong witnesses. Oh, you're so smart, darling.
Cute, too.
Mm-hmm. I wonder just how good a gigolo you would make if I were really a countess.
Well, you know what they get paid for, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Dancing.
Maybe, but I'll bet that isn't the word the Duke would have had for it.
Friends, this is the most fateful year of the war. Across the Atlantic, the second front, the invasion starts now any day. And for that decisive struggle, our armed forces will need more fighting equipment than ever before. To provide this essential equipment for victory, the 4th War Loan is on. Our men in uniform are ready to give their lives. All you are asked to do is lend your money. You get back $4 for every 3, and there's no safer investment. So buy all the bonds you can. Buy at least an extra $100 bond. Do without things you need. Use savings. Buy bonds. Let's all back the attack. Tune in again next week at this same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? Music for Mr. and Mrs. North is conducted by Charles Paul. This is Ben Grauer saying good night for Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
Lovely, never, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause you're lovely, just the way you look tonight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Sergeant X. Despite the fact that murder is definitely not considered a nice pastime, some of our best people have been known to indulge in it. Their motives can be just as sordid as those of their social inferiors. Yes, your pampered blue blood may sometimes kill for gain, like even the lowliest ruffian, as you will hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight, we welcome back to the Mystery Playhouse stage two of our favorite guests, the famous young couple of crime detection, Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths, Pamela and Jerry to you, although apparently, just like any of a million or so other young married people, managed to have the most extraordinary things happen to them over and over again. In fact, life with the Norths has never been known to contain a dull moment, which undoubtedly serves to set them aside from the other married people quite decisively. Jerry North is in his publisher's office as the curtain rises, and at the moment is contemplating the fruits of a hard day's work, namely, home, wife, and dinner. As a matter of fact, it looks like he's starting to head that way right now.
Hello, darling. I didn't expect you. What brings you here?
My yellow handbag.
What?
Yes, it doesn't match this hat.
Well?
So I left it home.
Oh.
It has all my money in it.
Uh-huh.
And my feet are tired, darling. I walked down, but I don't feel like walking home, so I dropped in here to let you take me.
Okay.
You see, Jerry, the purse was in the yellow bag, but I took the white bag on account of the hat, like I told
It's
you.
all right,
And-
sweetheart. You don't have to go into such a long explanation for a nickel carpet.
Oh, it's not only a nickel, Jerry. I was shopping, but the salesman looked so snooty when I discovered that I didn't have my purse that I can't decide whether I want you to go back and give him $7.89 or a punch in the nose.
We'll settle for the $7.89. I've had a hard day. Now what? Yes?
Mr. Wilbur Wills to see you, Mr. North.
Do I know him?
No.
Well, tell him to come back tomorrow. We're finished for today.
Well, I did tell him, but he says it's terribly important.
What's it about?
Just a moment. He says murder.
Tell him we don't want any.
What is it, Jerry?
Oh, just some crackpot wants to see me about a murder.
Whose?
Oh, nobody's probably. Just a gag to get in to see me. Hello, Miss Merrimack.
Yes?
Tell him I'm busy. Tell him I'm dead. Tell him I'm out of town. I want to go home.
Maybe you ought to see him, Jerry.
I'm tired and I'm hungry.
Mr. North, Mr. Wills wants to know if you and Mrs. North will have dinner with him tonight.
Tell him the answer is no. What'd he say?
He wants to know if you'd care to go with him now or if he should pick you up at your home.
Look, what do I pay you for? Get rid of him.
I'm afraid I can't.
Okay, then keep him there. We'll go out the back way and down the freight elevator.
All right.
Come on, darling. I don't feel like entertaining any crackpots tonight. Except you, of course. Let's go. Mr. North rides the freight elevator. Fine business.
Well, you could have at least talked to Mr. Wills, Jerry.
No, sweetheart. He'd have talked to me, and I didn't feel like listening.
It might have been important.
Well, he can come back tomorrow. Now, right through this side door. And we can get out of the building before he...
Mr. and Mrs. North, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. The name is Wills. Wilbur Wills.
The name is Mud if you don't stop haunting me.
Not a ghost of a chance. You get it? A haunting ghost? Say, why am I laughing? I'm very unhappy.
Are you?
Yes. Murder's a nasty business, especially when it strikes so close to home.
Well, I'm warning you. If you don't leave me alone, it's going to strike very close.
This isn't a joking matter, Mr. North. I'm prepared to pay good money if you'll catch a murderer for me.
But we're not professional detectives.
It's all right. He's not a professional murderer.
Oh, what's it all about, Mr. Wills?
Simple. I want a murder solved. From what I've heard, I thought you two would be the ones to solve it.
Well, who's been killed?
Nobody. Yet.
I beg your pardon.
I simply mean the murder hasn't been committed yet.
Oh, that's what you said.
But it will be tonight. That's why I want you to come with me. I thought it would help if you were present when it happens.
When it happens? But, Mr. Wills, you can't just sit back and let things like that happen. We ought to try to prevent it.
I'm afraid that's impossible. I know Ray and Irene.
Who are they?
Ray's my nephew. Irene is his wife.
And you think they're going to murder someone tonight?
I'm sure of it.
Whom are they going to murder?
Me.
What?
Yes.
But we mustn't let them.
My dear Mrs. North, when somebody wants to kill somebody, it's almost impossible for somebody else to prevent it. There are so many ways to kill and so many opportunities.
Why don't you call the police?
They think I was crazy. Besides, if they did protect me now, Ray would get me some other time. And they can't lock him up, not until he does something.
But when he does something, it'll be too late.
Precisely.
What makes you think he'll kill you tonight?
The note is due tomorrow.
Note?
My nephew, Ray, that is, signed a note for $20,000. It's due tomorrow, but he hasn't the money. Wants me to give it to him. I've made it clear to him I won't help him, but he's coming tonight to make one last plea. And when I turn him down again, he'll be in a fury. He threatened me last time. This time he'll act.
If I were you, I'd give him the money.
Then he'd always have me under his thumb. Anytime he wanted anything, all he'd have to do would be to threaten.
I see what you mean.
No, I can't give in, and I can't stop him. But I can get revenge. If you'll help. Prove he killed me and get him convicted.
I'd rather prevent the murder.
You can't.
We can try. Jerry, let's accept Mr. Wills' invitation to have dinner with him.
With me and my wife. And my nephew and his wife.
Okay, Mr. Wills, you win. You have Pam interested. You know, Pam, someday you're going to be the death of me.
No, Ray, not a single penny. The way you and that spendthrift wife of yours throw money around.
Ray, you just going to sit there and let me be insulted?
Who's just sitting here? Now, listen, Uncle. Just because you're a pinch-penny old miser is no reason to expect everyone else to be the same.
I keep my money.
Yes, and it doesn't do anybody else any good. Not even you. We're young. We have a right to...
Now, don't start that again.
Now, everyone. Must we carry on like this at the table? Remember, we have guests.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mrs. Wills. Jerry and I don't mind.
But it's bad for the digestion. I read an article that said more stomach trouble is caused by arguments than by pastry. And you know how that can distress one. State of mind. That's the important thing.
Sure. Fine state of mind I should be in, with $20,000 to raise, and you and Uncle hanging on to more than you know what to do with.
Well, if you'd speak nicely to your uncle instead of shouting at him, you might have a better chance. Sugar catches more flies than vinegar, you know.
Okay. Uncle, dear, will you please lend me $20,000?
I think it's a fine thing when a man's own relatives won't help him. What do you expect Ray and me to do? Starve?
Starve. You have more furs and jewelry than you need. 2 cars, a swanky apartment. Sell some of those things, and then maybe we can begin to talk.
The Lord helps those who help themselves, you know.
Oh, shut up with your blamed preaching.
Sit down, Ray.
I will not sit down. I'm getting darn sick and tired of being pushed around. Everybody else in our whole family lives better than Irene and I do, and just...
Everybody else in the family works.
Just because Ray and I want a few simple luxuries.
Simple. All right. We're extravagant. We light our cigarettes with $1,000 bills. We fill our swimming pool with imported champagne. We use diamonds for paperweights.
That's not much of an exaggeration.
All right. Forget it. Don't help us. Don't give us anything. You selfish, rotten, cheap, stingy old miser. Go on, hang on to your filthy money. But if you wake up some morning with a knife in your stomach, don't say I didn't warn you.
Now, Raymond. Must we raise our voice?
Oh, nuts.
Ray, wait! Oh, dear me, Wilbur. When Raymond gets into one of those fits, there's no telling what he'll do.
I know what he's going to do.
Perhaps you should give him what he wants.
Never.
I'm terribly sorry your dinner was spoiled this way, Mr. and Mrs. North. But Ray has such a nasty temper, and he can be so mean.
I warned them to expect it.
I can't help worrying when he acts like this, dear.
Perhaps his bark is worse than his bite, Mrs. Wills.
Oh, you don't know Raymond, Mrs. North. You don't know how mean he can be. Tell them about Waffles, Wilbur.
Waffles?
He was a puppy. Chewed up Ray's favorite jacket.
Raymond strangled him. That's what he did. Strangled him.
How awful.
I'm worried.
Well, Pam and I'll try to see that nothing happens, Mrs. Wills.
What can you do?
Well, when Ray calms down a bit, I'd like to have a talk with him. In the meantime, I think you two had better go upstairs and lock your door.
It's useless, North.
We'll see. Anyway, do what I tell you, will you, please?
But I tell you, there's no way...
Look, you asked us to come here. It was your idea. If you want us to stay, please do what we tell you.
All right, then. We will.
And don't worry. Nobody's going to stick any knives in anybody tonight. I hope. What time is it, Jerry?
11 o'clock.
You can't stay here all night. Knock on the study door and see if Raymond will talk to you now.
It's no use. I tried a few minutes ago. He didn't even answer.
Maybe they're not in there anymore. Maybe they went out the side door into the garden.
I think we'd have heard the door open.
Oh, perhaps. Jerry, do you really think that Raymond will try to kill his uncle?
No, I think Mr. and Mrs. Wills are letting their imagination run away with them. Still, there's no use in taking chances. But if they keep their door locked?
How about the window?
Oh, it's right above this window. We'd see or hear anyone trying to get to it.
You know, darling, I wonder...
I do, too. I wonder how we always get into things like this. By now, I'm beginning to think it must be habit.
Well, if we prevented murder, it was worth getting into. Golly, is it still in this house? It's quiet. It's spooky.
I don't hear anything.
That's what I mean.
Oh,
So quiet you could hear a pin drop.
undoubtedly.
Wait a minute. What was that?
What was what?
I heard something.
Maybe somebody dropped a pin.
No, Jerry, I heard something. Listen.
Oh, you went through all that before.
No, Jerry, somebody's moving around upstairs in the hall. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Well, I did. Come on, let's go see.
Okay.
We better be quiet.
All right. Here are the stairs. Careful now.
All right.
I'll go first.
Glad we left the light on in the upstairs hall. Can you see anyone up there?
Not yet.
Jerry, what was that?
The stairs creaked.
I hope nobody heard.
I hope not. Hey, stay where you are for a minute. Don't move. All right. Wait a minute. There is somebody up there.
Can you see him?
No, but I can hear him. Somebody's coming down the hall. Listen.
Golly.
Wait till he gets around that corner so I can see him, and then I...
There he is. And she,
Mrs. Wills.
with a gun in her hand.
She hasn't seen us yet. Stay back against the wall and let's see what she does.
Oh, those stairs again.
Oh, there you are. Stay right where you are. Do you hear? Don't move. Don't move an inch, or I'll shoot.
Okay, but what's the idea, Mrs. Wills?
Oh, is that you, Mr. North?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought you said you'd stay in your room.
but I heard something. At least I thought I did. I came out to investigate.
I warned you not to unlock your door.
But I heard something. And you know, he who hesitates is lost. I thought I'd better come out and see.
Did you leave the bedroom door unlocked?
I don't know. I believe I did.
Well, come on. We better get back there.
That's right.
Dear, do you think that... Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, hurry.
We are, my dear. We are. You know, I've been so distressed. I do wish Wilbur weren't so pig-headed. If he'd only give in to Raymond. Oh, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. Well, here we are.
Good. There he is on the bed.
Is he... Jerry, is he...
I don't know.
Oh, it's you. You woke me up.
Oh, were you asleep?
You must have been, or you couldn't have awakened me, could you now?
But how could you sleep? I mean, if you expected to be killed.
Staying awake wouldn't help. When I'm awake, I worry. So I sleep.
But I can't sleep when I worry.
I can't either. Then I can't worry when I sleep. So that even sings.
But how do you get to sleep?
Simple. I just tried to stay awake.
Oh.
Linda, what's that you've got in your hand?
What? Oh, this, it's just
A gun. Where did you get it?
Why, in one of those pawn shop places. I've been so worried about you lately, dear. I figured I'd just better be prepared.
You have a license for it, Mrs. Wills?
Oh, no. The man said I wouldn't need any. He was such a nice man. so helpful and considerate.
The pawn shop man?
Yes. First, he did say something about a license, but when I promised not to shoot anybody unless they tried to kill somebody first, he said it would be all right. If I paid him $100, that is. Wasn't that nice?
Yes, wasn't it? So's $100.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. But you better let me have that gun. And then please stay in this room and don't unlock the door again.
Oh, I can't let you have my gun. I might need it.
Anyway, Melinda, you wouldn't know how to shoot it.
Oh, I don't want to shoot it. I wouldn't think of it. As a matter of fact, I don't believe it will shoot. I just wanted to frighten people with.
I think you'd better give it to Mr. North, my dear.
But I don't want to. And if it won't shoot...
How do you know it won't shoot?
Well, it's so old and rusty. Of course, the man assured me it would shoot, but... Oh, what was that?
The man was right.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my heavens. Oh, dear. Here, Mr. North, take it quickly.
Thank you.
Oh, my, what did I hit?
Oh, nothing. The bullet went in the wall next to Pam. Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Jerry?
Darling, you have only one earring.
What?
Have only one earring.
Oh.
Well, sweetheart, how do you feel now?
I'm still a little shaky, but I'll be all right.
That's good.
Now what do we do?
Oh, just sit here and wait some more. Raymond came out when he heard the shot, but he didn't want to talk, and he's locked himself in the study again. Irene went out for a walk.
Jerry, you know, I don't believe Raymond means to kill his uncle. He was just told.
I think you're right. The whole thing is just imagination. But we might as well...
Gullies, that wasn't imagination.
Somebody playing with guns again. Only this time, I'm afraid they weren't playing. Come on, it came from the study.
But the Wills promised to stay in their room.
Promises in this house aren't worth much. Oh, here it is. Let's see. Oh, it's locked. Hello. Hello in there. No answer. I'm going to break in the door. Look out, Pam. There we are. Now...
Oh, Jerry, look.
Yeah, I see. So Raymond did kill somebody after all.
Yes. Himself.
Okay, but hurry, will you? Sure, we'll be right here. Goodbye. The police will be right over, Pam.
Oh, good. Because it's not going to be easy keeping the Wills and Irene out of the study.
Don't you think they all acted rather strangely when we told them Raymond was dead?
Well, the Wills seemed relieved.
Yes, and Irene seemed to take it pretty coolly, don't you think?
Yes. But she's crying now. I guess she was just stunned before.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, Jerry, it's strange that Raymond killed himself, though, isn't it? Somehow he didn't seem the type. Of course, he was in bed, but
he didn't kill himself, though. Hmm? Raymond didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
Are you sure, Jerry?
Pretty sure. He was shot in the heart from the front. But from the position of the shot, he'd have had to hold the gun in a very awkward position to do it himself.
I see. Well, in that case... Jerry,
Hmm?
were there any powder burns?
Yes, why?
I have a hunch. I'll bet I know who killed him.
Good, but can you prove it?
Let's see. If we make believe that we saw what happened, that we saw someone leaving the study...
That wouldn't fool anyone.
Well, how do you know?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't fool the murderer, because the murderer knows what really happened in detail, and wouldn't believe us unless we gave enough details.
Well, we'll give details.
But we don't know the details. Did the murderer run from the study or just creep away? Did he or she go toward the front of the house or the back? Did he or she...
Oh, don't worry, Jerry. We'll have plenty of details.
But will they be the right details?
Of course not, Jerry, but that won't matter.
Well, what do you mean it won't matter?
Well, there are some things the murderer doesn't know. And sometimes, darling, what you don't know does hurt you.
Huh? What's that? What's that, Mr. North?
Did you say Raymond was murdered?
Are you sure my husband was murdered?
Yes.
How do you know?
Well, first of all, the angle of the shot is wrong.
You mean he couldn't have shot himself?
I mean, it's very unlikely.
But not impossible.
No, not impossible.
I see.
But the angle of the shot isn't all. There's something else.
What?
Well, you and your wife claim you were in your bedroom when the shot was fired. And Raymond's wife claims she was outside taking a walk.
That's right.
Yes.
Well, Pam and I were also outside. Well, we could see the side door leading from the alcove off the study.
We heard the shot, and a moment later, the doors from the alcove opened, and one of you came out.
What?
One of us?
Yes.
Why, my dear Mrs. North, do you realize what you're saying?
Well, I'm simply telling you what we saw. We saw one of you come through the door, turn and lock the door, look around, and then hurry to the back of the house and go in the back door.
We followed and found you'd left the back door open, so we came in. But you'd already gotten upstairs.
Then we went in the study and found Raymond's body.
Then you think you know who killed my poor husband?
I think we do.
But, my dear Mrs. North, if you saw anyone, it must have been...
You, Mrs. Wills.
I?
Yes, Mrs. Wills. You.
That's absurd, Mr. North.
Indeed, accusing me of murder.
How dare you?
Yes, how dare you? Don't you realize you're guests in this house?
I'm sorry if we've done wrong by Emily Post, Mrs. Wills, but we saw what we saw.
You lie, sir. Melinda was upstairs with me the whole time. I don't know what your scheme is, but I warn you, I'm not going...
Now, my dear, let's not lose our temper.
But the nerve, the confounded nerve. Mr. North, Mrs. North, can you give me one good reason why my wife would kill Raymond?
To keep him from killing you.
You had no right to say...
Really, dear, let's not discuss it anymore. I have a headache. I'm going upstairs and lie down until the police get here.
Very well, my dear. Now see what you've done. You've given her a headache.
Well, Mr. Wills, it was your idea that we come out here.
But it wasn't my idea that you lie and badger my wife.
Now, Mr. Wills. Temper.
Sir, you pay for this. I warn you.
So will you. Remember what your wife said.
What?
Indigestion.
Here's her room, Jerry.
Okay.
Who's there?
The Norths.
What do you want?
We'd like to talk to you.
But I have a headache.
Well, take an aspirin and open the door. It's important.
All right. Just a minute.
Jerry, I hope our plan works.
Oh, we'll soon know.
Now, what do you want?
Let us in. There.
What is it? Why did you lie about me?
Well, we had to work fast, Mrs. Wills. The police will be here any minute.
Thank heavens. They certainly won't believe that ridiculous story you told.
But they'll interfere with our plan.
Interfere with your plan?
Their being here would.
But then if you don't want the police here, that must mean you... Oh, that is... Oh, here. Oh, my goodness. I'm beginning to understand a few things. Oh, my.
No, Mrs. Wills, I don't think you are. But
Wait
if
a
you...
minute.
What is it?
Somebody's coming upstairs.
Okay. Mrs. Wills, get in bed quickly and pretend to be asleep.
What's that?
Hurry, do as I say.
What are you doing?
Just turning out the light.
What is this?
It's what we've been waiting for, I hope. Come on, Pam. Let's get behind the screen.
All right. Now there are footsteps in the hall.
Yeah.
And stopping at the door. Well, Jerry, this is it.
Who's there? What do you want? What is it?
I want to talk to you.
Irene.
Yes. What did you see downstairs?
What?
You were in the alcove off the study when Ray was killed. Did you see how he died?
No, it isn't true. I wasn't there.
The North saw you.
That's not so.
Perhaps. What did you see?
Nothing. I wasn't there.
Okay, just see that you stick to that story.
I will. It's the truth. And honesty is the best policy, you know.
Well, you just see that you stick to it, because if you don't...
Yes. Oh, so that's it. Oh, my, how stupid of me. Of course. And I thought, oh, dear.
What's the matter?
You killed Raymond. You were afraid he'd have to sell your furs and jewelry and things. But now his insurance will cover the debt. Of course. You killed him.
Don't talk so loud. You don't know. You weren't there. You just said so.
But you did. You did.
Well, how are you going to prove it? Well? I warn you, if you so much as open your mouth when the police get here,
I won't, I promise.
Well, you better keep that promise. No, why should I take the chance?
What do you mean?
You won't get a chance to talk to the police. I'm going to...
No!
Oh, you don't, Irene.
Oh, you stop it! Let go!
Drop that letter opener.
Oh, my arm!
Drop it! Yeah, that's better.
What's that? I guess it's the police. Better late than never.
Good. Get them up here and let them take this wildcat off my hands.
My goodness.
I'll get even with you for this. All of you, you dirty
Oh, now, Irene. Let's not say anything we'll be sorry for.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, what manners.
Yes, Jerry. I thought it was Irene when you said there were powder burns, because Raymond was shot from the front, and I didn't think he'd let anyone else get so close to him.
Mm-hmm. And you proved it, too. You know, darling, sometimes I think you're pretty clever.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes.
Well, what about the other times? Hmm? Well, Jerry.
Darling, let's not say anything we'll be sorry for, shall we?
Well, Jerry and Pam, nice to have had you with us once again. We'll be running into you two in the near future, I'm sure, because you, Mr. and Mrs. North, are high on our preferred guest list. So goodbye until next time, kids, and that should be soon. Now, so that you can get an idea of the caliber of our next production, we take you on our customary visit to the green room, where the play is in rehearsal. Follow me, please. Come.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Blair. Sit down.
Thank you.
I called you in because I just wanted just a few words with you before the trial.
All right, I'm here. What is it?
Miss Blair, I'm going to be very frank with you. All the evidence in the Morrison girl's case points to the guilt of Richard Olson. The coroner's jury believed him guilty. I believe him guilty. Any jury in the world would convict him on the evidence, except for one thing, your word.
Yes. I know he's innocent because he was with me.
That's your story.
You don't believe me?
That's beside the point. It's my job to convict Richard Olson if he's guilty. I'll try to do that. But I said I would be frank. I haven't a chance if you testify that you were with him. The jury will take the word of Miss Sally Blair, the daughter of a powerful and famous family.
Yes, of course.
But it's for that very reason, Miss Blair, that I ask you to stop and think a moment.
Think of what?
Of yourself, of your family, of your position. If it should turn out later that Richard Olson was indeed guilty, could you forgive yourself for having aided a murderer?
But he's not guilty. He was with me. Perhaps you haven't heard that Richard Olson and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yes, as soon as this farce is over. So you see, Mr. District Attorney, you're wasting your time.
I see. And you think that you, the daughter of one of the best families in San Francisco, will be happy living the rest of your life with a murderer?
Crime has to be proved. Rick will be acquitted.
Yes, I guess he will. And so, Miss Blair, you will go that far for another thrill.
I don't know what you mean. I'm marrying the man I love. He's accused of a crime of which I know he's innocent. I will testify to that effect. Rick was with me.
Very well, Miss Blair. May I wish you a very happy married life?
And so, Rick, you're going free, thanks to Sally and her testimony. And when the trial is dismissed and you're free, you'll take her to that dirty little bar that was your rendezvous. And you'll tell her about all the things in your heart.
You don't know what it is, Sally, to be free. You know, I used to sit in that cell and think about you and your portrait. Wonder if I'd ever see you again. I wondered if I'd ever finish my picture of you so that everybody could see your beauty. Darling, it'll be a great portrait. Really great.
Of course it will, darling. And after we're married, you'll have all the time in the world to paint it.
Yes, after we're married next week. Darling, let's go down and get the license right now.
Wait. Rick, just one thing. You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
More than you did Maureen.
Much, much more.
I just wanted to be sure. Rick,
Yes?
Rick, why did you do it?
What?
Why did you kill her?
Sally.
Oh, don't look so startled. I knew all along. I just wondered, why did it?
Let's not talk about it. Let's leave it as dead as Maureen is. Let's be happy and not talk about it ever. Or maybe you'd rather not go through with this now.
Of course, darling. I made my choice. You love me. I love you. That's enough. We'll both forget Maureen. If we can.
And that was the appetizer for our next main course, as served up here in the Mystery Playhouse. The finding of a girl's body on the rocks lining a stretch of ocean beach near San Francisco is the start of a strange and fascinating story of love and death. A tale that should find you right back in your seats next time when our old friend the Whistler tells you of a wild night on foggy Seal Rocks and the girl who was married to a murderer. This is Sergeant X, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. The sensible thing to do on a hot summer night is to remain quietly at home with your shoes off, the radio on, and a pitcher of lemonade cooling quietly in the refrigerator. That's why we find the Norths out strolling on this particular night, with, of course, their shoes on. What about them, darling?
The world would be a happier place if more of them were off more feet more of the time.
Shoemakers.
What about them, Jerry?
They'd starve to death. Their little children would roam hungrily about the streets.
All right. The little children does it. Let's keep on walking. You hot?
Uh-huh. And it isn't the humidity. It's the heat.
That ain't the way I heard it. Oh, Jerry. Over there.
No.
All right. Now we'll never know.
Never know what?
Whether your voice is really as romantic as Charles Boyer.
Huh. It's more romantic. Listen. Hetty, Hetty, meet me in the Casbah. Hetty.
No, you can't compare them that way.
Well, how could you?
There's a studio across the street, a sound studio, you see?
I begin to understand.
Only 75 cents to record your voice and take it home with you.
I can take my voice home for nothing.
We could both make a record. A love scene.
It's too hot.
Oh, Jerry.
I meant to go into one of those sound booths.
Boy, what a voice. What magnetism. What charm.
All right. Let's go.
Oh, darling.
We'll record our voices for posterity. And will they be sorry?
Yeah.
Oh, we want to record our voices, clerk.
My friends call me Happy. Why?
Oh. Why do they call you Happy?
Why do you want to record your voices?
My wife thinks I sound better than Boyer.
Oh, well, maybe to her. Women is funny like that, especially wives.
Oh. Why do they call you Happy?
On account of I'm always bubbling with good cheer.
Happy, lead us to the slaughter.
Who's getting killed?
Happy, we want to record our voices, remember?
Oh, yeah. You're the couple who want to record their voices. This way, please. In there.
Thanks. What do you do? Throw a switch or something?
A friend of mine once had a switch thrown on him. He was never the same afterwards.
He wasn't?
The guy who threw the switch was a fella up at Sing Sing.
Oh. Jerry.
Happy is just joking. When do we start, Happy?
When the bell rings. Over there, see? But ain't you going to rehearse?
I guess so. Ham?
Well, I don't know. We've never done this before, but I suppose we'd better.
Yeah. Leave me know when you're ready. Oh, by the way...
Yeah?
Over there on the table, there's a book. All about love. Poems.
Poems.
About love. But
Ain't you two gonna make like you was in love, for the record?
As a matter of fact, we were, but how did you know?
Mister, they always do. The suckers. Go ahead, folks.
My love is like a red rose. You know, Pam, as a matter of fact, you're not like a rose at all.
Jerry, we're being recorded.
Oh, okay. My love, you have a red... No, that's not right. Where were we?
Yeah, my love is like a melody.
Oh, that's sweetly played in tune. I never could carry a tune. Back in school, my music teacher used to ask me for a command performance in reverse. You know, to keep still. I used to mislead the other kids.
Jerry North, at this moment, you're supposed to be making violent love to me.
Oh, sure. Come here.
In verse.
Who can be violent in verse? All right, let's see. How do I love thee? Boy, that was a snappy answer. With bells.
I'm afraid, darling, that's all posterity is going to get.
I'm afraid that's all posterity may want. Well, let's go out and collect our disc.
All right. But somehow I've got a feeling that it isn't going to turn out to be one of the recording gems of all time. Because you heckle.
I never heckle except on odd Tuesdays. Is today an odd... happy.
Here it is, all wrapped up. For the record, the name and address, please.
Mr. and Mrs. Gerald North, 24 St. Anne's Place. Collectors of rare recordings. Heard on appointment only.
Yeah. This I hate to do, but Mr. Jerem wants I should get 75 cents from all the customers.
Oh, your boss. Here you are.
Thanks. You don't care how you spend your money, huh?
Well, you know the old saying, you can't take it with you.
Yeah. In that case, don't go, Mr. North. Don't go.
Oh, I can hardly wait till we get home, darling.
Ah, that's love.
To hear our record.
Oh, I can wait. 20 years or so.
Hey.
Our driver. Yes?
Maybe you ain't gonna get home.
What do you mean?
We ain't alone.
Of course we're not. Pam's with us.
I meant in the sense a car is following us.
Ah, record collector, perhaps. Although we heard of the new masterpiece rather quickly.
Jerry, somebody is shooting at me.
Don't be selfish, at us. Not a record collector, maybe a collector of old automatics. Driver.
I heard, and they ain't mosquitoes.
Well, can't you speed up a bit?
I can, but this hack can't.
I'll take a look. What?
Oh.
They got the back window. Pam, get down the floor.
I will not. Then I'll never know what happened.
If one of these bullets hit you...
Oh, don't be so gruesome.
Don't look now, folks, but I think...
What?
We're gonna hit a lamppost.
Jerry, you're dead.
I am not. Oh. Yeah, we did hit that lamppost.
I call him, pal.
Uh-huh. Has anybody been hurt?
The post.
Don't look now, darling, but we're not alone.
The crowd? They saved our lives.
They have?
Sure, because they made it impossible for whoever was chasing us to finish the job.
What lovely people. Jerry.
What now?
Our voices.
Oh, we've still got them. Oh, you mean the... here it is.
Is it broken?
Let's see. Nope. Not a dent in the disc.
Oh, I'm so glad. Let's go home, darling.
Right. Driver, do you think you can divorce the cab from the lamppost?
Sure. Like you might say, it was only a marriage of convenience.
Home. Dear old apartment 6B.
Home is where the heart is. Where the... Jerry, standing outside of our door.
Oh, home is where happy is.
Hello.
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 I'll get the door open. Sorry we kept you waiting, Happy. What can we do for you?
I observe you still got the record I give you.
Yes, our voice.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, but it ain't your voice.
It isn't?
I made a mistake. I wrapped up the wrong record.
That seems a strange thing to do.
Yeah. I'm always doing strange things.
Why don't we just unwrap the record and see, darling?
Sounds reasonable. Here's the wrapping paper. And here's the record.
The label. Oh, Jerry. Animal imitations. Us?
No, Mrs. North. That's my print. That record is devoted to guys making like animals.
I wonder.
So,
The Jerem studio doesn't seem to be run very efficiently. Maybe this is the right record and the wrong label.
Mr. North, I give you my word of honor.
I'm not sure I care to take it. We were shot at on our way home.
Not by me. I am a voice to firearms.
Maybe, but I still think we ought to make sure this is really the wrong record.
I've a feeling you're right, darling. I'll turn the phonograph on.
Thanks, Pam. And now the record. Needle.
Unreasonable, Ma. We're alone, you can spill.
Spill what?
I got word there's been a heavy snowfall lately.
Yeah? Did you also find out I had Hank taken off the snowplow myself, personal? Because I did. And what's more?
That seems to be all.
Nothing very mysterious, darling. Just a discussion about the weather.
I wonder. Happy?
Jerry, he's gone.
Must have sneaked out while we were listening to the record. I better shut the phonograph off.
That's strange. That record very definitely doesn't belong to us, and
Happy beat it as soon as we began to listen to it. Which means that...
suppose you could say there's more in that discussion of the weather than meets the ear.
The doorbell rings. I'll see who it is.
All right, darling.
Mr. North?
Yes? What can I do for you?
You won't mind if I sit down, will you? I'm not as young as I used to be.
Oh, of course not. Please, Pam, this is,
Mrs. Claney.
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Claney? Mm-hmm. Oh, but you must be...
That's right, my dear. People call me Ma Claney.
You're the owner of Ma Claney's Kitten Club. Jerry, that's one of the most famous nightclubs in New York.
I've heard of it. Have you come to invite us to appear there? Aha! You must have heard our record
not exactly, Mr. North. Although any time Mrs. North and you would like to come down, there'll be a ringside table waiting for you and no check.
That's very sweet of you.
Well, you're a very sweet child. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Jerems told me you'd received by mistake a record belonging to me. I hate to bother you, but...
Oh, then it must be the... Oh!
What's wrong?
Pamela bit her tongue. She's always doing that. Aren't you, darling?
Yes, darling.
You were saying, Mrs. Claney?
Well, just thought I'd stop by and pick up my record myself and save you the trouble.
Oh, that's very nice of you, but we don't have your record. The only one we have is our own.
How do you know it's your own?
Because we played it on our phonograph. Quite a thrill hearing your own voice coming back at you.
Would you mind playing it for me? Just to be sure. And
Mrs. Claney, you don't doubt Jerry's word.
Oh, no, of course not.
And it is so late, isn't it?
So why not drop in some other time earlier?
And we'd be glad to let you listen to our record.
For hours on end. But right now, good night, Mrs. Claney.
Yes, good night.
Now, wait a minute.
Having trouble with your bag? I'll take it. Don't. There. Oh, heavy, isn't it? And inside... Why, Ma, a revolver.
Give me that.
You have a license for it?
Of course I have.
Good, then you won't have any trouble reclaiming it from the police. Your bag, Mrs. Claney, and the door.
You know, you two are either very smart or very dumb. I'm not sure yet. But when I find out...
Come back and tell us, won't you? Good night. Jerry, shut the door.
Delighted, darling.
Well, she wasn't very happy. Jerry, was that gun loaded?
To the brim. Darling, get your shoes on.
Again?
I think we should pay a visit.
Oh, goody. To whom?
Mr. Jerems of Jerem Sound Studio.
Are we going to return the record to him?
Why, no, darling. As a matter of fact, I think we're going to put him on the record.
Oh, streets are almost deserted.
It's late enough. I have a feeling Mr. Jerems may be annoyed when we burst in on him.
Then let's not burst, huh? Or we have to.
I think so, darling. Well, here's the studio.
It's dark.
Funny, I hadn't expected that. The door. Locked.
Home.
Not yet. There was a back room to the place.
That alley, darling.
Come on.
Jerry, how long can you go to jail for burglary?
Oh, not very, and you meet such charming people. Window.
Still dark, except... Jerry,
I know, smoke.
it's coming from the studio window.
I can't see. Hey, Pam, there's a man lying on a cot in the room.
I thought you couldn't see.
I can now because flames are creeping into the room.
Jerry, we better turn in an alarm.
Stand back.
That isn't the way.
Sure it is if you want to break a window.
What are you going to do?
That man on the cot isn't moving. I'm going in after him.
You can't, darling. You wouldn't look nice toasted.
I've got to. He's unconscious. Darling, call the fire department while I go in there.
Nothing doing. I'm going with
But,
you.
Pam...
I'm too young to be a widow, so I've got to make sure that you don't die. Anyway, not before I do. Oh, Jerry, that smoke was awful.
It's all over now, darling.
Is he still unconscious?
As a matter of fact, I think he's given up consciousness for good.
Jerry, he's dead.
Very much so.
The smoke?
I don't think the smoke had much of a chance with him. You see, somebody had presented him with a revolver full of bullets. First. Mullins?
Yep, Mullins. We've identified that corpse you rescued. The name is Jerem's.
The man who owned the studio.
The same. You kind of wasted that rescue act, Mr. North.
No, we didn't, Mullins. You see, that fire was set for one purpose.
Which was?
It's hard to find bullet holes in a skeleton. Jerem's was supposed to be burnt completely, darling, so that it would look like accident instead of murder.
Well, I guess you're right at that. Have you got any ideas on the subject of who killed him?
I don't know. It may have been someone we heard him talking to.
But, darling, we never heard Jerem's. Or did we?
I rather think we did, Pam. But it's not much help.
Still, we almost have it. Except...
No proof, no real understanding of the motive or what part Happy played, or... I don't know.
We'd better go home and go to bed, darling. But it's all there, I'm sure.
It's all there where?
Why, Sergeant Mullins. In the groove, of course. Jerry.
No, I'm getting right up. Getting up. Huh?
Wake up, Jerry.
It's too dark. I prefer my mornings with a touch of sun.
Jerry, I heard something in the living room.
Mice. Big mice.
Uh-huh. Are you going to...
I suppose so. When they start moving furniture around, stay there and get ready to scream. Oh, it's dark in here. I just stick my head in like this. Oh.
Jerry! Jerry! Jerry!
Darling, you've got an echo.
Have I got a live husband?
I think so.
Oh.
Anything missing?
I don't know.
Try the record cabinet.
You think that...
Uh-huh.
Oh, of course. The record was... It isn't. Jerry, the burglar took that animal imitations record, the one that Mark Claney and Jerem's on it.
You mean he thought he did?
But it's gone.
What the burglar took was a little item called The Way You Look Tonight. Incidentally, you look all right.
Oh, thank you, darling. But the way you look tonight is right here, and... Uh-oh. the label's sticky. You switchy?
I switchy. And isn't baby talk repulsive? I guess Mullins is indicated.
Indicated? He'll be apoplectic.
My goodness, even when you Norths go to sleep, do you stay asleep? No. You go around getting hit by strangers.
It was in our own living room, Sergeant Mullins.
And it may not have been a stranger. Mullins, where's Happy?
Who knows? The department has been looking for him, but I guess he took a powder.
Under the circumstances, he... What did you say?
I said he took a powder. That's a slang expression meaning he scrammed, blew, took it on the lamb.
But, Mullins, suppose it isn't a slang expression. Suppose Happy really took a powder.
I don't get it.
I know what Jerry means. And I sort of think Mark Claney got it.
Mullins, we came to see Ma, not her daughters.
Nice family she's got.
Little short on clothes, though. Jerry?
Oh, we're on our way. Office is back here. Shall we knock or...
We go in.
Oh, the North. Did you find my record?
Not exactly. Mrs. Claney, this is Sergeant Mullins.
Hello, Sergeant. Rest your arches.
No, ma'am, I'm from Homicide, and I thought...
who's been killed lately?
A man named Jerums.
Well, it's too bad. A friend of yours?
Why, Mrs. Claney, we rather thought he was a friend of yours.
Did you? Well, I knew
No
him.
sense in wasting time. Mrs. Claney was happy.
What makes you think
This
that?
is the only place in town where he could be hiding out.
Oh, why should he hide out?
The police want him.
Murder?
You could say that.
Oh,
The
I don't...
penalty for accessory before or after the crime is the chair, Mrs. Claney.
Oh, sorry. I hadn't realized. I mean...
You mean you hadn't realized. All right. Take us to him.
I don't like to let a friend down, but if it's murder, well, I suppose friendship goes just so far, don't it? He's in the next room.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, let's be getting in there and see
Jerry!
I hide. I hide. No copper is going to take me. You hear? No.
Now, look here, young fella.
I've got a big gun, see? A big gun.
Jerry, be careful.
Hey, don't get so close.
Sorry, Happy, but I'll take that gun.
No. Let go of me. I don't want to...
Lovely stocking, Mr. North.
He's out cold. I want to take a look at his eyes.
Why?
Because you said Happy took a powder. Pupils like pinpoints.
Then his nickname wasn't because he was sad all the time.
That's right. Happy was only half of it. The other half was dust. Happy Dust.
I certainly appreciate your asking me to come to your home with you, Mrs. North, and offering to return my record.
Jerry and I just wanted to clean up all the loose ends. Right, Jerry?
Mm-hmm. Happy's in jail, and, Mrs. Claney, you'll find your record in the cabinet there. Excuse me while I fix a few drinks,
Sure, I'll just get the record and... Hey, sure it's here, Miss North?
Oh, of course. Jerry.
Here we are, darling. Oh, Mrs. Claney, you find it?
No.
Jerry, maybe Happy stole it last night when he burgled the place.
Maybe he did. Because whoever burgled us last night killed Jerums for that record. Mrs. Claney, you know how the record was labeled, don't you? Animal imitations?
Is that so?
Jerry, look. Another gun. And Mrs. Claney is pointing it at us.
Very inconsiderate. If it went off...
Listen, I know that animal imitations record isn't the one with my voice on it.
How do you know?
Well,
Because you stole it last night and tried it on a phonograph and found out I'd switched labels? Wouldn't that be how, Mrs. Claney?
Maybe it would be, North. So what?
So you burgled our apartment, and therefore you killed Jerums.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why would I kill him?
He was blackmailing you with that record.
It must be in this...
Oh, shut up, you. Now, North, what's in that record to give anybody a hold over me?
Snowfalls. You and Jerums weren't talking about the weather. Heroin, cocaine. Snow is quite a common expression for narcotics. And you admitted getting rid of Hank from off the snowplow. Or should I say the truck delivering narcotics?
Nice figuring, North.
Very nice. Happy was just a stooge for you. You bribed him to steal the record, but dope fiends aren't very reliable, are they?
All right, they're not. But I don't take the stuff. I just sell it. So you'll find my aim is reliable unless you hand over that record. Now, where is it?
Why, Mrs. Claney, it's right here in this album. Here, take it. Album and all.
Oh.
Darling, you knocked her cold.
Oh, not me, Jerry. Tchaikovsky.
Okay, Mullen, so long. She's confessed. Police were looking for the murderer of a guy known as Hophead Hank to the narcotics squad. That record will put Mrs. Claney in the chair.
Jerry, do you realize that when Jerem's studio was burned, our recording was burned with it?
I hadn't realized. Oh, well.
Oh, well, nothing. Now, I'll never know whether you're as romantic as Charles Boyer.
Well, darling, there are other ways of finding that out besides having my voice recorded.
As for example?
As for example...
Again? Whose boy?
Good evening. This is Sergeant X. When an American greets another native son with the time-worn phrase, "What's doing?" he's very much surprised if the answer isn't "not much" or something to the same effect. Yes, the lives of most home folks are pretty uneventful. Unless, of course, their names happen to be Mr. and Mrs. North. In that case, there's never a dull moment, as they demonstrate tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Yes, tonight, the Mystery Playhouse presents another exciting episode in the very eventful lives of Mr. and Mrs. North. It isn't that Jerry and Pam, as they're known to each other and their intimates, go hunting for trouble. No, it seems to be just the other way around. Of course, once it arrives, they don't run away from it. On the contrary, they usually jump in with both feet, a process that makes for interesting results. Take, for instance, right now. With Jerry North away on a business trip, Pam is home keeping the light burning in the window and the telephone wires humming.
Hello? Yes, I'm Mrs. North. Oh, put him on. Jerry? Darling. Well, of course I'm not all right. How can I be with my husband way off in the wilds? Me? Oh, I'm taking up knitting, Jerry. Uh-huh. Knit one, purl one. Although I keep dropping one all the time. I just need to... Oh, what did you say, darling? Oh, nothing. Just, oh, that sound? I just dropped one. Uh-huh. Oh, I guess I'd better hang up now, darling. Why? Well, I've got to pick up that stitch I dropped. Well, of course I love you. Goodbye, darling. Oh, I wonder if... Oh, dear, there are times when a woman needs a husband. Pamela North, you better see... Please, let me in quickly. Well, you've been shot. Quickly, please. All right, here, let me help you. Here, lie down on this couch. There. Well, I'd better phone for a doctor at once.
No, not a doctor. He'd have to notify the police. And Jimmy, there's no time.
But you're hurt.
It's just a flesh wound.
But you're in pain. I can't let you do...
You must. You see, what happens to me right now isn't very important. It's Jimmy who's in danger.
You mean from the man who shot at you?
Oh, no. From the state executioner.
State executioner?
Yes, they're going to kill Jimmy for a murder he didn't do. I'm the only one who believes in him, and you and your husband, Mrs. North, are the only ones who can save...
Well, are you Oh, she's fainted. Jerry's out in the wilds, and I mustn't call Bill Wygand. There are times, Pamela North, when I wonder about you. How on earth do you do it? There. You're feeling better now, aren't you?
I guess I fainted.
You lost a lot of blood. But it's all stopped now. How does your shoulder feel?
Not very good, I'm afraid. That doesn't matter, though. Jimmy...
I think you'd better tell me about it from the beginning.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Gloria Crane. Jimmy Selden and I were to be married until the police found Jimmy's employer dead. He'd been shot, and the police said Jimmy did it, but he didn't.
Why do they think he did?
Well, according to the evidence, Jimmy was the last person to be with Corsi. That's the man who was killed. And so...
Well, there must have been witnesses.
They lied. I don't know why, but Mrs. North, they lied.
Who were they?
Well, there were three of them. The doorman at Corsi's apartment, Corsi's, his girlfriend who had rooms next to his, and Corsi's partner, Ed Hall.
Well, then one or perhaps all three must be lying. If Jimmy's innocent...
I swear to you, Mrs. North, he is.
Then the only thing to do is to force one of the witnesses to admit perjury. Miss Crane, we've got to go to each one of them and... Oh, but you can't. Your shoulder.
Well, that's why the murderer tried to kill me. He wanted to make sure I wouldn't try to find out the truth. He succeeded, unless...
Jerry, of course, would have conniption fits. I do have my knitting to do. All right, Miss Crane. I'll start with the doorman.
Oh, Mrs. North, that's wonderful of you. But I can't take advantage of you this way. I really just came for advice.
Well, if you knew the North better, you'd know that their advice is usually accompanied by in-person cooperation. At least when I have my way. And right now, it looks as if I'm going to have it. Hello, bartender.
What?
I said hello.
You got the wrong place, sister.
Look, I want to speak to Pete Owens. They told me he'd be here.
He is. He's a one-man liquor shortage, but... Okay, that table over there in the corner.
Oh, over there?
Yeah.
Him?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you, bartender. Maybe I should have stood at home. Hello.
Huh?
I said hello.
Goodbye.
I've just come.
Goodbye anyway.
I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes.
I'm busy. You see?
Thank you. I will sit down. You are Pete Owens, aren't you?
Don't mention it. Don't tell a soul. Goodbye.
Pete, you're the doorman at Kelmsley Arms who testified at Jimmy Selden's trial, aren't you?
Oh, go away.
You did, didn't you?
She's not only a pretty dame, but nosy. How would you like a sock in the nose?
I wouldn't. And you're not going to sock me.
Why?
Because I'll sock you first with this bottle.
Hey, give me that back. It's got liquid contents. I need them contents.
Expensive brand, isn't it, Pete? Especially for a doorman.
You mean on what?
Where did you get the money?
That's none of your business.
That's what you think. Mr. Owens, I represent the Income Tax Department. We like to have all income reported to us.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Would you like to see my credentials?
Don't try off the handle, miss.
Or would you prefer to continue this discussion at headquarters?
Oh, you got me wrong. Sure, I received a gift. There's nothing wrong in that, is there?
Well, that depends. How large a gift?
$500 in cash.
Who sent it to you?
There was no signature. Must have been Santa Claus.
Yeah. And what were you supposed to do for that money?
Nothing.
Try again.
I'm telling you, nothing. The guy who sent it, he said, well, he didn't want me to get in trouble on my job.
Go on. And make it good.
Well, he sort of suggested that when I got up on the witness stand, that maybe I didn't have to say nothing about ducking away for a drink after I let the Selden guy upstairs.
So you sold out for $500. That's enough, Mr. Owens. Goodbye.
Hey. Like I always say, dames are no good. Especially the pretty one.
So you see, Gloria, we've broken down one witness.
Well, that's wonderful, except... Well, it's just negative, isn't it?
I know. All it proves is that somebody might have followed Jimmy, but... Well, we've got 2 more witnesses to go.
I hope that... You know, we don't have very much time left, Mrs. North.
Oh, please call me Pam. Almost everybody does.
Well, Pam, you see, Jimmy's execution is next week. I feel so helpless lying here.
I know. Your shoulder, is it worse?
Not really, but it does make me unable to...
Here. You stop worrying. Tomorrow morning, I go back to work. In the meantime, I think sleep is what both of us need. I'll sleep on the couch in the living room.
Oh, no, Pam. I hate taking your bed like this. Barging into your life.
Oh, now don't you be silly, Gloria. You prevented me from brooding about Jerry, and believe me, a publisher husband out in the wilds with a lady author can be brooded about. Jerry, darling, have I ever told you how handsome you were? Lots of people have them. But I bet not one of them ever married you like I did. Well, Jerry! Oh, Jerry isn't here. Gloria! Gloria! Something, I've got to get to her. Gloria, the room's so dark, Oh, no. No, don't! Pam? Oh, Pam, are you all right? Well, I'm not sure. There are a lot of little men with hammers working inside my head. I wish they'd go away.
Oh, I couldn't help you. I couldn't get out of bed quickly enough with this shoulder.
Somebody socked me. Oh, I wish Jerry were here. He's the one that always gets socked. He's used to it by now. I'm not.
I couldn't see who it was, Pam. It was too dark. Could you?
All I noticed was a dim figure with his arm upraised. That brute.
Oh, did he hurt you very badly?
No, but he ruined my best vase. Oh, Glory, we should call the police in.
But they believe Jimmy did it. They won't help.
Bill might. Although, you will keep the doors locked and yell for help on the slightest provocation.
I promise.
Then me for, what was her name? Corsi's girlfriend?
Alice Arden.
Unlikely. However, keep your chin up, Gloria. And if my husband calls while I'm away...
I'll reassure him about you.
Oh, good heavens, no. Tell Jerry I need him desperately. Otherwise, that she-author is likely to start on a second volume.
Yeah?
You're Miss Arden, aren't you?
Right the very first time. So go peddle it somewhere else, sister. Goodbye.
I'm not peddling anything.
Oh, you're working your way through success school.
I graduated. You mind if I come in?
Certainly I mind. I'm busy.
Or hiding something.
What do you mean?
I could explain better inside.
Well, if you insist, which you do, come in. Place is a mess.
So I noticed. Moving?
Yeah, you're not a detective by any chance.
Oh, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Why are you moving?
I don't like the class of people that ring my doorbell in this house.
Oh. Well, there's another kind of a house you might move to that doesn't have a doorbell. A jail.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. Where you'll always be in. By request.
Look, sister, if you're the new type of policewoman, Lord help the police department.
Would you like to see my badge?
I've seen them before.
No doubt.
Just what were you insinuating by that?
Corsi ran into a lot of police during his business career, didn't he?
Oh. Yeah. A rat.
You didn't like him?
He was all right alive. But I don't like the kind of guy that don't take care of his loved ones when he pops off.
You can't really blame him. He wasn't expecting to be murdered.
In his racket, he had a right to expect it. But no, he kicks off without leaving me a red cent.
Oh, that's why you're moving.
Sure, I can't afford to pay the rent in a Tony dump like this. Funny, I couldn't even afford to move if it hadn't been for...
How much did he send you?
A gra... Did who send me?
Don't you know?
There was no signature... Listen, sister, I'm talking too much.
At Jimmy Selden's trial, maybe you didn't talk enough.
I told the truth.
You saw Jimmy go into Corsi's apartment.
Sure, I had a suspicion Corsi was expecting a visitor, so I was watching. But it turned out it was only Jimmy.
So you went to the movie?
No, I stayed right here. I kept on watching.
Why?
No reason.
Or don't you mean because that's what the letter with $1,000 instructed you to say?
Look, it's about time you were leaving.
I don't think so.
You got nothing on me.
Did you tell the police about the letter with the money?
They didn't ask me.
They might not like it if I told them.
Honest, I didn't mean any harm. I needed that $1,000.
So you helped railroad an innocent boy to the chair.
I just didn't mention that I left after I saw Jimmy go into Corsi's apartment, that's all.
You didn't see anyone else go in after Jimmy did?
I'm telling you I didn't. It wasn't my fault he got the chair sentence. The doorman and Ed Hall, they would have seen somebody else go in, so I just...
So you lied and took your $1,000. All right, Miss Arden. Don't leave town.
I won't. Look, am I going to get into trouble on account of this?
Maybe not, but I'd be rather afraid if I were you.
Of who?
Of the man who sent you that money. He paid for your silence. But if he thought you might talk, he could use other means besides money.
You mean kill me?
He killed Corsi.
Well, he can't do that to me. It's against the law.
Are you quite sure that he realizes that?
Lieutenant Wagon, homicide.
Oh, this is Pam, Bill.
Oh, hello, Pam. What can I do for you?
About the Coursey murder.
You're too late. Somebody already found the corpse in that one.
Bill, what business was Coursey in?
He fronted as a real estate man. Actually, he ran a string of slot machines, betting parlors, and assorted rackets. Why?
Did he leave any money when he died?
No, his partner claimed Coursey had $100,000 on him when he was killed, but we never found the money. Selden hid it well, but isn't going to do him any good.
Selden didn't kill Coursey.
No? Proof or intuition?
Intuition?
I'm sorry, Pam, but I don't think the governor will commute on those grounds.
Bill Wagon, you should know by now that when I have an intuition, things happen.
Welcome, madam. You're like a breath of spring in these parts.
You, Mr. Hall?
Yes, madam. Editor-in-chief of the Horseman's Handy Helper, the only racing sheet in town with a money-back clause.
Oh.
Precisely. If our selections do not win, try and get your money back. Would you like something for the Fifth Empire?
Not exactly.
Between you and me, I don't know any more than you do who's going to win. Horses are so darn secretive. Never say a word.
You're quite a picturesque character, Mr. Hall.
True. At this moment, I'm beginning to wonder exactly where you fit into the picture.
I'm a reporter.
Which enlightened newspaper employs you, my dear?
The Globe.
The Globe. Oh, I see. Oh, excuse me for a moment. Something in my other office. Be right back.
Of course, Mr. Hall. Racing sheet. Coursey owned betting parlors. Pamela, you may have something there. As a matter of fact, Pamela, you'd better have something there. This is your last chance. Ooh, I hate oily men. I wonder whether Brendan Vale, that authoress, is oily. I hope she is. I hope Jerry doesn't like oily women. As a matter of fact... Mr. Hall.
Here I am, back again with you, my dear. My sweet little reporter from the Inquirer.
The Globe.
Yes, of course. The Globe.
Mr. Hall, that's a gun you're pointing at me.
How clever of you to recognize it. I just phoned the Globe, madam. They sent no one down to interview me.
Oh, they must have forgotten.
Would you mind showing me your press card?
No. Well, I'm afraid I forgot it.
That forgetfulness is likely to cost you your life, my dear. What's the angle, and talk fast?
I was lying to you, but...
Correct so far. Go on.
I'm Pamela North. I want to clear Jimmy Selden of the murder charge against him.
Assuming you mean that he's innocent.
He is innocent, and you know it.
What makes you think so?
Because somebody entered Coursey's apartment after Jimmy left. And that somebody killed Coursey. You must have seen the killer.
Pretty theory.
How much did he pay you?
Why do you want to know?
Mr. Hall, the murderer has bribed the 3 witnesses who could have cleared Jimmy and convicted him instead. I know that. I also know that you're not a man I can scare. You're a realist.
Thank you, my dear.
Suppose I match his offer.
You're assuming I saw the murderer enter?
Didn't you?
Possibly. I can't be sure.
I'll match his offer.
Double it.
All right. How much?
He paid $10,000.
I'll have $20,000 at my apartment tonight.
In that case, Mrs. North, I'll be here.
Here, but
I don't like traps. My word among the criminal elements in this city is unquestioned. You may rely on it. $20,000 tonight, Mrs. North, and tomorrow Jimmy Selden goes free. Monkey business, Mrs. North, and Jimmy Selden dies in the chair.
Gee, Pam, I can't let you spend all that money.
Oh, cheer up, Gloria. It isn't mine. It's Jerry's. But Jimmy will pay us back. You better.
Oh, I can't express my...
Don't try, Gloria. That money is about all the North Publishing Company is worth, but after all, Jerry can always get a job. Wish both of us luck. It's our only chance. Our last chance. Oh, quiet on the Horseman's Handy Helper front, sounds like. It's the office. Golly, it's dark inside. Open. Pamela doesn't like to go go in, but Pamela had better go in. Well, nothing and nobody. Where's the light switch? There. Oh, why, Mr. Hall, you are here after all. Mr. Hall? He must be asleep, sitting in his chair behind the desk. Mr. Hall, please wake up. Please. Oh. Oh! Oh!
Pam?
Yes, Gloria. I'm awfully sorry. As I told you over the phone, Hall was dead when I got there.
Oh, it's not your fault. Not anybody's fault. Just bad luck, that's all.
Oh, this thing isn't over yet, Gloria. Try not to worry. Somehow, somewhere, we'll find the evidence we need.
Yes, but where, Pam?
I don't know.
Oh, your husband phoned.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, right after you did. I told him you were all right. I told him about Hall. He's going to call again.
Oh, thank you, dear. How could the murderer have known that Hall was about to...
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking aloud.
Well, I guess I'll go to bed. That must be your husband now. Good night.
Good night, dear. Jerry? Uh-huh. Oh, I'm all right, darling. I'm just lonely for you and unhappy. Yes, Hall's dead. That's right, his own paper knife sitting behind his own desk. Before he could even... Jerry, what did you say about the paper knife? I know, but how did you know it was a paper knife that was used to kill him?
Just a minute. That's enough, Mrs. North.
Gloria, that gun.
Say goodbye to your husband nicely. And that's all, or I'll shoot.
All right. It's very late, Jerry. I'd better hang up. Oh, one thing more. Jerry, Bill Wygand is ready to go to press with his new book. Uh-huh. Right away.
Hang up.
Oh, that's all, darling. Goodbye. I still can't believe it. Although I should have known you were the only person who knew Hall was going to change his testimony. Therefore, you had to be the person who killed him. And if you feared his testimony so much...
That's right. I killed Corsi, too.
For the $100,000 that Bill told me about, the money that disappeared, you took it. That's where you got the money to bribe the witnesses with.
And enough left over to see me through quite a few rainy days. After I get rid of you.
You can't kill me here. It's my own apartment. And those attacks on you, you must have staged them yourself to make sure that I wouldn't suspect.
Now she gets wise.
And when I reported to you that Hall had seen the murderer, you killed him. That's why you had to send me to make sure.
I did make sure about Hall. Just as I'm going to make sure about you.
But the police know about you now. They don't suspect you, but if I'm found dead in this apartment...
You won't be. I'm getting dressed, Mrs. North. All dressed up and fit to kill. All right, Mrs. North. We're ready.
I'm not sure I am.
Start moving. I get nervous when my finger's on a trigger.
Since you're so persistent, I'll go.
Now, straight down the hallway. We'll...
Oh, you shot me too soon. Gloria, you shot me. Or am I wrong?
Pam.
Oh, Bill. Bill Wygand. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. I'm going to...
Don't cry.
I won't. I think I'd rather faint. Hello, Jerry, darling. Yes, it's all over. You see, when you mentioned to me that Hall was stabbed with a paper knife, that was the important clue. Because when I phoned Gloria, I just told her that Hall had been murdered without the details. Yet when she told you about it, she knew about the stabbing and... Uh-huh, darling. And it was very bright of you to catch on and send Bill to help me. I know, darling. We're both very bright.
And that was tonight's Mystery Playhouse presentation, Pamela Goes It Alone. Another adventure with Mr. and Mrs. North. Like I told you at the start of tonight's performance, the Norths do jump in with both feet, don't they? But somehow or other, they always seem to come out all in one piece and ready for more. Now, leaving the Norths for the time being anyway, we invite you to visit the Green Room for a pre-hearing of our next Mystery Playhouse performance. Follow me, please. Come.
Relax, like I said, and be a good boy. You got nothing to worry about as long as you stick with me. Now I'll count out your 15,000.
I want more than that. I want 25.
What? And leave me only 5? That's a fine way to treat a partner.
I don't care about you. I want what's coming to me.
You'll get it and no more. We split this 50-50.
Now, why should you get half? I did the job. I went in and got the stuff. I took all the risk. All you did was sit here and wait for me.
Is that so? All I did is sit here and wait for you. Why, you runny-nosed little brat. What do you think those are thinking for you? How far do you think you'd give that stupid brain of yours?
I don't need you.
No? How much of this 30,000 do you think you'd have now if it wasn't for me? I'll tell you, not 1 cent. Who found out about the jewels in the first place? Me. Who cased the joint to find out about the chauffeur being an ex-con? Who swiped the screwdriver to plant on the scene? Who figured out every angle to make this one of the neatest jobs ever pulled in this burg? You'd be so stinking hot with the police right now if it hadn't been for me, you'd never even be able to cash the rocks in. And now don't give me any more of this stuff.
Now, listen, Easley, I'm sick of you playing a big shot. Maybe you did do all the thinking up to now. But maybe now it's my turn. I'm taking 25 of that pile, and you ain't got nothing to say about it.
Why, you little rat. You'd pull a rod on me.
Yeah, and I know how to use it, big shot. Now get counting. 25 for me, 5 for you.
How do you like that? Is that a way to treat a pal, Sammy?
I'm no pal of yours, big shot. I can take care of myself.
Okay. It's 25 for you and 5 for me. Only if you're so smart. Why not take the whole thing?
I might do that.
Okay, then here, take it. Hey, what the? Look, now drop that rod. That's better. I'll just keep this little rod for a souvenir.
Why, you jerk.
Yes, that'll teach you not to play rough with Albert Easley. You see, Sonny, you're not as smart as you thought. I'm always just a little bit smarter. Now get up and beat it. Go on.
What about my money?
Oh, you're so impulsive. I don't think you better have so much money around loose, Sammy. Maybe I better keep it for you till you grow up a little. Come around sometime when you've learned not to be a double-crossing baby.
I'll kill you, Weasley. So help me, I'll kill you.
Oh, sure. I'm scared to death.
You will be before I'm through, I promise you.
Okay, we get going before I take you over my knees.
You better order your flowers now, big shot. Because I'll get you if it's the last thing I do.
Okay, go ahead and try it, Sammy. But just remember, 2 can play that game. I could plug you now if I felt like it. But I'll outsmart you at that game, too.
We'll see about that. Just remember, Easley, I'm going to kill you.
Not if I kill you first, Sammy.
Okay, fair enough. So long, Easley. Pleasant dreams.
Well, that sounds like a cute couple of kids, doesn't it? You know, it looks very much like somebody's going to get hurt. And to find out for sure, you're going to have to be back in your seats next time when what looks like an open and shut case of jewel robbery turns into triple homicide. And the threat, not if I kill you first, takes on deadly meaning. It's another strange tale from the lips of the man who knows them all, the Whistler. See you then. This is Sergeant X, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good evening. This is Peter Lorre. People have many different ways of spending their spare time. Some collect stamps, others build model planes and ships, and there are a couple of people we know whose hobby is murder. No, they don't indulge themselves, but they track down the ones who do, as you hear tonight, in a mystery playhouse. Tonight, the Mystery Playhouse calls back for a return engagement those two lovebirds of crime, those babes in the underworld, Mr. and Mrs. North. That is, we call back Pam North. Seems Jerry North is away someplace on business. Before he left, the master of the North Menage made his loving spouse promise faithfully to keep out of other people's murders, which, knowing Mrs. North, as we do, seems like a waste of good breath, doesn't it? However, she's making an effort along those lines as we drop in on her this evening. She has just settled herself purposefully with a good book and is about to open it when the doorbell rings. She closes the book and hurries to the door.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Oh, Weasel, hello. Come in.
Oh, thanks. Where's Mr. North?
Oh, Jerry's out of town on business.
Oh, that's too bad. On account of... I would have liked to have seen him on account of you and him. He's always interested in what I do. On account of it was you two. It's reformed me, and so I wanted to tell you what I'm doing on account I got me a new job.
Oh, that's wonderful, Weasel. What's the new job?
I am bouncer and general folderol at Furman Fox's club.
But, Weasel, that's a gambling club.
Well, I hate to contradict you, Mrs. North, but I happen to know it ain't. I interrogated the boss thoroughly on that point before I took the job on account of I am an honest man now, and I wouldn't stoop to sully my hands with anything which wasn't strictly legitimate.
Oh, I'm afraid you made a mistake this time, Weasel.
Oh, no, I didn't. I know what I'm talking about. Look, what is gambling?
Why, it's taking a chance on something.
That's right, taking a chance. Well, that don't never happen at the club. They don't never take no chances.
What do you mean?
The tables is all fixed. So, you see, it ain't gambling. It's a sure thing for the club.
Oh, but Weasel, that's terrible.
Gee, Mrs. North, it sure grieves me if I've strayed from the straight and narrow. On account I am strictly reformed, but I still don't see what is wrong about not gambling.
Plenty, the way Mr. Fox does it.
Well, if you say so, I guess it must be so.
Weasel.
Yeah.
It's wrong to cheat, and Mr. Fox cheats.
Oh, okay. So what must I do?
Well, I really don't think you ought to work for him.
Gee, I come here thinking you was going to congratulate me on my job, and instead you say I ought to quit it. Well, that's life. Being ever so humble is always a fly in the ointment.
I'm sorry, Weasel.
Oh, well, what is what is what is. I shall abdicate myself for Mr. Fox's premises forthwith.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I wonder how he's going to take it, though. Look, Mrs. North, would you maybe be so good as to tender in my resignation for me to Mr. Fox on account of maybe he'd take it better from you? I wouldn't know exactly what to say.
Well, of course, Weasel. I'd be glad to help you.
Ah, gee, thanks, Mrs. North.
Of course, I did promise Jerry I'd stay clear of people of questionable character while he was away. But I know he'd want me to help you. And anyway, Mr. Fox's character is something like the not gambling.
What do you mean?
Just that he's not a questionable character. Because as far as I'm concerned, there's no question about it. He's all bad.
Hello, Weasel.
Hello, Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, may I present Mrs. North?
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Crane manages the club.
I see.
Mr. Crane, is Mr. Fox here tonight on account of me or Mrs. North has some business to conclude with him?
He's upstairs in his office.
Oh, good. Come on, Mrs. North. Let us proceed thenceforth.
All right, Weasel. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Who is this coming toward us?
Oh, that's Mr. Lawson, one of the regular customers.
Does he always have a gun?
Huh?
All right. Stay where you are, all of you. Don't move or I'll shoot.
Why, what's the idea, Terry?
The idea is I'm going to put an end to this dirty racket you've been running.
What do you mean?
I mean I've lost over $5,000. 3 nights in a row now, and I don't like it.
Well, I can't help it if you've been having bad luck.
Luck? Don't hand me that. The tables are fixed. You know they are.
Now, please, don't make a scene.
Don't make a scene, he says. My friend, you don't seem to understand. I'm going to kill you.
No, Terry, wait.
You shouldn't do that, Mr. Lawson, on account of it ain't right for people to kill people, is it, Mrs. North?
No, it isn't.
You keep out of this.
But it ain't. Just suppose everybody went around killing everybody. Why, pretty soon there wouldn't be anybody left, and then where would you be?
Please, Terry, give me a break.
I'll give you a break, all right. Like you gave me at the tables.
But if you're mad at the club, Mr. Lawson, you'd ought to rather shoot Mr. Fox instead of Mr. Crane on account of he owns the club. And on second thought, you hadn't ought to hit him either, or kill him either, on account of you hadn't ought to kill nobody.
I told you to keep out of this.
Now, wait a minute. I resent your tone of voice.
Look, if you want trouble, too, you'll get it.
Now, look, don't point that gun at me.
Look out, Weasel.
Damn that gun!
Good work, Weasel. You knocked him out.
Yeah, but he got me.
Oh, Weasel.
It's okay, Mrs. North. It's right that I should go like this. I've been a bad man. But you can remember, I died saving somebody else.
Mr. Crane, where's the telephone? We've got to get a doctor.
Okay, right away.
It's too late. But don't worry. I die happy.
Weasel. Wait a minute. Look.
Huh?
That table. See, there with a hole in it? That's where the bullet went. You're all right. He missed you.
He missed? You mean... Well, how do you like that? And I was already hearing pretty music.
Oh.
Well, that just goes to show you can't always believe what you hear. Mr. Fox, this is Mrs. North.
Delighted. Sit down, both of you. What was the commotion downstairs, Weasel?
One of the customers got peeved with Mr. Crane on account of he dropped $5,000 3 days running.
$5,000?
Yeah, so we decided the tables was fixed, and so we decided Mr. Crane ought to be fixed, and so we decided to fix him.
With a gun.
What?
Yeah, only I removed it from him forcefully, and we tied him up and left him in a coat room.
Indeed. So Crane owes his life to you, eh? Well, well. And I am indebted to you for preserving the manager of my club. Well, Weasel, it looks like you rate a bonus.
Oh, I don't want no bonus, Mr. Fox.
Huh? What? Why not?
Well, that's what I wanted to see about. You tell him, Mrs. North.
Mr. Fox, Weasel would like to resign, if you don't mind.
Ah, looking for greener pastures, eh?
Huh? Greener pastures?
Oh, no, it's just that, suppose you decided to make a new start in life, Mr. Fox. Only after you did, you found out it wasn't. You'd want to, too, wouldn't you?
Yeah, want to what?
Resign. Except you wouldn't, of course.
Resign?
No, decide to make a new start. Only he did, so he does. I hope you don't mind.
I beg your pardon?
It's okay, Mr. Fox. I never can understand it neither, except, of course, I ain't very bright, but... Is it okay for me to quit?
Well, if you're not happy here...
Oh, it ain't that I'm not happy. It's just that, well, like she told you, whatever she did tell you, it's like that.
Oh. Oh, well, I'll think it over.
Okay. And I sure hope you decide to let me quit. On account of, that's what I'm going to do. Well, here's the coat room. I'll go and see how Mr. Lawson is.
All right.
But where's Lulu, the hat check girl? I told her to stay here and watch Mr. Lawson and holler if he tried to get away.
There she is, Weasel.
Where?
On the floor.
No, that's Mr. Lawson. We left her. I know you're right, that isn't. It's Lulu. She's sleeping.
Well, she's been knocked out.
Yeah, I guess she has. Mr. Lawson must have come to and got loose and conked her.
It looks like it.
Come on. We gotta warn Mr. Crane.
All right, Weasel, but how about Lulu?
Oh, I think she'll be okay. But Mr. Crane won't if Mr. Lawson gets to him first.
doesn't seem to be in here at the table.
No, that's funny. He don't seem to be no place. Wait a minute. There's his wife. Maybe she knows where he went. Come on. Oh, hello, Mrs. Crane.
Weasel, you're just the person I want to see. Where's my husband?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
What?
I was about to interrogate you on the same point.
Oh. Haven't you seen him?
A little while ago, but not since Mr. Lawson escaped.
Well, who's Mr. Lawson?
One of the customers which wants to shoot Mr. Crane.
Oh. Well, if you find Kenneth and he hasn't been shot, tell him I'm looking for him.
Okay.
You don't seem very concerned about your husband's life.
The only concern I have about anyone killing him is that it would keep me from having that pleasure myself.
Maybe he went upstairs to see Mr. Fox.
Well, let's go see Weasel.
If you find him, tell him I'm waiting.
What has she got against her husband?
Mitzi McGilroy.
Who's she?
A dame which Mr. Crane is infatuated with.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Crane is all the time plying upon Mitzi all kinds of expensive gifts, which Mrs. Crane thinks it ought to be by right extended at her.
Well, no wonder she doesn't.
What's the matter?
Look, Weasel. The bottom of the stairs.
Quiet.
Mr. Crane.
It looks like he's had an accident. Let's see. His neck seems to be broke. Or something is broke, anyhow. On account of he's dead.
Oh, Weasel.
He must have fell down the steps.
Mm-hmm. Fell or was pushed.
Gee, Mrs. Crane will be sore on account of somebody spoiled the fun.
Unless she's the one who killed him.
Oh, she didn't do it.
What makes you so sure, Weasel?
On account of the way she talked. If she had just killed him, she wouldn't say she wanted to kill him. On account of that would make her liable to be suspicious.
That's sound reasoning, Weasel. Unless that's just the way she wanted us to reason.
What's going on here? Oh, Crane. Is he dead, Weasel?
Oh, well, hello, Mr. Fox. Yes, he is very dead.
Well, what happened? Did Lawson get away?
Yes, Mr. Fox, but I'm not so sure he's the murderer.
Why not?
Well, he made quite a scene when he threatened Mr. Crane. Practically everyone in the club noticed it. And they'd know that if Mr. Crane was killed tonight, Mr. Lawson would be suspected.
I see. So you think?
Any enemy of Mr. Crane might have taken advantage of Mr. Lawson's threat.
Yes, quite possible. Or, for that matter, any enemy of Mr. Lawson. Weasel, get in the other room and see that nobody leaves the place.
Yes, Mr. Fox.
We better call the police. You know, Mrs. North, I don't like this.
Were you very fond of Mr. Crane?
Oh, that's not what I meant. But murder in the club, bad for business. Very bad for business. Well, the police should be here pretty soon.
Yes. I suppose, Mrs. North, you feel it's your duty to tell the police about my little chat with you.
Well, naturally, Mrs. Crane.
Yes, of course. You're just the type.
What type?
Good deed for the day and all that.
Well, you did say you'd like to kill him.
Well, so did practically everyone who knew him.
Yes, he wasn't exactly what you'd call popular.
However, I wasn't the one to have the good fortune to do the job.
Do you think it was Lawson?
Possibly. But if I were trying to solve this case, and come to think of it, perhaps I'd better try to before Miss Girl Scout here has some pin in the rap on me.
Mrs. Crane,
I'd begin looking for the source of my dear departed husband's sudden affluence.
What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Fox isn't the most generous employer.
Why, I gave Crane a good salary.
Oh, yes, but not good enough to buy mink coats and diamond pendants and the like.
Do you mean that all of a sudden your husband started buying you expensive presents?
Oh, no, not me. That's what gripes me. He bought them for that dizzy little McGilroy dame.
Oh.
And it would be very interesting to find out just where the money came from.
Maybe he was blackmailing someone.
And the blackmailer killed him.
Perhaps. At any rate, it's a thought worth toying with. So you see, Mrs. North, the case isn't quite as simple as you might like to make it.
Gollies.
What is it?
I just thought of something. It is simple. It's very simple. I know who killed your husband, Mrs. Crane, and I can prove it.
Really?
Only there's one thing I need, and I think I know how to get it. I've got to go home now, but when the police get here, tell them that I'll be back as soon as I can. It won't be long.
But how, Mrs. North, can you be so sure you know who the murderer is?
Because, Mrs. Crane, you just told me.
All right, this is it, men. Now we can... Oh, dear, Dear, I might have known. I might have known.
Oh, hello, Sergeant Mullins.
Mrs. North, as I live and breathe, although I sometimes wonder if it's worth the trouble. What are you doing coming out of a building that a murder has just been reported in?
I was just
Never mind that. What's more to the point, what were you doing in there?
Well,
Never mind that either. By now I know that where there's a murder, there's a North. So I might just as well accept it and let it go at that.
Well, I can't stand here talking to you. Someone might see me.
What's wrong with that?
It'll spoil my plan.
Oh, you have a plan already?
Well, naturally.
Naturally.
So I'd better get going, Sergeant.
All right, I'll take you. Where to?
Oh, but you have a job to do here.
I'll send the boys in, but I'll go along with you.
Oh, but Sergeant Mullins...
Mrs. North, when a Mullins makes up his mind, it's as good as made up. Okay, boys, go on in and get started on the routine.
All right.
I'll be back as soon as I can. But first, me and Mrs. North are going for a ride. Get in, Mrs. North.
Well, all right.
That's the idea. Now, where are you going?
Home. Oh, wait a minute, Mullins. You're going the wrong way.
Am I now?
Yes, I want to go home.
So you said.
But this isn't the way.
I know. I'm taking you to headquarters.
Why?
Because, Mrs. North, I'm going to hold you on suspicion of murder.
What?
That's right.
Oh, are you joking?
Indeed, I'm not.
Huh?
Didn't I find you myself running away from the scene of a crime?
But I had a plan.
Sure. A plan to conceal evidence, no doubt.
What evidence?
Now, how should I know that? With you concealing it.
Oh, really, Sergeant Mullins, you're not serious about this.
No, I'm not, am I?
You can't really suspect me.
I'd suspect my own wife if she gave me reason. Come to think of it, since many the time she has.
But, Sergeant Mullins...
Now, let's not argue about it, Mrs. North. I hate to do it, but duty is duty.
You're making a terrible mistake.
Well, now, we can't all be perfect, can we?
But, Bill, Sergeant Mullins has locked me up. But, Bill, you're a lieutenant on the homicide squad. He's only a sergeant. I see. Well, all right, Bill. I think you're horrid. But, Mr. Burgess, you're my lawyer. Make them let me get out of here. Why, people can't just go around putting people in jail. It's not only unconstitutional, it's mean. Hello, Jerry? I'm in jail, and I have a dreadful cold. Uh-huh. Well, all I did was I didn't do anything. But Jerry... Well, I won't stand for it. Just because I was running away doesn't mean I was running away. And I could prove it if somebody'd only believe me. Hello, operator. Get me the White House.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Oh, hello, Weasel.
How are you?
As well as can be expected after a night in jail, I guess. Weasel, I want to get out of here.
It's a cinch. I got a hold of Jigger McFidget.
Who?
Jigger McFidget. He's the mouthpiece which always sprung me before I will reform. He's hard stuff on them habeas corpus and stuff like that.
Oh.
So don't worry, he's fixed everything.
You mean I'm to be released?
That's right.
Oh, Weasel, I could kiss you.
Gee. Ah, here comes the turncoat. Turncoat, unhand this woman for me. Mrs. North, you are a free woman of the world. Gee, she did kiss me. What do you want to see Mr. Fox about?
Well, there's one thing I still have to find out before the case is completely solved, Weasel. And perhaps I can find it out from him.
Oh.
With the police suspecting me, I'd better solve it as quick as I can.
Well, here we are. I'll knock.
Who's there?
Me, Weasel.
Oh, all right. Come on in, Weasel.
Mr. Fox, we just wanted to... Mr. Fox, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Mrs. North, how did you... I've got to get out of here.
Weasel, get him. He's going for the back door.
Hey, Mr. Fox, wait.
Let go.
Hold him, Weasel.
Ha, I knocked him out.
Good for you.
Gee, it's a good thing I'm quitting on account of this. Would get me fired on account of employers usually resents getting socked by their employees.
Wait a minute. Weasel, I hear someone coming.
Oh, he must have pushed the button.
What button?
On his desk. It's a signal for the boys, and them boys are up. We better get out this back way.
All right.
Only you wanted to talk to Mr. Fox. Well, I'll bring him along. Help me pick him up.
Here's his feet.
Okay, the fireman's carried. Come on, let's go. Quick, down these stairs.
All right.
I wish Mr. Fox didn't eat so much. He's heavy. Oh, here comes the boys.
Oh, golly.
They're shooting. Hurry, Mrs. North. The door to the back alley is right ahead. Keep going and keep praying. Here's the door.
Oh, thank heavens. There's a cab at the head of the alley.
Good, we'll try and make it. It's hard carrying Mr. Fox.
Can I help you, Weasel?
No, just keep going.
Oh, here they come.
And here we go. Get in, Mrs. North. Start moving. Drive it quick. It don't matter where. Keep down, Mrs. North.
I am.
Ah, we made it. It's okay, Mrs. North. They're out of sight.
Oh, good.
Oh.
What's the matter, Weasel?
I've been shot. I'm dying.
Now, Weasel, we were all through that before.
But this time it's real. I'm all over blood.
Good heavens, you are.
I'm dying.
Oh, wait a minute, Weasel. That's not your blood.
Huh?
No, it's Mr. Fox's. The bullets hit him, see?
Oh.
We better get him to a hospital.
Me too, because even if I ain't shot, I certainly feel sick. Maybe I should have stayed at the hospital. I still don't feel so good.
Well, come on in, Weasel, and I'll give you a nice cool drink.
Okay, thanks.
Go on into the living room. I'll be right in. First, I want to call the hospital again and see if Mr. Fox has regained consciousness again.
All right. I think I better lie down on account of I can't stand so good.
Well, you can stretch out on the sofa.
No, I can't.
Well, why not?
Because somebody's on it already.
What? Who?
Mr. Crane's wife.
Well, what's she doing here?
I don't know.
Well, why don't you ask her?
I can't. She's dead.
You see, Sergeant Mullins, when Weasel and I told Mr. Fox about all the money that Mr. Lawson had been losing at the club, Mr. Fox seemed very surprised.
So you said.
Then when Mrs. Crane mentioned Mr. Crane's sudden wealth, I got a hunch that he'd been pocketing some of the club's money and not reporting it to Mr. Fox. And when Mr. Fox found out about it, they had a fight, and Mr. Fox killed Mr. Crane.
And so you say you know the murder and run out, hoping Mr. Fox will follow and try to shut you up. And that would give him away.
Yes. But Mrs. Crane evidently came to my apartment to find out what I knew, and then Mr. Fox must have come and in the dark mistook her for me and killed her.
That's right. I just been at the hospital, and he's been talking. It all happened like you say.
Well, then you see, Sergeant, the case is all solved. And it would have been sooner if you hadn't gotten the crazy idea of locking me up.
Oh, it wasn't so crazy.
What do you mean?
Well, just look now. You get a murderer to go gun for you. And, but for the grace of God and Aloysius Mullins, he'd have got you too. And then you go into his den again and get yourself shot at by a bunch of his thugs. Is it any wonder Mr. North wanted us to keep you locked up?
Mr. North? Do you mean that Jerry, that he...
Yes. He tells us if we find you mixing in murders while he's away, to lock you up. And a good idea it is, too.
Of all the nerve. I'll never speak to him again as long as I live. Oh, just wait till I see him. I'll tell him a thing or two. I won't forget this ever. Of all the low, mean, rotten, sneaking... just a minute, Sergeant Mullins. Hello? Oh, Jerry. Now, listen here, Gerald North. If you think I'm going to stand for your... What did you say? You are... Sergeant Mullins is coming home. Oh, yes, darling. Oh, please hurry. I've missed you so much. Of course, darling. Oh, wait a minute, Jerry. Did you say something, Sergeant Mullins?
Oh, I was just talking to myself. Love ain't blind, I was saying. It's dumb.
And so we leave Pam North. What a woman, huh? Another in the adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Tonight's presentation in a mystery playhouse. Now for the green room and a quick listen to a part of our next mystery. Hey, my spies tell me this one involves a murder of a radio quiz expert. Sounds like an interesting subject, huh? Well, let's find out for ourselves. Follow me, please. Come.
Sid, I want a showdown. Do you want me back?
Yes, I do.
You're lying. You don't love me. You never did.
I like your company, like your looks, and I miss you.
The way you'd miss an old pair of shoes. You never noticed me till I left you.
Could be.
Could be. That's just like you. Absolutely shameless. You have no more idea of what love is than...
For you, it's Charlie Robinson, eh, Joni? A nice, shiny agency boy 4 years younger than you.
Sid, you... Sid, I want a divorce. Please, Sid, this is no good. Be decent, will you?
I'm just thinking of you, Joan. The kid's got nothing but a glossy smile. Wouldn't last a year.
That's not true. Sid, will you?
No.
Your answer to that question is all wrong, Mr. Sherman. Because I'm going to have it my way.
Joan, wait. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Sherman, Ellery Queen. I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, no, not at all, Queen.
Got a minute? I'm not taking away from any guests or anything.
No, I'm all alone. What's on your mind?
The Mock Turtle.
What?
The Mock Turtle in Alice in Wonderland, who sang Soup of the Evening, Beautiful Soup.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know Alice practically by heart. We get questions on it every other week. You're wrong, Queen. The Mad Hatter sang that at the tea table.
How about looking it up, Mr. Sherman?
Well, all right, I will. Hold on a minute. Alice. Where'd I put that book? Oh, here we are.
Sherman, what's happened? What was that explosion? Sherman! Operator, get me police headquarters.
And that was the end of Sid Sherman, quiz expert extraordinary. A murder that the master detective Ellery Queen accidentally became a part of. The whole story starts when Ellery receives an offer to become a guest expert on a well-known quiz program, but thereby hangs another tale. A murder case that you in our audience are invited to solve along with Ellery and his guest detective. So be in your seats next time when we present Ellery Queen and the adventure of the booby trap. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
You're lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause you're lovely, just the way you look nice.
Woodbury, the makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap made for the skin alone, presents The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths have taken to going for long walks these autumn evenings. There was a time when Jerry toyed with the theory that if they remained quietly at home, trouble would never find them. But it did. So Jerry changed his plans, decided that it might be wiser if Pam and himself made things a little more difficult for trouble by offering it a moving target. And so tonight we find the Norths in motion. Not a target, they hope, but definitely moving.
Jerry, your legs are longer than mine,
Mm-hmm.
but mine are cuter.
Are they? I must look sometime.
Oh, I'll stop.
Not bad.
Not bad. Jerry, I'll have you know that my legs were considered one of the most attractive features at Miss Peters' finishing school for girls.
Mm-hmm. Miss Peters certainly wasn't.
She was a very dear old lady, although she was hipped on the subject of dating. Which reminds me, Jerry, tomorrow is Columbus Day.
Is it? We must remember to send him a card. Columbus Day.
Columbus discovered America tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Isn't he a little late?
Not tomorrow in 1944, tomorrow in 1492.
That helps. Seems like only yesterday.
Although he was really looking for India.
Darling, I'm very proud of your education, but why although?
Oh, stop it, Jerry. Do you think there was anything between him and Queen Isabella?
Sure, King Ferdinand.
They say the Nevada climate is wonderful at this time of year, especially in Reno.
What grounds would you claim for divorce?
Mental cruelty, that's your
I could easily do worse. For example, I might say something about his carrying along a pinter for a niner. See?
Darling, I believed you when you said you could do much worse. You didn't have to prove it.
Well, as a matter of fact, I thought that was pretty good. Let's see.
Jerry North, if you're trying to think up another one of those awful jokes, you could...
Oh, they're not that bad. And what's the matter?
I just saw a man jump out of a window.
You what?
Dropped in that alleyway right ahead.
Are you sure?
Yes, darling.
We better hurry.
The only thing, darling.
Yeah?
He looks like... Jerry, I'm not making this up, and I'm not crazy, because it's your Aunt Agatha who's eccentric, and I haven't touched the ground.
And what did he look like?
Christopher Columbus.
Like a... Oh, no, darling. Columbus is dead. He discovered America tomorrow in 1492, and...
This is the alleyway. Honestly, Jerry.
Somebody's coming out of it. He couldn't have been hurt. Found a dark in here.
There he is.
No, I've got it. Let me go, please. A little second story work, friend? Come out here in the light.
You gotta let me go. I'm in danger. My life's in danger.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Who are you, anyway?
I'm Christopher Columbus.
Oh, no, you're not. I went to school. We'll get you out in the light.
Jerry, he is Christopher Columbus. Look.
Hey, Joe, I gotta get away.
Just like Columbus. Resemblance, but why do you have to get away?
They're after me. They'll kill me.
Why?
Because they want the jewels, don't you see?
What jewels?
The crown jewels, of course. The ones the Queen gave me.
Jerry, the Queen. Isabella.
Yes, Isabella. I don't like to do this.
Jerry! Oh, darling, did he hurt you?
No, I just like it down here. Oh.
Your jaw, darling.
A mere nothing. That lump on it probably becomes me.
We've got to notify the police.
Sure. I'll tell them Christopher Columbus stalked me. I don't know what the visiting hours at Bellevue Psychopathic are, darling, but you'll find out.
Well, I can back up your story.
Sure. Then we'll have adjoining padded cells. What happened to good old Chris?
Oh, he ran up the street. I didn't notice because I was so worried about you.
So am I. About all I need for my mental health right now is to see Queen Isabella yodeling at me.
Jerry!
Huh?
If you look up at that building...
Yeah?
You will see Queen Isabella.
What? I leaning out of the window. Sam, I'm seeing it too.
That's the window Columbus jumped out of.
Maybe King Ferdinand got home too soon. Oh, no, Pam, this isn't possible. We've got...
The light went out.
The light went out. And there are about 1 million windows in that building, and both Christopher Columbus and Queen Isabella have been dead for about 400-odd years. And we're Pam and Jerry North, and we're going right home. That is, if we still have a home, which I'm beginning to doubt on account of maybe we haven't been discovered yet. Taxi!
Well, all I can say, darling, is maybe Columbus discovered America. But it took us to discover Columbus.
400 years later, Get in, darling. Anybody in there already, like George Washington, maybe?
George Washington's birthday's in February.
Oh, of course. How could we expect to see him tonight?
Driver.
Yeah?
24 St. Anne's Place. And don't go around the Cape of Good Hope if you can help it.
Cape of Good Hope? Where's that, Brooklyn?
It could be. You better get started. My wife's a little upset.
Fight, huh?
Not exactly. As a matter of fact, I'm a little nervous, too.
Is that so? Me, I got nerves like iron. Sylvester, the little woman, says to me, you got nerves like iron. Why have I got nerves like iron, I says that? On account I eat carrots. You eat carrots?
Sometimes.
I eat them all the time. I got a few here right now. Would you like one?
Oh, no, thanks. Because of ghosts.
What's ghosts got to do with it?
Well, if you eat a lot of carrots, you can see in the dark. And if you can see in the dark, you can see ghosts. And if there are any ghosts, I'd rather not see them. So
Hey, what happened? Looks like some guy decided to take a nap in the middle of the street. I'd better waken him on account of it ain't healthy.
Jerry, is everybody crazy, or is it just the people we meet?
I don't know. I wouldn't care to go on record.
Hey, how you do?
Yeah, what is it?
I would like you to step out, take a look at the guy in the middle of the street.
Why? Is there anything wrong with him?
I ain't saying until you two see him, too. That is, if you see him.
All right, Sam.
Come down.
You couldn't wake him?
I wouldn't even try, mister. There's a possibility he ain't there. Maybe there was something in them carrots. I don't know, but... do you see him?
Jerry, it's...
Aha. You see him, too, lady.
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
Oh, and does he look dressed a little peculiar to you with maybe tights and funny shoes?
He does.
And furthermore, lady, does he remind you of somebody that maybe you ain't personally acquainted with but you've seen before?
You mean Columbus?
Lady, that is exactly what I mean. Christopher H. Columbus. I've had a look at him.
Is he Columbus?
Maybe, but sleeping? Not exactly. I tried to wake him, but I'm afraid he isn't going to wake anymore. You see, somebody just cracked Miss Christopher Columbus's skull for him.
Oh.
And he's quite dead. Again. The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North and the Woodbury Facial Soap program will continue in just a moment. But first, this is Ben Grauer with the story of the exciting wartime romance of the lovely Woodbury deb, Patricia O'Neill Goodlett. And as soon as you hear the story, you'll know why Patsy never neglects her daily complexion care with Woodbury Facial Soap. It seems that Navy Lieutenant George Goodlett had a letter of introduction to beautiful Patricia, but no time to present it when he went through town. He did, however, take time to notice the sweet, fresh loveliness and radiant complexion of the motor corps volunteer who drove him from the station to his boat. The Navy lieutenant was very impressed. And yes, you guessed it, the pretty volunteer turned out to be Patsy herself. There was a very fast courtship, and when George returned from the South Pacific, and soon her friends were giving bridal showers for lovely Patricia. Now, the romance of that particular Woodbury deb is a tribute to the cherishing, beauty-giving care of Woodbury Facial Soap. It gives your skin gentle, thorough care, protecting your most precious, winning charm. The Woodbury soap can do that because it's a true complexion soap, made in cake form only. It is made for the skin alone by famous skin specialists. And particularly important to your complexion loveliness, Woodbury contains a special ingredient for special mildness. Now, girls, don't wait another day, but begin right away with Woodbury. Let it make your complexion so fresh, so soft and smooth that you're bound to win the heart of the man who matters most. Ask for Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Facial Soap, beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. And now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, the adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Lieutenant Wagon, homicide?
Bill, Pam.
Oh, hello. What is it this time?
It's a murder, Bill.
With the North, what else would it be? All right, who got killed? When, where, why, and who did it?
Well, I'm afraid Jerry and I don't know the answer to all those questions.
Okay, we'll start with the corpse. Who is he?
Christopher Columbus.
Who?
Christopher Columbus.
I thought that was what you said. Sam, have you been eating all the olives and Jerry's dry martinis again?
Jerry will tell you the same thing.
Why not? He's been drinking them. Now, Pam, who was killed?
Christopher Columbus.
How would you like yourself patted? Is it the race?
Honestly, Bill, I'm not joking.
No? Well, if you found the corpse of Columbus, Sam, then America hasn't been discovered yet. There's no New York. The telephone hasn't been invented, and I'm going to sleep. I mean to work.
Bill Wigan, we found a murdered man on Central Avenue and 12th Street. You'd better send a policeman down.
Oh, no. For this one, I'm coming myself. How How would I explain the assignment? I've got a reputation of sanity to uphold.
Oh, thanks, Bill. Jerry and I'll be waiting for you. Bye.
Hey, au revoir, Pam. And let me add one thing.
Yes?
You and your husband go around taking up parties 400 years old. You'll have to keep them yourself.
Well, there goes Christopher Columbus to the morgue.
Connie will like him.
Connie likes all his guests.
He's never had such an historical one before.
Or one dead for so long. Seriously, I wish we knew who he really was and why he was in costume and made up to look like Christopher Columbus.
Tomorrow's Columbus Day, Bill. He's probably taking part in a play or something.
I guess so. Think he was murdered because he was a bad actor?
He wasn't supposed to be murdered, Bill. He was supposed to have been run over accidentally. If our taxi driver hadn't had such good eyesight in the dark,
Due to eating carrots all the time.
he would have run over Columbus. And then that gash in his skull would have been attributed to the car.
Uh-huh. I personally am going to send a bushel of carrots to that driver. Well, there's nothing more to be done tonight. I hope.
No, Bill, I don't think so. You see, he must have been murdered for tomorrow.
In the same way that Columbus discovered America tomorrow?
Yes, darling. Tomorrow is the important day.
Well, we should be able to find out who the guy really was by then, why he was running.
Or maybe, Bill, why he had to be killed tonight.
Pam,
Hmm?
coffee.
Mm-hmm.
You're pouring it, dear. At least you were about to.
I know. Jerry, in this paper...
I
it
like
says-
breakfast. Some morning I should love to eat one.
But, darling, it's important. There's an article in the paper about the Columbus Day celebration, and it mentions the fact that the famous jewelry firm of Arcady is staging a tableau about Columbus.
Let's see that. They're putting on the scene where Queen Isabella hands over the crown jewels to Columbus to finance his trip.
And they're using their finest and most valuable jewels in the tableau.
Good publicity.
Maybe, darling. It wasn't good for Columbus.
You mean last night? Of course, there must be a connection. He said something about the jewels being in danger. Oh, well, the devil with breakfast. I'd never managed to get a real one in the past. Why start now?
Then we're going...
To Arcady, the jewelers of distinction. Not to mention, I suspect, the jewelers with a corpse to explain.
Well, how do you do? I'm Mr. Winters. You wanted to see me?
My name's Gerald North, and this is my wife.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do, Mrs. North? Just married, eh? A gift for the bride, young man. A necklace, sire. I'll have one of mine then.
I'm sorry, Mr. Windle, but we haven't come to buy anything. We came to you because you're manager of Arcady, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
There was an item in this morning's paper about a tableau that Arcady Jewels is putting on as part of a Columbus Day celebration.
So we are. Well,
I'm afraid we have bad news for you. If your Columbus is missing...
I never had a Columbus in my life.
What?
Oh, you mean Spindrift?
Do I?
Head of the buying department, Spindrift is. Best man we have on the Fraser. Looks like Columbus. What about him?
Where is he?
Oh, how should I know? Had some silly rehearsal last night. Won't be in till later.
Mr. Windle, I'm afraid Mr. Spindrift isn't coming in at all.
You don't mean he's left the firm?
No. He's left...
Where is Spindrift, and why doesn't he answer his phone after jumping out the window last night?
I'm very busy trying to run along.
Oh, perhaps, I'm Sandra Stone.
Yes, good. Mrs. North.
Mr. Oh, detective. I'm sure that's exactly what we needed. Oh, Mr. Windle, you're so clever for having gotten in touch with me so
Be
quickly.
still, Sandra. My word. Now, Mr. North, you were saying that Spindrift isn't returning here. Why?
Because he's dead.
Dead?
Dear, that's most inconvenient. We shall have to find another appraiser, which, young man, is no easy thing to do. And furthermore...
We have no Columbus.
We have no... Good Lord, Sandra, be still.
I won't be still. Hank's all up his publicity stunt. Who's Hank, Miss Stone? Hank's publicity man for Arcady, and I love him.
Sandra, this is no place for discussing affairs of the heart.
I'm not, but the firm will just have to do the tableau.
Well, we can get somebody else. Most inconsiderate of Spindrift to die just at this time.
He had no particular choice in the matter, Mr. Windle. He was murdered.
What?
There was something else. He was worried about the jewels before he was killed. Are they safe?
In our vault, young woman, no danger there.
Then Pam was right. The day was the reason for the murder last night.
Yes, sir. I beg your pardon.
Mr. Windle, we've got to get another Columbus. I know. Hank. He's just the same size as Spindrift, and he's much more handsome.
So what's Columbus?
And he'll be glad to do it because it was all his idea. And, oh, Mr. North, don't you think that's a wonderful solution?
Well, perhaps. For everyone but Spindrift.
However, it is possible.
Oh, Pam.
All right, then. Goodbye.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Oh, just one thing, Miss Stone. When Hank wants to pick up the Columbus costume, I'm afraid he'll have to apply at the morgue.
Hiya, Jerry.
Hello, Bill. Everything set?
Yeah, the place is guarded by a dozen men. Wendell's going to open the vault in a moment, turn the jewels over to Hank Sawyer, the guy who's playing Columbus. Then these guards will escort Sawyer and Miss Stone.
Queen Isabella.
All right, Queen Isabella to the hall where they're doing the stunt and on the float on which they're going to the hall. The instant the curtain goes down on the tableau, Wendell's arranged for an armored car to take the jewels back to the vault.
Well, that seems to take care of everything, doesn't it, Bill?
It better. I'm pretty sure it will.
I suppose Fender's murder will have to wait till after the jewels are returned safely. But since he never had the jewels, I can't understand why he was killed.
Well, it might have been that... Here comes Hank Sawyer now. Well, I guess Connie finally parted with the Columbus costume. Mr. Sawyer.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. North. Hello. The man down the morgue seemed to think I was trying to rob a friend of his.
Oh, Connie loves all his corpses. You look very well in that costume, Mr. Sawyer.
Oh, thanks. I guess I'd better run, though. I'm a bit late. See you later. Window's opening the vault.
Giving Hank the jewels. Oh, Jerry, that's gorgeous.
Restrain yourself, my love. I can't afford them.
Not even one?
I can barely afford to have you look at them. Bill.
Oh, there they go. And we're going with them every inch of the way.
It's a wonderful parade, Jerry.
Uh-huh. We should be getting to the hall soon.
Couple of minutes.
Hank looks beautiful as Columbus, doesn't he?
That pile of jewels in his hand looks even more beautiful. Besides, I prefer Sandra.
Oh, she's too thin.
Not necessarily. I mean, so was Queen Isabella.
Was she, Jerry?
Oh, sure. My interest is purely historical.
It had better be. Otherwise, your existence will be past history, darling. Tableau is exquisite, Jerry.
Uh-huh. With 12 policemen surrounding the stage, it's also protected.
Seems to be almost over. Let's duck that.
Right. Just on the idea. Through this door. There.
Uh-huh.
Hello, Bill. Almost over, huh?
Yeah, 2 seconds. All right, boys, on stage. Mr. Wendell.
Yes, right behind you, Lieutenant.
We'll get the jewels, escort them to the armored car, and then that will be that.
I hope so. Ah, there, Hank. Well, Mr. Wendell, I bet the blow. Look. Never mind the tableau, my boy. The jewels, please.
Oh, good. Oh, that's them. Here we are. Safe and sound.
Hank was absolutely the handsomest Columbus I've ever seen.
What?
What's the matter?
Matter? These things you gave me, young man.
What about?
They happen to be false.
Oh, you two still here?
Yes, Bill. What,
Well, the jewels Sawyer gave Wendell are phony. He's going to stay in jail for a long time, and maybe not for so long.
What do you mean, Bill?
Spendthrift.
You think Hank murdered him?
I don't know yet, but we'll find out.
Bill, are you sure?
Now, look, Jerry. From the moment Wendell handed the jewels to Hank Sawyer, to the moment he handed them back to Wendell, Sawyer and the girl were under constant watch.
Then you believe Hank Sawyer did it?
Of course. Now, here's the way I figure it. Sawyer killed Spendthrift because he knew he himself was the only guy around who could fit the costume and play Columbus in the tableau. He had a perfect setup. He could swipe the jewels, substitute the phonies, and clear out. 2 things crossed him up. You and Wendell spotting the phonies immediately.
Bill, can Pam and I see Hank for a minute?
Well, why?
Because we have a hunch. We were talking about it while we were having lunch. We also paid a visit to the 5 and 10.
Well, to yourselves, you two probably sound logical as anything, but to ordinary people... Okay, I'll have him brought in. Mind if I stay?
Oh, no, Bill, because you may have to be a witness.
I wish I knew what for. Julie, bring Sawyer in. Any objection to telling me exactly what you bought in the 5 and 10?
Please, Bill. It's just imitation jewelry. Wait, don't say anything.
Oh, Hank.
Well.
Hank, did you steal the jewels?
Of course I didn't. You think I'm crazy?
What do you think these are worth?
What? Oh, I don't know. How much is that?
$1,000 for a necklace.
Looks all right. Listen, you didn't call me in just to discuss the jewel business. No, Hank. As a matter of fact, we're through. So long. So long, Bill.
Hey, now wait. Where are you going?
Home.
To think.
What about?
Well, for one thing, why Columbus was killed.
And for another, who killed him?
And for a third, where was Ferdinand when Isabella handed over the jewels to Christopher? The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North and the Woodbury Facial Soap program will continue in just a minute. First, in a small home in Westchester the other evening.
Good night.
Why, Jim, what a thing to do.
I don't care. Sis always goes out with the nicest boys and to parties and things while I'm just as pretty.
There, Jean, of course. But, darling, Mary's complexion is...
Why don't you try that special complexion soap that Mary's been using lately? Let's go upstairs right now and give you a Woodbury facial cocktail. You know, they do say the facial cocktail is the beauty care of all these pretty Woodbury guests.
And how delighted young Jean must have been after her first Woodbury facial cocktail with Woodbury facial soap. You see, the Woodbury facial cocktail is the before-date beauty care of the Woodbury Debs because it helps make your skin more appealing right away. You just pat Woodbury's creamy lather into your skin, rinse with warm water, then cold. Then when you look in your mirror, you see that your skin is brighter. It has soft, glowing radiance, and you're ready to meet your date or romantic fate, knowing that your complexion is sweet and fresh, all smooth and nice for his eyes. Begin tonight with Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Facial Soap. Beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. And now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
More bacon, darling?
Oh, this breakfast is one I'm going to finish. Because we know who killed Columbus, and why, and how the jewels were stolen. Oh, Pam, you answer it.
All right, darling. Hello? Yes? What? What did you say, Bill? You did? Oh, but you shouldn't have done that, because he didn't. And since he didn't, he will be. What? Oh, no, never mind. Goodbye. Jerry, they've released Hank.
Good Lord. Come on, darling, we've got to hurry.
But your breakfast...
Tomorrow, maybe. Tomorrow in 1994. Hurry, Pam.
I am hurrying. Oh, I do wish Hank lived in an elevator apartment.
He went to the office after leaving jail, then was supposed to go home. We may be in time.
Jerry, why was he released?
Because his lawyer pointed out that although he may have been the only man who could have stolen the jewels, according to the police themselves would be forced to alibi him.
You mean because they'd have to swear that he had no chance to hide the real jewels anywhere, or to get rid of them?
Mm-hmm. Well, we're on his floor. In the corridor. Hank, he's going into his apartment.
Oh.
Hank! Hank, stop! Quick, hit the floor! Down, you fool! Hey, you knocked me down. Lucky for you, I did. Stay away from the door, Pam. We're all right.
I don't think there's going to be any more shots. Our voices would have been heard.
All right, Hank, get up. Hi. Guess you saved my life. Never mind that now. Come on in. There's no one... Oh, excuse me. Sandra.
I didn't fire any gun. I don't even know how.
But those bullets...
They came from that window behind me. I couldn't see. I was so afraid. I screamed. And, oh, Hank, I love you.
Suppose we save all that. We're going to see the man from whom these jewels were stolen, Sandra. Maybe you'll be able to explain to him. Or maybe not.
Well, this is very late, Mr. North. My butler waked me, but
I'm sorry, Mr. Windle, but we needed your help to clear up this business of the jewels and Spendreth's murder.
Could have waited till morning.
I'm afraid not.
Rubbish. Well, I see the police have released you, Hank.
Yes.
Miss Wendell, is that really news to you?
What?
Or do you usually sleep in pajamas in your suit shoes?
Huh? Oh, that. Well, I hate slippers, you see. Never wear anything. Look here, young woman.
And never mind that. Mr. Windle, the key to the whole problem lies in the murder of Spendreth. Why was he killed?
Mr. North, if you wake me at this hour,
I'll tell you why. Because then Hank would have to play Columbus.
That proves his guilt, doesn't it?
Oh, no, because you see, the police can swear that he's innocent. He'd have disposed of the real jewels because he was watched all the time. They would have disposed of the real jewels. Not even some.
I'm sure, Mr. Windle, that's never real jewel.
What? You mad?
No. Remember I said the real key lay in Spendreth. We now can realize he had to be killed. The reason was an expert. Spendreth recognized that the jewels you handed him, Mr. were false.
And we proved that Hank could tell real jewels from false ones in front of Lieutenant White.
Oh, fantastic theorizing. Hardly. You don't own Arcady. You just manage the place. Therefore, a perfectly sound motive.
Ridiculous.
And there's another reason why we know it isn't all theory. You see, when you tried to kill Hank on his release from jail...
Are you out of your mind?
In order to make sure he didn't stumble on the true explanation, Sandra saw you outside the window.
That's impossible. It was too dark.
That, Mr. Windle, does it. Especially since Sandra really didn't see you.
Home at last. Mr. Windle's in jail, and Hank and Sandra in love. Oh, it's going to be so good to see.
Mm-hmm. And not so fast, my little prairie flower. Into the kitchen with you, my love.
Oh, but
It
Jerry...
may be midnight. We may have solved the crime. Other people may be fast asleep or having a late snack. But, darling, we're the Norths, and so we're a little crazy. And so, by heavens, midnight or not, I'm going to have my breakfast. Tune in again next week at this same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? Music for Mr. and Mrs. North is conducted by Charles Paul. Here's a thrill you can't afford to miss. It's a half hour packed full of laughs, chills, and thrills. Don't miss the new Woodbury comedy mystery program starring Gloria Blondell and Carlton Young over another network starting this Sunday. That's Sunday, October 15th, for Hollywood Mystery Time. Don't forget, consult your newspaper for time and station. This is Ben Grauer saying goodnight for Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
You're lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause you're lovely, just the way you look tonight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be a real murder, no. It was just a demonstration of how one might be committed, and when a make-believe was over, everyone was surprised that the victim still lay there until they noticed the widening pool of blood. Real blood. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Well, the lid's off again. Mr. and Mrs. North are on the scene. Yes, the two turtle doves of crime are on the loose again with the usual unpredictable results. The whole thing starts when Jerry North promises to meet Frisbee Clisby, the mystery writer, on a street corner at Times Square during the rush hour. He should have known that anyone with a name like that could only mean trouble, but be that as it may, he and Pam find themselves bucking this Times Square crowd as they wait for Frisbee.
Oh, Jerry, I wish people would stop pushing and shoving.
You can't expect miracles, darling.
Only everybody would stand right where they are until everybody else got out of the way.
Somehow, I'm afraid that wouldn't work.
Total strangers walking all over my feet, kicking me in the shin.
friends.
What's that got to do with it?
Darling, my feet are being squashed to a pulp.
I meant the total strangers. Would your feet feel any better if acquaintances were stepping on them?
Well, at least there wouldn't be so many. There are more people I don't know than I do know.
Oh. Well, anyway, it's... Oh, here comes Frisbee.
Oh, thank heavens. Now maybe we can get away from here.
Hello, Pam. Hello, Jerry.
Well, you're late,
Hello,
Frisbee.
Time phooey. I should allow myself to be browbeaten by a watch, a mere mechanical gadget.
Okay, free soul. Anyway, come on now. Let's get out of this crowd.
Why? What's wrong with the crowd?
It's too crowded.
Another illusion shattered.
What's that?
I thought you Norths loved your fellow man.
We do.
But we don't like him walking all over our teeth.
Sorry, but the crowd is part of my plan.
What plan?
Jerry, my boy, I'm going to prove to you that when I write a murder, it's murder. You said Snorty couldn't get away with it.
I don't think he could.
Who's Snorty?
A character in my book commits a murder, a beautiful murder, in a crowd.
In a crowd? But wouldn't somebody notice?
That's just the point.
Not if there was a distraction. Not if there was a distraction.
Sorry, Frisbee, I still don't believe it. I'll take the story, but you've got to change that scene.
I'll starve first.
Huh?
Oh, okay, so I wouldn't starve. He's got me there, Pam. I like to eat too much. Me, selling my soul for a bowl of soup.
It's filet mignon, brother, and you know it.
Well, anyway, the principle's the same, or the lack of principle. But I won't have you murdering my murders. After all, there's a limit to what an artist will tolerate.
I'm sorry, Frisbee. I just can't believe that man.
Look. You believe this is a crowd, don't you?
Definitely.
Well, if I were to kill somebody right here, right now,
What?
in front of all these people,
Are you
and
kidding?
nobody noticed,
But Frisbee.
then would you take that scene, Jerry?
Oh, stop it, fella. What's the use of...
Would you? Would you?
Well, naturally, but...
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Frisbee. You don't really mean that you'd really...
Why don't you look where you're going?
Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't going anywhere. I was just standing here.
Oh, a wise guy, huh?
Hardly. Now, look, stranger, why don't you run along and leave me alone?
Oh, you want to get rid of me, huh? I suppose I ain't good enough to talk to you.
Okay. Hang around if it'll make you happy. Now, what were you saying, Frisbee?
Wait a minute. I ain't through with you yet.
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
I said I'm sorry.
What kind of a way to talk is that?
What do you mean?
Don't you know you've been insulted?
I hadn't noticed.
Gee, Mr. Clisby, I don't know what to do with him. He don't want to fight. Well, sock him. Huh? Go on, sock him.
Why, Frisbee.
Well, what are you waiting for, Punchy? I can't sock a guy unless he makes me mad.
Thank you, Punchy. You so great delicacy of feeling.
Why, you...
Oh, what's the matter now?
Delicate, am I? Take that. Oh. I'll show you who's delicate, you dirty rat. Oh. Hey, you knocked me down.
So I did.
Hey, maybe I am delicate.
Or maybe I'm not.
Well, did you see me do it? Do
what?
For the murder.
What are you talking about?
Come here.
What is it?
Look, in that doorway. See that fella lying on the steps?
Oh, Frisbee.
Looks just like a drunk, doesn't it, huh?
Wait a minute. That ain't no drunk.
You keep out of this.
I seen what I seen. With my own 2 eyes, I did. I was standing right here on this spot. What's your name, sir?
Me?
Yeah.
Gerald North.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. North. My name's Willis, Cuthbert Willis, and I'm prepared to testify I am. I ain't afraid. He can't intimidate me. He can't.
What are you talking about?
Your friend here, I seen him. He is your friend, ain't he?
Yes.
Well, so it just goes to show you ought to be more careful what kind of friends you choose. I seen what he did.
I give up. I positively give up.
Well, I should hope so.
I still say it would have worked, Jerry, if only Punchy had put up any kind of a fight. Are you referring to me, Mr. Clisby? Yes, Punchy, I am. Why did you let him knock you down so fast? If you'd only created a real disturbance, nobody would have noticed me.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Clisby. I'm afraid it's like this fella says. I have great delicacy of feelings, and I guess tonight I was feeling extra delicate.
Oh, it spoiled my
You
beautiful...
stabbed him, you did? I saw it with a knife.
Frisbee, you didn't. Not really.
Oh, no, of course. Come on, Bud, get up.
How can he get up? You killed him.
Nonsense. Do I look like a lunatic? Okay, so looks are only skin deep. Now, look, Jerry, I wouldn't really kill a guy just to prove a point.
Oh, thank heavens for that.
But I did go through the motions. And no one would have noticed either if Punchy hadn't been feeling so blamed delicate. Come on, Bud, get up. Bud.
Wait a minute, Frisbee. This fellow's not going to get up.
What do you mean?
I mean, this fellow's really been stabbed. He's dead. New York homicide? I'd like to speak to Lieutenant Wigan, please. Okay. Hello, Bill. Pam and I have... What's that? Yes, there's been a murder. Okay, Bill, relax. After all, you don't think we enjoy finding bodies, do you? Right in the doorway of the Kramer building. I'm calling from a drugstore next door. Okay, we'll wait. So long. Pam, Bill's coming right over.
Oh, good.
Now, where's Frisbee? I want to ask him.
Mr. North, he's getting away, he is.
What?
The murderer. He's getting in a cab. He's going to escape.
That's right. Look, Jerry, there's Frisbee getting in a cab in front of the store.
Yeah, come on. Frisbee, wait a minute. Frisbee!
He won't wait.
I knew it was going to escape. I knew it.
Oh, that wacky idiot. He's only going to make things worse. Come on, Pam, we got to catch him.
But the taxi's turned the corner already, Jerry. We'll never be able to catch him.
Never mind that. I think I know where he's gone.
Are you a mind reader?
No, darling, a script reader. And it's taught me what goes on in what Frisbee uses for a mind. Well, Pam, here's the elevator. Get in.
All right, Jerry.
Push the button for the fifth floor, will you, please?
Yes. And now, will you please tell me why we came here?
Because, according to the papers on the dead man, this is where he lived.
But what makes you think that Frisbee will be here?
Because, darling, I've published Frisbee's books for years.
Oh. And you accuse me of talking in circles.
It's really simple, sweetheart. In every one of Frisbee's stories, the first place the hero goes in checking up on a murder is to the victim's apartment, looking for clues.
And you think Frisbee is living the part now?
Well, it's worth a chance. Let's see, 5C.
Oh, there it is, darling, right across the hall.
Okay, come on.
And do his heroes have any special way for getting into apartments that don't belong to them?
Mm-hmm. They usually pick the locks.
Oh,
Let's see if it works.
well?
Yep, it's open. Come on.
I don't see him.
Well, maybe he's in the other room. Frisbee!
Golly, Jerry.
What is it?
Suppose the person who picked that lock wasn't Frisbee.
Then, sweetheart, we are definitely sticking our necks out. That wouldn't be the first time.
Somebody's been here. Look at the papers all over that desk.
Yeah. Let's see what they... Wait a minute.
What is it, darling?
Look, alongside the desk.
Oh, gollies. Feet.
Yeah. Where there are feet, there's usually a body. Let's see. Yes, there is. Uh-oh. It's Frisbee.
Oh, Jerry. Jerry. Is he...
Wait a minute. Oh, it's all right, Pam. He's breathing.
Oh, thank heavens. Frisbee, are you all right?
Hello, Pam. Jerry. Well, what are you doing here? How'd you find me? How'd you know where I was?
Jerry read it in the book.
Huh? Oh, my head. Ooh, how did they do it?
Do what?
Get it through the door.
Your head?
No, the General Grant.
What the devil are you talking about?
The tank. I was hit by a tank at General Grant.
Frisbee, aren't you exaggerating?
Well, perhaps slightly.
Do you think you'll be all right, Frisbee?
Well, I'll never be the same. Oh, well, maybe it'll be an improvement. Did you catch her? Huh? Who? Shirley Anderson. No, I see you didn't.
Who's Shirley Anderson?
The dead man's fiancée. Pardon, ex-fiancée.
Well, why should we have caught her? Was she here?
Well, she must have been.
Did you see her?
No, but she'd be the only one who wanted the letter.
What letter?
When I came here, I found a letter from Shirley to Bud breaking off their engagement. Seems they had a fight.
Well, where is the letter?
Well, I had it in my hand, then everything went black.
Oh. So Shirley Anderson was General Grant.
Well, she must have been. Oh, my head. Ooh, oh, that girl has a... She's a lot stronger than she looks, or I'm getting soft-headed. Jerry, who are you calling?
I want to see if I can get hold of Bill Wigan.
Okay, but don't tell him I'm here.
Oh, Bill won't hurt you, Frisbee.
Oh, the police are fools. They'll lock me up and try to sweat a confession out of me. I've got to solve this crime before they catch me.
Oh, cut the dramatics.
I know what I'm talking about.
Sure, it happens in every book you write. But Bill isn't like that. You're just making matters worse by running away.
But, Jerry, I didn't kill Bud, and
I'm sure you didn't. But, oh, wait a minute. Hello, Green Drugstore? Well, I wonder if you do me a favor. Will you please go next door to the Kramer building and give a message to Lieutenant Wigan of the New York Homicide Squad? Yes, I think you'll find him there. Just tell him that Jerry called and say that he and Pam are at Bud Barnes' apartment. It's 5C in the Sylvester James apartments. That's right. Thank you very much.
Jerry, let's face it.
Let's face what, Frisbee?
Look, I am a genius.
Well?
And a genius has no business sitting on the floor holding his head. There's a crime to be solved, and I'm the man to solve it.
Well, when Bill gets here...
I can't wait for Bill. Time is of the essence. First, we must array our facts.
Okay, I'll array away.
Well, number one.
Whoever killed Bud must be someone who knew of your plan to put on an act for Jerry with Bud.
Check. But that gets us nowhere too fast on account of there are too many. Bud and I decided on the act at a party last night at which there were guests, more guests, and assorted sundries.
I see.
So, we have to find something more specific. Check?
Check.
Punchy is out. He knows from nothing, even less. Check?
Check.
Yeah. Well, let's see. There's, Harvey Hollis.
Harvey Hollis?
Yeah. Used to be in love with Shirley. Maybe still is.
So he could have killed Bud to get Shirley Anderson for himself, not knowing they'd had a fight.
That's it. But I doubt it. However, I can't overlook any possibilities. But my money is still on...
Miss Anderson herself?
Definitely. Had a fight with Bud. She was at the party. So, motive, knowledge, all she needed was the opportunity. Check?
Check.
Then what are we waiting for?
Bill.
Waste of time. The time is...
I know. Of the essence.
That wouldn't be running away. You'd be with me, and you could call Bill from Shirley's. He could meet us there.
Well...
Jerry, I am not one to be framed for murder and take it lying down. To say nothing about a conk on the noggin.
Which you did take, lying down.
Well, I must have satisfaction. It's up to me to crack this case.
I think he's right, Jerry. Come on, let's go to Miss Anderson's with him.
Well...
You said that before. Come on, Pam, let you and me go. Jerry can join us if he wants to.
Now, wait a minute.
But time
is of the essence. Okay, come on, let's go.
Why, Frisbee, Clisby.
Hello, Shirley. I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh, how too exciting. I've heard so much about you and everything. How did it go?
What?
The act. You and Bud Frisbee. Oh, did it work? It must be too exciting to work out a perfect crime. I'd love to do it. Except that if you did, really, I mean, how would anyone know? And if they didn't, then what fun would it be? Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
Stuart's here, Frisbee. You know him, Stuart Payne. He was at the party last night.
Yes?
Oh, Stu, look who's here.
Oh, hello there, Frisbee.
Hello.
Stu, this is Mr. and Mrs. North. You know, the Mr. and Mrs. North.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, Frisbee, you haven't told me. Did you fool Mr. North? I'm simply bursting. You didn't mind, did you, Mr. North? I think it was such a cute idea. Quaint, that's the word for it. Did you, Frisbee?
Shirley, somebody killed Bud.
I know, you did.
I mean, really.
I beg your pardon.
I pretended to kill him and pushed him into a doorway. Somebody must have been hiding in there and really killed him.
What?
That's impossible.
Why is it impossible, Mr. Payne?
Well, I mean, why would anyone want
I don't know, but somebody did.
Mom always wanted me to be an actress, but I was never any good, even though my profile does look something like Katharine Hepburn. Well, I suppose I'll be suspected, won't I?
Because you look like Katharine Hepburn?
Because I can't act like Katharine Hepburn. Oh, just think what Bernhardt would have done with a moment like this. Or Bette Davis. I think she's terrific, don't you? Simply terrific.
Aren't we somehow getting away from the point, Miss Anderson?
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. North. My lover has just been killed. At least he's supposed to be my lover. If I could make it with the hysterics and stuff, you'd all be pitying me and sniffling and saying, there, poor little girl.
I see.
Shirley, you hated Bud, didn't you?
No, Frisbee, but I do think that he was a stinker, if you'll pardon my saying so.
She's upset. She doesn't realize what she's saying.
I think she does. In fact, I know she does.
She loved Bud. Why should she have wanted...
But he done her dirt, ditched her, and hell hath no fury, etc., etc.,
That's not so. Bud and Shirley
are all washed up, Stu. Let's face it.
Shirley, you didn't kill Bud.
Of course not, silly.
Well, then why keep on saying things like...
They happen to be the truth.
Mr. North.
Yes?
I killed Bud.
Stu, you didn't.
Excellent. It all fits.
Does it, Frisbee?
Yes, I couldn't have done it better myself.
What do you mean?
The perfect build-up to the confession. Sort of like my handling of Death Rides a Pogo Stick, don't you think, Jerry?
Yeah.
Stu's lying, Mr. North. He didn't kill Bud. He couldn't have.
Why not?
Well, I mean, he's just not the type. I mean, I know him. Oh, dear, I don't know what I mean.
I tell you, I killed Bud.
Then I suppose you stole the letter, too.
What letter?
About Shirley's fight with Bud.
Okay, as long as you know about it anyway, it doesn't make any difference. Here it is.
Let's see it.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Is it Frisbee?
Uh-huh. This is it. Now, do you believe me?
Oh, Stuart.
Miss Anderson, may I use your telephone, please?
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, Stu, this isn't like you at all. It positively isn't.
What?
Going around killing people. Whatever made you do it? Sure, Bud was a stinker, but even so... In fact, he was a terrific stinker. He was... Oh, you know, Stu, I don't blame you.
Oh, stop it, Shirley. Hello, Bill. I thought I'd be able to get you at Barnes' apartment. Us? Well, we're at Miss Anderson's. Well, I know I said we'd stay there, but Bill. He's angry. Well, Bill, you don't understand. We have the murderer for you. What's that? You don't say. Okay, well, we'll wait here anyway. Yes, honestly, we won't budge until you get here. Okay, so long. Well, what do you know? I don't know, Jerry. What do you know? I told Bill we'd caught the murderer.
Yes?
Well, he said, so has he. Huh? Excellent. A nice twist, a very nice twist.
There now, Stu, I told you it wasn't you. Who was it, Mr. North?
Harvey Hollis.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. That's why you had the fight with Bud, Miss Anderson. You had jilted him for Mr. Hollis. What's that? Miss Anderson jilted Bud for Hollis, and Bud threatened to kill Hollis. Hollis has admitted that much.
No, it's not true.
So Hollis must have killed Bud in self-protection. Bill's holding him. He says he has proof Hollis is the murderer.
What a fool. What a complete and absolute fool.
Who?
Me. To think that... Oh, what?
There he goes.
Hey, wait a minute.
He's getting away, Jerry.
We got to stop him. Come on.
Dear, he knows we're following him. He's speeding.
Yeah. Drive it. Don't let him get away. He turned the corner. So did we.
Oh, golly.
Exciting, but sort of pointless, don't you think? Not if we want to catch Payne. But do we?
What do you mean, Frisbee? Of course we do.
You see, Frisbee, Hollis didn't really kill Bud. Oh, I know that.
Look out, driver. A car just cut in front of us. Jerry, are you all right?
Yes, darling. Are you?
I don't know.
Okay, Jerry. You win.
What do I win?
My surrender. Unconditional. I'm a man of deep sensitivity. Auto crashes, bangs on the belfry. Not for me. Have your Bill arrest me. What's the third degree compared to this?
Oh, don't worry, Frisbee. He won't arrest you. Because we know who the murderer is now.
So do I, but the police won't believe us.
I think they will, Frisbee. If we ever stand still long enough for them to get to us.
Well, Mr. Payne's gotten away, so I guess the thing for us to do is to go back to Miss Anderson's and wait for Bill there.
Yeah.
Well, I certainly hope he'll listen to you. Because I'm kind of allergic to being beaten with a rubber hose.
Hello, Miss Anderson. We've come back.
Oh, that's too bad.
Thank you.
I mean, Lieutenant Wigan will be very angry.
Well, why? We told him we'd meet him here.
I know, but you didn't.
You mean he's been here?
Oh, yes.
Where did he go?
Out looking for you.
Well, maybe we better go look for him.
Round and round we go.
Oh, no, we don't. We're staying here, if Miss Anderson doesn't object.
Not at all. Not at all. Come in.
Thank you.
Come in and sit down and tell me all about it. Who did it? It couldn't be Harvey, you know. That's absurd. Besides, Harvey had nothing to do with my breaking off with Bud.
I know that, Miss Anderson. Bill didn't say anything about Harvey. I just made that up to see what Payne would do.
What did he do?
Didn't you see? He ran away.
But where did he go?
We don't know. He got away.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because he's not the murderer.
Oh, good. But how do you know, Frisbee?
Well, it's obvious. He only confessed to protect you.
Why, how romantic. Are you sure?
Well, of course. That's the way it's always done.
Always?
In his stories.
But then who really killed Bud?
Well, you see...
Oh,
sorry,
Frisbee.
Pam.
There's only one person who
could... Sorry, Pam.
Oh, that's all right, Frisbee. What were you going to say?
What was I going to say? I was just going to tell her the name of the murderer. It's Cuthbert Willis.
Who?
Cuthbert Willis.
Who's he?
A little man who claims he saw me kill Bud.
Well, what makes you think it was Mr. Willis, Frisbee?
Well, it's simple. Nothing points to him.
What do you mean?
The least suspicious character, don't you see?
Oh, Frisbee.
I hate to disappoint you again, old man, but I'm afraid it isn't Willis.
It must be.
Nope.
Well, that leaves Shirley.
Really, Frisbee, really? No gentleman would accuse a girl of murder in her own parlor, even if it were true, which it isn't.
Well, now, wait a minute. It wasn't my idea.
Nor mine.
But, Jerry, you said...
I said it wasn't Willis.
But that only leaves Shirley and Stewart. And don't you agree that his confession was just to protect her?
Of course he confessed to protect her.
Well, he's obviously in love with her.
Well, that's just the point.
I don't get it.
Well, as I see it, Payne was so much in love with Miss Anderson that he killed the man she was engaged to in order to be able to have her for himself.
Not knowing that she'd already had a fight with a fiancé. Then when he found out about the fight...
And found there were letters proving there had been a fight.
He had to get those letters to keep her from being accused of the murder. And then when that didn't work, he was willing to give himself up rather than to see her arrested.
Then the confession was on the level?
That's right, Frisbee.
Interesting twist. I'll have to try that sometime. But if it's Stuart Payne, how are we going to catch him? He's already made his getaway.
Well, perhaps he'll be back.
I'm afraid not.
Well, Frisbee, if this were one of your stories, he'd walk in just about now with a gun in his hand.
No, I'd never use that.
Why not?
Boy, it'd be too convenient. It'd seem contrived.
Would it, Frisbee?
Stu.
Yes, it's me. And as you see, I have the gun, too. That's what I went for.
Unbelievable. No, it isn't, Frisbee. And it isn't contrived. I sort of had an idea he'd be back.
Yes, you're right. I am back. Shirley, I loved you. I'd have done anything for you. I'd have stolen for you. I'd have killed for you. I did kill for you. What did I get out of it? First it was Bud, and now Harvey.
No, Stu, that's not true. Mr. North just made up that story about Harvey.
I don't believe it.
It's so. I just wanted to see what you'd do.
You can't fool me. I know her. She never loved me. She never will. Well, all right, I'll fix her. I'll kill her.
No, Stuart.
Mr. Payne, look out behind you,
What?
Jerry. Quick.
Right. Stop that gun.
Mr. North, you knocked him out. Hold the phone. I'll get it.
Oh, this is too much. This is positively too much.
What's the matter, Frisbee?
Oh, it's bad enough that my perfect murder failed and the confession was on a level and the murderer shows up right on cue. But for you to get the gun away from him with that oldie, look out behind you. Oh, Pam, no.
Mr. North.
Yes?
That was Lieutenant Wigand on the phone. He wanted to know where you were. I told him you were back here again.
Well, didn't he want to talk to us?
No. He said he doesn't like to use that kind of language on the telephone.
Well, darling, Payne has confessed again. To the police this time.
Well, I hope Frisbee believes him this time.
Well, I hope so, too. He should have believed him the first time, as soon as he saw the letter.
Well, of course he should have. Mr. Payne pretended that he didn't know anything about the murder until we told him. But he stole the letter before we told him.
That's right. That clinched it.
Yes, darling. Oh, poor Frisbee. Nothing worked out the way he'd have done it.
Well, maybe we can give him his ending at least.
What's that, dear?
Well, at this point, in all of his adventures of Mr. and Mrs. Wallaby, Mr. and Mrs. Wallaby retire.
Well, pleasant dreams. And thanks for supplying us with tonight's bedtime story in a mystery playhouse. See, I hear that your entries for the Globe Theater radio playwriting contest are coming in fine. My friend Herbert Marshall, director of the Globe Theater, asked me if I wouldn't say something about the length of the script. Your script should take about 25 to 27 minutes to play, including all allowances for sound effects and music bridges. This should mean about 25 to 27 double-spaced typewritten pages. Mr. Marshall wanted me to emphasize that it's better to write them long than short. For any additional information you need about the Globe Theater contest, write to the station or to contest editor, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Well, we better start down to the green room right away, or we'll be late for the preview performance of our next mystery playhouse attraction. Follow me, please. Come. Come.
Mr. Joyce, why do you speak to me this way? After all, Mr. Joyce, I'm not a criminal. I'm not. No.
I'm sorry. All right, try it out.
Don't let them hang me, please.
Will you pull yourself together, please?
Just give me time. Just give me some time and let me think. I wish
Mrs.
you would.
Crosby.
I'll come back later.
No. No, don't leave me.
But I... Well? Well, Mrs. Crosby.
Will whoever has the original letter sell it?
Why, yes, I think so.
Who has it?
For a Chinese woman who's living in Hammond's house.
The Chinese woman. Does she want very much for it?
I imagine she wants a very large sum.
Mr. Joyce, are you going to let them hang me because of a paltry sum of money? What?
Do you think it's so simple as all that to secure possession of that letter? Why, you have no right to make any such suggestion to me.
Well, then what will happen to me?
Well, you should have thought of that before. Justice must take its course.
Oh, please, Mr. Joyce, please. I'm putting myself in your hands. I know that I have no right to ask you to do anything that isn't proper, but you must do everything you can to help me. Mr. Joyce, you're my conqueror. Now, who else will help me? You've got to. You've got to help me, Mr. Joyce. Now, please. I'm getting down on my knees.
Mrs. Crosby,
Mr. Joyce,
please, stop it. Could your husband raise the money?
Yes, I'm sure he could.
Well, you know that he'd have to be told what it was for.
Yes, but does he have to see the letter? He's in love with me, Mr. Joyce. He'd make any sacrifice to save me.
Well, I'm not
Robert's
sure
an old friend of yours. Now, I'm not asking you to do anything for me. I'm asking you to save a rather simple, kind man who never did you any harm from all the pain that's possible.
Mrs. Crosby. All right. I'll help you. But on one condition.
Yes.
Now, you tell me the truth about the letter. Now, will you tell me the truth about that night?
Oh, yes, I will.
All right. Did you or did you not shoot Hammond in self-defense?
Well, of course it was in self-defense. I swear to you, Mr. Joyce, it was in self-defense. Now, you've got to believe me. You must help me. Please, Mr. Joyce, I'm placing my life in your hands. I wouldn't lie to you now. I wouldn't.
Very well, Mrs. Crosby. I must go now.
Mr. Joyce, what are you going to do?
Do? I don't know.
Yes, Creeps. Next time, we are going to go dramatic. Yes, it's one of the classic stories of its kind, written by the fine English author, Somerset Maugham. So be in your seats next time, ready for the curtain on the letter. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good evening. This is Sergeant X. Despite the fact that murder is definitely not considered a nice pastime, some of our best people have been known to indulge in it. Their motives can be just as sordid as those of their social inferiors. Yes, your pampered blue blood may sometimes kill for gain, like even the lowliest ruffian, as you will hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight, we welcome back to the Mystery Playhouse stage two of our favorite guests. The famous young couple of crime detection, Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths, Pamela and Jerry to you, although apparently, just like any of a million or so other young married people, managed to have the most extraordinary things happen to them over and over again. In fact, life with the Norths has never been known to contain a dull moment, which undoubtedly serves to set them aside from the other married people quite decisively. Jerry North is in his publisher's office as the curtain rises, and at the moment is contemplating the fruits of a hard day's work, namely, home, wife, and dinner. As a matter of fact, it looks like he's starting to head that way right now.
Hello, darling. I didn't expect you. What brings you here?
My yellow handbag.
What?
Yes, it doesn't match this hat.
Well?
So I left it home.
Oh.
It has all my money in it.
Uh-huh.
And my feet are tired, darling. I walked down, but I don't feel like walking home, so I dropped in here to let you take me.
Okay.
You see, Jerry, the purse was in the yellow bag, but I took the white bag on account of the hat, like I told
It's
you.
all right,
And-
sweetheart. You don't have to go into such a long explanation for a nickel carpet.
Oh, it's not only a nickel, Jerry. I was shopping, but the salesman looked so snooty when I discovered that I didn't have my purse that I can't decide whether I want you to go back and give him $7.89 or a punch in the nose.
We'll settle for the $7.89. I've had a hard day. Now what? Yes?
Mr. Wilbur Wills to see you, Mr. North.
Do I know him?
No.
Well, tell him to come back tomorrow. We're finished for today.
Well, I did tell him, but he says it's terribly important.
What's it about?
Just a moment. He says murder.
Tell him we don't want any.
What is it, Jerry?
Oh, just some crackpot wants to see me about a murder.
Whose?
Oh, nobody's probably. Just a gag to get in to see me. Hello, Miss Merrimack.
Yes?
Tell him I'm busy. Tell him I'm dead. Tell him I'm out of town. I want to go home.
Maybe you ought to see him, Jerry.
I'm tired and I'm hungry.
Mr. North, Mr. Wills wants to know if you and Mrs. North will have dinner with him tonight.
Tell him the answer is no. What'd he say?
He wants to know if you'd care to go with him now or if he should pick you up at your home.
Look, what do I pay you for? Get rid of him.
I'm afraid I can't.
Okay, then keep him there. We'll go out the back way and down the freight elevator.
All right.
Come on, darling. I don't feel like entertaining any crackpots tonight. Except you, of course. Let's go. Mr. North rides the freight elevator. Fine business.
Well, you could have at least talked to Mr. Wills, Jerry.
No, sweetheart. He'd have talked to me, and I didn't feel like listening.
It might have been important.
Well, he can come back tomorrow. Now, right through this side door. And we can get out of the building before he...
Mr. and Mrs. North, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. The name is Wills. Wilbur Wills.
The name is Mud if you don't stop haunting me.
Not a ghost of a chance. You get it? A haunting ghost? Say, why am I laughing? I'm very unhappy.
Are you?
Yes. Murder's a nasty business, especially when it strikes so close to home.
Well, I'm warning you. If you don't leave me alone, it's going to strike very close.
This isn't a joking matter, Mr. North. I'm prepared to pay good money if you'll catch a murderer for me.
But we're not professional detectives.
It's all right. He's not a professional murderer.
Oh, what's it all about, Mr. Wills?
Simple. I want a murder solved. From what I've heard, I thought you two would be the ones to solve it.
Well, who's been killed?
Nobody. Yet.
I beg your pardon.
I simply mean the murder hasn't been committed yet.
Oh, that's what you said.
But it will be tonight. That's why I want you to come with me. I thought it would help if you were present when it happens.
When it happens? But, Mr. Wills, you can't just sit back and let things like that happen. We ought to try to prevent it.
I'm afraid that's impossible. I know Ray and Irene.
Who are they?
Ray's my nephew. Irene is his wife.
And you think they're going to murder someone tonight?
I'm sure of it.
Whom are they going to murder?
Me.
What?
Yes.
But we mustn't let them.
My dear Mrs. North, when somebody wants to kill somebody, it's almost impossible for somebody else to prevent it. There are so many ways to kill and so many opportunities.
Why don't you call the police?
They think I was crazy. Besides, if they did protect me now, Ray would get me some other time. And they can't lock him up, not until he does something.
But when he does something, it'll be too late.
Precisely.
What makes you think he'll kill you tonight?
The note is due tomorrow.
Note?
My nephew, Ray, that is, signed a note for $20,000. It's due tomorrow, but he hasn't the money. Wants me to give it to him. I've made it clear to him I won't help him, but he's coming tonight to make one last plea. And when I turn him down again, he'll be in a fury. He threatened me last time. This time he'll act.
If I were you, I'd give him the money.
Then he'd always have me under his thumb. Anytime he wanted anything, all he'd have to do would be to threaten me.
I see what you mean.
No, I can't give in, and I can't stop him. But I can get revenge. If you'll help. Prove he killed me and get him convicted.
I'd rather prevent the murder.
You can't.
We can try. Jerry, let's accept Mr. Will's invitation to have dinner with him.
With me and my wife. And my nephew and his wife.
Okay, Mr. Wills, you win. You have Pam interested. You know, Pam, someday you're going to be the death of me.
No, Ray, not a single penny. The way you and that spendthrift wife of yours throw money around.
Ray, are you just going to sit there and let me be insulted?
Who's just sitting here? Now, listen, Uncle. Just because you're a pinch-penny old miser, it's no reason to expect everyone else to be the same.
I keep my money.
Yes, and it doesn't do anybody else any good. Not even you. We're young. We have a right to...
Now, don't start that again.
Now, everyone. Must we carry on like this at the table? Remember, we have guests.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mrs. Wills. Jerry and I don't mind.
But it's bad for the digestion. I read an article that said more stomach trouble is caused by arguments than by pastry. And you know how that can distress one. State of mind. That's the important thing.
Sure. Fine state of mind I should be in, with $20,000 to raise, and you and Uncle hanging on to more than you know what to do with.
Well, if you'd speak nicely to your uncle instead of shouting at him, you might have a better chance. Sugar catches more flies than vinegar, you know.
Okay. Uncle, dear, will you please lend me $20,000?
I think it's a fine thing when a man's own relatives won't help him. What do you expect Ray and me to do? Starve?
Starve. You have more furs and jewelry than you need. 2 cars, a swanky apartment. Sell some of those things, and then maybe we can begin to talk.
The Lord helps those who help themselves, you know.
Oh, shut up with your blamed preaching.
Sit down, Ray.
I will not sit down. I'm getting darn sick and tired of being pushed around. Everybody else in our whole family lives better than Irene and I do, and just...
Everybody else in the family works.
Just because Ray and I want a few simple luxuries.
Simple. All right. We're extravagant. We light our cigarettes with $1,000 bills. We fill our swimming pool with imported champagne. We use diamonds for paperweights.
That's not much of an exaggeration.
All right. Forget it. Don't help us. Don't give us anything. You selfish, rotten, cheap, stingy old miser. Go on, hang on to your filthy money. But if you wake up some morning with a knife in your stomach, don't say I didn't warn you.
Now, Raymond. Must we raise our voice?
Oh, nuts.
Ray, wait! Oh, dear me, Wilbur. When Raymond gets into one of those fits, there's no telling what he'll do.
I know what he's going to do.
Perhaps you should give him what he wants.
Never.
I'm terribly sorry your dinner was spoiled this way, Mr. and Mrs. North. But Ray has such a nasty temper, and he can be so mean.
I warned them to expect it.
I can't help worrying when he acts like this, dear.
Perhaps his bark is worse than his bite, Mrs. Wills.
Oh, you don't know Raymond, Mrs. North. You don't know how mean he can be. Tell them about Waffles, Wilbur.
Waffles?
He was a puppy. Chewed up Ray's favorite jacket.
It's Raymond strangled him. That's what he did. Strangled him.
How awful.
I'm worried.
Well, Pam and I'll try to see that nothing happens, Mrs. Wills.
What can you do?
Well, when Ray calms down a bit, I'd like to have a talk with him. In the meantime, I think you two had better go upstairs and lock your door.
It's useless, North.
We'll see. Anyway, do what I tell you, will you, please?
But I tell you, there's no way...
Look, you asked us to come here. It was your idea. If you want us to stay, please do what we tell you.
All right, then. We will.
And don't worry. Nobody's going to stick any knives in anybody tonight. I hope. What time is it, Jerry?
11 o'clock.
We can't stay here all night. Knock on the study door and see if Raymond will talk to you now.
It's no use. I tried a few minutes ago. He didn't even answer.
Maybe they're not in there anymore. Maybe they went out the side door into the garden.
I think we'd have heard the door open.
Oh, perhaps. Jerry, do you really think that Raymond will try to kill his uncle?
No, I think Mr. and Mrs. Wills are letting their imagination run away with them. Still, there's no use in taking chances. But if they keep their door locked...
How about the window?
Oh, it's right above this window. We'd see or hear anyone trying to get to it.
You know, darling, I've wondered...
I do, too. I wonder how we always get into things like this. By now, I'm beginning to think it must be habit.
Well, if we prevent a murder, it was worth getting into. Golly, is it still in this house? So quiet, it's spooky. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
That's what I mean.
Oh.
So quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Undoubtedly.
Wait a minute. What was that?
What was what?
I heard something.
Maybe somebody dropped a pin.
No, Jerry, I heard something. Listen.
We went through all that before.
No, Jerry, somebody's moving around upstairs, in the hall. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Well, I did. Come on, let's go see.
Okay.
We better be quiet.
All right. Here are the stairs. Careful now.
All right.
I'll go first.
Glad we left the light on in the upstairs hall. Can you see anyone up there?
Not yet.
Oh, Jerry, what was that?
The stairs creaked.
I hope nobody heard.
I hope not. Hey, stay where you are for a minute. Don't move. All right. Wait a minute. There is somebody up there.
Can you see him?
No, but I can hear him. Somebody's coming down the hall. Listen.
Golly.
Wait till he gets around that corner so I can see him, and then I...
There he is. I mean, she.
Mrs. Wills.
With a gun in her hand.
She hasn't seen us yet. Stay back against the wall and let's see what she does.
Oh, those stairs again.
Oh, there you are. Stay right where you are. Do you hear? Don't move. Don't move an inch, or I'll shoot.
Okay, but what's the idea, Mrs. Wills?
Oh, is that you, Mr. North?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought you said you'd stay in your room.
but I heard something. At least I thought I did. I came out to investigate.
I warned you not to unlock your door.
But I heard something, and you know, he who hesitates is lost. I thought I'd better come out and see.
Did you leave the bedroom door unlocked?
Why, I don't know. I believe I did.
Well, come on. We better get back there.
That's right.
Dear, do you think that... Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, hurry.
We are, my dear. We are. You know, I've been so distressed. I do wish Wilbur weren't so pig-headed. If he'd only get into Raymond. Oh, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. Well, here we are.
Good. There he is on the bed.
Is he... Jerry, is he...
I don't know.
Oh, it's you. You woke me up.
Oh, were you asleep?
I must have been, or you couldn't have awakened me, could you now?
But how could you sleep? I mean, if you expected to be killed.
Staying awake wouldn't help. When I'm awake, I worry. So I sleep.
But I can't sleep when I worry.
I can't either. Then I can't worry when I sleep. So that even things.
But how do you get to sleep?
Simple. I just tried to stay awake.
Oh.
Linda, what's that you've got in your hand?
What? Oh, this, it's just
A gun. Where did you get it?
Why, in one of those pawn shop places. I've been so worried about you lately, dear. I figured I'd just better be prepared.
You have a license for it, Mrs. Wills?
Oh, no. The man said I wouldn't need any. He was such a nice man. So helpful and considerate.
The pawn shop man?
Yes. First, he did say something about a license, but when I promised not to shoot anybody unless they tried to kill somebody first, he said it would be all right. If I paid him $100, that is. Wasn't that nice?
Yes, wasn't it? So's $100.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. But you better let me have that gun. And then please stay in this room and don't unlock the door again.
Oh, I can't let you have my gun. I might need it.
Not if you do what I tell you.
Anyway, Melinda, you wouldn't know how to shoot it.
Oh, I don't want to shoot it. I wouldn't think of it. As a matter of fact, I don't believe it will shoot. I just want it to frighten people with.
I think you'd better give it to Mr. North, my dear.
But I don't want to. And if it won't shoot...
How do you know it won't shoot?
Well, it's so old and rusty. Of course, the man assured me it would shoot, but... Oh, what was that?
The man was right.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my heavens. Oh, dear. Here, Mr. North, take it quickly.
Thank you.
Oh, my. Oh, my, what did I hit?
Oh, nothing. The bullet went in the wall next to Pam. Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Jerry?
Darling, you have only one earring.
What?
Have only one earring.
Oh. Oh!
Well, sweetheart, how do you feel now?
I'm still a little shaky, but I'll be all right.
That's good.
Now what do we do?
Oh, just sit here and wait some more. Raymond came out when he heard the shot, but he didn't want to talk, and he's locked himself in the study again. Irene went out for a walk.
Jerry, you know, I don't believe Raymond means to kill his uncle. He was just talk.
I think you're right. The whole thing is just imagination. But we might as well...
Gullies, that wasn't imagination.
Somebody playing with guns again. Only this time, I'm afraid they weren't playing. Come on, it came from the study.
But the Wills promised to stay in their room.
Promises in this house aren't worth much. Oh, here it is. Let's see. Oh, it's locked. Hello? Hello in there. No answer. I'm going to break in the door. Look out, Pam. There we are. Now...
Oh, Jerry, look.
Yeah, I see. So Raymond did kill somebody after all.
Yes. Himself.
Okay, but hurry, will you? Sure, we'll be right here. Goodbye. The police will be right over, Pam.
Oh, good. Because it's not going to be easy keeping the Wills and Irene out of the study.
Don't you think they all acted rather strangely when we told them Raymond was dead?
Well, the Wills seemed relieved.
Yes, and Irene seemed to take it pretty coolly, don't you think?
Yes. But she's crying now. I guess she was just stunned before.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, Jerry, it's strange that Raymond killed himself, though, isn't it? Somehow he didn't seem the type. Of course, he was in bed, but
He
so...
didn't kill himself, darling. Raymond didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
Are you sure, Jerry?
Pretty sure. He was shot in the heart from the front. But from the position of the shot, he'd have had to hold the gun in a very awkward position to do it himself.
I see. Well, in that case... Jerry,
Hmm?
were there any powder burns?
Yes, why?
I have a hunch. I'll bet I know who killed him.
Good, but can you prove it?
Let's see. If we make believe that we saw what happened, that we saw someone leaving the study...
That wouldn't fool anyone.
Well, how do you know?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't fool the murderer, because the murderer knows what really happened in detail, and wouldn't believe us unless we gave enough details.
Well, we'll give details.
But we don't know the details. Did the murderer run from the study or just creep away? Did he or she go toward the front of the house or the back? Did he or she...
Oh, don't worry, Jerry. We'll have plenty of details.
But will they be the right details?
Of course not, Jerry, but that won't matter.
Well, what do you mean it won't matter?
Well, there are some things the murderer doesn't know. And sometimes, darling, what you don't know does hurt you.
Huh? What's that? What's that, Mr. North?
Did you say Raymond was murdered? Are you sure my husband was murdered?
Yes.
How do you know?
Well, first of all, the angle of the shot is wrong.
You mean he couldn't have shot himself?
I mean, it's very unlikely.
But not impossible?
No, not impossible.
I see.
But the angle of the shot isn't all. There's something else.
What?
Well, you and your wife claim you were in your bedroom when the shot was fired. And Raymond's wife claims she was outside taking a walk.
That's right.
Yes.
Well, Pam and I were also outside, where we could see the side door leading from the alcove off the study.
We heard the shot, and a moment later, the doors from the alcove opened, and one of you came out.
What?
One of us?
Yes.
Why, my dear Mrs. North, do you realize what you're saying?
Well, I'm simply telling you what we saw. We saw one of you come through the door, turn and lock the door, look around, and then hurry to the back of the house and go in the back door.
We followed and found you'd left the back door open, so we came in. But you'd already gotten upstairs.
Then we went in the study and found Raymond's body.
Then you think you know who killed my poor husband?
I think we do.
But, my dear Mrs. North, if you saw anyone, it must have been...
You, Mrs. Wills.
I?
Yes, Mrs. Wills. You.
That's absurd, Mr. North.
Indeed, accusing me of murder.
How dare you?
Yes, how dare you? Don't you realize you are guests in this house?
I'm sorry if we've done wrong by Emily Post, Mrs. Wills, but we saw what we saw.
You lie, sir. Melinda was upstairs with me the whole time. I don't know what your scheme is, but I warn you, I'm not going to...
Now, my dear, let's not lose our temper.
But the nerve, the confounded nerve. Mr. North, Mrs. North, can you give me one good reason why my wife would kill Raymond?
To keep him from killing you.
You had no right to say...
Really, dear, let's not discuss it anymore. I have a headache. I'm going upstairs and lie down until the police get here.
Very well, my dear. Now see what you've done. You've given her a headache.
Well, Mr. Wills, it was your idea that we come out here.
But it wasn't my idea that you lie and badger my wife.
Now, Mr. Wills. Temper.
Sir, you pay for this. I warn you.
So will you. Remember what your wife said.
What?
Indigestion.
Here's her room, Jerry.
Okay.
Who's there?
The Norths.
What do you want?
We'd like to talk to you.
But I have a headache.
Well, take an aspirin and open the door. It's important.
All right. Just a minute.
Oh, Jerry, I hope our plan works.
Oh, we'll soon know.
Now, what do you want?
Let us in. There.
What is it? Why did you lie about me?
Well, we had to work fast, Mrs. Wills. The police will be here any minute.
Thank heavens. They certainly won't believe that ridiculous story you told.
But they'll interfere with our plan.
Interfere with your plan?
Their being here would.
But then if you don't want the police here, that must mean you... Oh, that is... Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness. I'm beginning to understand a few things. Oh, my.
No, Mrs. Wills, I don't think you are. But
Wait
if
a
you...
minute.
What is it?
Somebody's coming upstairs.
Okay. Mrs. Wills, get in bed quickly and pretend to be asleep.
But...
Hurry, do as I say.
What are you doing?
Just turning out the light.
What is this?
It's what we've been waiting for, I hope. Come on, Pam. Let's get behind the screen.
All right. Now there are footsteps in the hall.
Yeah.
They're stopping at the door. Well, Jerry, this is it.
Who's there? What do you want? What is it?
I want to talk to you.
Irene.
Yes. What did you see downstairs?
What?
You were in the alcove off the study when Ray was killed. Did you see how he died?
No, it isn't true. I wasn't there.
The North saw you.
That's not so.
Perhaps. What did you see?
Nothing. I wasn't there.
Okay, just see that you stick to that story.
I will. It's the truth. And honesty is the best policy, you know.
Well, you just see that you stick to it, because if you don't...
Yes. Oh, so that's it. Oh, my, how stupid of me. Of course. And I thought, oh, dear.
What's the matter?
You killed Raymond. You were afraid he'd have to sell your furs and jewelry and things. But now his insurance will cover the debt. Of course. You killed him.
Don't talk so loud. You don't know. You weren't there. You just said so.
But you did. You did.
Well, how are you going to prove it? Well? I warn you, if you so much as open your mouth when the police get here,
I promise.
Well, you better keep that promise. No, why should I take the chance?
What do you mean?
You won't get a chance to talk to the police. I'm going to...
No!
Oh, you don't, Irene!
Oh, you stop it! Let go!
Drop that letter of milk!
Oh, my arm!
Drop it! Yeah, that's better.
What's that?
I guess it's the police. Better late than never.
Good. Get them up here and let them take this wildcat off my hands.
My goodness.
I'll get even with you for this. All of you, you dirty
Oh, now, Irene. Let's not say anything we'll be sorry for.
Oh, shut up!
Oh, what manners.
Yes, Jerry. I thought it was Irene when you said there were powder burns, because Raymond was shot from the front, and I didn't think he'd let anyone else get so close to him.
Mm-hmm. And you proved it, too. You know, darling, sometimes I think you're pretty clever.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes.
Well, what about the other times? Hmm? Well, Jerry.
Darling, let's not say anything we'll be sorry for, shall we?
Well, Jerry and Pam, nice to have had you with us once again. We'll be running into you two in the near future, I'm sure, because you, Mr. and Mrs. North, are high on our preferred guest list. So goodbye until next time, kids, and that should be soon. Now, so that you can get an idea of the caliber of our next production, we take you on our customary visit to the green room, where the play is in rehearsal. Follow me, please. Come.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Blair. Sit down.
Thank you.
I called you in because I just wanted a few words with you before the trial.
All right, I'm here. What is it?
Miss Blair, I'm going to be very frank with you. All the evidence from the Morrison girl's case points to the guilt of Richard Olson. The coroner's jury believed him guilty. I believe him guilty. Any jury in the world would convict him on the evidence, except for one thing, your word.
Yes. I know he's innocent because he was with me.
That's your story.
You don't believe me?
That's beside the point. It's my job to convict Richard Olson if he's guilty. I'll try to do that. But I said I would be frank. I haven't a chance if you testify that you were with him.
the jury will take the word of Miss Sally Blair, the daughter of a powerful and famous family.
Yes, of course.
But it's for that very reason, Miss Blair, that I ask you to stop and think a moment.
Think of what?
Of yourself, of your family, of your position. If it should turn out later that Richard Olson was indeed guilty, could you forgive yourself for having aided a murderer?
But he's not guilty. He was with me. Perhaps you haven't heard that Richard Olson and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yes, as soon as this farce is over. So you see, Mr. District Attorney, you're wasting your time.
I see. And you think that you, the daughter of one of the best families in San Francisco, will be happy living the rest of your life with a murderer?
Crime has to be proved. Rick will be acquitted.
Yes, I guess he will. And so, Miss Blair, you will go that far for another thrill.
I don't know what you mean. I'm marrying the man I love. He's accused of a crime of which I know he's innocent. I will testify to that effect. Rick was with me.
Very well, Miss Blair. And may I wish you a very happy married life?
And so, Rick, you're going free, thanks to Sally and her testimony. And when the trial is dismissed and you're free, you'll take her to that dirty little bar that was your rendezvous. And you'll tell her about all the things in your heart.
You don't know what it is, Sally, to be free. You know, I used to sit in that cell and think about you and your portrait. Wonder if I'd ever see you again. I wondered if I'd ever finish my picture of you so that everybody could see your beauty. Darling, it'll be a great portrait. Really great.
Of course it will, darling. After we're married, you'll have all the time in the world to paint it.
Yes, after we're married next week. Darling, let's go down and get the license right now.
Wait. Rick, just one thing. You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
More than you did Maureen?
Much, much more.
I just wanted to be sure. Rick.
Yes?
Rick, why did you do it?
What?
Why did you kill her?
Sally.
Oh, don't look so startled. I knew all along. I just wondered why you did it.
Let's not talk about it. Let's leave it as dead as Maureen is. Let's be happy and not talk about it ever. Or maybe you'd rather not go through with this now.
Of course, darling. I made my choice. You love me. I love you. That's enough. We'll both forget Maureen. If we can.
And that was the appetizer for our next main course, as served up here in the Mystery Playhouse. The finding of a girl's body on the rocks lining a stretch of ocean beach near San Francisco is the start of a strange and fascinating story of love and death. A tale that should find you right back in your seats next time when our old friend the Whistler tells you of a wild night on foggy Seal Rocks and the girl who was married to a murderer. This is Sergeant X, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good evening. This is Peter Lawrence. Have you become bored with crimes of passion? Does the unhealthy atmosphere of doom leave you strangely discontented? Or you still appreciate a murder attempt? Doesn't have to be so dismal. If that is the case, my friends, listen tonight to the Mystery Playhouse. Say, I know a young couple, an extremely normal and happy pair, who apparently have nothing better to do than to become aimlessly involved with murder and the like. They seem to flit from crime to crime with a happy and preoccupied abandon of children on a picnic, gaily rubbing elbows with a grim reaper and probably exclaiming when someone remonstrates with them, "Well, isn't everybody?" So tonight, adding an ingenious domestic touch to the usual Mystery Playhouse fare, we acquaint you, or reacquaint you, as the case may be, with Mr. and Mrs. North. Remember? Now we come upon them, or rather Mr., as he's about to answer the phone. The routine he's evidently been through many times lately.
Hello? No, I'm not Pamela North. He hung up, as usual. Maybe I'd better practice up on my falsetto. In a hurry this time. Hello? I am not... Dead. Oh, the door. Maybe he didn't believe me. No, I'm not Pamela North.
Well, of course not. I am.
Hello, Pam.
Oh, I'm glad to be home, darling.
Wasn't the reunion fun?
It was awful. Everybody sat around noticing how much older everybody else looked.
Postmortems, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Darling, is there a man in your life?
Of course, dear. You.
There must be somebody else. Because I'm pretty sure I haven't been calling myself up and asking me if I weren't Pamela North.
Darling, you're not well.
I'm in perfect health. Listen, some goon has been phoning every hour and asking for you. As soon as I convince him that I'm not you, he hangs up.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, it's reasonable enough,
I
but...
wonder if it has anything to do with the little man.
What little man?
The one who followed me home.
Maybe I should have asked you about the men in your life.
Frightened me, darling. The street was so dark and he was so gray, sort of, and indistinct. I ran.
Did he run after you?
I don't know.
I would have.
You did.
But you slowed up for me.
Oh.
You answer it. I wouldn't want to disappoint him again.
All right, darling. Hello? Yes, this is Pamela North. What you... hello? Jerry.
I know, he hung up. Probably thinks it's good, clean fun.
You know, darling, I am getting scared.
Nothing to get scared about. You're beautiful and... Come here to the window.
All right, darling. Wait.
Is that your little man coming down the street?
Yes, sir. He's looking up at the house numbers. I thought he was only a nasty little old man, but...
Come away from the window.
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
Oh, I may just be imagining things. Yes. My imagination can't be that vivid.
There may have been a car backfiring.
Oh, no, those were shots.
I'll take a look.
Jelly, don't you go near that window.
Relax, darling. No one could see me up here. Funny.
What is?
Street's deserted.
The little man?
He's gone, too. Maybe that was a car backfiring. At any rate, most people would think so.
Darling, we've heard guns being fired too often.
Well, whoever fired those shots isn't there anymore. Neither is your little man. I sort of suspect he's disappeared from our lives. I hope.
That is our doorbell.
Uh-huh.
Let's make believe we're not home, Jerry.
It might be important.
That's what I mean.
I'd better see who that is. It's silly being terrified by nothing, Pam.
Hey, you can answer the door if you wish, darling, but I'm going to keep right on being terrified.
Well, if you insist.
Oh, no. No, I'm going with you. I want to be terrified in company.
All right, but get over to one side. I'm going to open the door.
All right, darling. It's the little man.
So it is. Won't you come in, please? Thank you. Shut the door, darling.
Uh-huh.
You come on, North.
Yes, I am. Jerry, he's ill.
Not ill. Please, let him speak. They will kill you, Pamela. You need a doctor. You better not strain yourself by speaking. Must speak. Don't need doctors. Must speak. I heard them
Red Line Bar. Killed Pamela North. Yes.
Where's the phone?
I've got him. He collapsed suddenly. Hot rats. I'll lay him down here on the sofa. Get his coat open.
Shall I phone for a doctor, darling?
No. There's nothing a doctor can do for him.
Dead?
Chest full of bullets. Yes, he's dead.
Oh, poor little man. But who...
He came here to warn you against a murderer, darling. But the murderer got to him first.
All right. Get the stiff out here, boys. Well, Mr. and Mrs. North, you have made your contribution to the city morgue game.
I wish we knew whom we contributed.
No identification on him. Just a tramp.
Sergeant Mullins. He was killed because he wanted to warn me. And I ran away from him.
Easy, darling. You couldn't have known that.
But who would want to kill you, Mrs. North?
I don't know. Jerry and I have helped catch a few criminals.
I don't think it's that. Otherwise, they would have been gunning after both of us. The little man said the plans were to kill Pamela. And the man who kept phoning asked for Pamela North.
Wanted to make sure she was here, and then he was going to come around and...
ran into the little man. He must have recognized him and...
Shot him. But the little man remained alive long enough to... To what?
He didn't mention no name?
No, Mullins, no name.
That's too bad. And who do you got in the house?
Oh, that's not much use. Pam and I can't live indefinitely under police protection.
Well, what are you figuring on doing?
Remember what somebody said once, the best defense is a good attack? Well, that's what we're going to do.
How?
Pam and I are going to have a drink.
This ain't no time for light refreshment.
At the Red Line Bar.
Jock. Oh, pipe down, Lud. I want to know who stopped that jock. Jukebox. Stop that noise and depart. Your language. What's your language, partner? There's a berth in the gutter waiting for you. Go fill it. Unhand me a big bubble. Come on, Bum.
Jerry, this isn't getting us anywhere.
It's lots of good, clean fun, though.
In a raucous sort of way. There he goes.
There he went. Well, nobody seems to have noticed it.
Somebody has just noticed me, darling.
That drunk, he's in again. Oh, the guy's a virtuoso.
Lady, are them whistles vice racy?
I beg your pardon, bartender?
Are you considering swapping partners?
Oh, no. No, I like this one.
Then I'll throw that bum out again.
Don't bother. We're leaving. Come on, Pam.
All right, Jerry.
The decorations may not be so nice, but you do meet such lovely people at the Red Line Bar.
Mm-hmm. We must invite them to a nightmare sometime.
I'd rather give up sleeping. The door, my lady.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes. Good to breathe air again.
The atmosphere in that joint should be bottled and sent to Hitler.
Oh, darling. Our idea wasn't so good, was it?
Just a second, darling. My shoelace. There. All right, now. What'd you say?
Our idea wasn't so good. Coming to the Red Line Bar, I mean.
I'm not so sure of that. You see, we have company.
Yes.
Don't stop and look back. We're being followed.
But maybe
Too many cars and people around. He'll wait.
I don't doubt it, darling. We have to...
Uh-huh. We'll turn at this corner. There. Now, quick. Back into that doorway. Our friend will be coming around the corner in a minute. Uh-huh. There he comes now. And when he passes here... No, there you go. You were looking for us, weren't you?
Yeah. Jerry, it's the drunk.
Oh, that beautiful lady. It's no good, pal. You were walking a very straight line trailing us. You see, I saw you. So what? I don't like being followed. Not unless there's a good reason. What's yours? I was taking a walk. It ain't unconstitutional, is it? Oh, I see. Pam, do you remember anything in the Constitution about taking a sock at anyone?
Don't think so.
Good. Then I should be able to go ahead with a clear constitution, so to speak. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing at show? Beat the living daylights out of you, do you mind? Do I mind yet? You ain't got a right. But I'm bigger than you are. Don't get reckless. You can keep my coat.
Jerry, he got away.
Oh, darling, I let him get away. Because I want to find out where he's going.
Very clever of you, darling, to have a taxi waiting outside the bar for us.
I thought we might need one in a hurry, so I gave Mahatma his instructions. Right, Mahatma?
Right, wrong. It's all a question of history, Mr. North.
Better keep your eyes on that car we're following, or your history will come to a sudden close.
Maybe I would be happier. Maybe that is the best thing. As I sit here listening to the quiet ticking of the meters, I say to myself, Mahatma, whither art thou blowing? Don't look now, Mr. North, but if we keep on driving in the same direction any longer, we are all going to be swimming.
Jerry, isn't that the Atlantic Ocean?
Sorry, I'm afraid it's only Long Island Sound. Careful, Mahatma, he's turning off the road.
I better stop.
There's a gate up ahead, darling, in this wall to our left.
Uh-huh. Must be an estate. There he goes. Through the gate.
Gate swung to behind him.
Let's take a look up close. It's a nice night.
Cold. Jerry.
Is that a horse or a dog? On the other side of the gate, thank heaven.
Darling, we're not going in.
It is too late to visit. That mailbox on the side of the road. At least we'll find out who owns the joint. Let's see. Douglas Grant.
Douglas Grant? Jerry, I know who he is.
Name seems familiar to me, too. But better get back to the car and away from here. I don't want that dog to around anyone suspicious.
All right, Jerry. No, I can't understand why Douglas Grant should want to kill me, darling.
Well, we've no real indication that he does.
All I did was witness his marriage to Joan. It was an elopement, Jerry, and terribly romantic. Even though Douglas was suspected of being a racketeer.
Wait a minute. I remember now. Grant's name was in the papers. He's going to marry that hardware heiress, Barbara Selden. Their engagement's been announced, and...
Oh, but he can't do that, darling. He's married to Joan.
Who knew about that marriage besides you?
Timmy Jones. He was the other witness. But he died shortly afterwards. So I guess I'm the only one who knows. Outside of Joan, of course.
Uh-huh. Darling, were you fond of Joan?
She was a very good friend of mine before I married you. Why, dear?
Because I've an idea that Joan is among the missing. Hello?
Hello, Mr. North. We ain't trouble no traceable.
I didn't think you would. Thanks anyway, Mullins. So long. No record of her, Pam. No record of any divorce. No record of her death.
Douglas Grant is planning to marry again. Jerry, he must be sure that she's going to hit him.
Uh-huh, very sure. And there's only one way he could be sure. Come on, darling. We're going back to Long Island.
This section of the country please you, Mr. North?
It's all right. Pam, have you got the liver?
Pounds of it. He would have a great day. It took every ration point I had.
Never mind. We'll eat spinach.
Here's the joint again.
Pam, you stay with Mahatma. I'm just going to take a look around. Let me have a little brief.
Here, darling. But are you sure it's safe?
Uh-huh. I'm not going to interview Mr. Grant. Not just yet.
Mrs. North, suppose that dog don't like liver.
Mahatma, Jerry's been gone an awfully long time. I'm scared.
Speaking philosophically, don't mind.
What kind of philosophy is that?
I will explain to you some other time when my teeth ain't rattling. What's that, Pam?
Oh, darling, I was so...
Relax, sweetheart. The worst is yet to come.
That's where the Mahatma goes. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Mahatma.
Did you find anything, Jerry?
Uh-huh. A smear of cement under the floorboard of Mr. Grant's motorboat.
Really?
I didn't go near the house. Grant and his little friend are at home. But I did go to the boathouse. I found a motorboat and a rowboat. We can't use the motorboat, but I pushed the rowboat along shore. We can reconceal it.
If we want to.
Oh, but we do want to. Aren't you forgetting that smear of cement?
Oh, yeah, the cement. But the only thing is, what about it?
Pam, you and Mahatma will have to come with me. I'll need a little help.
Darling, what are we going to do?
Oh, didn't you know? We're going rowing.
One more shove, Mahatma, and we'll have this thing afloat. One more shove, and a Mahatma will be flat on its kisser.
Never say die. Come on. There. Yes, floating.
For how long?
No kibitzing. All aboard.
Darling, you know I love to go boating. But at midnight,
It's a very fine boat. Columbus crossed the ocean in a boat like this.
I'm not Columbus.
Neither am I, but I want to go fishing.
You ain't got no fishing rod.
I'm not fishing for fish. I'm fishing for evidence.
In Long Island Sound.
Uh-huh. Remember that cement.
You should let me forget it.
Plus one other thing, darling. Grant is planning to marry again for money. He wouldn't risk bigamy. That's why I spent half the day going over those charts of the Sound. I had a hunch, and the cement confirmed it. Get in, Pam.
Easy now. There.
How is it?
Yeah.
Climb in, Mahatma.
Okay, but my philosophy don't approve.
Wait for baby. There, we're all aboard.
Jerry, darling, you know how big Long Island Sound is.
Roughly, why?
And you expect to find anything beneath it?
It's easier than that, darling. Grant wouldn't have dared cart his evidence around too long. He would have picked the nearest and deepest spot. That's where we're going. Grab an oar, Mahatma.
Should have stuck to my cab. Okay.
Then stroke.
Golly, it's dark out here in the water. Clouds over the moon.
Just as well. I don't want Grant to see us.
Dark. Cold. Jerry, I'm shivering.
You want to row?
I'm not that cold.
Mr. North, maybe you rowed for Harvard. Me, all I ever did in this line was row a babe around Central Park. Hey, man, I've heard you collapse.
Take it easy, Mahatma. We're just about where we should be. That big locust tree lined up with the lighthouse there. Triangulated with... Uh-huh. Pull your oar in, Mahatma.
If I got the strength.
You like this spot, darling?
The water's deepest here.
There must be other deep spots in the Sound.
But none right off Mr. Grant's estate. Excuse me while I stand up.
Don't ask me. Ask the boat.
Why it don't capsize, I will never Hey, Mr. North.
Yeah?
You were taking off your clothes.
That's right.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mahatma. Jerry always takes off his clothes when he gets into a rowboat. Something that happened in his childhood, no doubt.
There. You like my shorts, Mahatma? Well, here goes.
Jerry, where are you going?
Swimming. So long.
He went over.
He went under.
He'll be up. Look. Look, the moon is coming out. Ain't it a beautiful sight?
Jerry, coming up out of that water would be even more beautiful. Oh, I wish... Jerry.
Hello, Dolly. The water's fine.
You come right out of Long Island Sound.
I'm going down again.
I married a madman.
Mrs. North, there is always a reason for everything. For example, oysters is now in season. Maybe Mr. North is picking his own.
If he is, I'll serve him to them.
Don't look now, but he's surfaced again.
Sit tight while I climb in. Oh, that's better.
You have a nice swim, darling?
Wonderful. I found what I was looking for. See?
What is it? Looks like a piece of silk that might have been ripped off a dress.
It was ripped off a dress. I ripped it off.
A dress? Under there?
Yes, darling. And Joan Grant is inside that dress.
Boy, am I glad to be out of that boat.
So am I. Oh, Jerry, it's dreadful.
Not pleasant. See, we left our taxi so far away. It's Grant spotted us in that moonlight.
Jerry Grant killed her, didn't he?
Uh-huh. I suspected that when I saw the cement in his boat. It's a common practice of gangsters to get rid of a corpse permanently by encasing its feet in a solid block of cement and dumping it into a river or...
Or the Sound. Oh, Jerry. Joan was such a lovely, gentle girl.
Oh, now, Pam. At any rate, I rather think Grant's jig is up.
You're being a little hasty, aren't you?
Douglas Grant.
Evening, Miss Blake. No. Be careful. I have a gun. And so has my, associate. Peter?
Yes?
Frisk them. They're drunk.
Hiya, pal. Keep the mitts up.
The, moonlight betrayed you, Mr., Oh, Pamela, won't you introduce us?
Jerry's my husband. Gerald North.
Oh.
Well, congratulations, Mr. North. You make a very handsome couple. Too bad, isn't it, that your marriage no longer has any future?
Too bad you found the body, North. Because I think the boss is out mixing a lot of cement for the three of you.
Help him kill his wife, Pete?
Nah. I was passing a little time in the state pen at that moment.
Then why get involved in a murder rap now?
You want to tell me a boogie story?
No. Pete, you know who we are?
Yeah, amateur dicks.
We work with the police.
So what?
They've got a detective tailing us ever since this case began.
That's a lie. I was tailing you myself the night after the bum got his. There was nobody else on you.
Are you sure?
Well, where are they?
They'll be here. They may be too late to save us, but they'll get you.
Forget it.
Mr. North, maybe I could jump him. Even if I stopped a few, you might be
He's
able to...
got a Tommy gun, Mahatma. He's also getting ready for the electric chair.
Look, mister. You're talking through your hat.
Don't forget, Pete, no matter how much money you squeeze out of Grant, it won't do you any good where you're going.
Cut that talk out.
I'm sorry for you. You've been suckered, Pete. Suckered good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Where's Grant?
I told you he's out fixing.
You mean that's what he told you? Maybe he's leaving you here holding the bag.
Say, can't pin his wife's killing on me. I was in the pen.
How about the other murder?
You think Grant's gonna... no.
Why not? If we die, he's clear on his wife's murder. Then he throws you to the cops.
Yeah? Then I'd talk. I'd tell him.
What would you tell them, Pete?
He's gonna shoot.
No, he won't. I'll give it to him. No, you flicking fool! Oh. Yeah. Ha, he's dead, the dirty murderer. I did it with me little Tommy gun.
Let me take a look. Uh-huh. Good for you, Pete.
Thanks.
There's something else you may want to thank me for.
Mr. North, that was a blow of true magnificence.
I had to do it. He's a killer.
You mean Grant? Well, for killing that rat, he deserves a medal.
I didn't mean Grant.
But Pete couldn't have killed Joan.
I didn't mean Joan either, darling.
Oh, the little man.
Pardon me, folks, while I massage him once more. He will now remain unconscious a while longer.
Nice going, Mahatma.
Jerry, I knew you were working on Pete psychologically. That's why I screamed that Grant was going to shoot it.
You did it very well, darling.
But how do we know Pete killed the little man?
Well, for one thing, because we know Grant didn't.
Oh, we do.
Of course. Grant called you by your maiden name, Pamela Blake. He didn't know you were married. Therefore, he couldn't have been the one who came to our house and killed the little man there when he recognized him as the man he'd seen in the bar.
Oh, I guess so. And besides, the little man said that the plan was to kill Pamela North. But Grant didn't know that. He thought I was still Pamela Blake, which is the name he must have told Pete when he hired Pete to kill me. Pete must have checked and found out I was married. And so the little man overheard him say Pamela North.
Right, darling. Plus one other thing. We hadn't said anything about any other murder. Yet Pete said he's been trailing us since the bum got his, remember?
Uh-huh.
And do you know why the little man rushed to warn us? His name was Franklin.
Franklin? Joan's father?
Oh?
Oh, darling, you're very bright.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm just inspired.
Like how?
Well, like this.
You again? Where is that wrench? Now, will you be quiet?
Kiss me again, Jerry.
All right.
Hey, what's going on in the back of the cab? Uh-oh. Kissing game. Speaking philosophically, I bet it's fun.
Love. It's wonderful. Just get those two a good murder and leave them room for more ordinary lovers. Well, Mr. and Mrs. North, thank you, and may your wedded bliss continue, may blossom as crime marches on. And now, to the green room, and a glimpse on our next performance in a mystery playhouse. Come with me, please. Come. Come.
can't I go, Ella? Oh, my dear child, you're much too young to handle business matters. Oh, I was 67 last month. You're still my baby sister. I have qualms every time I send you around the corner to the store. You could hardly expect me to send you on an errand like this. Well. Listen to me for a minute. Yes? I want you to wait here in the house for me until I return. Yes, of course. You're not to answer the doorbell if it rings. I understand. I shall bring the food back with me. All right. I never intended to break my vow and leave this house. But for your sake and mine, I must. Why? There's some important reason why we've not received our allowance. I'm going to see Mr. Douglas and find out. Mr. Douglas?
Yes?
I came here to your home for only one reason. Our allowance.
Well,
My sister and I have not received any money from you in the past 4 weeks.
yes, I know that, Miss Crawford.
Well?
I've been meaning to drop around and go over the entire matter with you.
What do you mean?
Well, I have some rather shocking news for you.
What is it?
You haven't any more money.
You mean it's gone? All of it?
Yes. I regret to say it is.
I don't understand.
You and your sister are receiving a weekly income from the interest and securities that were left you both.
I know.
As the administrator of the estate, I have handled these securities to the best of my ability.
Yes?
Unfortunately, the companies that you held stock in were non-essential industries. The curtailments of war wiped them out.
Mr. Douglas, I don't believe you.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Miss Crawford, but it's true.
I think you have been dishonest with us.
Oh, now, just a minute, please.
And in view of that, you leave me very little choice.
What do you mean?
When I leave here, I shall go to the police
Well, what for?
to have you arrested for stealing our money. It is too large a sum to just dissolve in the manner you described. Why did you lock that door?
I've been hoping you'd come here. That's why I stopped lending you the money.
Are you trying to frighten me?
No. I'm merely going to tell you.
You're joking.
You think so?
Keep away from me. Keep away. Keep away.
Say, that doesn't sound too good for that poor old lady, does it? I'm afraid that Mr. Douglas knows what he said, aren't you? Well, try to be in the seats next time for the rest of this exciting story. Another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. This is Peter Lawrence closing the door of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Halo shampoo to glorify your hair, and Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. People like Pam and Jerry North enjoy living in New York because there's always something going on, at any hour of the day or night. But if there's one time when the big city sleeps or even dozes off for a moment, it's in the wee hour just before dawn, when the streets are deserted and your car is just broken down on the outskirts of town.
Oh, it's no use, dear. This thing wouldn't start if I gave it a dose of Benzedrine.
I wish it'd stop turning the motor over. I'm beginning to feel like a malted milk.
Must be the distributor. Or that float in the carburetor.
Oh, no, it's the starter, Jerry. It keeps spinning around and around as if all the ice cream weren't melted.
What ice cream?
Well, I hadn't thought about the flavor. I suppose it's chocolate.
In the carburetor?
Oh, is that what you call those things?
What thing?
Those aluminum containers they mix malteds in.
Darling, I'm talking about starting the car.
Oh, for goodness sake, what do you think I'm talking about?
I don't know, dear. You haven't given me a clue.
Jerry, where are you going?
Well, we can't just sit here, Pam. I've got to find a garage or a telephone or somebody that'll give us a hitch to one. Everybody around here seems to be asleep.
Oh, there must be some sign of life. Other people drive home from late parties, don't they?
Not along this road. There doesn't seem to be a single... Ah, a milk wagon.
What are you so happy about? We don't want any milk.
Hey there. Hold up a second, will you?
Oh, Nellie. What's the trouble, mister? Run out of gas?
Run out of engine, I think. Do you know where I can find a garage that's open at this time of the night?
Well, now, I don't know as I can. I don't have much use for garages, you know. Not while there's good horses around. Now, you stop laughing, Nellie. You break down, too, once in a while.
What's the matter, Jerry? Won't he help us?
Oh, I'll help you, ma'am, as soon as I finish up my milk route. Nellie won't mind taking you to a garage so long as you don't make her go in. The smell of gas gives her colic.
I guess she doesn't even like to talk about it.
She don't mind.
Well, how long do you think it'll take you to finish?
Oh, it won't be long. I haven't got but a few more calls to make. Now, you just sit here in the wagon and wait for me. I'll be back in a minute.
Do you think we ought to, Jerry?
Wait in the wagon? Why not?
Well, I don't know. It seems kind of funny to be sitting in a milk wagon. I don't know a thing about cows.
I don't either, dear, but I'd just as soon get home tonight. Come on.
Must be awfully lonely being a milkman, leaving bottles at people's doors, sitting up here in the driver's seat. You never see anybody face to face, not even the horse.
Pam, will you please sit down and leave Nellie out of this? The first thing you know, I'll have to...
You have to what?
Stay where you are. Don't make a sound.
Why, Jerry...
Shut up, I tell you.
Jerry North, how dare you talk to me like that?
I'm not talking, Pam. It's this manly-looking gentleman who's just stepped up to the wagon.
Well, what is
The one on your left with the scar on his face.
And the long-nosed gun in his hand.
Oh, how do you do?
Keep your trap shut or you'll get hurt. Where's the milk?
Matt Wells. What milk?
Come on. Where are the cases that were piled up and back?
I don't know. We're strangers here.
Well, push over and let me look inside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, is that all the milk there is? Just these 4 bottles?
As far as we know, we haven't touched a drop.
No, we're coffee drinkers.
Shut up. I ain't got time for polite conversation.
Hey, what are you doing? That's somebody's milk.
Mind your own business.
Oh, you can't do that. Think of all the trouble the cows went to.
Sit down and keep out of the way.
Jerry, he's milk mad. He'll break all the bottles, and we'll get the blame for it.
Well, that's that.
There's some cream over here in the corner.
Never mind. Where's the milk route?
The what?
The list of places the milkman delivers to. It ought to be hanging up here somewhere.
Oh, is this it?
That's what I want.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't get away with this.
No? What are you going to do?
Pay for the milk.
That's more like it. Just to make sure you don't get in my hair, I'm going to send you 2 on a little buggy ride.
Here, don't you dare take those reins.
You'll get them back in a minute, lady.
Jerry.
Pussy. Give him a good ride.
Hey, don't do that!
No.
Jerry, stop him. That bug's running away.
Never mind him, Pam. The horse is, too. Atta girl, Nellie. Just take it easy and we'll find your master for you.
Maybe it'd be better not to, after running away with his horse.
The horse ran away with us, dear. And if she hadn't tired on that long hill, we'd have been in Cleveland by now.
Oh, golly, she's starting again.
Now, don't excite her, Pam. She just sees her master.
Where?
Waiting right over there on the curb next to our car.
Oh.
Whoa, Nellie, easy, girl. This is the end of the line.
You'd better start talking, Jerry, before the milkman turns sour.
A fine thing. if you want to go for a ride, why don't you find a merry-go-round?
We can explain everything, driver.
Well, you can't explain overheating this horse. She ain't air-cooled, you know.
Well?
Gosh almighty, you broke my milk, too. Now, Mrs. Snyder won't be able to take her bath.
But it wasn't our fault, driver. That horrible man had a scar on his face and a gun in our ribs. Otherwise, the horse wouldn't have run away. Don't you see?
I see, all right, but I don't think I'm hearing so good.
He broke the bottles, the thug, and he took the milk route, too.
Now, why would anybody want to break milk bottles?
That's just it. We don't know. Unless he sells cardboard containers.
It's a lot more serious than that, Pam. That guy was desperate.
I don't believe the whole story.
Stick 'em up.
Huh?
Stick 'em up, all of you. You'll get shot.
Jerry, it's a girl.
Now, what kind of a joke?
Shut up. Hand over all the milk you got. Come on, lady, pass it down.
But there isn't any more. Will cream do? We have some very thin cream.
Don't be funny. Give me the cream.
Yes, ma'am.
That all there is? Just these two?
That's all, lady. Mrs. Foley and Mrs. Rosenblum. Gosh sakes, that's not just cream. That's extra heavy.
What happened to all the milk?
The man with the scar got it. He got the milk route, too.
Man with the scar?
That's what they tell me.
Get in, driver.
How's that?
Get in, I said. We're all going for a little ride.
Another one? My horse is exhausted.
Do like I tell you. You're going to take me back over your milk route.
Why did he do it? Why did it have to happen to me? Every bottle along the route has been broken.
Stop your whining and keep driving.
There's Mrs. Henderson.
There must be milk insurance.
There's Mrs. Flowers, both quarts.
There's rain insurance.
They'll never forgive me. I'll have to move to a new neighborhood.
Oh, there's one that isn't broken.
Where?
I see it. Mrs. Breedham's house. Oh, Nellie. Oh.
Take it easy now. No tricks or I'll let you have it.
We may get out, may we not?
One at a time. And keep in front of me. All of you.
Come on, Pam. Watch your step, dear.
How can I? With a hot gun breathing down my neck.
Go ahead, milkman. Stay with him.
I'm staying. Only I wish you would...
Keep moving.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Not too fast now. Keep in line.
Anything you say. Go ahead, Jerry. I just can't understand why all the other milk bottles are broken and this one is still whole.
Wait a minute. I think I understand it now, Pam.
What is it?
A man lying across the steps. A dead man.
Oh, no.
How do you know he's dead?
He's been shot through the head.
Jerry, that thug did it. The man with the scar on his face, he killed him.
No, Pam. That thug didn't kill this man.
Why not?
Because this man is the one with the scar on his face.
Well, this is one situation where there's more to cry over than spilt milk.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo contains no soap, therefore cannot leave dulling soap film. The first time you use Halo, your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The natural color and luster shines through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff and grease, needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film, nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Don't just stand there, Jerry. Get the police.
I'd be very happy to, dear, but I doubt if this young lady with the gun will let me.
I will in a minute, mister. As soon as I search this guy's pockets.
Oh, don't do that. It's against the law to move a dead man.
Against the law to do a lot of things.
I'll bet you've done them all.
Shut up. All I wanted from you was milk.
Just the same, you're going to get into a lot of trouble if you don't stop throwing suspicion on yourself. You're mixed up in a murder case, young lady.
No, I'm not. I'm just looking for a ring.
What kind of a ring? Is that what he was looking for?
That's my business.
It'll be the police's business, too, when they catch up with you. Don't forget you've got 3 witnesses here who can identify you.
Cut it out, will you? I didn't kill this guy.
But you do know who he is.
He's a skunk, a no-good double-crossing skunk.
Oh, I take it you're in love with him.
I was until he tried to run out on me, just swiping somebody's ring. A dirty rat. He said the cops were chasing him down the street. He had to get rid of it.
So he just left it in my milk wagon?
That's what he told me. Said he cut through the cap of a milk bottle and dropped it inside so he could pick it up later.
Only the wagon had moved by then.
I guess so.
Well, if he was double-crossing you, why don't you put that gun down and let the police take over?
Because I don't want to get blamed for stealing that ring. I want to put it back before she finds out it was stolen.
Who is she?
A woman I work for. She'll think I took her because I'm her maid.
Who's the woman you work for?
I've told you too much already. Now turn around, all of you.
What's the idea?
Turn around, I said. Keep facing the street. If anybody tries to follow me, I'll shoot. Stay that way, all of you.
See which way she's going, Jerry.
No, and I'm not going to look either. She's too nervous to be tempted with that gun.
I'll see.
We should have found out who she works for. The woman who owns the ring is the key to the whole case. We don't even know who she is.
I know who owns the ring.
Who?
Mrs. W. Stewart. Says so on the inscription.
What inscription? What are you talking about?
The ring that was in the milk bottle.
You mean you've seen that ring?
Seen it. I got it. I found it while you was out gallivanting with my horse. It's right here in my pocket.
Homicide, Sergeant Mullins speaking.
Mullins, this is Mrs. North.
Oh, so early in the morning, Mrs. North? Don't tell me you're going to start finding corpses at the break of day.
Well, we found this one, Mullins. There may be more later.
You mean there's one already? A bona fide murder?
As far as we're concerned, it is, but we'll leave it to you to make it official.
Well, I'd better get right up there.
That's why I'm calling you, Mullins. Jerry and I are going to take the diamond ring over to Mrs. Stewart's place, but you'll find the body on Hewlett Street, about 6 feet from Mrs. Breeden's milk bottle.
What?
Oh, you can't miss it, Mullins. It's homogenized, and the milkman will be waiting there for you with a gray horse.
We must have a bad connection. Nothing but gibberish is coming out this end.
Well, it's going in clear enough. The corpse is on Hewlett Street, 722.
I got you.
A milkman is waiting there for you to tell you about the murder.
I got you.
And Jerry and I have to dash over with a ring because that maid of hers might kill somebody.
I lost you.
W. Stewart is certainly taking her time about answering the doorbell, Jerry.
Well, it's only 8 o'clock, dear. She might still be asleep.
Yes?
Mrs. Stewart? Mrs. W. Stewart?
Yes.
I believe you own a diamond ring with a large stone in the center and a circle of emeralds around it.
Why, who are you? What do you know about the ring?
Well, we don't know very much, except that it was stolen last night.
Stolen? From this apartment?
Oh, don't be alarmed, Mrs. Stewart. The ring isn't missing anymore, but if you want it back, we'll all have to go to the police.
No, I don't want any fuss about that ring.
But there is a fuss.
There will be if we stand here talking about it.
Well, what shall we do? Make signs?
No, please, go away, will you? Don't you understand? My husband is a very jealous man. I can't stand here any longer. I really...
Who is it, dear?
Just some people from down the hall, Ed. Please. Will you go away and come back some other time?
Mrs. Stewart, you don't seem to realize there's been a murder.
I can't help it. There'll be another one if you get my husband involved in this.
But what about your maid,
Goodbye.
Well, that was a cordial little reception. Another minute and she'd have served tea right in our faces.
Very strange, Jerry. Didn't seem as if she were at all interested in getting her ring back. Or the murder either.
Seeming isn't believing, dear.
She didn't even seem to seem.
Well, before we go off the deep end on this, I think you better run down to the drugstore on the corner and phone the police again. I may need Mullen's strong right arm before I'm through here.
Well, what are you going to do?
Find out a little more about this ring.
Alone?
I won't be alone long, Pam, if you hurry that call. A squad car can be here in 3 minutes.
Oh, all right, Jerry. I'll be right back.
Thank you, dear.
And don't keep telling me I can trust you because I can't. You lie like a trooper.
I don't.
Don't argue with me. I've got to get to work.
Excuse me.
Yeah? What are you doing here? What do you want?
Why, nothing. I was just...
Don't hand me that. You were just about to ring the bell. You're one of her friends, aren't you?
No.
As soon as I tell her I'm going to Chicago, they start coming early in the morning.
Now, wait a minute. I was here just a moment ago. I rang the bell.
Then she was lying to me. She said it was somebody from down the hall.
Hey, let go of my coat.
I'll make an example of you, mister. No. Come on. Come on, get up.
So you can knock me down again? No, thank you.
Get up, I said, or I'll grind you into the floor.
No, well, wait. Now, look, I don't even know your wife. I just came here to help her get her ring back.
What ring?
The big diamond one that was stolen last night. I've got it right here.
Don't you lie to me. That ring is at the jeweler's. She told me she left it there to have it fixed.
Well, I don't know what she told you, Mr. Stewart, but...
Hey, that's my throat you're squeezing. Come on, we're going to find out about that ring right now.
Wait a second, will you? My wife's downstairs in the phone booth.
I don't care where your wife is. You're coming with me.
Operator, get me police headquarters right away.
Yes, ma'am. Police headquarters.
Put that phone down.
Huh? Oh, it's you. Oh, dear. It's you.
Put that phone down.
Of course.
Now, hand over the ring.
What ring?
Don't play dumb. I saw the milkman give it to you. I've been following you ever since.
Well, you haven't followed very closely. My husband's got it.
Get it back.
But I can't. He's upstairs in the apartment on Tilden Street, and you're holding me here on Monroe Street.
What are you talking about?
Well, it ought to be plain enough. You're holding me here on Monroe Street, and my
Wait
husband...
a minute. There goes your husband now, with Mr. Stewart.
Where?
Can't you see through the window? They're crossing the street.
Well, don't you want to find out where they're going?
You bet I do. Come on. Until I get that ring, I'm not going to let either of you out of my sight.
Well, I wish you'd tell me why you're dragging me to a jewelry store, Mr. Stewart. I've got the ring in my pocket.
Be quiet. The store's right here.
It isn't open yet.
Then we'll wait. There's something awfully fishy about this ring business, and I've got a hunch my wife is behind it.
Why?
Because she doesn't ever tell the truth until I dig it out of her. Only this time I'm going to dig it out of the jeweler. Hey, say, what was that?
Sounded like a shot to me. There's another one.
Where are they coming from?
I haven't got the faintest idea. Quick, get down. That one was too close for comfort.
What the heck is going on here?
Don't you know, Mr. Stewart? Somebody's trying to kill us.
Well, it looks like Jerry is going to be kept very busy for a while. I'd like you to try something tomorrow morning or evening. In return, I promise you a small miracle, and that's not a wild promise. I ask you to brush your teeth with the all-purpose tooth powder, Colgate tooth powder. Just that, and here's the reward, I promise you. You'll find that brushing your teeth becomes a really pleasant experience. You actually enjoy the rich, active foam of Colgate tooth powder, and you'll certainly like what it does for you. Not only does it get your teeth sparkling clean, looking their brightest, but at the same moment, it cleans and sweetens your breath, too. Indeed it does. That's proved. Colgate tooth powder with its active foam instantly stops unpleasing breath originating in the mouth in 7 out of 10 cases. Look, you can still get all-purpose Colgate tooth powder tonight and try it in the morning. But at any rate, try it as soon as you can. The sooner the better, for you will learn that Colgate tooth powder sweetens your breath while it cleans your teeth.
Those shots are coming from across the street.
Get back in the doorway, Mr. Stewart. You're too big a target. If you are the target.
It's me, all right. My wife's firing those shots. See her over there?
And she's coming this way. You better beat it before she gets the range.
Where can I go? She's got us cornered in this doorway.
Well, I'd stand in front of you, but the way she looks, I think she'd shoot through me.
Come on out of there, Ed.
Now, wait a minute, honey. You don't want to kill me.
Keep talking. There's a police car coming up.
I know we had our little spats, but...
Stop shaking, you big bluff. If I hadn't been afraid of you, this would never have happened.
But I don't want you
Got
to...
that good lady in proper fast?
Mullins!
It's all right, Mr. North. I've got hold of her now.
You got here just in time, officer.
She was going to kill me.
Don't be a fool. I was just trying to frighten you away from this store. I didn't want you to speak to the jeweler before I did.
Why not?
Because I lied to you about that ring, Ed. It wasn't being repaired. I pawned it about a month ago, and I didn't want you to know about it. So I had a duplicate made.
And that's the one I've got? The one that was stolen?
Yes, Mr. North, the stones aren't real.
Well, I don't know what you two are talking about, but you're all coming down to headquarters for questioning. I've got a murder to solve.
Well, that's a lucky thing you found us, Mullins. How'd you know we were here?
Well, didn't your missus get a message through the headquarters? Oh, she pulled a fast one, Mr. North. Made believe she was hanging on the phone and left it open all the time.
What?
That's how we knew that the other girl was holding her.
What other girl? What are you talking about, Mullins? Where's Pam now?
I don't know, Mr. North, don't you?
No. What's that?
Oh, there she is across the street.
Quick, Mullins. That other girl will kill her.
It's all right, Jerry. I've got the gun now.
Pam, what happened? You're not hurt.
Now, don't get excited, dear. We just had a little argument over the revolver, and I won. Oh, watch your Mullins.
Here, I got her.
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him, I tell you.
Oh, but you did. You admitted he was running out on you when you called him a skunk. You had every reason to kill him, and you proved it by refusing to give yourself up to the police when we told you to.
Oh, no, that wasn't it. They're afraid they blame me for stealing the ring.
Oh, but you didn't have the ring, so you couldn't have stolen it. You see? The only thing you had to hide from the police was murder.
Get up.
Awfully nice of you to take us home, driver. You sure you don't mind?
Oh, it's a pleasure, Mrs. North. I wish I could take you home every morning. Without a murder, of course.
Oh, aren't you sweet? You really mean that?
Sure do. Why, if I could make my milk route with you, I'd leave an extra bottle of heavy cream at every doorstep.
Oh, I think you're pretty swell, too.
Say, what is this? A mutual admiration society?
Why, Jerry North, you're not jealous, are you? I think it's fun coming home with a milkman.
So do I, as long as the milkman doesn't come home with us.
Remember, every Tuesday night at the same time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo Shampoo and Colgate Tooth Powder, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. The characters are based on those originally created by Frances and Richard Lockridge. Original music is composed and conducted by Charles Paul. The program is produced and directed by John Lufton.
A soap with a fragrance that's delightful and gay is one that is known as Cashmere Bouquet. Like magical gardens with blue skies above, so enchanting and entrancing, the fragrance men love. It's thrilling to bathe each day with Cashmere Bouquet. No other soap gives your skin this exciting bouquet.
Next Tuesday night, Mr. and Mrs. North find a lawyer, namely to wit as follows herein, murdered, and a murdered man asking for their help. Charles Stark speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcast. The Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo Shampoo to glorify your hair and Colgate Tooth Powder to get teeth sparkling and super clean, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. In all respects, Pam and Jerry North's car is an excellent car with only one defect. It always picks the long way home. That's especially the trouble tonight when Pam and Jerry are coming from a weekend in the country, and the car seems to have chosen the longest, darkest, and most deserted road.
Pam, I'll have to take 10 minutes shut-eye, darling, before we can go on. I'm getting dangerously sleepy.
Well, let's do it then, Jerry. This is no place to have a smash-up.
Just lie back in the seat, dear.
Right. Oh, I can just feel myself drifting right off to sleep, can't you? Jerry. That's right. Go to sleep right while I'm talking. For all you know, I might have had something very interesting to say. I didn't, but I might have. Jerry.
What?
Listen.
Somebody's playing a musical instrument. And way out in the country. He's good, too.
Where's it coming from? I don't see any houses. I wonder... Look, there, by the side of the road.
A man playing a clarinet and coming toward us.
He's seen us.
Hey, come with me. Come with me, this way.
Why, what's the matter?
Just behind those trees. Come and see.
What's there?
A tree got in the way of my car.
Oh, an accident. Anybody hurt?
A girl. And the tree killed her. She's dead. Please come and help me.
Right away.
Where's your car?
Over here, behind these trees, see?
Holy... You really smashed up.
The girl's in the seat. Help me, will you?
Jerry, you look and see.
Right. Say, there's no girl in your car, alive or dead.
What? Well, she was here a minute ago.
Are you sure?
Could you kill a girl and not know it?
We better look around for her, hadn't we?
Jerry, our car's starting up.
Hey, stop! Stop!
That was the girl who took your car.
But you said she was dead.
That's right, she was dead.
She isn't now. Stop! Come back! That's our car!
Which way did she go?
Well, that way, didn't you see? Jerry, here's a brand new man.
What? Oh. Who are you? Where'd you pop from?
I've been right here with you all the time.
I didn't see you. Oh, but I guess it's so dark.
Sure. That's why you didn't see him. It's so dark.
Lady, you said the girl drove your car toward New York?
Well, you were right here, too, you said. You must have seen the car go.
Only he didn't, lady. It's so dark.
Let's not argue about it. If she drove toward New York, I know exactly where she's going. Get in.
Get in what?
My car. It's right here. Come on.
I didn't see any other car here.
Of course you didn't. It's so dark.
My car's been here right along. What's the matter with you anyway? Now, all of you, get in and we'll go to town. Here we are. Made it fast, didn't we?
If you ask me, we made it in no time.
Oh, it's too dark here. I'm going inside where it's dark.
What place is this? It's a pretty gloomy-looking house.
This is where the girl came. It's where we all live. So long.
So long? What about our car? And the girl who was dead, but isn't.
What dead girl? What are you talking about?
The girl in your car in the wreck. Oh, only she wasn't there, and then she stole our car.
Lady, you're all mixed up.
Sure, it's so dark.
Well, so long.
Me too, so long.
Wait. If you're going inside and you think the girl's in there, we're going in, too.
Oh, no, you're not. Murder goes on in that house, and you're not allowed.
But the girl's got our car in there.
Nothing doing. It's dark in that house, and if you go in, you'll get killed.
So long. He's gone.
I never saw people move so fast. Jerry, we've got to find out what happened to our car.
The only way we can do that is to get into that house.
Jerry, it's so dark.
You sound like that clarinet player.
This is the darkest cellar I've ever been in.
I don't think it's a cellar, dear. It's a corridor. I can touch both walls at once.
Oh. Do you hear anything?
No. We'll have to get upstairs. Here's the door.
Can you open it?
I can't find the handle. Oh, here it is. Stick right behind me, Pam.
I'm so close behind you. I'm practically in front of you.
Here it goes. It's heavy. There.
Oh! Jerry, what is it?
It's a jam session. These men are musicians getting together and playing just for themselves.
There's the man who drove us in. He's playing the trumpet.
And next to him, that clarinet player.
There's no air in here.
And it's hot.
Jerry, there's the girl, and she's singing.
Yes, her mouth's open, but the orchestra's so loud I can't hear her. Can you?
No. Oh! Jerry, look at the walls. They're closing in on us. The room's getting smaller and smaller.
But look behind the musicians. There's no wall at all. Only black space.
We'd better get out of here.
Oh, no. You can't get out now.
Oh, the clarinet player. But how can you be talking to us here? Your clarinet's still playing.
My clarinet plays by itself. I told you not to come in here, didn't I? Now you're gonna die.
Jerry!
You're gonna die by the knife in my hand.
Jerry, where are you? Help me!
He's gone. Now listen to that trumpet. Listen to him climb. Okay, boys? 1, 2. When he hits high C, this knife goes right into you.
Oh, no. Jerry! Jerry, where are you?
Listen to the trumpet. G sharp. A. B flat. Now look at this knife, and here comes high C.
Jerry!
Pam, darling, what's the matter?
Help me! The knife! I see. Don't leave me.
I'm right here, sweetheart. Wake up.
Wake up. Huh? Oh, I was asleep.
Sure.
Oh, darling, what a horrible dream.
It must have been. You were waving your arms and kicking your legs. But you're safe in the car, and we can start driving home again.
Oh. You know, darling, it all started when I dreamed I heard a clarinet playing. And then I saw... Jerry, am I awake?
We both are. And I hear it, too. Somebody's playing a clarinet somewhere near us on the road.
Yes, Pam and Jerry are awake now, but it's still pretty dreamlike to hear a clarinet in the country on a dark, dark road.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo contains no soap, therefore cannot leave dulling soap film. The first time you use Halo, your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The natural color and luster shine through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff and grease, needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film, nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Jerry, we've got to see what it is.
I know what it is, darling. A clarinet being played on a dark road on a dark night. The point is, why?
It's coming from behind those trees.
We'll see in a minute.
Now it's going away, Jerry.
Yeah.
Maybe drawing us after it, like the Pied Piper of Hamelin. I'm right. Look at that car against the tree.
It's pretty badly smashed. Someone may be hurt.
Maybe it's a girl. Oh, but she isn't there now.
What makes you say that?
That's the way it was in my dream. Is there?
Yes, there's a girl.
She's there? Oh, but she's not dead, is she?
She's alive, Pam.
Oh, somehow I knew she would be.
Loopy, you gotta take me back. You've gotta, Loopy, or I'll... Oh, who are you?
We found you here in the wrecked car, miss. Are you badly hurt?
No, I just hit my head, I guess.
Here, let me help you out.
Thanks. Where's Loopy?
The man who was playing the clarinet? We heard him, but we haven't seen him.
Good. You got a car? Could you take me back into the city with you?
We'll be glad to. And you ought to see a doctor. How'd the crash happen?
Loopy tried to get me to run away with him, and when I caught on and he wouldn't turn back, I crashed the car on purpose. Loopy's the greatest hot clarinet in this world or out of it. I'm Mona Tremont.
I guess we ought to know who you are, but...
I'm a hot singer. They call me the Scat Girl. I guess you don't get around.
No. But shouldn't we try to find Loopy?
I don't want to find him. I don't want to get back to the city. Hey, wait a second.
Here's another car.
It's Eddie. Eddie, darling.
Morning, baby. You okay?
Eddie, I'm so glad you got here. Now you can take me back into town.
You bet, honey, and I want to get my hands on Loopy.
Loopy doesn't seem to be around here anymore.
Excuse me, folks. This is Eddie Rayburn, a hot trumpet if there ever was one.
We're Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hi.
And as you're in good hands, Mr. Mont, we'll be getting back to our car.
Wait a minute.
What?
Eddie.
Huh?
Something's been stolen from my handbag.
You know what it is?
You bet. And so do you.
Oh, maybe that was Loopy's doing.
That guy must be around here someplace.
Jerry, our car's starting.
Hey, wait! That's Loopy thinking. Got a gun, Mr. No.
Look out!
How do you like that?
Oh, Eddie, you know where he's going, don't you?
Yeah. But how do you know I know?
I wish I didn't. Won't you take us with you in your car?
Okay, hop in. Okay, cats. There's your crate parked just ahead.
I never expected that. Jerry, we've got the car back.
I hope it's all in one piece. Anyway, thanks very much for the lift, Eddie. And Mona, I hope you're okay.
I will be. So long, folks, and thanks.
Oh, just a minute. I want to see that Loopy McGee and give him a piece of my mind for stealing our car.
Now, look, Mrs. North, you're not going to see Loopy. I'm giving a private party. And you're not coming into that building with us or you'll get hurt. Permanently.
Oh.
Now, take your car and get going. So long.
Nice people.
We better go, Pam. It's late, and there's our car.
Jerry, I'm remembering that awful dream, and it's all coming true. This strange building. This is where Eddie brought us before.
Oh, darling, forget it. Dreams never come true.
I know, but something tells me we're not going to leave here.
No? Just watch us. Get in, dear. I'll get in the other side.
Jerry, look at this here on the seat.
Never mind, dear. Never mind. Get in.
But, Jerry, it's a wanted circular for an escaped convict.
Huh? Wanted, Eddie Malden escaped 6 weeks ago from state penitentiary while serving 3-year term for armed robbery. Dangerous. Former occupation, trumpet player.
Look at the picture. That's Eddie,
Yeah.
the man who drove us into town, the man who just took the girl into that building.
And this must be the thing Mona missed from her handbag. Loopy stole it from her.
And they were both scared because Loopy found out he's a fugitive.
That's right, Mr. North. Now I'll take it from you.
Oh, Eddie, well, we thought you were inside.
Give me that thing.
Here you are. Well, so long, Eddie.
Hold it. Now that you know who I am, you think I'm going to let you run off and call the police? Not a chance. Come on inside.
Oh, dear. What are you going to do with us?
Keep you locked up in the cellar while I finish some unfinished business?
Just a second, Pam. The door's opening.
Don't make any noise, Jerry.
Not if I can help it. One more push. Okay, we're out.
Oh,
Gosh, it's dark.
Jerry, it's exactly like it.
Like what?
Like the way it was in my dream. I wonder where that door is. Oh, I remember now. We just turned a corner, and there...
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Don't move.
who's that?
I don't know. Just a man I bumped into in the dark.
Won't be dark long. There's a light right here. There. Oh, there's two of you characters. Just what do you got in mind sneaking around here? Talk fast or you'll get in trouble.
Let's begin by finding out who you are.
Flash Farrell, Mona Tremont's manager and future husband. And there's a private jam session going on, and you haven't been invited. Now you take a course.
Jam session? Then there is a jam session.
Yeah. What do you want with it?
We've got to get in there to prevent
Pam!
Mr. Farrell, I want you to hear me sing.
You sing, do you?
Oh, haven't you heard of me? I'm Pam, Choo-Choo North. Choo-Choo. That's my style.
Okay, Choo-Choo. And who's this guy?
Look, Mr. Farrell.
That's my husband, Hot Lips North. Did you ever hear him play on the zither?
Zither? Who can play hot on a zither?
Oh, you never heard Hot Lips. Has he, Hot Lips?
No, he never has.
It all sounds fishy to me.
Okay, then. Just show us where the jam session is.
Okay, Choo-Choo. And the first thing we'll do is to hear you sing. And you better be good.
Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo, so I think I'll stay where I am. Choo-choo, civilization, I'll stay right here. Choo-choo.
Okay, Choo-Choo, you're not so bad. She's okay, isn't she, boys? Not bad.
Oh, I'm so glad you liked it, Mr. Farrell. Jerry, the way it was before, Loopy had a knife. See if he has one now.
All right, I'll be right back.
Hey, North.
Yeah?
Who let you out, Farrell?
No. We let ourselves out and met him in the corridor.
Now, look, North. Anybody that crosses me up gets it, including Flash Farrell. I'll kill anybody that gets between me and Mona.
Farrell's in love with her, too, isn't he?
Look at her, boy. Wouldn't you be?
I've got a very charming wife, thank you.
Say, Hot Lips. Hot Lips.
Oh, yes, Farrell?
Sorry, we haven't got a zither for you.
Oh, that's all right, Farrell.
Oh, how did you think I was, Hot Lips?
Just great. Choo-choo?
Eddie, how about giving us a number?
Oh, sure, Loopy, but I'll have to make it the last for tonight.
Okay, Eddie, but come on. Come and Flash.
Yeah, sure. I'll see you later, Choo-Choo.
Jerry, it's more and more like my dream. You've got to stop Eddie from playing.
Okay, I'll try.
Hiya, folks. Say, I didn't know you two were hip.
Hip? To what?
To the rhythm. I didn't know you had the power.
Look, Mona, I've got to get over to the bandstand.
No, you don't. There's a gun in this handbag of mine. Make like you're just chatting so nobody gets leery.
What's the matter?
I saw Eddie talking to you. What'd he tell you?
He said he'd kill anybody that came between you and him. That means Loopy, because he knows about Eddie.
Does Farrell know about Eddie, too?
No, he doesn't. What are you two going to do?
We don't know.
I'll tell you what to do. Nothing. Just you two keep your trap shut or you'll have bad trouble with me.
We can't let him commit murder.
No.
Hey, folks, shut up, will you? Eddie's going to rip out with a little lip. All set, Eddie? Take it high.
It's going right out the roof. Okay? 1, 2.
Jerry.
Yes, darling.
The dream.
What?
The trumpet was playing, and Loopy started to come at me with a knife. The trumpet went higher and higher, like he's doing now.
Pam, you're imagining things. Nothing can happen now that he's playing.
A flat. A. B flat. It's getting closer. Jerry, do something. Eddie. I told you, Jerry.
What's the matter with him?
Here, let me see.
Jerry, is he?
Yes. Eddie Malden is dead.
Oh, dead. I like that guy. Just stay.
It's a bad spot for Pam and Jerry, for they know the murderer is right in that cellar room with them. The last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
Yes, the last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
And over 4,000 dentists in a nationwide survey said Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
Yes, dentists say Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
So to get your teeth sparkling and super clean, to show their full natural sparkle, start today with Colgate tooth powder and this 2-minute routine.
1.
Brush your teeth night and morning for 2 minutes with Colgate tooth powder.
2.
Be sure to brush all 3 surfaces of your teeth, the biting edge, the inside, and the outside.
3.
And always stroke your brush away from the gums.
Remember, dentists nationwide approve Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine. Remember, too, Colgate tooth powder also freshens and sweetens your breath.
The last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
And dentists say Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
It looks like he's been poisoned.
Eddie, my Eddie. Okay, which one of you did it? I've got a gun in this bag that's ready for him.
Mona, wait. You'll only get yourself in trouble.
Listen to what the guy says, Mona.
Unless you don't care if you shoot, Mona.
I care, all right. I want to get the guy that did it.
Mona, you're awful sure it was one of us.
That's what I was thinking, Mr. Farrell. Mona, you were certainly anxious before to keep us away from Eddie.
You're onto it, Pam. How about it, Mona?
If anybody tries to hang Eddie's murder on me, they'll go right along with him. I loved him.
Now, Mona, don't point that gimmick at me.
Listen to reason, Mona.
I'm listening. Somebody talk.
Pam, I've got an idea.
No tricks now, Mr. North.
What is it, Jerry?
Eddie told me he was going to kill Loopy because Loopy knew he was a convict. And we all know Loopy was in love with Mona.
You mean I killed him? You're offbeat, mister.
Not much. You killed him to get a free hand with Mona.
Okay, Loopy. This looks like the last chorus for you.
Jerry, wait. That doesn't make sense.
Now you're in the groove, Mrs. North.
Oh, but it does make sense. Good sense. Sure, Loopy killed him. He hated Eddie.
Don't you move, Farrell. Don't any of you forget this gun.
I'm not forgetting it. But you listen, Mona. You yourself told us that Farrell didn't know that Eddie was an escaped convict.
That's right.
What are you getting at, Pam?
Well, Loopy didn't have to murder Eddie to get him out of the way. He knew Eddie was an escaped convict, and so all he had to do was report him to the police. But Flash, you didn't know that. And so to get Mona away from him, you thought you had to kill him.
That's a lie.
Farrell, you're going after Eddie.
Don't shoot, Mona. Grab him, Loopy. I got him. Me too.
Nice going, Mrs. North. You sure got the power.
Oh, just call me Choo-Choo. Jerry, what a night. Now it's almost dawn.
We'll be home in a moment, darling. And then some sleep.
I could go to sleep right now. Jerry, listen.
It's that clarinet again.
Where's it coming from? Am I dreaming?
And
Or
so
am I
once
awake?
again, the Early Risers Club greets you with music to put you in tune for the day.
Oh, a disc jockey on the car radio.
And we start as usual with our theme, a recording by Loopy McGee and his clarinet.
Want to hear it, dear?
I do not. Take me home and let me sleep and never dream again.
Remember, every Tuesday night at the same time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo shampoo and Colgate tooth powder, brings you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. The characters are based on those originally created by Frances and Richard Lockridge. Original music is composed and conducted by Charles Paul. The program is produced and directed by John Loveton.
There's a fragrance that men love, so delightful and gay, caressing the skin you bathe with cashmere bouquet. You're enchanting and trancing with a subtle perfume that whispers of romance in a candlelit room. And it's thrilling to bathe each day with cashmere bouquet. No other soap gives your skin this exciting bouquet.
Be sure you join us again next Tuesday when the Norths are pigeonholed by a pigeon, chased by a pair of lovebirds on the wing, and caught by a murderer who has flown the coop. This is Charles Stark speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtis. To most New Yorkers, ice is a frozen liquid, usually found in the form of cubes. However, there are still some people who enjoy skating on it. And when Pam and Jerry are in the mood for some winter exercise, they drop in at a neighborhood ice palace and indulge in this magnificent outdoor sport indoors.
Look out now, Jerry. Give me some room.
Darling, are you still trying to make a figure eight?
Oh, no, dear. I'm not up to 8 yet. I've just reached 4.
No wonder you keep falling down. A 4 is impossible.
Well, I don't see why it should be.
just make a straight line like this, and then you cross the other foot over, and... Oh. Maybe I should have made 2 twos instead. Oh, well. Everybody takes the fall once in a while.
Not that girl over there. She really knows how to figure skate.
Well, I wish you'd stop looking at her figure.
Huh?
Besides, she's a professional.
You mean she gives lessons?
Now, Jerry, if you're thinking of taking lessons from that...
Well, I really ought to brush up on my skating, Pam. I'm getting off. Hey, watch it. She's coming this way.
Well, I wish you wouldn't try those stunts around us. The first thing you know... Look out! See? She fell down.
That was a bad spill, Pam. She's all shaken up.
Jerry, where are you going?
Don't get excited, dear. I just want to see if she's all right. Can I help you, miss?
Oh, thank you. I'm not sure I can get up. Oh, what happened? Are you hurt?
All right, there we are.
No, I don't think so. It's just my ankle. It seemed to go out from under me.
It wasn't your ankle, miss. It was your skate. Look, you've broken the blade.
Well, it's a good thing I wasn't trying to jump, or I might have had a nasty... That's funny. What? The blade of my skate, it doesn't seem to be broken. It looks as if it's been filed.
Say, you're right. It has been filed.
Why do you suppose anybody would do a thing like that? Unless somebody wanted you to have an accident. Somebody did.
What do you mean?
Well, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. I've had these so-called accidents ever since I came to work here. Accidents? Yes. Almost every night something new happened. First it was the short circuit in my dressing room. And then a loose board on the back stairs. And a gas stove that was left on the equipment room without any flame. And Saturday, a chandelier fell. Well, you ought to complain to the management. What good would that do? The manager's the one who's responsible for all this.
Well, if I were you, I'd go to the police and have the manager arrested.
Oh, no. I couldn't do that. Why not? Because the manager is my father. Really, Mrs. North, I don't know how you're going to speak to my father in front of me. It's going to be awfully embarrassing. Well, you don't have to go in with us, Miss Russo. We'll go in his office alone. Oh, all right. I'll wait for you in my dressing room. Good.
We'll be there in a few minutes. Mr. Russo.
Yes? Who is there, please?
Mr. and Mrs. North, may we come in?
All right. Come in.
Thank you.
Now, what it is? Marcella have sent you here?
Who?
Marcella, my stepdaughter.
Oh, she's your stepdaughter.
So what difference that make? Daughter's stepdaughter is my step, not yours. So what you want of me?
Well, for Pete's sake, what are you so jumpy about, Mr. Russo?
If you have daughter like Marcella, you be jumpy too. That girl have changed completely. Overnight.
In what way?
In every way. Since she come here to work for me, she like Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jackal. Every night she tried to kill me. First with loose board on stairs, then with chandelier. She tried to gas fix it.
With a stove?
Oh, she tell you about that?
She told us you were trying to kill her, Mr. Russo.
Oh, I can kill her. Marcella killed me first.
Just a minute, Mr. Russo. Maybe somebody's trying to kill both of you.
What for the reason is? They have never done somebody wrong.
Just the same, it's a distinct...
What's the matter, Jerry?
Somebody's listening at the door. I'm going to see who it is. As I said, Mr. Russo, there's a distinct possibility that someone's out to kill you both, and that someone may...
Oh,
well, Marcella, come right in. You can hear much better inside.
Oh, I wasn't really listening, Mr. North. I just wondered if you were still talking.
Well, come in anyway. Mrs. North and I were just leaving.
Leaving? Where are we going?
We're going down the hall to a public phone, dear. I'd like to speak to Bill Wygand about this.
Wygand? Who is?
Oh, just a friend of ours, Mr. Russo. We'll be back in a little while. Come along, Jerry.
After you, darling. Hey, down the door!
Oh, golly, what was that?
I aimed straight at your head. I saw the laser flash just before it hit this door.
Oh, my goodness. It just missed me by an inch. Are you all right, Mrs. North? Well, I guess so. Only this gives the case an entirely different complexion.
How you mean?
Well, the murderer isn't trying to kill you or your daughter, Mr. Russo. He's trying to kill me.
Yes, Bill, I'm calling from a public phone booth at the rink. And you better not waste any time getting down here. Pam was almost killed. Wait a second, Bill. Pam's rapping on the window. What is it, dear?
Quick, Jerry. Tell Bill to come right over and hang up.
What?
Somebody just sneaked into Marcella's dressing room. We've got to see who it is.
Bill, I'll see you when you get here. I've got to run now. So long.
Hurry, darling. It might be the man who threw that knife at me.
And I certainly don't want to hurry. Which way is Marcella's dressing room?
Down here. There's door on the right.
Oh, it's open. Take it easy with that.
See anything?
There's a man in there, all right. Seems to be searching for something.
Well, don't let him find it. He may be setting up another one of those accidents.
Don't worry, he won't get the chance. Looking for something, mister?
Oh. Who are you?
We are Mr. and Mrs. North. Who are you?
I'm just a friend of Miss Russo's.
Oh, is that why you were searching through a thing?
If you don't mind, I'd rather not answer any questions at this time. I've found what I'm looking for, and I'm leaving. Now, stand aside.
I will when I
Stand
find it.
aside, I said.
Maybe you better, Jerry. He's got a gun.
And I knew how to use one before either of you were born. Now, sit down here and stay in this room until I'm well out of sight. Go on, sit down.
Okay.
And stay down. Because if you try to follow me, I'll drop you like a sack of meal.
Quite a talker, that bird.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't try anything foolish, dear. He meant every word he said.
What if he did? We can't just sit here and let him get away with murder. I'm going after him.
Jerry, stay where you are.
Don't go to pieces, darling. I'm just going to open the door.
You'll get your head shot off.
Not if you keep your voice down. Just want to see if he's gone.
Is he?
No. He's right out here in the hall.
In the hall?
Yes. He's lying on the floor with a knife in his chest.
Don't touch him, Jerry. Don't even go near him.
I'm not touching anything, dear. I just want to see what he's got in his hand.
What is it?
Some sort of a locket with a string on it. The string seems to be broken.
Careful, somebody's coming down the hall.
Quick, get back in the dressing room so we won't be seen.
Don't push him.
We must be heard either. Sounds like a man.
What's he doing?
Stop to look at the body.
Good heavens. It can't be.
It can't be what?
Who said that? Where are you?
Right over here. Is this man a friend of yours?
Why, no. I mean, he's not a friend exactly, but I do know him. At least I did. He is dead, isn't he?
Yes, I'm afraid he is.
Oh, how awful. I won't be able to eat for a week.
Oh, let's not talk about eating at a time like this.
You're so right. I never should have mentioned it in the presence of the dead, but my stomach is such a mess. I can't stop thinking about it. I'd be a happy man if I didn't have a stomach.
Well, if you don't mind, let's change the subject.
Oh, of course, of course. My name is Chadwick. Arthur Chadwick. I'm a theatrical agent.
And this gentleman on the floor, do you know his name?
Oh, indeed. I didn't realize you hadn't been introduced. May I present Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Roy Gallagher?
You say that as if we ought to know him.
Well, you should. He was a very wealthy man, had scads and scads of money, one or two gold mines, I believe, in Alaska.
You weren't meeting him here by any chance?
Oh, no. I was just as surprised to see him here as I was to see him dead.
Then what are you doing here?
Why, I came to see Miss Rousseau about an engagement in an ice show. I believe I have a job for her out of town.
And you haven't any idea who killed Mr. Gallagher?
Oh, heavens, no. Well, you don't think I did it, do you? Well, the sight of blood makes me curdle. Oh, dear, I'm going to have to do something about my stomach. It's beginning to twitter again.
Well, I don't think you'd better. Jerry, what was that?
That was a scream, and if I'm not mistaken, it came from down there, Mr. Rousseau's office.
Oh, no, I couldn't bear another murder tonight. Not now.
You won't have to bear it. Just wait here till we get back, Mr. Chadwick. Come on, Pam.
Do you think it's safe to leave him there with Mr. Gallagher's body, Sheriff?
If or not, we've got to find out what happened.
We'll find out, dear. Go ahead, open the door.
Chance, will you? Marcella, what's wrong?
Oh, Mr. North, I'm so glad you're here. Something's happened to my father. Oh, gollies. Is he dead? No. Somebody struck him on the head. He's unconscious.
Yeah, that's a mean bruise.
Oh, the lights.
What's he's coming to?
The northern lights. They keep going on and up in my head.
Easy now, Mr. Rousseau. Who hit you?
The floor. I was sitting back in chair. And you know what I am find? No back. She fall right through.
And your head hit the floor.
How could it miss? The floor is all over the ground.
Uh-oh, looks like another one of those accidents. This chair's been tampered with.
Oh, I wish we knew who was doing all this. If we don't find out pretty soon, one of us is going to be killed. One of us has been killed already.
What you say?
In the hall, Miss Rousseau. There's a man lying on the floor with a knife in his chest. And the murderer is still on the loose.
What murderer?
Oh, Bill, you frightened me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pam. I didn't realize a murder had been committed between now and the time you called. Where's the body? Down the hall, Bill. He was killed right in front of Marcella's dressing room. Oh, what's his name?
Gallagher. Roy Gallagher.
The millionaire gold miner? That's right. You know him? No, but it seems to me I've read something about his daughter.
Here, Bill. The body's right over here.
Only what? The man who told us who he was is gone.
That isn't all that's gone, Jerry.
What do you mean?
The locket that was in Mr. Gallagher's hand. That's gone, too.
I know it's an ordeal for a girl to identify her father's body, but since your mother isn't alive, I had to call you.
Well, what more do you want of me? How much longer do I have to stay in the office, Lieutenant Wygan?
Well, she's right, Bill. The poor kid's in no condition to answer any questions now.
We've got to find some clues, Jerry, and Miss Gallagher's the only one who can help us. I'll help in any way I can, Mrs. North. But I told you everything I know. I've even brought you my father's scrapbook. But I'm sure he didn't have an enemy in the world.
Oh, but your father must have had some enemies, Miss Gallagher. His scrapbook is just filled with pictures of people he knew.
Well, most of those pictures were taken when he was a young man. Up in Alaska, they're just sourdoughs and grub stakers and fur trappers.
And you don't know any of them?
No, I've never been in Alaska. My mother and I lived here until she died. And for a good many years, I thought my father was dead, too. Until he struck it rich and came back to New York.
When was that?
It's about 4 years ago. When I was trying to get a job on the stage.
Oh, yes. There's a clipping about it in the scrapbook. Actress reunited with millionaire father after 20 years separation.
No, please. Don't read that now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
It's all right. It's just that I can't help thinking about losing him when it was only a few years ago that I found him.
Miss Gallagher, I don't think there's any need to keep you here any longer tonight. Suppose you come with me and I'll put you in a cab.
All right. I guess I haven't been much use to you, Lieutenant.
On the contrary, Miss Gallagher, you've been a great help. Poor girl, I can just imagine how she feels.
I know. The way she was dragged down here, and then having to identify... Jerry, look.
What's it, dear?
This picture in the scrapbook. Doesn't that man's face look familiar to you?
Huh?
Oh, without the beard, I mean.
Who?
This man with his arm on Mr. Gallagher's shoulder. Cover up his beard, and what have you got?
Practically nothing. That beard's all over his face.
Oh, for goodness sake, Jerry. Don't you know who this is? Mr. Russo.
Marcella's father?
Yes. He must have been in Alaska with Mr. Gallagher. Don't you see? He's dressed like a fur trapper.
Oh, what are you getting so excited about?
Because this puts a new light on the case. If Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Russo knew each other, Mr. Russo might have had a reason for killing him.
What sort of reason?
Come on, Jerry. That's what we'll have to find out.
Are you sure this is Mr. Russo's apartment, then?
Well, the elevator man said 5B, and the name's right here on the... Oh, hello, Marcella. Is your father home?
Yes. What's wrong?
Who said anything was wrong? We just like to speak to him, that's all.
Well, you can't come in now. My father's asleep.
Who is this, Marcel?
Oh, he's asleep, is he?
Well, I thought he was. He wasn't feeling well when we came home, so I put him right to bed.
With his clothes on?
What?
Well, I can see him standing right there in the living room, and he's fully dressed. Why are you lying to us, Marcella? What's happened?
Nothing. I just wish you hadn't come here.
Why not?
Marcel, you not tell me who is?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Russo.
Well, Mr. North, you picked pretty late time to call on somebody, no?
Well, we had a late idea, Mr. Russo. May we come in?
No good to come in now. Marcel and me have to go out.
At this time of night? Where are you going?
Marcel have new job in Ice Show out west, and we make plan to go there.
Well, before you go, you'd better tell us how well you knew Mr. Gallagher.
What you talk about? I never hear of him.
Then what's your picture doing in his scrapbook?
What picture?
The one of you in a beard. It was taken in Alaska.
Now I know you crazy. I never have beard, and I never be in Alaska.
Now, look, Mr. Russo, if you'd rather we call the police and have them ask you these questions...
No. Please. Do not call the police. Just go away from here and leave us alone. We'll be killed if you don't.
Killed?
Not so loud. Please. He may be watching us. He may hear us. Oh.
Mr. Chadwick, the theatrical agent? Yes. He just left here a few minutes ago, and he threatened to kill us if we talked to anyone about the murder.
He gave us 2 hours to get out of town. Then we get my sailor job in California. To make sure we leave tonight.
Well, you better not leave. Chadwick's probably trying to frame you.
No, please. Go away. Let us get ready. We're supposed to meet him in his office in 20 minutes.
20 minutes, huh? Quick, get on the telephone and call Lieutenant Wygant. Tell him to come right up here.
Wait a minute. Where you be going?
We're going to keep your appointment with Mr. Chadwick.
I don't understand it, Jerry. The door was open and all the lights are on, but nobody's in the office.
Well, maybe Mr. Chadwick stepped out for a minute.
Either that or he's setting a trap for us.
How could he know we're here? He's expecting the Russos.
Well, I don't like it. No matter which way it is.
Don't be silly, dear. This is a good chance for us to have a look around.
Jerry, what are you doing?
Looking around. Go through those files, Pam. If Miss Gallagher was an actress, he may have some sort of record of...
What is it? Did you find something?
I'll say I found something. The locket that was stolen from Mr. Gallagher's hand.
The Chadwick is the one who took it. I wonder why.
We'll find the answer to that.
When what, Mr. North?
Oh, Jerry, it's Mr. Chadwick.
Mr. Chadwick and a loaded gun, Mrs. North. What are you two doing here?
Why, we were waiting for you, Mr. Chadwick.
Yes. We knew you were a theatrical agent, and we came to see you about a job. We do an act in vaudeville.
Oh, really? And what is the nature of your act?
The nature? Oh, we're acrobats.
Is that so? Well, suppose you do a few back somersaults for me.
Here? In this little tiny office?
Oh, why not? Move the desk back. There's plenty of room.
Oh, but we don't do that sort of thing.
No? Well, what sort of acrobatics do you do?
Well, we have a high wire act. I balance a chair on one leg, and she sits on my head and spins plates.
I'm just a cheesecake, Mr. Chadwick.
And you expect me to believe all this, of course.
Of course.
Then what are you two doing with that locket in your hand? Why did you open my drawer and fish it out, eh?
Well,
Don't bother to explain, Mr. North. I have an act, too, you know. A sharpshooting act. And it goes like this.
Hey, what are you doing?
Giving this office the proper look. You see, I'm afraid you know too much. I've got to make it look like you were ransacking this place when I shot you.
Shot? Did you say shot?
I did, Mrs. North. The law allows a man to protect his property against marauders. And in the darkness, I couldn't see who you were.
Oh, what darkness?
Don't worry about it, Mrs. North. When I turn off the lights, you'll both be dead.
Mr. Chadwick, you wouldn't dare go through with it.
Wouldn't I? I have a great deal at stake, Mrs. North.
But you don't seem to understand.
Be quiet. There's no need to prolong this agony. The sooner we...
Arthur! What are you doing?
Oh, you fool, you. Why did you come here?
Miss Gallagher.
So you're the connection we've been looking for.
I told you to be quiet. Now keep your mouth shut.
For heaven's sakes, Arthur, put that gun down. Don't you know these people are working with the police?
I know very well what they're doing. They found the locket that I stole from your father's hand. Your locket, Fay.
What?
You were in such a hurry to get away, you forgot the one piece of evidence that would send you to the chair. The locket that your father pulled off your neck when you stabbed him.
Oh, no. I didn't stab him, Arthur, and I wasn't wearing a locket.
You weren't wearing it?
No.
Well, then, you didn't kill him. And I thought...
Oh, never mind what you thought. You've got to let these people go.
That's quite right, Miss Gallagher.
Bill.
Drop that gun, Mr. Chadwick, and drop it fast.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Russo, you can come in with your daughter now. There won't be any fireworks.
For which I am much obliged. If there is one thing I hate about fire, it is the works.
Father, please let someone else do the talking.
No, Marcella, your father's the one who has to talk. He holds the key to all this.
What key? I am just simple fur trapper with big heart and little brain. I don't want anything from anybody.
Well, then why did you deny that you knew Mr. Gallagher? Well, why did you deny being the bearded man in that picture we found in his scrapbook?
Because I am simple fur trapper. And Mr. Chadwick told me to keep my trap shut.
Go on.
Well, I know Gallagher for a long time. We're very good friends. But when I come back from Alaska, I think him die. That is why I am adopted his daughter.
Mr. Gallagher's daughter? Marcella is Mr. Gallagher's daughter?
That is right.
Then who are you, Miss Gallagher?
She's a very bad actress named Fay Revere.
Arthur, no.
Well, you are, my dear. I never would have cast you for the part if you weren't the right age and general description.
General description of what?
The daughter Mr. Gallagher was looking for. He advertised for her in the papers, and I sent Fay to answer the advertisement.
Must you tell them everything,
Well,
Arthur?
what difference does it make, dear? The cat's out of the bag. We can't collect the inheritance now.
Oh, I see. You and Miss Revere had a deal to split Mr. Gallagher's fortune.
And when you found out that Marcella and her father were in town, you tried to kill them both with those phony accidents. That was Arthur's idea. He thought Mr. Gallagher was on Marcella's trail.
And he was. He went to a dressing room tonight.
So you killed him?
Oh, don't be absurd. I haven't the stomach to stab a man. Besides, it's obvious now who did stab him.
Who?
The man or woman who had the most to gain by Mr. Gallagher's death. Marcella or Mr. Russo.
You lying snake. I never killed my friend. I don't even know he is alive. And you, Marcella, is this your locket?
Yes, but I wasn't wearing it. Mr. Gallagher must have taken it from my dressing room. Then why was the string broken? If Mr. Gallagher didn't rip it from your throat, the string would have been whole. Oh, but the string was whole, Fay. It was? When Mr. Gallagher took it from Marcella's dressing room, it was whole. You're the one who broke the string. Are you crazy? No. You must have broken it, or you couldn't have known that it was broken. You see, the locket has no string on it now, and the only time you could have seen it was when you killed him and broke the string to put the blame on Marcella. You can't prove that. Oh, I don't have to. Marcella's neck proves it.
Why, of course, if that string had been ripped from her neck, it would have left a mark, and there isn't any mark.
Exactly. You killed Mr. Gallagher because you were afraid he'd discover his real daughter and ruin your chance to inherit his millions. With Mr. Gallagher out of the way, you had nothing to fear.
Nothing but the law, Pam. Come on, Fay. It's getting late.
I did it, Jerry. I did it.
What, dear?
A figure 8. Now that Marcella's been giving me lessons, I can practically count up to 100.
Good for you, darling.
Now watch this, dear. I'm going to try a pirouette.
Careful, Pam. That's not so easy.
Oh, I can do it. I'm doing it.
Say, you've come a long way since that first night we were here.
Well, I've been practicing, darling. But I won't be happy until I've mastered a jump turn.
How's that go?
Like this. Woo!
Pam, you did it!
Isn't it wonderful, Jerry? Now I'm going to put on my skates and try it on the ice.
Mr. and Mrs. North has come to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Wednesday night and 7 o'clock, time for another Old and Golden radio show. Brought to you tonight by WHAM as part of our continuing observance of our golden anniversary year.
Going around making all sorts of surveys about the habits of the American male and female. If they ever questioned Pam and Jerry North, they'd learn something that would make their hair stand on end. For instance, in the morning, Jerry prefers regaining consciousness by degrees. But Pam, on the other hand, hold on to your pencil, Dr. Kinsey. Pam is as gay, fresh, and romantic as a lark.
I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with a wonderful guy. Da-da-da.
Pamela, you are not Mary Martin, and I am not Ezio Pinza. So will you do me a favor? Don't be so gay until I've had my first cup of coffee.
Anything, my sweet. Oh, I'm sorry. You're male, dear. Now drink your coffee. I'm in love, I'm in love.
Pam, please. Here's a letter for you. Maybe you'd like to read it, dear, while I have my coffee.
Thanks, sir. Dear Mrs. North, you don't know me, but I'm the type of woman who believes in calling a spade a spade. And ours, Jerry.
Who's it from, dear?
My mother, you beast.
What would I say?
Oh, nothing. Jerry met me at the Rumba Taxi Dance Hall, where I'm trying to make an honest buck as a dime a dance hostess. After 20 cents worth with Jerry, I know it's love, and it's mutual.
What'd your mother write, dear?
She's taken up the rumba, you... I think you and I ought to sit down and discuss it like civilized people so that we can dispense with Jerry to our mutual satisfaction. Yours sincerely, Honey Jones. Well...
Well, let me see the letter.
Oh, no, you don't.
Where are you going?
Do I ask you where you've been? Will you tell me you're working late at the office?
Pam, where are you going?
I'm maybe going home to Mother.
Pam!
Pam, come back here. Is that you, darling? No, it's me, sweetheart. Your missus just took the elevator. And I'm glad for the chance of having you all to myself.
Who are you?
Tony Jones. You recognize the name?
No, and what do you mean coming...
Does honey mean anything to you?
I never touched the stuff.
What you call honey stuff, wise guy. She's my wife.
Listen, my name is Jerry
North. North. I know. Bad enough my wife working in a taxi dance hall. But I ain't gonna stand for her customers getting fresh with her. That I ain't gonna stand for.
I tell you, Mr. Jones, I've never...
Shut up and listen. If I find out that you've been seeing her again, I'll kill you with my own bare hands. Now stand up.
What for?
Because I want to knock you down.
Are you Honey Jones? That's the name on the door, isn't it? Your name's going to be Mud when I get through with you. Oh, you must be Mrs. North. Won't you come in, dear? Don't you dear me, you Jezebel. The name's Honey. Come on in. Oh, I'm kind of disappointed that Jerry didn't come along with you. Why? So you could both laugh in my face? Oh, you've been seeing too many movies. Listen, why don't you call him up and tell him to come over? So we can talk it over cozy. Oh, no. After all he's done, seeing you when he says he's working late. Now, wait, Mrs. North. I might as well tell you. Your husband and I, we don't mean a thing to each other. It's all a joke. Oh, that's a likely story. Honest. I've been writing a book about my experiences. It's a great book. Oh, that's an old line if I ever heard one. Come up and see my manuscript sometime. That's the truth, Mrs. North. I've been trying to see Mr. North at his office, but I couldn't get past his secretary. Oh, that's why I wrote you that letter. I was sure it would bring you and Mr. North a running. Then I'd be able to give him my manuscript. It's a wonderful story, all about my experiences. Wait, I got it right here in my desk. Right? Was right here. Oh, it was. I tell you, it was. I'm sure I had it. Sure. Gone. Someone's stolen it. Oh, what am I going to do? Well, that's easy. Make up another story. Fool, get out of here. I've got to find out who took it. Stop acting with me, honey. Does this convince you that I'm not acting, Mrs. North? You can put away that gun, honey. I'm going.
Back to tonight's Old and Golden radio show in just 60 seconds.
You come in here in the morning and you see the mail, mountains of it, and you wonder how it ever gets out. But it does.
We asked postal workers in different cities across the country what Christmas is like at the post office. Here's what they told us.
Mountains of mail. You can't even see it over it around it. You push a little harder, you try harder, and you get as much out as you possibly can.
The back platform, well, maybe it holds between 15 and 20 trucks. And when you have roughly about 100 trucks trying to get in here all at once, it's quite a job.
Most of the people I work with, they won't say this. Nobody will talk about this kind of stuff, but most of them feel the same way. They want to make sure it gets to the right place on time.
Help the people who help bring you Christmas. There's a staggering load of mail to handle, and it's more important than ever before that you mail early. Please mail your Christmas packages by December 10th, cards and letters by December 15th.
We love those people that get them in early.
Hop in, lady. Where to?
Home.
All right. How many gauges do I get?
Maybe she's telling the truth.
Oh.
And then it's... Well, go ahead. What are you standing here for? Take me home. No, hold it.
What's the matter?
That's my husband. He's going into the building. Oh, take me away from here.
Well, will you tell me for the last time where your home is?
Who said anything about taking me home? Take me to police headquarters.
no, Mrs. North, don't carry on so.
Well, why shouldn't I, Mullins? I've every right to. Going into her building and in broad daylight.
Well, now, there might be a very simple explanation to it, Mrs. North.
Yes, of course there is. He's going up there to see Honey. Mullins, where have I failed as a wife? You tell me.
Oh, you haven't, Mrs. North. You've been a sweet, devoted help. Oh, there, Mrs. North, please don't carry on.
Sure, it's easy for you to say there. You're not in love with Jerry.
Here, now, take a sip of this coffee while I answer the telephone. Sergeant Mullins, homicide.
Mullins, this is Jerry North.
Oh, Mr. North. It's your husband, Mrs. North.
Oh, let me at that.
Hold on now,
phone.
Mrs. North. You'll get your chance. Well, Mr. North, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. A fine little woman like Mrs. North, you
What
won't
are you
telephone
talking about, Mullins? Listen to me. I'm over at a girl's house. Her name's Honey Jones.
Have you no shame, man?
Mullins, I'm trying to tell you something.
You sure got a lot of explaining to do, Mr. North. Honey Jones, indeed.
That's the name, Mullins. Get over here as fast as you can. She's been shot to death.
That's all there is to tell, Mullins. After that gorilla Tony slugged me, I wanted to find out what it was all about. I looked up Honey's name, came here, and found her lying across the bed.
Tell us the truth, Jerry. We'll stick by you. I'm a woman, the woman you once loved. I'll forgive you.
Oh, for goodness sake, Pam, stop behaving like Joan Crawford.
Well, it all seems to tie together with what you told us about that book business, Mrs. North.
Oh, I hope for Jerry's sake that you're right, Mullins.
Ah, Mrs. North, I might as well tell you now. Mr. North is a darling boy, and so far as I'm concerned, it's not under suspicion at all.
Oh, Jerry, darling, I'm so happy for you.
Now she's Betty Davis.
Now, if this Tony fellow was out avenging his wife's dubious honor, I wonder where we could find her men friends.
The Rumba Taxi Dance Hall.
Mullins, if I could get a job as a hostess at the Rumba Dance Palace, I might be able to get some information from the other girls as to where we could find Honey's husband.
I absolutely forbid it. Let the police worry about the murderer.
10 cents a dance, big boy. Come on, handsome. Buy the little girl a fistful of tickets.
Now, Pam.
Good idea, Mrs. North.
I absolutely forbid my wife to enter one of those places.
Forget your wife, big boy. You're talking to Cuddles now. She'll make you forget.
Not bad, Cuddles. Not bad. Turn around again.
Well, do I get the job, Mr. Snark?
The girls all call me Eric. Hey, you fill out that evening gown pretty good.
Thank you, kind sir.
Come here, baby. Let's try a little dance together.
There's no music.
What is it? We can make beautiful music together.
Oh, you fresh.
Oh, the little girl is blushing. Well, you loosen up later. Now, look, baby, let me give you a couple of pointers. First of all, keep your eyes and ears open.
What do you mean?
When a guy's dancing with you, just let him talk. And remember what he says.
What guy?
Any guy, Cuddles. You never know what you can learn about a guy. What's the old expression? Knowledge is power.
I think I understand, Eric.
You and I will get along, baby. Feel free to come into my office anytime, and we can talk.
I'll do that thing. Honey said you were a regular guy.
Honey? What do you know about Honey?
Well, you're my arm. You hurt me. What's the matter with you?
So you're a friend of Honey's, huh? Well, I shouldn't hold that against you.
What did she do?
Nothing. But she ain't the type girl I like working in my place. I fired her.
Oh, that's funny. I saw her this morning, and she said she was coming to work tonight.
She was here tonight.
She was here tonight?
Sure. She left a few minutes before you came in.
Well, I think I better be getting out on the floor.
Wait a minute. I ain't letting you go yet.
What's the matter? What did I do?
You didn't do nothing. I just want you to have a drink.
Oh,
I keep my good stuff under lock and key.
I see. What's that?
Scotch.
No, that blue-covered thing.
It's nothing.
Looks like a book somebody's been writing. You a writer, Eric?
Have your drink.
Some of my best friends are writers.
Good luck, Cuddles.
Honey once told me she was writing...
Take it down and get out of here.
Well, you only live once.
Yeah. Just remember that, Cuddles. Just remember that.
Look at those men ogling us.
Take it easy, Mr. North. Mrs. North doing fine.
Yeah.
I've got a hunch we'll find the murderer here yet. This is easier than finding out things by setting the suspects up against the wall. At least we know now where Honey's manuscript is.
Well, why don't we arrest this Eric character and get it over with? He lied when he told Pam Honey was here tonight.
Be patient. We will, Mr. North.
I really believe you're enjoying this.
Oh, now don't be silly, Mr. North. It's all in the light of duty. Well, tell what will turn up. My, what lovely girls. Huh? That little one with a black dress, she's built.
Listen, brother, she happens.
My friend here don't like this place. He wants to leave.
Well, I can hardly blame him. He's a quiet type, like myself. This is the first time I've been up here. It's a way of keeping out of the rain.
Haven't I seen you someplace before, Mr.
Hornswigger is the name. It's not very likely you have seen me before, unless, of course, you've been in Connecticut, and that's where I'm from.
Yes, sir.
Oh, dear me.
What's the matter, Hornswigger?
Nothing.
I was wondering. You said, oh, dear me.
I was just looking the girls over.
See anyone you like?
And not tonight.
There was a beauty over here a couple of nights ago, about 5 feet 2, with eyes of blue and golden hair the color of honey. As a matter of fact, her name was Honey. You'd like her.
Yes, I know. But where is she tonight?
Oh, you know her.
Well, I danced with her once. A charming girl.
I thought you said you were never up here before.
Oh, dear me, did I say that? Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm going over to the bar and have a drink.
What do you think, Molly?
I think he's worth investigating, Mr. North.
Hello, Mullen. Have you found out anything yet?
Well, not about the murder, Mrs. North, but you see the man going over to the bar? His name's Hornswigger. Get him to dance with you. Find out anything you can.
Well, I'll try, Mullen.
I absolutely forbid it.
I danced with him myself. I had to see you. Now, let's see Mr. Broadman.
Hiya, handsome.
Go away, little girl. I'm not interested in dancing.
Oh, come on, handsome. Be a little sociable.
Will you please stop bothering me?
Oh, you're the frigid kind, aren't you? That ain't the way Honey said you were.
What? Oh. Shall we dance?
Delighted.
What do you know about Honey?
I'm only her best friend. That's what I know about Honey. Say, you dance divine.
Your name, miss?
They call me Cuddles. Because I like to cuddle up when I dance. Like this. You like it?
Dear me.
Have you seen Honey lately?
No, I haven't.
Were you expecting her up here?
No, not particularly. That is, I was.
She won't be here tonight, you know. You don't seem surprised.
Other fish in the sea, you know.
Oh, thank you, sir. Still, Honey was in a class by herself.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, she was like the girls. She was one of the intellectual type. Well, you know, she even wrote a book. Mr. Hornswigger, don't hold me so tight. You're hurting me.
Oh, dear, I am sorry. What do you know about the book?
What do I know about it? What does Sears know about robots? I practically helped her with it.
Now, listen to me, my dear. I'd pay a lot of money to get a hold of that manuscript.
Say, you are a cultured type man, ain't you? But you don't have to worry no more, Mr. Hornswigger. She can't blackmail you no more. You know why? Because someone's children.
Huh?
Careful, Mr. Hornswigger. You stepped on my toe.
Dear me, what were you saying?
I was saying, Mr.
Never mind. I heard you. When did it happen?
It happened this morning. You ought to know.
I don't feel like dancing anymore, Cuddles. Will you excuse me?
I wouldn't try to leave this place if I were you, Mr. Hornswigger. That gentleman over there is my husband, and the other one is from the police.
Oh, dear me, I think I'm going to go.
Oh, you can't do that. Jerry.
What's the matter, Pam?
Jerry, he fainted right in my arms. I told him about Honey's being murdered.
Good girl.
Here, put his arm around me. Take him into the lounge. Come along now, Mr. Hornswigger. I'm surprised.
Jerry, I think Mr. Hornswigger could have done it. Honey was blackmailing him.
Come on, let's tell Mullen. And then I'm getting you out of here.
Oh, Jerry, not yet. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Hornswigger at all.
But you just said that.
No, but her husband could have done it because he's jealous. Eric could have done it because he just looks mean. And then there's Mr. Hornswigger.
Around. Mullins.
Mullins. Jerry, look.
He's unconscious.
Mr. Hornswigger is gone. you all right, Mullen?
Of course I'm not all right. What a deceitful little man. Wait till I get my hand on him.
What happened, Mullins?
I laid him down on the couch and turned him back to get him a glass of water, and he must have slugged me. Oh, the shame of it was run like that.
Hey, Mullins, where are you going?
Outside, I'm going to find out if it was all me.
Oh, poor Mullins. Jerry, look, the window's open.
There's a ledge running all around the building.
Let's see where it leads to, darling. It may lead us to the Minaret.
It's going to lead us into trouble.
Hey, Pam, get off that ledge.
Jerry, there's a window about 10 feet to the right of me.
All right, steady now. I'll go with you.
Oh, makes me dizzy if I look down.
For goodness sake, don't look. Walk slowly and hug the side of the building. The way you hug your dance customers all night.
This is no time for you to be jealous. Oh, be quiet, darling. Come to the window. Maybe somebody in that room. Jerry, it's Eric's office.
And there is somebody in there. There's Mr. Hornswigger stretched out on the rug.
You don't think he's dead yet?
I think we'll be if we stay on this ledge much longer. Let's see if this window will open. Good. Up in there.
Easy, Jerry. He's flat on Mr. Hornswigger's head.
He's still breathing.
What's the idea of coming into my office?
Eric.
Who are you, mister?
I'll tell you who I am.
He's a customer, Eric.
My office is off limits to customers. Now beat it.
Not until we call the police. There's a telephone on his desk, Pam.
I thought the name was Cuddles.
That's enough of that. She's my wife, Mr. Snark, and my name's North.
I thought there was something phony about you, Cuddles. Who are you and what do you want?
We don't want very much, Mr. Snark. All we want is to find out who murdered Honey and why you did it.
Oh, ain't you the cute one?
The manuscript is in that desk, Jerry.
Well, we'll take a little look.
No, you won't, mister. Not even a peep. I ain't running no circulating library. But I am going to turn this office into a shooting gallery if you don't stand where you are.
Careful, he's got a gun.
I'm hardly breathing.
I can put a stop to that, too. Who's that other guy that was with you, mister?
That's the police.
The police? You really fouled me up. Now I lose my license. All right, you can relax, North. I'm putting the gun away. I thought I could keep it quiet, but it's too late now. You can get on that phone and call the police.
You mean you're confessing?
What kind of a jerk do you take me for? I didn't do it.
You stole her manuscript from her.
Sure, I wanted to read it. I find out she's running a little blackmail racket on the side. I told her if she didn't cut it out, I'd mess her up real good. I got to protect my customers.
You've got a novel way of protecting your customers, Mr. Snark.
Oh, you mean Hornswigger?
Uh-huh.
So what would you do, Mr. North, if some wild-eyed little jerk comes jumping through your window and accuses you of blackmailing? Who's there?
Mr. Sergeant Mullins. Come in, Mullins.
Tony.
I'm glad to see you.
Who is he, Jerry?
Honey's husband. He's the one who hit me.
I remember when I was in high school, Eric, we used to sing a song. There was something about the punishment fitting the crime. You played around with Honey, Mr. North, so I hit you. But you, Eric, you murdered her. So what you're getting is going to fit the crime perfect.
You're crazy, Tony. I didn't do it. Put down that gun.
Stop it, Jerry.
Listen, Tony.
Now, you listen, Mr. North. Listen to the noise a gun makes when it kills a rat.
The conclusion of tonight's Old and Golden radio show after this message.
We ain't gonna let nothing beat us. As long as you can move, you're gonna do something.
Her name is Mrs. Sims. She lives in Washington, D.C. And she's beautiful.
That stove has been there for years and years and years. This is our neighborhood stove. And it has never had grass. Last year, I put grass down in front of that stove. The biggest step to making 1,000 miles is the first step. And a pretty storefront, I said, well, if you get the storefront pretty, I said, we can say one thing. We had a pretty store in the neighborhood. One store. That is what we call progress. It's not much, but that store been there for 30 years or more, and that's the first time grass has been there. That is progress. If a person could benefit one block a year, at the end of 5 or 10 years, you would have accomplished a whole neighborhood.
A campaign for human development by the United States Catholic Conference.
What's going on here? Get up, Hornswigger. You're just in time to see a man shot to death.
I didn't do it. I swear.
I know it. It's Snark who I'm giving it to.
Listen, there isn't, Tony.
Turn around and stand against that wall.
Jerry, I can't bear it.
Tony, you're making a big mistake.
No, I'm not making a mistake. There's a bullet in Honey's chest. He's dead. And this is the gun that did it. And that's the rat who pulled the trigger.
Tony, I can't let an innocent man die. You say she was killed with that gun?
I was lying right next to her.
So I did it, Tony.
Jerry,
You didn't.
I'm sorry, Pam. She was a devil. I couldn't get her out of my blood. I couldn't stand the thought of anyone else having it.
I don't believe a word of it. You're struggling to save this jerk's life.
Am I? Well, look in the magazine of the gun. You'll see 2 bullets still in there. I couldn't know that unless I handled the gun.
Well, I'll see in a second.
Get him, Eric. Stop it, gun. Stop it. Go down here.
Help, Mother.
That's better. Thanks, Mullen.
Oh, Jerry. For a moment, I almost believed you.
Believe what, Mrs. North?
Jerry confessed. Oh, but he didn't do it.
Good for him.
Thanks, Mr. North. Tony's your murderer, Sergeant.
He's a madman, Sergeant.
Swigger, so there you are, you little runt.
Dear me, Sergeant, you must find it in your heart to forgive me for knocking you out. I was frightened. I acted on impulse.
Oh, Mullen, forget about him. Tony's your murderer.
No, I didn't do it. I tell you, Eric killed her, Sergeant. He tried to turn her into a blackmail. Sure, I hated what Honey did working here in this creep joint.
Sister. Oh, dear me, my head.
Oh, you kid.
He was murdered before, I told you. You killed her.
Oh, dear me. Let him go. Come on, Swigger. You're going to confess. Yes, I did it. She wouldn't listen to reason. Hornswinger's an honored name in Connecticut. My reputation would have been ruined. I had to kill her.
This morning, darling.
The usual.
I'm in love. I'm in love.
Pam, I told you I was feeling the usual. Will you cut it out at least until I've had my first cup of coffee?
Oh, did you have a hard night at the office?
Yes, I worked long hours.
Oh, poor dear. By the way, when I hung your suit up this morning, darling, I found these tickets in your pocket.
Tickets?
Yes, from the Rue de la Paix dance hall.
Oh, really? I wonder how they could have gotten there.
I'll give you just 2 seconds to think up a good excuse.
Well, as a matter of fact, Pam, really, I was going to tell you about it. Mullins asked me to go up with him. He wanted to do a little investigation about the blackmail business, and I helped him. I mean, I really didn't enjoy it a minute of it, Pam. You know, those hot, stuffy dance halls. Oh, it was quite a chore, those dark lights in my eyes.
Tonight's Old and Golden radio show was brought to you by WHAM as part of our continuing observance of our golden anniversary year. We hope you enjoyed it and that you'll tune in next week for another nugget from the golden age of broadcasting.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. Like most people who've spent the summer losing golf balls, finding a suntan, and getting over poison ivy, Pam and Jerry North are happy to vacate their vacations and return home at last. And on this September day, as they thread their way through New York City traffic after a long drive from the country, Pamela looks forward to the humble joys of home.
It's going to be so good to get back to my own little bed again. And a mattress that doesn't go uphill in the middle.
Didn't you like the one at the hotel, dear?
Oh, it was all right, Jerry, but I like a mattress that just lies there and gives in instead of fighting you back in the wrong place.
Well, if I'd known that, I'd have given you mine. I had a mattress that was so limp it sagged from the weight of the pillow.
Well, it doesn't really matter now. Now that we're practically home. Oh, which reminds me.
Of what?
As soon as we get to the apartment, we've got to call them.
Who?
The Fergusons.
Who are they?
Don't you remember, darling? That wonderful couple with the ptomaine poisoning? They spent 2 whole weeks at the hotel getting it out of their system.
Well, I must have gotten them out of mine because I don't remember anybody by the name of Ferguson.
Oh, you must, Jerry. He's a tall, good-looking man who dances so well.
I never had the pleasure of dancing with him, dear.
Well, you must have danced with her. Don't you remember the fuss you made over that low-cut evening dress of hers? Never seen anybody stare so.
Oh, Ferguson. Why, of course. Nice fellow.
Yes, wasn't she? Oh, Jerry, look out for that woman.
What woman?
In the red dress. Oh, my glory, you've hit her.
Let me go, Pam. I've got to see if she's hurt.
She must be, Jerry. Lying there so still. Oh, well. All right.
Quick. We've got to get up to a doctor.
No, I don't need a doctor. The car didn't hit me. I just fell.
I'm terribly sorry, miss. Let me help you out.
No, I don't have to be helped. I'm perfectly all right.
Well, just to be on the safe side, we'll take you home.
Yes, get in the car and we'll drive you right over. Where do you live?
Why, I live... That's funny. I can't remember.
Well, don't worry about it.
Well, if you just give us your name, we'll find out where you live.
But I can't remember my name either.
You don't remember anything?
Well, just that I put on this red dress and... Wait a minute. Somebody was chasing me. Somebody with a gun.
Who?
It's just me. I can't remember.
Not so fast. You seem to forget that I'm a man of considerable weight. Violent exercise doesn't agree with me.
Well, it don't agree with me neither, boss. But if you want to keep track of that dame in a red dress, we'd better get a move.
I'm moving.
Yeah, but you lost me up with that slow walk of yours. Now, I lost the day.
Well, find it again. Be quick about it.
Gee, that's funny. I could have sworn she come around this corner. Hey, wait a minute. Get back.
You see her?
Yeah. Over there in front of that car, talking to that blonde dame and a guy.
Are you sure that's the girl?
Well, that's the one we've been following from the hotel.
Then keep your eye on her. She's getting into their car. That young lady's worth $1 million to me. Literally $1 million.
Is she worth it dead or alive?
That all depends on what she does. Quick, get a cab. The car she's in is starting up.
Yeah, don't worry.
Don't tell me not to worry. Follow that car and make sure that girl doesn't get to Bottomley's office.
You just leave it to me, boss boy. That girl won't get nowhere.
Still can't remember what your name is or where you live?
Nothing, Mrs. North. My mind is just a blank. Can't remember anything before the accident.
What'd you find in her bag, Pam?
Nothing yet, dear. Still looking.
There must be something in there that'll tell us who she is. If somebody with a gun is after her, we'd better find out in a hurry.
Nothing in here but odds and ends. Lipstick, cigarettes. Wait a minute. Here's something.
What is it?
A hotel key. Room 203, Jason Park Hotel. Does it mean anything to you?
No. No, I don't think so.
Well, we're not going to take any more chances in your life, young lady. As soon as this light changes, we're taking you straight to police headquarters for your own protection.
Yes, I think you'd better, Jerry. I've got a feeling. Golly, where did those shots come from?
I don't know, but I'm getting out of here fast.
Jerry!
What's the matter?
Those shots. They came through the window of the car and they hit her.
What?
She's dead, Jerry. She's dead. Those shots we heard are the ones that killed her.
All right, Jerry. Now the body's been taken away. You can show me exactly where she was sitting.
Well, we've told you, Bill. We were right here in the car waiting for the red light to change.
Uh-huh.
And the woman was nearest to this window.
Then we heard the shot.
And if Pam hadn't told me she'd been hit, I wouldn't have known anything had happened.
You didn't see who fired the shots, of course?
No.
And you don't know the woman's name or who was after her?
No. The only clue we've got is this hotel key.
Uh-huh. Well, hang on to it for a minute until I figure something out.
Bill, let's get over to the Jason Park Hotel and find out what this key means.
Pam, will you let me play detective for a minute? The key won't run away.
But the man who committed the murder will. Why do we have to stay here?
Because I've got some witnesses to question. Now, there are 6 people over there who were on the sidewalk when the shots were fired, and I've got to talk to every one of them.
Well, you talk to the witnesses, and we'll go to the Jason Park Hotel.
That's right.
No, wait a minute. I can't have you running off and getting into trouble.
What's the matter, Bill? Are you afraid we'll find the murderer?
No. I'm afraid he'll find you.
Well, if he does, we'll call the police.
No, Pam, come back here.
You're at the hotel, Bill. Room 203.
Oh, all right. Go ahead and get a kill. See if I care. But for Pete's sake, be careful. it is, Pam. Room 203.
Well, what should we do? Knock or just use the key?
Well, I'd say knock, but from that look in your eyes, I can tell we're going to use the keys.
Not so loud, Jerry. We're going to sneak in. We better keep it a secret. Well, that's not much of a secret, Jerry.
Darling, I'm not a second-story man. And this door is no help either.
Anybody in there?
And not as far as I can see. The room's in perfect order.
Well, let's go in and disorder it.
See anything?
A bed and a dresser and a phone tape. My goodness, I just remembered. I was supposed to call the Fergusons as soon as we got to New York.
The who?
The Fergusons, Jerry. Don't you remember? Those people with the low-cut evening dress.
Pam, will you stop thinking about evening dresses at a time like this?
I promised we'd call them and make a date.
Well, you can do that later. Now, see if you can find anything that... Uh-oh. Here's something on the dresser.
What?
A picture.
Jerry, it's a picture of the woman who was murdered.
So it is.
Left in a drawer. A package of letters. And a photostatic copy of a birth certificate.
What's the name on it?
Olivia Ward. The letters are addressed to her, too.
Then that's who the dead woman is, Olivia Ward. We better get hold of Wygant and tell him her name.
Before we open these letters?
Now, Pam, you leave those letters alone.
Yes, I think you'd better.
What?
Get your hands up, both of you. I want those letters. And I want that birth certificate, too.
Well, you can't have it.
Can't I? You don't seem to realize that I have a loaded gun in my hand. And I'm not afraid to use it.
To get hold of these letters? Are they that important to you?
That's my business. And I don't like people interfering in it. Now, give me those letters and be quick about it.
Oh, no. We're turning these over to the police. They'll be here any minute.
Who are you kidding? What do the police know about this?
More than you think, young lady. And if you don't believe me, just have a look out this window.
What for?
For this.
Let go of me. Quick, Pam, grab a gun.
All right, Jerry, I got it.
Well, don't point it at me, dear. Let go of me, you crazy fool. What do you think you're trying to do?
I'm trying to find a murderer. And the way it stands right now, you're a very likely suspect.
Are you out of your mind? I don't even know who's been killed.
Well, then why do you want these letters? What do you know about Olivia Ward?
Olivia Ward?
Yes. She was murdered about an hour ago. And you killed her, didn't you?
Don't be insane. How could I have killed her? I'm Olivia Ward.
Hello, boss. Redmond, why in the world did you come to my apartment? Didn't I tell you not to let that girl out of your sight?
All right, stop blowing your top, boss. There's no harm done.
No harm done. Suppose that girl goes to Bottomley's office. Suppose she shows him a birth certificate and those letters from her aunt.
Well, if she does, it'll be the trick of the century, boy. She's dead.
Deceased?
Deceased, dead, and laying in the morgue. And the police are out looking for the murderers.
Then, you killed her.
What? Well, why ask personal questions, Mr. Skinner? I was hired to keep that girl away from Bottomley's office, and now that she ain't ever going to get there, my job is done.
But, murder. Cold-blooded murder.
Well, what difference does it make what the temperature is? I want my dope, boss. I want it right now.
Oh, well, before I pay off, I want to make sure you're telling me the truth.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you believe me?
My dear boy, in matters of money, I make it a habit not to believe anybody.
Well, what are you going to do?
Call up the hotel, of course, and check on your story.
Park Jason Hotel.
Room 203, please.
Yes, sir. Room 203. Hello?
Who's this?
Well, it's me. Who's that?
I'm Miss Olivia Ward's attorney, Mr. Bottomley, and it's of the utmost importance that I see her right away. Do you know where I can find her?
Olivia Ward?
Yes.
Just a minute.
You see, I told you she was dead.
Be quiet, will you?
Hello?
I wish to speak to Miss Ward, please.
Well, this is Miss Ward.
What?
Is this Mr. Bottomley?
Yes, but excuse me, I can't talk just now. I'll call you back. Confounded Redmond. You did lie to me.
Oh, don't be crazy. She's dead. I tell you, I saw her.
You didn't see Olivia Ward dead. She was just on the phone. You killed the wrong girl.
What?
Come with me. I hate to trust you with a plan that requires intelligence, but I haven't any choice.
What's the plan?
You're going up to Miss Ward's hotel room.
and tell her you're Mr. Bottomley's chauffeur.
Huh?
I'll be waiting downstairs in the car, and if you can get her to come down there, the rest will be easy. Once I get my hands on Olivia Ward, I'll never let go.
I can't understand it, Mr. North. If that was Mr. Bottomley on the phone, why did he act so strange? Maybe he's a strange man. Well, I've never met him, but he's a well-known lawyer. And if there's something wrong, I want to know what it is.
Easy now, Miss Ward. As soon as Lieutenant Wigan arrives, we'll get to the bottom of this whole thing.
But you don't understand. My life has been threatened. That's why I came in here with a gun. I was afraid I might be killed. You? Why? Because I have a chance of inheriting an enormous fortune. Unless I'm killed before I can prove my identity.
What do you mean?
Well, my aunt was a very rich woman, Mr. North. Her name was Agatha Pierce. And when she died, she didn't leave a will. So her entire estate goes to her nearest of kin.
And that's you?
Well, that's what Mr. Bottomley thinks. That's why he wrote to me out in Seattle and sent me the money to come east. But even out there, I received threatening phone calls. From whom? I don't know. But I was afraid to make that long trip alone, so I brought a friend along.
The woman whose picture you have on your dresser?
Yes.
Miss Ward, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. Your friend is dead.
Dead?
Yes. She was murdered in our car this afternoon.
Oh, no. I just left her here. About an hour ago.
Well, she must have gone out after you left. We saw her in the street.
Yes? Is that you, Bill?
No, sir, this is Mr. Bottomley's joke.
Who?
Mr. Bottomley's joke, sir. Is Miss Ward here?
Well...
Open the door, Jerry.
All right.
It's Miss Ward and Sir Mr. Bottomley wants to see her right away.
About what?
Well, he says it's dangerous for her to stay here any longer. She might be killed.
By whom?
By the man who tried to kill him. That's why he had to ring off on the phone to save his own life.
Well, where does he know?
He's downstairs in the car, and he's waiting, see? And he wants Miss Ward to come down right away and bring all her identification papers.
All right, I'll go.
Now, wait a minute.
If there ain't time, sir, the killer might be on his way up here right now.
He's right, Mr. North. I can't afford to stay here any longer.
Okay, we'll take you down to the car.
Jerry.
Come on, Pam, we gotta hurry. Have you got your papers, Miss Ward?
Yes, I got them.
Then let's go. The sooner we get out of
Hey,
here...
wait a second.
What's the matter?
Somebody's coming down the hall. Quick, open the door and get back in the room.
What for?
That guy in the hall. Quick, get back.
What? Why, that's Bill Wigan. And the man you're with is Charlie Redmond.
Grab him, Jerry. He's an escaped con. Watch it, Billy. Trying to get away.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh. What's the idea, Sock?
Idea is to keep you quiet for a while until I find out what you're up to.
I'll tell you what he's up to, Bill. Kidnapping Miss Ward. He made believe that he was trying to help her. Jerry!
What?
Miss Ward, she's gone.
Holy mackerel. We've got to find her, Bill, before she gets killed. Who?
The woman who was just here. They tried to kill her this afternoon. Only they made a mistake and shot the wrong girl.
She couldn't have disappeared, Pam. She must have taken the elevator at the end of the hall.
No, the back stairs, Jerry. Over there. Open the door, quick.
Oh.
I beg your pardon.
Well, who are you?
Why, I'm the manager of this hotel. I just come up the stairway to investigate the disturbance up here.
Well, I'm Lieutenant Wigan, homicide. Anybody pass you on those stairs?
Why, yes. Miss Olivia Ward. She was going down while I was coming up.
Oh, for goodness sake, why didn't you stop her?
Well, I tried to, madam, but a great big fat man pushed me out of the way.
A fat man? Come on, Bill. We got to find him.
Oh, it's no use, sir. They ran out through the lobby and drove off in his car.
Where are you taking me? Why are you driving so fast?
Patience, my dear. We'll be there in a moment now. My summer cabin is just off the main road here. You see? It's back there, amongst the trees. Open.
But why are you taking me to your summer cabin? And why'd you rush me out of the hotel?
My dear child, I was protecting you from those ruffians in the hallway.
A fight of harms you.
What is...
Olivia, please. We're here now. And some of your questions are so fatiguing. I'll answer them when we get inside. This way, please.
No. I'm not going in.
You're not what? Come along, young lady. Yes. No time for femininity.
I'm not going in, I tell you.
No? I shall have to offer you a little inducement. Like this done.
Put that down.
I will when you do precisely what I tell you to do. Now, come along, Miss Ward. Be quick about it.
Very well. You'll have a lot of explaining to do when we get back to New York, Mr. Bottomley.
We're not getting back to New York, my dear. And I hate to disillusion you this late day, but I'm not Mr. Bottomley. I just told you that to keep you quiet on the way.
You didn't?
I'm afraid I did, Miss Ward. You see, I'm rather an evil man.
Oh, no.
My name is Skinner. And your dear departed Aunt Agatha Pierce was a third cousin of mine. Were it not for you, I would be the uncontested next of kin. And the heir to a considerable fortune.
Oh, that's the way it stands.
In a word, yes. Now, get inside. I have a great deal to talk to you about.
Haven't you said enough?
Not quite. I brought you here because deep down in the fatty folds of my heart, I have a spark of generosity. I'm willing to let you live.
Live?
On one condition. That you furnish me with the proof of your identity, accept $20,000 in cash, and vanish from the face of this earth forever.
You gave up the million that belongs to me?
Don't be greedy, Miss Ford. Look what greed has done to me. A delicate creature like yourself would be unpalatable.
I won't do it.
You won't give up $1 million for your own life?
No. You wouldn't kill me anyway.
Wouldn't I? One girl has died already for that $1 million. Your death can be taken in stride.
Let me go.
What's your answer, Miss Ward? You do as I tell you?
No, I won't.
And you shall have to suffer the consequences.
Let me go. Let me go.
Why, you miserable little wretch. By instinct, I'm not a violent man.
No.
But through the years, I've learned to overcome my gentle nature.
No. No. No, look.
Step on it, Bill. If Skinner's got that girl up here in his cabin, he'll kill her for sure.
I'm going as fast as I can, Jerry.
Hey, take it easy. There's the turnoff right there.
Oh, gosh. We made that on 2 wheels.
Well, two's better than none. Where's the cabin, Redmond?
Right up ahead in the woods.
You're not kidding us, are you? Because if you're leading us on a wild goose chase, you'll do 10 more years.
Yeah, for what? For what? This is his cabin, I tell you. And there's his car.
All right. And you stay with us. Don't try any tricks. We're all going in here together.
Hurry, Bill. We'll be too late if you don't hurry.
Okay. Let's go. Remember what I told you, Redmond. If you try to get away, I'll nail you. All right, Jerry. Open the door. I'm going in first.
Right. Who's there?
Take your hands off that girl, Skinner, and get him up in the air.
Oh, my throat. He tried to kill me. Oh, I'm glad we got here in time to prevent him.
You, Redmond. You told them where to find me.
Well, I couldn't help it, chum. They was coming inside the creek.
Well, I'll give you the force.
Hey, cut that out. Are you all right, Miss Ward?
Yes, I think so.
Well, I'm sorry you had to go through all this trouble, but you made it easy for us to find out who murdered your friend, Sally Fuller. Mr. Skinner, you're under arrest.
Oh, don't be absurd. You haven't any case against me.
We'll see about that when we get to court.
Oh, just a minute. You can't railroad me into a crime I didn't commit. The man who killed Sally Fuller is standing right over there.
Oh, me?
Yes, you, Redmond. You practically admitted it in my apartment this afternoon.
Well, you're full of baloney. I didn't admit nothing.
But you were at the scene of the crime when the murder was committed.
Yeah, and who knows where you was when the murder was committed?
Just a minute. Just a minute. I think we can settle this thing once and for all.
How, Pam?
Through the Fergusons.
Oh, not them again.
Well, I just remembered, Jerry, the Fergusons are related to Miss Ward's aunt.
Agatha Pierce?
Yes. And when Mrs. Ferguson was out in Seattle this summer, she paid a visit to... Well, come to think of it, she paid a visit to you, Miss Ward.
Me?
Yes. I think she said you went to a concert together, and... you remember Mrs. Ferguson, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course. We did go to a concert.
Oh, for crying out loud, Pam, what in the world has this got to do with the murder of Sally Fuller?
Everything, Bill. Everything. Because Sally Fuller wasn't murdered. This young lady is Sally Fuller, and the dead woman is Olivia Ward.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you, Miss Fuller. You were so anxious to prove your phony identity, you walked right into the trap I set for you.
What trap?
About Mrs. Ferguson. Mrs. Ferguson never went to Seattle, and she isn't related to Agatha Pierce.
Oh, you dirty little skunk.
I'm so sorry, Miss Fuller, but I had to find out what your game was. And now I know. You killed Olivia Ward so you could take her identification papers and impersonate her for $1 million inheritance.
That's a lie.
Is it? The real Olivia Ward would have known that Mrs. Ferguson never took her to a concert this summer. And the real Olivia Ward would have denied it. But you couldn't afford to, because you were afraid it might reveal you as a faker.
Bill, grab her.
Bill, let me go. Let me go.
I'll let you go, all right. But where you're going, you'll never inherit $1 million. And a pretty grisly-looking sight it is, too. Pamela, dear, did you forget to have the cleaning woman come here during our vacation?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And did you forget to cut off the newspapers and the milk and the electricity?
Yes.
You forgot to defrost the refrigerator, too, dear. Looks like the Arctic Ocean in here.
Oh, but it's home, Jerry. And now that we're here, I'm going to call up the Fergusons.
The Fergusons?
Well, I promised to call them as soon as we got in, Jerry.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and call them.
Hello? Hello, operator. Operator. Oh, for goodness sake.
What's the matter now?
The phone, Jerry. The only thing I remembered. I had it disconnected when we went away.
Next week, more adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Unlike most people, Pam and Jerry North don't consider it a crime to be mixed up in a murder. And in some cases, the mix-up takes place before the murder even happens. For example, let's take a look into a theatrical office in Midtown Manhattan and find out why a popular baritone like Victor Stefano is seeking the advice of his manager, Gilbert Spire.
I tell you, I'm going out of my mind, Gilbert. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't even sing anymore.
No, calm down a minute.
Calm down, he says. How can I be calm when this hangs over my head like a sword?
Well, just what is the trouble, Victor? What makes you think your wife is trying to murder you, huh?
I told you before. It's the little things. Like her staring at me. Like waking up in the middle of the night and finding her hovering over my bed. I'm afraid to let her out of my sight.
But what has she actually done, eh?
That's just it. Nothing. Nothing I can put my finger on. If I could only catch her at something, my worries would be over. If I could only fathom what is going on in her mind.
Now, look, Victor, you've been working too hard. Too many appearances at the opera, too many concerts.
What has that to do with it? You think I'm imagining all this?
Well, if you seriously think your wife is trying to kill you, why don't you go to the police, eh?
Because there is nothing to tell them. There is no evidence. That is why I thought of the Norths. They might be able to help me.
Mr. and Mrs. North?
Why not? They have had experience in murder cases. Perhaps they can prevent one from taking place.
But you hardly know them, and they've never met your wife.
All the more reason for calling them in. He is a publisher, and I can introduce them to Yvonne without arousing suspicion.
Now, wait a minute, Victor.
No. I can't afford to wait any longer. It may be too late. I'll invite them to my house tonight.
All right. If you want to bring in a couple of amateur detectives, go ahead and invite them. But if I were you, I'd get the police.
Are you sure this is the right apartment, Jerry?
Darling, there's only one Victor Stefano in this building. Although I must say I can't understand why he insisted on inviting us over here. I hardly know the man.
Well, aren't you going to publish his memoirs or something?
I will if he'll write them, but the last time I broached the subject, he...
Yes?
Oh, good evening.
How do you do?
I don't believe we've ever had the pleasure of meeting you, Mrs. Stefano. I'm Jerry North.
Who?
Jerry North. And this is Mrs. North.
How do you do, Mrs. Stefano? How do you do?
Well, shall we go in?
In where?
Inside. I mean, we're Mr. and Mrs. North. Weren't you expecting us?
Oh, no. Mr. Stefano didn't say a thing. Oh, now, isn't that just like a man? He invites people over for an evening and then forgets to tell you about it. Jerry does it all the time.
Oh, wait, Mrs. North.
Wait?
Yes, I'd rather you wouldn't go in just now. The place is a mess. Can't we make it some other time?
Oh, but Mr. Stefano insisted on our coming tonight.
That's strange. He's not home.
Well, for Pete's sake.
I'd ask you to come in, but I'm late for an engagement downtown, and I still have to dress.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Well, we'll just forget about the whole thing.
Well, I'm terribly embarrassed.
Oh, don't be silly. We don't mind. Come along, Jerry.
Oh, yes.
Good night, Mr. North.
Good night, Mrs. Stefano. Nice to have met you. I don't get it, Pam. I don't get it at all.
What, dear? The fact that Mr. Stefano wasn't in?
No, the fact that you insisted on coming back home.
Oh.
Any other night, you'd have tried to make a big mystery out of something like this.
Well, it is a mystery in a way. But it seems so personal, I didn't think we had a right to investigate it. Besides, I just know that Mrs. Stefano is innocent.
Innocent of what?
Anything.
Well, I don't know who's responsible for the mix-up, but I had a feeling she was lying to us all the time we were at the door.
That's why I believed in her. She lied so badly. Well, isn't it true, Jerry? Bad liars are usually nice people.
Sorry, but I don't follow that one. And if I... Uh-oh, there's a telegram on the floor.
Oh, who's it from?
Wait a second now, and I'll see. Well, here's the answer to the mystery. Please cancel engagement for tonight. Wife has theater date and can't be home. We'll call you tomorrow morning. Signed, Victor Stefano.
Well, I knew it'd be something like that. Only Mr. Stefano should have called up instead of sending us a telegram.
Maybe he did while we were out to dinner. After all, I'll get it, dear. Hello. Hi, Bill. How are you?
Oh, pretty good.
Something on your mind?
Well, it isn't exactly a blank. Say, how soon can you and Pam get up to the Lordo Apartments?
Lordo Apartments? Why, we were just up there to see Victor Stefano.
That's why I'm calling you, Jerry. Victor Stefano is dead.
What?
He was murdered less than an hour ago.
What's the story, Bill? How did it happen?
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to find out.
What are you acting so mysterious about? Is he still there?
No, the body's been removed. But he was murdered in this apartment.
Oh, Bill, when? Who killed him? Have you got any leads?
Now, Pam.
But we have to know, Bill. We were here before, and we... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know anybody else was here.
Mr. and Mrs. North, this is Gilbert Spire, Mr. Stefano's manager.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Yes, how do you do? I'm glad you were able to get here, Mr. North. Although I don't understand why you weren't here before.
But we were.
When? I told you on the phone. We were here just before you called up.
Are you sure you were in this apartment, Mr. North?
Why, of course. Mrs. Stefano answered the door.
Oh, she did she? Well, what'd she say to you?
Well, she acted very peculiar, Bill. She wouldn't let us in.
Did she say why?
Well, she... Bill, what is this? Why are you cross-examining us? Don't you believe we were here?
Of course they weren't, Lieutenant. I told you they were lying.
What?
I don't know what they're trying to do, but it's a good thing you had me waiting in the other room to hear their story.
What story?
This lie you're telling about being here talking to Mrs. Stefano.
Yes. Why are you lying, Mr. North?
Who's lying? If you don't think we're telling the truth, just get Mrs. Stefano and we'll prove it.
Mrs. Stefano? Are you crazy? I am Mrs. Stefano.
Now, wait a minute. If this woman is Mrs. Stefano, who's the one who answered the door for us?
That is what I would like to know. How did she get into this apartment, and what was she doing here?
Well, it's beginning to look as if she was here to murder your husband, Mrs. Stefano.
Oh, now, Bill, don't jump to conclusions. I'm sure that sweet little girl had nothing to do with it. She couldn't have.
Why not, Mrs. North?
This may sound silly to a man who manages business affairs, but there was something about her, Mr. Spire. Something very soft and frightened, like Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Well, there was, Bill. She had such a gentle expression and such big, open eyes.
Anything like the ones in this picture, Pam?
Oh, what picture?
The one I found in this locket. Here, take a look.
Why, Bill, that's her. Whose locket is this?
Well, hers, I imagine. Found it right here in the apartment.
Just a minute, Lieutenant. I know who this woman is.
Who?
Mr. Spire's secretary, Sally Ford.
What?
Well, that's her picture, Gilbert. And if she was in this apartment tonight, she must have killed my husband.
Why do you say that, Mrs. Stefano? What do you know about Sally Ford?
A great deal more than I want to know.
Now, Mrs. Stefano, please.
Well, why conceal it, Gilbert? Everybody knows what has been going on.
Everybody but me. All I've heard is her name.
Well, I wish I had never heard it. She did everything she could to come between Mr. Stefano and me.
Oh, it wasn't as bad as all that, Ivan?
Wasn't it? Are you going to stand there and deny there wasn't anything between them?
Well, it might have been a harmless flirtation, perhaps, but certainly nothing more.
Oh, how can you say that, Gilbert? I threatened to leave him if he did not give her up. And this morning he said he was going to.
Well, that's how it happened. She came over here tonight, and he told her he was through, so she killed him.
No, I won't believe it. Just because you found her locket in this apartment
I didn't find it in the apartment, Pam. I found it in Mr. Stefano's hand when I examined the body.
Well, that doesn't mean that she killed him.
Doesn't it? Now, look at the way this chain's broken. It was torn from her neck during a struggle. Well, Stefano reached out and grabbed this locket in an effort to protect himself, and that's the last thing he ever did.
Bill, are you sure you won't reconsider before Miss Ford answers her doorbell? After all, arresting an innocent woman...
She's not an innocent woman, Pam. And it won't do any good to tell me about Red Riding Hood.
But if you make a false arrest...
Pam, will you let the poor man alone?
Yes?
Miss Ford?
Yes?
Don't be afraid, Miss Ford. You remember us, don't you?
Oh, no.
Oh, I wouldn't try that if I were you. Trying to slam the door won't help your case any, Miss Ford. I'm Lieutenant Wigan, homicide.
Well, what do you want of me?
I want you to come down to headquarters for questioning. I'm taking you in on suspicion of murder.
But I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't. He was dead when I got there.
Who? Don't you know who I was talking about?
Well, I knew he was dead. I admit that much.
Then you better come with me and admit the rest of it.
No, wait. I had no reason to kill Mr. Stefano. I was very close to him.
Perhaps a little too close. Get your things, Miss Ford. You're going to be gone for some time.
But you're not even listening to me. Won't you give me a chance to explain?
Sure, go ahead. What's your alibi?
Well, I haven't got an alibi.
You see, Bill?
See what?
A good murderess would have one.
Who said she was a good murderess?
I'm not one at all.
Then what were you doing in Mr. Stefano's apartment tonight? How'd you happen to be there just about the time of the murder?
He sent for me. I mean, he left a message for me to come there. But he was dead when I opened the door.
Is that why you didn't call the police?
Well, I was so frightened, I didn't know what to do, and then the doorbell rang.
Was that us?
Yes. I didn't know who you were, and I was afraid you'd think I had something to do with the murder. So I didn't let you in.
But you could have told us you weren't Mrs. Stefano.
Well, I didn't want to get involved with the police.
Then you should have picked up this locket before you left the apartment.
Where did you get that?
I found it in Mr. Stefano's hand. He tore it from your neck just before you killed him.
No, somebody put it there. Somebody's trying to frame me.
Now, take it easy, Miss Ford. You're in this deep enough already.
Hey, what's going on here?
Dick, you keep out of this, please.
Now, wait a minute. Who are you?
Dick Ford.
He's my brother. But he doesn't know anything about
The
it.
heck I don't. You're on the wrong track, copper. Sally didn't murder Mr. Stefano.
How do you know?
Because I did it. Myself.
Dick? What do you say?
I killed him. I did it to get even with him for the way he was treating you.
Dick.
I know it was a crazy thing to do, but I couldn't help myself. I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to beat him up.
And what happened?
He reached for a gun, and I grabbed hold of his arm. We fought for a minute, but he pulled the trigger before I could get the gun out of his hand. Bullet went right through him.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Ford, but you can't protect your sister with a story like that.
What do you mean? I killed him in self-defense.
Oh, sure. You shot him with his own gun. Only he wasn't shot, Mr. Ford. He was stabbed.
It's no use, Pam. Bill's got an airtight case against her, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I'm not going to let her spend the night in jail just because he arrested her. I just know she's innocent.
Well, I don't. That brother of hers looks like a cutthroat that probably runs in the family.
Oh, don't be silly, Jerry. She isn't anything like her brother.
All right. I'm sorry I mentioned it. Now let's go home and get some sleep. We've been walking all over the city of New York.
Oh, but it's so nice out, Jerry. Let's just walk a little while longer.
What for? Where are you taking me to?
Oh, no place.
No place, huh? Isn't that Mr. Stefano's apartment house on the corner?
Oh, is it?
As if you didn't know. What's the idea of dragging me back here? What are you up to now?
Well, so much has been left undone, Jerry. I mean, there's no actual proof that Sally's the one who...
What's the matter?
Over there at the side entrance of the building. Is that Mrs. Stefano?
It is, at that. I wonder what she's doing there.
Well, let's ask her. Mrs. Stefano? Oh, just a minute, Mrs. Stefano. Don't run away.
Oh, that's funny. She ducked into that alley as soon as you called her.
Do you think she heard me?
Of course she did. Quick, let's follow her.
Oh, into that dark alley?
It probably leads to the basement of the building. Come on, dear. We'll lose her if we don't hurry. Easy now. She must be around here somewhere.
Oh, Jerry. Sort of creepy in here. Nothing but dark walls to look at.
Well, don't look at the walls, dear. Look for Mrs. Stefano.
She could be lurking behind any one of them. Oh, golly, what was that?
I'm sorry I bumped into an ash can.
Well, I wish you'd tell me when you're going to do things like that. I thought I was dead.
Mrs. North. Good heaven. It's me, Mrs. North. Mrs. Stefano.
Well, what are you trying to do? Scare the life out of us?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to frighten you.
What did you mean to do? Why did you run away from us just now?
Well, I got a call to come downstairs. Just now, a man with a mysterious voice called up and told me to meet him here.
Just now?
Yes. He said he'd kill me if I told anyone about it.
So I was afraid to speak to you.
Well, where is this man?
I don't know.
Sounds awfully phony to me.
Me, too. That phone call probably was a trick to get you out of the house. Somebody wanted to be in your apartment while you weren't there.
What for?
I don't know, but we better get right upstairs and find out.
Anybody inside, Jerry?
I don't see anybody.
Wait, let's look around. My goodness. What's that? Sounds like there's somebody in the kitchen.
Wait. I'll go see.
Here, this way, Mr. North. The pantry door's right over here.
Can you see through the glass?
Just about. There's a man in there fiddling around with the refrigerator.
What's he doing?
Holy mackerel, it's Dick Ford, the girl's brother.
Open the door, quick.
All right, just let me get my hand on something solid, and I will. Now stand back. Stay where you are, Mr. Ford.
What?
Stay where you are, I said, or I'll hit you over the head with this chair.
I wasn't doing anything.
No? What'd you come here for? And why'd you call up Mrs. Stefano and threaten to kill her?
Because I wanted to search this apartment.
Search it for what?
Evidence. Somebody's trying to frame my sister. And I've got to prove she didn't do it.
Well, that's no excuse for threatening my life.
Maybe it isn't. But I'm glad I came here just the same. Look what I found behind the stove, Mr. North.
What?
The murder weapon. All wrapped up in some newspapers. With a pair of blood-stained gloves.
Let me see those gloves.
Just a minute, Mrs. Stefano. I'll take those gloves.
But they're mine.
You bet your life they're yours. They've got your initials on them.
Then Mrs. Stefano is the
Oh,
one
no, I didn't.
We'll see about that, Mrs. Stefano. At police headquarters.
Yes?
Mr. and Mrs. North are here to see you, Lieutenant.
Okay, send him in.
You want me to go, Lieutenant?
Oh, no. Stay where you are, Mr. Spire. The Norths will be interested to know what you've been telling me about Mrs. Stefano and her husband's suspicions about her. At least it explains why...
Bill, I've got to talk to you, Bill.
Oh, well, what's all the excitement about, Jerry?
We've got the murderer.
Oh, really?
We have, Bill. She's right outside.
You mean she's downstairs in a nice little cell? I've got Miss Sally Ford under lock and key.
Oh, well, you just better let her out because she didn't commit the murder. It was Mrs. Stefano.
What? Mrs. Stefano?
That's right, Bill. We've got the murder weapon and the gloves she wore when she used it. Here, look.
Hey, what kind of gag is this?
No gag. Dick Ford found this package behind the stove in Mrs. Stefano's apartment.
Well, he must have planted it there himself, the crazy fool. This isn't the murder weapon.
How do you know?
Because I've got the murder weapon right here in my desk. I've had it there for some time.
Are you sure it's the right one?
Well, of course I'm sure. I found it myself, didn't I?
Where? How do you know it's the one that killed Mr. Stefano?
Oh, I know all right. Because I found it in Mr. Stefano's body.
I just don't understand it, Bill.
Well, you would if you'd stop trying to defend the wrong person. You see, Pam, the murder weapon isn't a knife. It's a letter opener with a steel blade 5 inches long. And now that I've had time to make a few inquiries, I found out who it belongs to.
Who?
Mr. Spire's secretary, Sally Ford. Isn't that right, Mr. Spire?
Now, just a moment, Lieutenant. I never made any such statement. I told you Miss Ford had a letter opener like the one you've got there, but I didn't say that one was hers.
Well, it is just the same. Her fingerprints were all over it.
But what about the knife and the blood-stained gloves?
Yeah, they were just plants, dear. Dick Ford was trying to frame Mrs. Stefano for the sake of her sister.
Exactly.
Well, I still don't believe that Sally did it.
Well, if you need personal proof, I think I can give it to you. You'll see in just a moment. Tom.
Yes, sir.
Send Miss Sally Ford in here, will you? I'd like to speak to her.
Yes, sir.
Bill, what are you up to?
Well, I don't usually do things like this, Pam. But just to convince you and Mr. Spire that Sally is guilty, I'm going to confront her with a murder weapon and let you watch her reaction.
I don't get it, Bill. What'll her reaction prove?
Plenty, I think. If she's innocent, she should have no reaction at all.
And if she's guilty?
If she's guilty, Mr. Spire, this letter opener will make her very uncomfortable. In fact, it might even drive her into a confession.
Oh, she won't react to that letter opener at all.
Won't she?
No, because it isn't hers, and she didn't kill Mr. Stefano.
Oh, she's at the door.
You wanted to see me, Lieutenant?
Yes, come in, Miss Ford. How do you feel?
All right, I guess. You letting me go?
Why, no. I just wanted to ask a few more questions.
About what?
About this letter opener, Miss Ford.
Good heavens.
Do you happen to know who it belongs to?
Where did you get that?
Answer my question, Miss Ford. Do you know who it belongs to?
Yes, it belongs to me.
I thought so.
But what's it doing here? How did you get hold of it?
I got hold of it when the medical examiner removed it from Mr. Stefano's body.
No.
Don't say no, Miss Ford. It's the weapon that was used to commit the murder, and you're the one who used it.
No, I didn't. I haven't seen that letter opener for over a week. It's been missing from my desk.
Can you prove that?
Well, I can't actually prove that it was missing, but it was. Don't you see I'm being framed by the one who stole it?
I don't see anything of the kind. And if you can't prove what you say, you'll go to the chair for the murder of Victor Stefano.
I won't, I tell you.
Oh, Bill, she got the letter opener. Here, you put that down.
Stay where you are.
Put it down,
Oh.
I said.
My hand.
Well, that's better. Now sit down and behave yourself. Well, Pam, are you satisfied?
Completely, Bill. Now I know she didn't do it.
What?
You proved it yourself by what you just did.
I don't follow you.
Well, it's simple, Bill. When she came at you with that letter opener, what did you do?
Reached out for a hand, of course.
Well, exactly. And that's what any man would have done, including Mr. Stefano.
I still don't follow you.
But we'll figure it out, Bill. Your whole case against Sally is based on the fact that her locket was found in the dead man's hand. And according to your theory, Mr. Stefano ripped it from her neck when she came at him with a letter opener.
Well, what about it?
Well, don't you understand, Bill? When somebody rushes at you with a knife or a letter opener, you don't reach for any lockets. You reach for the hand that's about to kill you.
Hey, then the locket was planted in Mr. Stefano's hand after he was murdered.
Why, of course it was. It was planted there by the real murderer.
And the real murderer invited Miss Ford to Stefano's apartment so she could take the blame for it.
Then I was framed.
Every step of the way. By the only one who could frame you.
Who?
Oh, don't you know, Mr. Spire? Or were you too busy noticing Miss Ford's reactions to the letter opener? Too busy to notice your own?
I beg your pardon?
Your little trap worked, Bill. Only it worked on Mr. Spire instead of Miss Ford. He was scared to death she wouldn't react properly.
That's a lie. You can't prove anything against me. I had no reason for killing Stefano. He was my best client.
And you took him for plenty, Mr. Spire. As his business manager, you were in charge of all his financial affairs, and you could use his money whatever way you pleased.
Don't be a fool.
Don't you be one. What I'm saying is the truth. Mr. Stefano suspected you of misusing his money, and he told me so. He told me he was going to ask you for an exact accounting.
And you were afraid to face that accounting. So you killed him and framed your own secretary.
Watch him, Bill.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not getting out of here just yet, Mr. Spire.
You let me go.
Not for a long time, Mr. Spire. Until we've had a chance to take your fingerprints and see that they match the ones on the inside of this locket. Come with me, Mr. Spire. You're going to have your picture taken. Well, Pam, your hunch about Miss Ford was absolutely right. Spire's the guilty man, and his account books furnish the motive. He swindled Stefano out of almost half his property.
Oh. Well, Pam's hunches are always right, Bill.
Oh, not always, dear.
Well, almost. You know, I don't know why I bother about clues and things when you're around. I should just blindfold you and let you point to the murder.
Oh, I don't think I'd have pointed to Mr. Spire, Bill. Not until you twisted that letter opener out of Sally's hand. Now, that's another reason I knew she was innocent from the very beginning.
What?
Her hands. They were so soft and attractive.
Yes, they were sort of pretty, weren't they?
Hmm?
Yeah, sort of small and dainty, like a little girl's.
Oh, is that so? I didn't know that you'd taken to noticing other women's hands, Jerry.
Well, I didn't really notice them, darling. I was just following one of your hunches.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. In the solemn atmosphere of a New York courtroom, far from the comfortable life of Pam and Jerry North, Another drama from life is reaching its climax.
The defendant will rise.
A handsome, well-dressed man, fighting hard to conceal his nervousness, leaves his chair and faces the judge.
It is the sentence of this court that you, Charles Wyatt, having been convicted of fraud, be confined to the state penitentiary for a term of not less than 5 and not more than 10 years.
Yes, one drama is over. But as Gordon Ross, Charles Wyatt's attorney, gets to his feet, another drama is just commencing.
Your Honor, I petition that my client be admitted to bail pending an appeal of his conviction.
If there's no objection from the state, petition is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court is adjourned.
5 to 10 years. Now listen, Charles, everything's going to be all right. I seem to have heard that one before.
We're not through yet, Charles. We'll win on the appeal. I'm sure of it.
You were sure I'd never be caught in the first place.
Now, keep your voice down, Charles. Someone will hear you.
You're absolutely right. Someone will hear me. If my conviction isn't reversed on the appeal. And that someone will be the district attorney, Gordon. He'll hear how you were in this just as deep as I was.
We can't talk here, Charles. Come up to my hotel.
I can't come now. Meeting my wife in a half hour at the Circle Lounge.
Well, it's only a few blocks from the King William. I'm in room 251. Make it about 7:30.
I'll be there. And meanwhile, Gordon, remember what I said. If I go to prison, I'm taking you with me.
I'm sorry, dear, but I absolutely have to see this man Hobbs tonight. He's an important writer, and...
Oh, can't you see him tomorrow, Jerry?
Well, he's leaving town first thing in the morning.
Well, what about our theater tickets, darling? We've been looking forward to
Now,
seeing...
don't get excited, dear. We can still go to the play.
How?
I've got it all figured out. We'll leave home a little early. I'll stop and talk to Hobbs. Then we'll go on to the theater.
Well, where do you have to meet Mr. Hobbs?
At his hotel, the King William. It'll work out just right.
If you say so, dear, all right. But I have a strange feeling that this evening is getting off on the wrong foot.
Order me another drink, Charles.
Look, Helen.
Another drink, please.
Very well. Another martini for Mrs. Wyatt, George.
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't look so disapproving. You won't be buying me martinis or anything else much longer.
That's about all my going to prison means to you, isn't it, Helen?
It isn't my fault that you got yourself in this stupid jam.
Why do you think I listened to Gordon Ross? Why do you think I went along with his plan to fleece a bunch of poor dopes?
Charles,
because you were never satisfied with what we had. You always had to have more and more and more.
I've heard enough.
Perhaps, Helen. But you haven't heard the big news yet.
What are you talking about?
Everything we have is going to go.
Go?
Satisfy the stockholders of the Wyatt Investment Company. The house, the car, your jewelry. Yes, even most of your clothes.
Why?
Martini, Mrs. Wyatt.
I don't want it.
Drink it, Helen. You look like you need it.
Well, Charles, where does this leave me?
It leaves you with absolutely nothing, Helen.
Let's get out of here.
All right. Do at Gordon's Hotel in a few minutes anyway.
You want me to drive you there?
No, thanks. I'll walk. I'd better enjoy the fresh air while I still can.
Very funny. Your sense of humor is...
What's the matter?
We seem to have company again. Look over there.
Grimes. Wait here, Helen.
Good evening, Mr. Wyatt.
Just exactly what's the idea, Grimes?
The idea, Mr. Wyatt, of what?
Now, following me around. This has been going on for weeks.
Does it bother you to have me follow you around, Mr. Wyatt?
Yes.
Good. It kind of bothered me when the Wyatt Investment Company robbed me of every cent I had in the world.
Now, see here.
My wife is sick, Mr. Wyatt, real sick. She needs medicine, doctors, nurses. But they cost money. And I haven't got any money because
I'm warning you, Grimes. Leave me alone.
If my wife dies, Mr. Wyatt, her blood will be on your hands.
Shut
You'll
up.
be a murderer. That's what you'll be. And you...
You old fool. I ought to...
You shouldn't have hit me, Mr. Wyatt.
For heaven's sake, Charles, what's going on?
I lost my temper for a moment.
Aren't things bad enough without getting involved in a street brawl? Come on.
All right.
You shouldn't have done that, Mr. Wyatt.
What time is it, darling?
Just 7:30.
That only gives us an hour to get to the theater.
Now, don't worry, dear. I'll take only a few minutes with Hobbs, and we'll go... Oh, here we are. Down this way.
Down that way?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jerry, there's room 251 right across the hall.
But Hobbs isn't in room 251.
Oh, that's what the desk clerk said.
Oh, no, I distinctly heard him say 215.
This is silly.
It certainly is.
While we're standing here arguing, we could try both the rooms.
Then let's do it.
251 first.
All right, but I know Hobbs is in 215. No one there.
Knock again, dear.
But, Pam, Hobbs is expecting me, so if it were his room, he'd be in there, and that's...
The door isn't closed tight.
Now, listen, I'm positive that Hobbs is in room 2... Pam, what are you doing?
I know I'm right, Jerry. I'm just going to push open the door a crack and peek
Now,
in.
stop that. I'm telling you, this isn't Hobbs' room.
Jerry,
What's the matter?
there's a man in there lying on the floor.
On the floor?
Look.
Come on.
Oh, Jerry. Is he...
With this knife in his back? Yes, dear. He's dead.
Jerry, is this the writer you were coming to see?
Hobbs? No.
We better call the police.
I'll try to get Bill Wagon, then call the hotel manager.
Jerry, did you hear that?
Yes.
Sounded like someone locked that door over there.
This must be a suite of rooms.
And that's the connecting door.
Let's try it.
Sure, there's someone in there.
Yeah, the door's locked.
Come on.
Where are you going?
Out in the hall and try the other door to that room.
But, Pam. All right, but I think we should call Bill instead.
It's locked, too.
Then let's quit this running around and...
Jerry, if there's someone in there...
If there's someone in there, we'll let the police deal with them. Now, let's get back in the other room and call Bill.
All right. Oh, I had a feeling something would happen so that we wouldn't... Jerry, look.
What?
The connecting door's open now. There was someone in there.
But not now. And there isn't anyone in here, either.
Hmm?
Look at the floor, dear.
The body. It's gone. But, Jerry, I don't understand what you're doing.
Look, whoever's ever in that other room picked up the body.
Yes,
And the
I
only
know.
possible way they could get out without being seen is down these back stairs to the alley.
Well, this is the ground floor.
And that must be the door to the alley.
You see anyone?
Look,
A car.
come on.
It's pulling away.
Hey, you stop! Stop!
Oh, it's gone.
15436315436.
What are you doing, Jerry?
The license number of that car, it's 15436.
Charlie, stop!
Holy smoke.
Oh.
Whoever's driving that car was in a big hurry.
Oh, he almost hit you. Jerry, do you suppose that car could have been following the first one?
I don't know. But let's get back in the hotel and call the police. This is getting to be too much for me.
Did I give you a lift back to town, Mr. Ross?
Who are you?
My name is Grimes.
Grimes?
Fred Grimes.
Oh, yes. Charles told me about you. You're the man who...
I left my car running right over there. It's pretty old. It isn't anything like the one you just pushed into the bay, but... mighty lonely spot. You'd never get a taxi.
What are you
so
doing here?
I was at your hotel. I saw what you put in that car. Why did you kill him, Mr. Ross?
I didn't kill him.
No need to get excited, Mr. Ross. A knife in the back wasn't any more than Charles Wyatt deserved. And the bottom of the bay is as good a grave as any for his kind.
What do you want, Grimes?
Suppose we talk about that on the way back to town. It's kind of chilly out here.
All right, let's go.
Here we are. Get in, Mr. Ross. You know, Mr. Ross, I lost nearly $10,000 in Mr. Wyatt's company. I never thought I'd see a dime of it again. But now...
If you think you're going to get $10,000 out of me, Grimes, you're as crazy as Wyatt told me you were.
Murder's a mighty serious crime, Mr. Ross.
But I didn't kill Wyatt.
Think the police will believe that if I tell them what I saw? Of course you don't.
All right, Grimes. How much will it take to keep quiet?
I told you I lost nearly $10,000.
I haven't got that kind of money. I'll give you $5,000, not a penny more.
$5,000 isn't...
Take it or leave it, Grimes. I mean it.
All right, Mr. Ross. I'll take it.
And that's all you'll ever get, you understand? I'm warning you, Grimes, you will push me too far. What's so funny?
I was just thinking, you're the second man who's warned me tonight. Mr. Wyatt was the first. And look where he is.
Wigan speaking. Well, you've checked that license number? Okay, give me the registration.
What time is it now, Jerry?
Right?
Nearly 9:30.
The play's been on an hour.
Go on, go on.
Heaven's sake, Pam, forget the play. I haven't even had a chance to go down the hall and talk to Hobbs.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks. Well, we know who that car was registered to.
Who, Bill?
A man named Charles Wyatt.
Who's he?
Well, this is who he is, right here on the front page of tonight's paper.
Investment broker gets 5 to 10 years for fraud.
Are you sure this is the same Charles Wyatt, though?
Positive. This suite belongs to his attorney, Gordon Ross.
I wonder if it was Gordon Ross's body we saw.
Well, it could have been, I suppose, but that's...
No, it wasn't, Bill.
How do you know, Jerry?
Here's a picture of Charles Wyatt on the second page.
Oh, let's see. Jerry's right, Bill. This is the man whose body we saw.
You sure?
No question about it.
Well, at least we know who was killed, even if we don't know who killed him. Come along.
Where, Bill?
I'm going over to Charles Wyatt's home, and I want you two with me.
Hello?
Hello, Helen. This is Gordon. Is Charles there?
Charles? No. Isn't he with you?
He left my hotel some time ago. He said he was going home to pack.
Pack? What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you knew. Charles told me he's clearing out, jumping his bail and running away rather than go to prison.
What kind of a story are you trying to hand me, Gordon?
What do you mean?
Charles isn't the kind of man who'd run away, and you know it.
You think I'm lying?
Yes.
Why should I?
I don't know, but there's someone at the door. I'll call you back. Are you at the hotel?
No, I'd better call you.
Well?
Are you Mrs. Wyatt? Mrs. Charles Wyatt?
Yes.
Lieutenant Wigan, homicide.
Homicide?
I want to talk to you. Come on, Pam, Jerry.
After you, dear.
Thank you.
I'm afraid I have bad news for you, Mrs. Wyatt. Your husband is dead.
Dead? Oh, no. No.
I'm
what
sorry,
happened
but
to him? Where is he?
Mr. and Mrs. North here saw him in a room at the King William Hotel. But a moment later, someone carried his body out.
So that's it.
What do you mean, Mrs. Wyatt?
Gordon Ross, Charles's lawyer, just called. He tried to tell me that Charles had run away.
Where was Ross calling from?
I don't know. His office, maybe. It's in the Colfax building.
Well, I'm going to get down there right away. I want to have a chat with Mr. Gordon Ross.
Do you want us to come too, Bill?
No, that won't be necessary.
Then I want to get back to the King William and see Hobbs, Pam. Come on.
I'll be back after I've seen Ross, Mrs. Wyatt.
All right, Lieutenant. I'll wait for you. Gordon Ross, that's... Who's this?
Fred Grimes.
What do you want?
Maybe I just called to offer my condolences.
How do you know about Charles?
But on the other hand, maybe I called to talk business.
Business?
Insurance business. Your husband must have carried quite a lot of insurance, Mrs. Wyatt.
What's that to you?
A lot of insurance you'll never collect unless his body is recovered.
Do you know where Charles is?
That depends on whether he had enough insurance to make it worthwhile.
Would you consider $75,000 worthwhile?
Suppose you come here and talk to me about that, Mrs. Wyatt. My address is in the phone book.
I can't come tonight.
You'd better, Mrs. Wyatt. When a man gets my age, his memory sort of goes back on him. By morning, I might have forgotten where your husband is.
Want me to run you back to the King William, Jerry?
No, thanks, Bill. That'd take you out of your way.
We'll catch a taxi.
Okay. Be seeing you.
Right, Bill. Well, come on, dear. I think we'll stand a better chance of catching a cab over. Hey, wait.
Jerry,
Quick, duck in here.
What in the world?
Look who just passed.
Jerry, that's Mrs. Wyatt.
Right.
But she told Bill she'd wait for him.
Yes, and I'm rather interested in what made her change her mind. Let's see if we can find out where she's going. Come on.
All right, coming. Well, Mrs. Wyatt, you...
Mr. Ross.
Hello, Grimes.
What do you want?
You weren't expecting me, were you?
Well,
No, you thought I was Mrs. Wyatt. You old...
Let go of me. Let go.
What's Mrs. Wyatt coming here for? Answer me.
Nothing.
You're lying. You're going to tell her where Wyatt is.
No.
When I warned you not to try to push me too far, Grimes, I meant that to include not trying to double-cross me.
What are you going to do with that gun?
I'm going to save myself $5,000.
No.
You're old enough to die without missing anything, Grimes?
Don't kill me. Please. Please don't kill me. Please, Mr. Ross, you've got to listen to me.
I listened to you once tonight, Grimes. That's enough for one evening, for the rest of my life, in fact.
But you...
That'll be Helen Wyatt. Open the door and let her in.
No,
Open it. Go on.
Well, Mr. Grimes.
Hello, Helen.
Oh. Hello, Gordon.
Close the door, Grimes. Lock it.
What's he doing here, Mr. Grimes?
Look, Mrs. Wyatt,
Lock the door, Grimes.
The police are looking for you, Gordon.
The police? Why are they looking for me?
They want you for Charles's murder.
Charles's murder? Is Charles dead? My house, sir.
Oh, drop the act, Gordon. He was killed in your room, and a man and his wife named North saw the body.
Well, if they saw Charles's body, then where is it? You see, Helen, it's difficult to prove murder without producing a victim. Especially when the alleged victim had every reason to disappear on his own volition.
But Grimes knows where Charles's body is.
Do you, Grimes? Obviously, he hasn't the slightest idea what you're talking about, Helen.
You seem to have persuaded him quite effectively with that revolver you have in your hand. Well, I have an argument, too, Gordon. It's right here, in my pocket.
Put down that gun, Helen, or I'll...
You'll what, Gordon? Kill me? Well, before you try it, you want to be very sure that I don't take you with me.
This is the top floor, Pam. Mrs. Wyatt must be up here. It's the only place she could be.
Well, there's only one door up here, Jerry.
And that's it.
Now, listen, Helen.
Jerry's going to do the listening, Gordon.
That's Mrs. Wyatt.
Is there a doorbell?
No.
Well, then knock. We've got to find out. I don't hear anything, do you?
No, I haven't heard it.
Come back here,
Wait.
Gordon. Come back.
Jerry!
There's a gunshot.
Try the door.
It's locked. Open up. Open up in there.
Someone's unlocking the door.
Mrs. Wyatt.
Jerry, look. Over by the window.
He was trying to get away. I shot him.
Who is it?
Gordon Ross.
And who are you?
My name's Grimes. Fred Grimes.
Ross. Are you all right?
Yes. Yes, just my shoulder.
We better get a doctor.
And the police, too, Mr. North. Gordon Ross murdered my husband.
That's not true.
It is. You were afraid Charles would tell how you were implicated in the investment company fraud, so you killed him.
No.
And then you got rid of his body so it would look like Charles ran away.
I was the one who carried Charles out of the hotel, yes, but I didn't kill him. He was dead when I came into my room.
Then why didn't you call the police?
I was afraid that my part in the fraud would come out.
What'd you do with Wyatt's body?
He dumped it in the bay.
How do you know, Mr. Grimes?
I saw him. I was at the hotel. I saw him put the body in Wyatt's car. I followed him out to an old fishing dock on Staten Island. He pushed the car off the end of the dock.
You better try to get in touch with Wagon, Pam.
All right, Jerry.
Now, wait. What was Grimes doing at the hotel tonight? Have you thought of that? He hated Charles. He's been hounding him for weeks. He could have killed him. I could have, but I didn't. After I saw him and Mrs. Wyatt outside the Circle Lounge, I followed him when he walked over to the King William Hotel, and that's the last I saw of him.
Wait a minute. You say Charles Wyatt walked from the Circle Lounge to the King William, Grimes?
Yes.
And where'd you go, Mrs. Wyatt?
I came straight home.
Well, if you came straight home and your husband walked to the hotel, how did Gordon Ross get hold of your husband's car?
I took Charles's car keys and went out looking for it. The car was parked outside the hotel.
But how did it get there? That's what I want to know.
Oh, I see what you mean, Jerry. If Charles Wyatt walked to the hotel, then someone else must have driven the car and left it there.
And logically, who would that have been? You, Mrs. Wyatt.
If you're trying to say that I killed Charles, you're crazy. I had no reason to kill him.
How about his insurance?
Well, Mrs. Wyatt?
No. No, I didn't kill Charles.
Then how do you explain your car being at the hotel?
I don't know.
Look out, Jerry.
Come back here.
She's trying to get out the window. Grab her.
All right, I've got her.
Let me go. I don't want to live anymore. I just want to die.
Come away from that.
There. Put the window down.
Why did you stop me? What's left for me? I'm going to lose everything, my house, my jewelry.
So you did kill your husband for his insurance.
I had to, don't you understand? I had to. My whole life was going to be ruined. Charles's insurance was all that was left. That was my only chance. So I followed Charles to Gordon's room, and I had to do it.
Why did you leave the car at the hotel?
When I left the hotel, I couldn't find my keys. I must have dropped them somewhere. I didn't dare go back, so I took a taxi home.
Shall I call Bill now, Jerry?
Yes, Pam. You can call him. What? I see. Yes, I understand.
Jerry,
Goodbye. Of all the stupid.
What's the matter, dear?
The room clerk at the King William Hotel thought I was asking for a Mr. Cobb's room when we were there. And Hobbs isn't even registered.
Oh, well, never mind that now. I just looked at our theater tickets, and guess what?
What?
They're for tomorrow night.
Huh?
Look at the date on them. January 31st.
But this is the 31st.
Oh, no, darling. It's the 30th. So we can see the play tomorrow night.
Well, that explains it.
It explains what, dear?
Why Hobbs isn't registered at the King William. His letter said he'd be in town the evening of the 31st.
Oh, Jerry. You mean you have to see him tomorrow night?
Yes. But don't worry. We can leave home early, stop by the King William. Hey, what are you doing, dear?
I'm calling the theater to reserve another ticket.
Another ticket? Who for?
For Mr. Hobbs, dear. I'm not going to take a chance of missing that play tomorrow night.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Thank heaven someone's come. Help me.
What's the matter? What's happening?
Oh, it's awful.
Don't listen to her, Mr. North. She's just
Jerry,
fine.
her dress is all torn.
Yeah, I see.
If you don't cut that out,
Mr.
Shirley,
North, he's crazy. Don't let him hit me again.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Premature Corpse. It's a beautiful night in New York, clear, fresh, and in the snug apartment of Ferdy Hathaway, warm. A night for music, for friendship, for love. And Shirley Hollis seems to have this last on her mind as she snuggles up to Ferdy on the sofa.
Oh, Ferdy, I was just getting comfortable.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to run along, Shirley. Some people are coming over in a little while.
Will they be here long?
I don't know. It's business. He's Jerry North, the publisher. They're going to discuss a book I've written.
Well, I'll wait till they leave. I want to talk to you, too. Come here.
What do you want?
Put your arms around me.
Now, look, Shirley.
Then I will. There. Hello, Ferdy.
It's getting awfully warm in here.
Yes, isn't it? Yes, Ferdy?
Is this what you want?
Oh, yes, darling. That's just what I want. Now, that didn't hurt, did it?
You little cheat.
Ferdy.
My brother's wife. What do you want with me?
You know I don't love Doug.
I knew it when you married him, but you loved his money. I tried to tell him, but he wouldn't listen.
I don't know why you've always hated me.
Because you're a little cheat. You married Doug for his money, and now...
Yes, now what? What do I want with you? You don't have money.
You want something.
I want you, that's all. Can't you see that, Ferdy? It's always been
That's
like
what you
that.
want me to think. But I know you. It's just another one of your schemes. I wouldn't put it past you even to try to get me to get rid of Doug for you. Now that you have his money. Is that what you want, is it?
Oh, poor suspicious Ferdy.
You didn't answer my question.
I know why you don't like me, Ferdy. It's not Doug. There's nothing to do with Doug.
You still
It's
didn't...
that stuffy superiority of yours, that stuffy righteousness. You're a Hathaway and I was just a chorus girl. That's why you didn't want Doug to marry me. That's why you think you're too good for me.
You're a cheat.
Always
That's why I...
that Hathaway superiority. Well, how about Doug? I suppose he's not a cheat.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your brother, a Hathaway, a crook.
That's a lie.
You know it isn't. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you've blinded yourself with that phony righteousness of yours until you can't see what's going on right in front of you.
What do you mean? What's going on?
You say I married Doug for his money. Well, how did he make that money, huh? The Hathaway fortune?
Business.
Sure, business. Some business. Black market in the wartime.
You're crazy.
It so happens I can prove it. And that's not all I can prove if I have to. I know enough about Doug to send him to jail. How would you like that? A Hathaway in jail,
Get
huh?
out of here.
Why don't you stop kidding yourself, Ferdy? So your grandfather was Colonel Hathaway. You're just a hack writer. Your brother's a crook.
Stop it.
Come on off that high horse. You're no better than I am, and no worse. We could be friends. Good friends.
Never.
Oh, Ferdy. Look at me.
You cheap, lying, dirty
Well,
little...
I'm not taking any more of that.
Let go.
I tried to be nice, but you don't want it that way. All right.
Hey, those nails are sharp.
And so are my teeth.
You're asking for this? Put down that poker.
I will. On your head.
No, you don't. Let me have it.
Oh, you're hurting me.
I haven't started. Don't try biting again, or I'll make sure you don't have any teeth left to bite with. Now, come on. Drop that poker.
All right. There.
That's better. And now get out of here. I've got to get cleaned up before the Norths get here. What's so funny?
You're always concerned about impressions, aren't you, Ferdy? Well, brother, I promise you, you're gonna make a beaut.
The more I think about it, Jerry, the more I think his sister will have to be killed, too.
What?
But not shot.
I think strangling would be better.
What on earth are you talking about, Pam?
Well, about Mr. Hathaway's book, of course. Well, what did you think?
I didn't know. The way you start a subject out of a clear blue sky.
It wasn't a clear blue sky. It was a murky green elevator.
Mm.
And it's in Mr. Hathaway's building, so I should think you'd know what I meant.
I see. Well, let's go tell Mr. Hathaway the sister ought to be strangled. I'm sure he'll love the suggestion. It'll mean rewriting 3 chapters.
But it'll make a story much stronger.
In one woman's opinion.
Well, Gosh, what was that?
Sounded like it came from the apartment at the end of the hall.
Jerry, it's Mr. Hathaway's apartment.
Yeah, I wonder what...
Oh, thank heaven someone's come. Help me.
What's the matter? What's happening?
Oh, it's all...
Don't listen to her, Mr. North.
He tried to kiss me, and when I wouldn't let him, he hit me.
Jerry, her dress is all torn.
Yeah, I see.
She's just trying to embarrass me, Mr. North.
Why would she try to do that?
It's kind of hard to explain.
You bet it is, you maniac.
Oh, stop it, Shirley.
Did you hit her, Mr. Hathaway? Her face looks bruised.
Well, yes, I guess I did, but...
Why?
Well, because she bit me. Stop it, Shirley.
Jerry, she's hysterical.
It's just an act. If you don't cut that out, Shirley, I'm going to have to hit you again.
Mr. North, don't let him hit me.
He won't. Now, come on, let's go in and see what this is all about.
No. I want to go home. I want to see Doug. I want my Doug. Doug, it was awful. When I wouldn't let him make love to me, he got like crazy. He said all kinds of awful things about you and me.
All right, Shirley, forget it. It's over.
Oh, I can't, Doug. I'm afraid. He said he'd see you in jail.
What?
That's right. He said you're a crook and he can prove it.
Ferdy said that?
Yes, he started talking about your tie-up with gambling.
How does he know about that?
I don't know, but he said he's going to make sure you get what's coming to you unless I... Oh, Doug, I can't. Not even to save you, I can't.
All right, sweetheart, you won't have to. I can handle Ferdy.
Oh, he'll deny it. He'll make up some story.
Don't worry.
If you don't believe me, you can ask the Norths. They saw...
I believe you, Shirley.
I hate to have to tell you this about your own brother, dear.
Yeah, my brother, my dear sanctimonious brother. It'd be just like him to keep his threat and run to the police now that he knows about me. I've got to figure some way to shut him up.
But how?
I'll think of something. And one thing's for sure. He's going to keep away from you, or I promise you, Shirley, I'll kill him.
What's the matter, Ferdy? Don't you like this restaurant?
Sure, Laura.
You're not eating.
I'm not hungry. Laura, I've got to tell you something. I don't know how to begin. Laura.
Yes, Ferdy?
I love you, Laura. You know that.
For someone who says he doesn't know how to begin, I'd say you're doing fine.
I only hope you believe what I'm going to tell you. My sister-in-law, Doug's wife, Shirley, came over to my place last night.
Yes?
She made a play for me.
What?
She tried to get me to make love to her. When I wasn't interested, she blew her top.
Ah, the woman scorned.
Well, it's more than that. She doesn't want me. She wants to use me.
Use you? What for?
I'm not sure, but... Well, you know she only married Doug for his money.
Yes.
I think she wants to get rid of Doug. I think she wants me to help her.
Get rid of him? Well, how?
How? Kill him.
Oh, no, Ferdy.
You don't know Shirley like I do. Yeah, Laura, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what she wants.
Well, why are you telling me this?
Because I think Shirley's going to try to go through with it, with or without my help. So I've got to warn Doug.
Well, I still don't see...
He's not going to want to believe me, especially because she's probably filled him full of lies. But I may be able to convince him. I've got to. Maybe if I tell him some of the things she said about
What
him.
things?
Oh, it's beside the point. The point is, she's going to be afraid I may convince him. So she's going to try to shut me up.
How?
I told you about last night.
Yes?
Well, she's already turned that around to make it look like I attacked her.
Oh.
Yeah. And bet she's poured it on heavy to Doug. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get to you first. I wanted you to hear this story from me the way it really happened.
I see.
Because you've got to believe me, Laura. I can't let her break us up. And she's going to try. I know she is. If she can't shut me up one way, she'll try another. There's nothing she won't stop at to get what she wants. But it's not going to work. At least, I hope it's not.
Hello.
Hello, Jerry. This is Bill Wagon.
Oh, yes, Bill. How are you?
Okay. Say, Jerry, what can you tell me about Ferdy Hathaway?
Hathaway? I'm considering publishing a book he wrote. Why? Does he want to go to your office and do research on how the homicide squad works?
No, it's the other way around.
What do you mean?
Well, we gotta see him, and it's not research. This is the real thing.
You mean he killed somebody?
Oh, that's the other way around, too. Somebody killed him.
Well, Jerry, I'm all ready. Let's go.
Pam, it hasn't been 2 minutes since I hung up the phone. And you asked me to tell Bill we couldn't possibly to get over to see him for at least an hour.
Oh, we're not going to see Bill.
We're not?
No.
But, darling, he wants to talk to us. I told him about the incident last night, and he wants all the details.
Oh, we'll tell him. Later.
All right, dear. But if we're not going to see Bill right now, where are we going?
To see Laura, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. Laura. That's a good idea.
I thought you'd agree, darling.
There's just one thing, though.
Oh, what's that, dear?
Who in blazes is Laura?
Oh, you know, Jerry.
I do?
Laura Arnold. Freddie Hathaway's girlfriend.
Hmm?
Oh, don't you remember? He mentioned her last night. He was afraid that she might hear about Shirley's accusation and might believe it.
Oh, that's right.
And if she did believe it, it might make her angry.
And you think it might have made her angry enough to commit murder?
Well, you never know. At least it's worth checking up on. As long as Bill wants us to give him information, maybe we can take him more than he counted on.
Yes?
Are you Laura Arnold?
Yes.
Well, I'm Pamela North, and this is my husband, Jerry North.
Oh, the publisher. I've heard Ferdy mention you. What do you want with me?
We'd like to talk to you, if we may.
Well, I'm pretty busy right now.
We'll only take a few minutes.
Well, all right, come in. What's it about?
Ferdy.
What about him?
I'm afraid you're in for a bad shock, Miss Arnold.
He's been murdered. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Why do you ask that?
He said Shirley wouldn't stop at anything, so, well, naturally, I've been afraid.
When did he tell you that?
Today at lunch.
And that's the last you saw of him?
Yes. I came home right afterward, about 1. I've been here ever since.
Well, that's funny. When we asked if you were in just before we came up, the desk clerk said you got in only about 20 minutes ago.
Well, I did... Oh, Mr. North, I'm frightened. I don't know what to do.
Well, maybe we can help you, if you tell us the truth.
Yes. Yes, the truth. I did have lunch with Ferdy. He told me about Shirley. Then we went back to his place and talked a while. And I left. But about an hour later, I realized I'd left my gloves up there, so I went back.
Mm-hmm.
And there he was, on the floor, dead. I'll never forget how he looked. I don't want to think about it.
You'd better sit down, Miss Arnold. There are a couple of things I'd still like to ask you. Because if we're going to help you, we'll have to know what we're doing. She says she was afraid you'd suspect her, Bill. That's why she wouldn't give a name when she phoned that she discovered the murder. And why she ran out before you got there.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll get around to her later, after I've had a talk with Hathaway's brother and the brother's wife.
Find out if they own a yellow convertible, Bill.
Yes, that's right. Miss Arnold says that a yellow convertible pulled away from in front of Ferdy's place just as she arrived the second time.
Did she know the make?
No, she said she never saw one like it. It was very long and low.
And it had a funny shaped back, kind of like, the way she described it, it must look something like, well, like the back of that car parked right in front of us.
Hey, Pam, that is the car. Fits a description to a T.
And it's parked right in front of Douglas Hathaway's apartment. Let's go in and see what he has to say about it.
I know you had have your job to do, Lieutenant, but is it necessary to question me now? After all, it's quite a shock hearing my brother's been murdered.
Well, suppose we question your wife.